Chapter 1. Ah, finally, I have succeeded. The station reports that in the past 3 months, the frequency of zero disasters has increased, and the nation is united in its efforts to expand recruitment for the Zero Guard. There are rumors circulating that a position in the Zero Guard is the most secure job in the future. The glow of the television flickered in the dimly lit living room, casting a soft light upon the pale face of a youth. His hair was unusually gray, and his deep, hollow eyes bore the weight of heavy dark circles, suggesting he had not rested properly for several days. He stared at the television, his gaze penetrating the screen, yet his thoughts were far removed from the worldly news. Suddenly, he slowly extended his hand, grasping the remote control from the coffee table, and turned off the television. Instantly, the room plunged into silence, the only sound being the distant bustle of the city outside. The youth rose and approached the window. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of the tall building, he looked down at the bustling streets below. The flow of traffic was incessant. Pedestrians hurried along, and sleek new, energy-efficient vehicles glided silently on the roads, relying on the novel energy sources brought by the otherworldly beings, consuming almost no fuel. He observed the people. Many appeared to be conversing with the air, smiles gracing their lips as if engaged in dialogue with someone unseen. The youth understood that they were interacting with these mysterious entities, which had seamlessly integrated into the world. Yet, for him, these beings remained an enigma. Throughout his life, he had never witnessed these so-called otherworldly beings, only learning of their existence and semblance through the words of others. The sense of being out of sync with the world left him feeling increasingly isolated. Yunming, lunch is ready. Come and eat. Today, Mom has made your favorite chicken wings. The voice of his mother, Yanhua, interrupted his reverie. All right, I'm coming, he replied. Yunming made his way to the dining table, each step seeming heavy and laborious. This is already my 13th attempt to apply for the Zero Guard. Hasn't there been any notification yet? I can't even see the otherworldly beings, let alone engage in the physical tests that involve them. If it weren't for the hope that this position might be the solution to my inability to see them, I would have. Distracted, Yunming sat down at the table, his gaze landing on the steaming plate of chicken wings, the enticing aroma stirring a flicker of appetite within him. After each failed examination, his mother would prepare a celebratory meal of chicken wings for him. While her intentions were filled with comfort, the frequency of these meals gradually made him feel embarrassed, as though he were perpetually a burden to her. Eat up, or it will get cold, she urged, lifting her deep red hair and smiling as she handed him a pair of chopsticks, her tone still gentle. Whether you pass the Zero Guard exam or not, don't feel pressured. Mom's job can support you for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Yunming felt a slight flush on his cheeks, a tinge of guilt surfacing within him. As a young man, he was naturally reluctant to rely on his mother indefinitely, especially in such a transformative era where being a freeloader was an unbearable idea. Moreover, his mother's work seemed shrouded in mystery. She often spoke of it in vague terms, claiming it was akin to security work. Yet Yunming knew that such an easy job could hardly guarantee the lifetime of peace she described. Thus, he refrained from asking further questions, lowering his head and silently picking up a piece of chicken wing, bringing it to his mouth. Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell suddenly rang, shattering the tranquility at the dining table. Yunming jumped, losing grip on his chopsticks as the chicken wings slipped from his grasp and fell onto the table. "I'll go answer the door," he exclaimed, hastily standing up, dropping the chopsticks, and rushing towards the entrance. The moment he opened the door, the delivery person he had anticipated was nowhere to be found. He frowned slightly, a sense of disappointment washing over him as he prepared to close the door, but then his eyes caught a glimpse of something peeking out from beneath the carpet. A letter? Yunming inhaled deeply, cautiously pulling the letter from beneath the carpet. His fingers brushed against the envelope, feeling its weight, as if it concealed significant information. Looking down, the bold characters on the envelope immediately seized his attention. Admission notice. In an instant, Yunming's heart raced. He froze in place, his breath quickening. The weight of the letter seemed to intensify, and he trembled, clutching this document that represented hope after countless failures. Yunming, who is it? His mother, Yanhua, had already removed her apron and changed into a light blue long-sleeve sweater, paired with a short skirt and slippers, emerging from the kitchen. As she approached the door, wiping her hands, she glanced at Yunming and casually remarked, "Well, don't be discouraged if you failed again." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Yunming standing rigidly at the door, motionless. Having grown accustomed to his repeated failures, she thought nothing of it, assuming he had once again been unsuccessful. Suddenly, Yunming seemed to be activated by something, covering his face with one hand while slapping the envelope into his mother's hand with the other, nearly stammering with excitement. Ah, finally, I have succeeded. Joy surged within Yunming, rendering him almost helpless, as if every ounce of strength had been drained by the admission notice. His mother stood in shock, staring at Yunming as he dashed up the stairs. She looked down at the envelope in her hand, just as a small note slipped from the letter's crevice, floating gently to the floor. Bending down, she picked up the note and unfolded it, her gaze suddenly sharpening. Congratulations, Yanhua. Your son has achieved a perfect score in the written exam. We have unanimously decided not to allow this genius to be buried, hence rejecting your application to prevent him from entering. Yanhua's expression turned cold in an instant, her brows furrowing tightly. She fixated on the lines of text, her fist clenching abruptly, the tips of her fingers pinching the edge of the note, a small flame flickering to life in her palm. The flame swiftly consumed the note, reducing it to ashes within moments. She opened her hand, the ashes slowly dispersing into the air, as if nothing had ever occurred. Yanhua remained standing, her gaze still profound. After a moment of contemplation, she turned her attention to the admission notice, reading it meticulously. Thank you for your support of the Zero Guard. You have been admitted with a perfect score in the written exam, with a total score of 60. Yanhua's brow furrowed. The written exam and physical test each accounted for 50 points, yet Yunming had been granted an additional 10 points to pass. Just as her anxiety began to rise, the following lines of text alleviated her concerns. However, please be aware of the following matters before enrollment. 1. Familiarize yourself with the work of the Zero Guard by reading relevant literature or watching news reports. 2. Attend the Otherworldly Being assessment on the first day of school and prepare accordingly. 3. Possess your own contracted Otherworldly Being. Those without a contracted being will be reassigned to logistical departments. Upon reaching this point, Yanhua's expression finally softened. Her initial intention to confront the admissions office and create a scene dissipated in that moment. Feigning a frown, she secretly rejoiced that Yunming would not be entangled in danger. Holding the admission notice tightly in her hand, she called out to him. Yunming, this admission requires you to have a contracted Otherworldly Being. What will we do? Hearing his mother's words, Yunming, who had been busy packing in his room, abruptly halted his movements. Moments ago, he had been engulfed in joy and anticipation for the future, yet his mother's statement instantly cast a shadow over his heart. What? He stood there, bewildered, slowly turning around, confusion and unease flickering in his eyes. He had always known he could not see otherworldly beings, let alone form a contract with one. How could he be expected to fulfill such a condition? Without a contracted being, how could he possibly become a legitimate member of the Zero Guard? Contract an otherworldly being. Yunming murmured to himself, his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Yanhua approached him, patting his shoulder, her eyes radiating encouragement. Don't worry, Yunming, while contracting an otherworldly being is important, it is not the only path. The logistical department offers many opportunities as well. Focus on preparing for enrollment, and we'll figure out the rest later. Her voice was soothing, laced with comfort, seeking to quell her son's anxiety. Yunming nodded slightly, yet deep within, a profound sense of helplessness began to swell. Becoming a member of the Zero Guard was his dream, yet the otherworldly beings seemed to present an insurmountable divide. He sat quietly, his gaze drifting toward the admission notice on the table, his heart still entangled in turmoil. Chapter 2. District 26? Yanhua observed Yunming sitting despondently on the sofa, her heart aching for him. She settled beside him, gently wrapping her arms around her son, and soothingly murmured, "It's all right. Yunming, the logistical department is also a commendable job. At least it's far less perilous than the Zero Guard. Much safer." Leaning against his mother's shoulder, Yunming felt her warmth, but the questions swirling in his mind remained persistent. Suddenly, he spoke in a voice that was unsettlingly calm. "Mom, you should know." Yunming locked his gaze with Yanhua's, his expression resolute and earnest. "The 28th district where we live is the safest area. Are there places like the 13th district? Areas that are infested with all manner of strange creatures?" Upon hearing the term 13th district, Yanhua stiffened momentarily, her heart tightening with apprehension. She forced herself to remain composed, yet a hint of hesitation and tension crept into her tone. Ah? Yes, there are. The nearest one to us is the 27th district. You could try your luck there. He suddenly rose to his feet, uttering no further words, and walked straight to the dining table, picking up the chopsticks and devouring his meal as though the sorrows from moments ago had evaporated into thin air. Yanhua observed her son, whose face was alight with joy and whose eating pace was astonishingly rapid, yet a faint sigh escaped her lips. The mention of Zone 27, which she had casually brought up, was in truth devoid of any significant presence of wild anomaly. Zones 21 to 32 had enjoyed over 2 decades of stability, with anomalies being meticulously managed, rendering encounters with uncontracted beings nearly impossible. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, the gentle sizzle of eggs frying in the pan filled the kitchen. As Yanhua busied herself with breakfast preparations, she occasionally cast glances towards the living room, contemplating making a poached egg for Yun Ming to bolster his nutrition. Just as she was about to flip the egg, a faint sound of footsteps outside caught her attention. Turning around, she noticed that several slices of toast had vanished from the table, and a bag of warm milk had also disappeared without a trace. At that moment, the door stood slightly ajar, and a chill breeze swept in. "Little rascal, how did you run off so quickly?" Yanhua sighed helplessly, setting down her spatula and walking towards the door. As she closed it, she retrieved her phone from her pocket, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. She dialed a familiar number, and the call was quickly answered by a middle-aged man on the other end, his voice tinged with mirth. "Hello? Our esteemed Yanhua. What can I do for you?" Yanhua scoffed lightly, though her tone bore a hint of anxiety. Enough with the banter. "Yun Ming just left. I mentioned Zone 27. Remember to send someone to enhance the patrols there. If any anomalies arise, extract Yun Ming at the first opportunity." The man on the other end seemed to be stifling laughter, his tone relaxed. "No problem. Yanhua's orders will be fulfilled without fail. Should I send someone to tail the young master?" Before he could finish, Yanhua decisively hung up the phone. Standing at the doorway, she fell into silence for a moment, her gaze slightly grave as her thoughts drifted towards the direction in which Yun Ming had fled. "It's a disaster. I'm done for." Meanwhile, outside, Yun Ming, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, was running breathlessly, finally catching the first light rail of the day. He chose a seat by the window, his eyes wandering over the cityscape, a flicker of unease stirring within him. His mother had never allowed him to leave Zone 28, and today marked his first venture into such distant territory alone. He glanced down at his backpack, filled with prepared rations and essential items, tightened the straps, and steeled his resolve. This was his chance to contract an anomaly he could not afford to give up. The light rail carriage was eerily quiet, broken only by the faint mechanical sounds and the wheels clattering against the tracks. Yun Ming's gaze fell upon the route map inside the carriage, but as he observed it for a while, he was suddenly struck by the odd flickering of the text, as if it were being interfered with by some unseen force. Is this another trick of the anomalies? Furrowing his brow, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Unable to sense the presence of the anomalies, he found himself at a loss to decipher this bizarre phenomenon. In resignation, he closed his eyes, pretending not to see anything, reassuring himself that what he could not see would not trouble his heart. Suddenly, the announcement echoed through the carriage. "Approaching Zone 27, Central Square. This is the final stop. Please disembark from the left side." Yun Ming instantly opened his eyes, glancing around, only to find that the route displayed on the map was entirely different from what it had shown when he boarded. An opposite route? Is this the light rail from Zone 26 to Zone 27? As the doors of the light rail slowly opened, Yun Ming followed the other passengers off the train. Standing on the platform, he took a deep breath, nervously surveying his surroundings. The sunlight bathed the streets, and the passers-by appeared unperturbed, the entire square lacking any unusual atmosphere. Although the light rail's route had inexplicably changed, the final stop seemed devoid of any suspicious elements. With this, Yun Ming felt a slight release of tension within him. In this unfamiliar place, where should I even begin? Yun Ming muttered to himself, scanning the strange sights of Zone 27, a sense of confusion engulfing him. Wandering through the square, He spotted a bustling commercial street in the distance and thought, since he was here, he might as well explore the area. Perhaps he would uncover some clues. As he turned the corner into the commercial street, his eyes brightened at the sight of a Zero guard in a blue uniform standing nearby. She was not just an ordinary officer, but a contractor responsible for managing anomalies. Yunming immediately thought that perhaps he could inquire with her about contracting an anomaly. He straightened his clothes, gathered his courage, and approached her, tentatively speaking. "Hello, miss. Do you have a moment? I have some questions I'd like to ask." Initially, the Zero guard regarded Yunming with a serious expression, but upon noticing his nervous demeanor, she could not help but smile. "Hello there. I have time right now. Feel free to ask your questions." Lowering his voice and edging closer, Yunming, somewhat bashful, said, "I wish to contract an anomaly. Are there any wild anomalies nearby that I could contract?" His request elicited a chuckle from the Zero guard, her tone laced with jest. "Young man, you must be joking. Isn't contracting anomalies something family members assist with? The anomalies here have long been accounted for. There haven't been any new ones in the nearby districts for ages." Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Yunming, and he scrutinized the Zero guard's face, attempting to glean more information from her expression. Under his unwavering gaze, the young woman, newly employed, felt a bit flustered and quickly adjusted her hat to shield her face. "All right, I must return to my post now. You might have better luck elsewhere," she said, her tone still gentle, but evidently signaling the end of the conversation. With a sigh, Yunming turned away, his gaze aimlessly drifting towards the distant street. Just then, a loud explosion reverberated from behind him. Boom! The sound erupted from a shop at the end of the street, flames instantly bursting forth from its windows, glass shards scattering in all directions, one of which grazed Yunming's hand. Instinctively, he crouched down, covering his head, his heart racing as the screams and chaotic footsteps of the crowd filled his ears. The Zero guard reacted swiftly, immediately unleashing her contracted anomaly to protect the civilians. Yunming sensed the unusual surge of energy behind him, but dared not look up, instinctively crawling backward as confusion enveloped his mind. His backpack felt heavy with tension, and his steps were hurried and disordered. Others nearby were equally panicked, fleeing the scene of the explosion, the crowd surging like a tidal wave. Just as Yunming joined the throng in their frantic escape, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to halt abruptly. His gaze shifted to the fleeing figures around him, and an idea began to form in his mind. Chapter 3. The regulations were clear to me. Yunming's heart oscillated between fear and excitement. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He silently reassured himself. This is my chance, with newfound determination. He lowered his hands that had been shielding his head, straightened his posture, and boldly moved against the tide of chaos and the remnants of the explosion. The street, though not overly crowded, still had a few individuals brushing past him. Hastily fleeing the scene, Yunming's gaze was fixed on the figure of Zero Sentinel, who was commanding the otherworldly entities with fervor. His heart brimmed with anticipation, yet despite his fervent efforts, he could discern no trace of the otherworldly beings. A wave of frustration surged within him, and his eyes lingered on the floating debris above, conjecturing that it was the Zero Sentinel's otherworldly forces that kept them suspended in midair. Indeed, I still cannot see them, he murmured to himself, shaking his head in disappointment. Noticing his demeanor, Zero Sentinel became perturbed, her voice sharp as she chided. Why aren't you seeking shelter? This place is perilous. It is not a venue for idle curiosity. Her tone was laden with evident discontent, perceiving Yunming merely as an ordinary citizen, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. At that moment, an urgent announcement blared from a nearby speaker. Emergency alert. The underground refuge in Zone 26 is now accessible. All residents in the vicinity are urged to take shelter immediately. Upon hearing this, Yunming turned his head and noticed that the sign for the light rail station he had just arrived at was flickering, morphing into directions for the underground sanctuary. The mechanical voice of the system seemed to possess an almost enchanting quality, luring him closer to the refuge. Is this merely a figment of my imagination? The train's final destination is the central square of Zone 26. Passengers are advised to take their belongings. No, this is not an illusion. Yunming's heart jolted as an instinct told him that this was no ordinary announcement. It was likely a sinister ploy by the otherworldly forces. He swiftly directed his gaze towards Zero Sentinel. reasoning that she should be capable of handling the current predicament. At that moment, Zero Sentinel had successfully quelled the aftermath of the explosion, exhaling in relief as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. Just as she was about to take further action, she suddenly turned and locked eyes with Yunming, mistaking his approach for defiance. She exclaimed, "Why, you still haven't evacuated? The cause of the explosion is yet to be determined. Hurry and leave." Before she could finish her warning, her expression shifted dramatically as her gaze darted past Yunming, fixating intently on something behind him. Yunming felt an overwhelming pressure behind him and, glancing down, he realized that his shadow had been eclipsed by a far larger silhouette. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he inhaled deeply and summoned his courage to whirl around. Only to find nothing amiss on the ground, however, he noticed an eerie shadow standing still, defying the laws of light. Furrowing his brow, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Meanwhile, Zero Sentinel's expression had morphed entirely. She beheld an otherworldly entity enveloped in thick, swirling black mist, looming ominously behind Yunming. The mist undulated as if alive, exuding an unspeakable aura of danger. Her demeanor shifted to one of acute alarm as she discreetly tapped the device behind her ear. A miniature communication device materializing before her. "Headquarters, an unknown entity has appeared in the central square. Please dispatch reinforcements. Urgent situation. Immediate assistance required." She relayed the information rapidly, but before she could conclude, the black mist entity abruptly split its form, revealing a vast, white maw, twisted in a grotesque grin. "Found you." A deep, chilling voice echoed in Yunming's ears, sending shivers down his spine. In an instant, the entity's form contracted, curling into a pitch-black sphere that radiated an unmistakable aura of death. Upon witnessing this, Zero Sentinel's heart sank, memories of the Zero calamity flashing through her mind. Instinctively, she reacted without a moment's hesitation, launching herself toward Yunming to shield him with her body. "Danger. This is the Zero calamity," she shouted urgently, pinning Yunming beneath her. He gasped for breath, feeling as if he were being suffocated. Just as he contemplated struggling, he caught sight of a small green lizard perched on Zero Sentinel's shoulder. The lizard's eyes glowed faintly as it opened its mouth, seemingly attempting to communicate something to him. In the next moment, Yunming's vision blurred, and vibrant flowers began to bloom around him, dazzling to the point of disorientation. Simultaneously, he felt a gentle force enveloping both him and Zero Sentinel, and upon closer inspection, he realized they were sheltered beneath an enormous leaf. This sudden turn of events rendered Yunming's mind a whirlwind of confusion. Rubbing his eyes, the scene gradually crystallized before him. Zero Sentinel lay sprawled across his chest, appearing as though she had just endured a violent impact. Her hat was nowhere to be found, and a trickle of blood ran down her forehead. Leaving her in a semi-conscious state, he carefully propped her up, gently laying her aside with utmost caution. The recent turbulence had quickened Yunming's heartbeat, and he instinctively reached out to touch the vast leaf enveloping them. "This is real." It materialized out of thin air. Could this be? Yunming felt a surge of elation, realizing he had finally witnessed the existence of the otherworldly entities. Just as he was reveling in this discovery, a voice emerged from behind him. "Kid, my master saved you, and you show no sign of gratitude? Are you speaking? Are you her otherworldly entity?" Yunming inquired, astonished as he crouched down to scrutinize the little lizard. The lizard flicked its tail dismissively, casting a scornful glance at him before climbing onto Zero Sentinel's chest. Using its forelimbs, it tugged at her outer garment, gesturing toward the pocket of her inner clothing, indicating for Yunming to retrieve something. Uncertain of its intentions and slightly flushed, he shut his eyes and stammered, "This seems inappropriate," while reaching to unfasten the buttons of her garment, as his fingers brushed against her warm, soft skin. A tremor coursed through him, his fingers quivering slightly. Just then, Zero Sentinel abruptly regained consciousness, seizing Yunming's wrist with a grip so strong it caused him a fleeting pang of pain. "What do you think you're doing?" Her face flushed instantly, anger flashing in her eyes as she glared at Yunming, the other hand clutching her chest, exuding a sense of embarrassment and fury. "No. It was your otherworldly entity. It instructed me to take something from your pocket." Yunming hastily shut his eyes, raising his hands in surrender. Lai Qingqing, realizing the truth, glanced at the little lizard on her chest, which was now attempting to burrow into her pocket. Confirming Yunming's innocence, her tension eased slightly. She reached into her chest pocket, retrieving the item the lizard had indicated. A badge belonging to Zero Sentinel. As she unfolded it, her personal information and a prominent red button were revealed. Li Qingqing? Yunming inadvertently caught a glimpse of her name, whispering it softly. Upon hearing her name spoken, Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed anew, and she retorted in indignation, "Pervert? My apologies, it was a mistake. Are you hurt?" Hearing Yunming's concern, Li Qingqing finally noticed a sting on her forehead. Lowering her gaze to the reflection in the tiled floor, she observed that her forehead bore only a superficial scrape. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dust from her clothes. Noticing Yunming exploring the edges of the leaf, she felt compelled to caution him. Though her tone carried a hint of seriousness, it was noticeably more relaxed. "Listen, I don't know what your intentions are, but this is not a game that we are currently embroiled in a zero calamity, and this is not Zone 27. It is Zone 26. If we do not escape promptly, we risk being infected by the zero calamity, losing our sanity, and becoming otherworldly entities, correct?" Yunming interjected, calmly articulating her unspoken thoughts. Li Qingqing stared at him, astonished, her expression revealing her disbelief that this seemingly naive boy could maintain such composure. As if he had anticipated the danger all along. "I am well aware of the regulations," Yunming continued, his voice steady and resolute. "Let us first ascertain our surroundings." Li Qingqing regarded Yunming, struck by his unwavering determination. Devoid of any hint of panic or fear, an inexplicable sense of reassurance blossomed within her. This calm demeanor eased the anxiety that had plagued her as a newly appointed Zero Sentinel. Gently, she prodded the little lizard perched on her shoulder. The scene before them left both of them in a state of stunned silence. Chapter 4. This is the Abyssal Ghost. Where are we now? Yunming inquired, bewildered. He distinctly remembered being on the street just moments ago. Yet in the blink of an eye, they had been transported inside a shopping mall. Li Qingqing surveyed their surroundings, her brow furrowing. She scrutinized the area, seeking answers. In a wonder the floor is tiled. "This must be the Wanda Mall," she murmured. "It seems the zero calamity has warped the space, altering our position." Yunming tilted his head to gaze at the ceiling, where a row of damaged light fixtures dangled precariously, emitting faint sparks. The glass storefronts of the mall lay shattered, and various goods lay strewn across the floor in disarray, mingling with the faint scent of smoke in the air. Lowering her voice, Li Qingqing spoke with a tense urgency. "The zero calamity not only affects the mind but also distorts reality. We must locate the refuge as swiftly as possible." "A refuge?" Yunming queried. Tilting his head in curiosity towards her, Li Qingqing nodded solemnly, her expression grave. "The shelter is constructed from special materials that can isolate the effects of the zero calamity. As long as we locate the entrance, we can temporarily evade disaster and ensure our safety." However, Yunming's demeanor suddenly turned serious as he spoke quietly. "No, what I mean is, I have seen the shelter." Li Qingqing was taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. "What? You've seen it?" The unique material of the shelter only manifests after the zero calamity erupts. Her voice trailed off abruptly as she suddenly noticed blood trickling from Yunming's nose, with even his ears seeping crimson. Her heart sank, and she immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Yunming had not encountered any otherworldly beings, yet under the influence of the zero calamity, his mental resilience was alarmingly frail, and his physical condition was deteriorating rapidly. She swiftly handed him the red button she held, her voice resolute. "Take this, press it, and the otherworldly beings will transport you directly out of the zero calamity." "And you?" Yunming instinctively inquired. A faint smile curved on Li Qingqing's lips as she gently shook her head, waving her index finger before him. "I am the Zero Sentinel. I can handle the situation here." With that, she leaped from the upper floor without hesitation, enormous green leaves sprouting in the air to gently cradle her, safely lowering her to the first floor of the mall. Yunming leaned over the railing on the upper level, watching as Li Qingqing's figure gradually disappeared into the shadows of the mall. Suddenly, the glass on the side of the mall reflected his image, and only then did Yunming realize that his nose and ears were bleeding profusely. The crimson streaks trickling down his cheeks, staining his collar. He stared blankly at his blood-soaked face, a chill creeping into his heart. "How is this possible? I feel no pain at all," Yunming murmured, glancing down at the button clutched tightly in his hand. He recognized it. It had been detailed in the materials he had read about the Zero Sentinels, a survival device designed for those trapped in the Zero Calamity, capable of transporting only one person directly to the Zero Sentinel headquarters. Just as Yunming prepared to press the button, a strange voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Are you really going to give up? Give up the chance to unravel the secrets that lie within you. The voice was chilling and beguiling, striking at the very core of his being. Strangely, Yunming did not feel alarmed by the voice. Instead, a multitude of questions stirred within him. If I leave the Zero Calamity, will I still be able to see the otherworldly beings? Li Qingqing said that contracts are guided by family. Why has my mother never taken me? Just as Yunming pondered this, a sharp sound suddenly broke through his thoughts. He immediately became alert, turning to face the source of the noise. In the shadows of the corridor, a slender, spindly creature with limbs as thin as twigs was staring intently at him. The creature's head was nothing more than a hairless human skull. Devoid of color, with hollow eye sockets and mouth, lacking teeth, resembling the visage of a corpse. What is that? A tightness gripped Yunming's heart, a wave of cold washing over his spine. He instinctively took a step back, his heartbeat quickening. The monster noticed Yunming's gaze and instantly vanished into the shadows with remarkable speed. That is a deep ghost. The deep ghost, a malevolent spirit of the Zero Calamity, emerges when the calamity loses its master. Though the number of deep ghosts remains uncertain, they are known to track their targets by the scent of blood that it has fixated on me. Yunming realized that the blood on him might have attracted the deep ghost. Now was not the time to flee. Yunming murmured to himself. He then resolved to act, quickly descending the stairs, his eyes scanning for Li Qingqing's whereabouts. He followed the green plants sprouting along the mall's walls, remnants left by the otherworldly beings under Li Qingqing's control. Stepping over shattered glass and scattered goods, a new determination ignited within Yunming, not merely to escape, but to unravel the secrets hidden within him. At the end of the corridor, in the dim light, Yunming could faintly discern Li Qingqing's silhouette. Fortunately, she had not strayed far. He called out to her from a distance. Li Qingqing, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave? Yunming hurried closer, quickly surveying their surroundings. They remained inside the vast structure of the mall, now standing in a spacious atrium. Although it appeared safe, a subtle chill emanated from the shadows in the corners, inducing tension. Listen to me. I have seen the shelter, Yunming panted, speaking earnestly with an unprecedented resolve. Based on my deductions, the light rail station we passed was altered by the otherworldly beings. That must be the shelter. Li Qingqing squinted, scrutinizing him closely. Yunming's expression was intensely focused, his gaze unwavering, as if he had already made up his mind. Though Li Qingqing still harbored reservations, she ultimately sighed deeply. Are you feeling all right? Is there any discomfort? Her tone was laced with concern, her voice calm yet clearly acquiescing to Yunming's involvement. Yunming smiled confidently, patting his chest. Don't worry, I'm fine. As he spoke, he produced the mysterious button from his pocket, carefully showing it to Li Qingqing. Look, if danger arises, I will press it. I won't be a burden. Li Qingqing glanced at him, paused in silence for a moment, then removed a hairpin from her head and gently offered it to the little lizard perched on her shoulder. The small lizard opened its mouth and swallowed the hairpin, only to regurgitate it moments later, now covered in a thin layer of green mucilage. Take this, Li Qingqing said calmly, handing the hairpin to Yunming. This layer of mucilage can slow the erosion of the Zero Calamity on your body. Additionally, the leaves within the hairpin can protect you when necessary. Yunming hesitated for a moment before reaching out to accept the hairpin. The slimy texture sent a shiver down his spine, goosebumps rising instantly. He swallowed hard, trying to maintain a facade of nonchalance, yet the discomfort on his face betrayed him. Observing this, Li Qingqing's lips curved slightly. Unable to suppress a chuckle, however, she quickly resumed her serious demeanor, pointing toward the exit ahead. Follow me. I will take you to the light rail station. With that, she turned without hesitation and began walking forward. Yunming, not daring to lag behind, hurriedly followed, his steps slightly hurried. Unbeknownst to them, in the dim corners of the mall, several pale heads cautiously emerged, 3 or 4 deep ghosts silently observing their retreating figures. Meanwhile, the black mist otherworldly being that had unleashed the Zero Calamity positioned itself before the deep ghosts, its smoky form rapidly expanding, engulfing the other deep ghosts entirely, leaving only the smallest one behind. The black mist Otherworldly being grinned broadly, extending a hand from its murky body, pointing toward the path Yunming and Li Qingqing had traversed, prompting the remaining deep ghost to pursue them into the shadows. Chapter 5. I am Yunming. The mall had long been eroded by the power of the Zero Calamity, the once familiar terrain twisted beyond recognition, causing even Li Qingqing, a resident of District 26, to become disoriented in this chaotic space. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings in search of the correct direction. However, when they encountered a seemingly repetitive fork in the road once more, Yunming suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the ground. He crouched down, his fingers gently tracing the slender scratches on the surface of the tiles, his brow furrowing in concentration. These are the marks left by the deep ghosts. Have they followed us? He murmured to himself. Closely examining the scratches, the distinctive elongated shape and varying depths of the marks were unmistakably created by the deep ghosts, whose limbs are slender and sharp as daggers, leaving behind unique imprints as they traverse. Deep ghost? Li Qingqing, hearing this unfamiliar term, displayed a look of confusion. What else do you know? Yunming turned to her, raising an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. Was there no mention of deep ghosts in the Zero Sentinel curriculum? He countered Li Qingqing, caught off guard by his question, flushed slightly, her gaze drifting elsewhere as she mumbled, "The lessons covered a lot, but I didn't memorize everything." Seeing her reaction, Yunming couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You didn't just hear me mention it and—" Before he could finish, Li Qingqing immediately turned, hastily covering Yunming's mouth, urging him urgently, "Stop dawdling. Let us go. Deep ghosts generally do not attack unless provoked." Yunming stood frozen for a moment, then broke into a resigned smile. He shook his head, watching Li Qingqing's determined figure, and ultimately quickened his pace to catch up. The pair finally emerged from the mall, but what awaited them was not safety and tranquility, but a scene of utter chaos. Objects floated aimlessly in the air. Chairs, benches, and even shattered billboards spun about erratically. The sky above was shrouded by a black barrier, exuding a faint purple glow, as if imbued with some mysterious and sinister power. Intermittently flickering with eerie points of light, Yunming stood transfixed, his eyes locked onto the spectacle, a tempest of emotions raging within him. He had heard of the horrors of the Zero Calamity and had seen countless descriptions in the materials. Yet the scene before him felt oddly familiar, as if it had existed in a corner of his memory long before. "This is the Zero Calamity?" In Yunming's voice, a trace of uncontrollable excitement and confusion emerged. His eyes fixated on the world tainted by the mutation, an odd premonition gradually rising within him. Suddenly, a resounding bang shattered the silence, yet the anticipated voice of Li Qingqing remained conspicuously absent. The heavy doors of the building behind them trembled violently, and in the next instant, the stout iron doors were forcefully propelled, hurtling towards Li Qingqing like a cannonball. Li Qingqing. A heavy weight sank in Yunming's heart as he exclaimed in alarm. However, Li Qingqing had no time to react. The iron door collided fiercely with her body, sending her soaring through the air. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of the impact, her figure was instantaneously buried beneath the heavy door and the debris from the collapse. Dust billowed, obscuring any view of her condition. Yunming's heart raced, his gaze frantically scanning the ruins, desperately hoping to confirm that Li Qingqing was unharmed at that moment. A chilling, scraping sound reached his ears. As the dust gradually settled, what came into view on the exterior wall was a grotesque abyssal spirit, coiled upon the concrete surface. Its limbs, resembling sharp claws, dug into the reinforced concrete, clinging with eerie steadiness. Its form both bizarre and terrifying. The abyssal spirit's elongated eyes glinted with a cold light, curiously observing Yunming as if it were a predator sizing up its prey. Its body twisted and slithered along the wall with alarming speed. Akin to a massive cockroach, darting erratically, swiftly closing in on Yunming. "This is bad. It has set its sights on me." Yunming felt a tightening in his throat, a sudden wave of pressure enveloping him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The abyssal spirit's weakness was light, especially under strong sunlight, where its form could not be sustained. Yet, in this zero-disaster zone, the surrounding darkness was stifling. With only the bright light from the flashlight in his waist bag as a beacon, a flash of inspiration swept through Yunming's mind. He instinctively raised the corners of his mouth, reaching for his waist. Simultaneously, he silently prayed for Li Qingqing's safety. However, he could not risk going to her aid just yet. He needed to divert the abyssal spirit's attention to buy himself and Li Qingqing a chance to survive. Yuming quickly retreated in the direction away from Li Qingqing, attempting to create distance. Yet, the abyssal spirit's reaction was alarmingly swift. Its head twisted a full 360 degrees, locking onto his position in an instant. Then, with a sudden burst of power in its limbs, it lunged towards Yuming like a bolt of lightning. The speed of the abyssal spirit was terrifying. Yuming barely had time to turn and run. As the monster closed in, he could only instinctively leap backward, narrowly avoiding its pounce. His body landed half on the ground, legs trembling, and in his panic, he fumbled for the phone in his waist bag. Just as the abyssal spirit crawled up to him, Yuming swiftly operated his phone, activating the flashlight feature. A brilliant beam shot directly into the abyssal spirit's eyes. It emitted a piercing shriek, its crawling body momentarily paralyzed by the blinding light. Convulsing violently, seizing the opportunity, Yuming propped his phone on the ground, continuing to illuminate the abyssal spirit. He then gritted his teeth, pushing himself up and retreating with all his might, trying to increase the distance between himself and the creature. Taking advantage of this moment, Yuming quickly scanned his surroundings for anything that could emit strong light, and soon spotted a floating spotlight in the air. His gaze then darted back to the place where Li Qingqing was buried. Anxiety swelling within him, without a second thought, he dashed over, crouching down to desperately clear the rubble and debris that pinned her down. Just as he was frantically moving the stones, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the pile of debris. "Rascal! Stay back!" Yuming froze for a moment, halting his actions. Suddenly, a green light shone through the cracks in the rubble. He immediately realized that Li Qingqing was unharmed, dropping the stones he had been holding and without hesitation, leaped back. In an instant, a powerful force lifted the door and debris that had trapped Li Qingqing. A small tree breaking through the rubble, rapidly growing, its trunk flinging the heavy objects aside. Li Qingqing slowly stood up beside the small tree. Blood trickling down her left arm, the bright red liquid dripping from her wrist. She pressed her hand against her injured arm, calmly surveying her surroundings, her gaze landing on Yuming. What about that monster? A sudden tightness gripped his heart, and he clenched the hairpin Li Qingqing had given him earlier, acutely aware that the abyssal spirit could return at any moment. "Rascal, behind you!" Li Qingqing suddenly shouted. Its hind limbs were deeply embedded in the wall, its blade-like forelimbs raised high, poised to strike at Yuming's back. "Stop calling me rascal!" Yuming retorted amidst the peril in the blink of an eye. He hurled the hairpin towards the abyssal spirit. The hairpin transformed mid-air into a massive leaf, shielding against the creature's forelimbs. The abyssal spirit's blade-like limbs pierced fiercely into the leaf, which quickly entwined around it like vines, binding it tightly as if in handcuffs. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing swiftly utilized her otherworldly powers, commanding the leaves to sprout additional tendrils, wrapping around the abyssal spirit like countless vines, striving to buy time. Yuming seized this opportunity. Leaping towards the spotlight floating high above, gripping the lamp stand with determination, his hands quickly searching for the switch, he held his breath, eyes fixed on the abyssal spirit, silently praying. "Lucky," Yuming whispered in triumph, finally locating the switch and pressing it without hesitation. The battery-powered spotlight erupted into a blinding white light, illuminating the abyssal spirit. Within moments, the creature's colossal form began to disintegrate into dust, scattering with the wind. Yuming gasped for breath, half crouching as he set down the spotlight, wiping the sweat from his brow, saying, "I have a name. I'm Yunming." Chapter 6. Disaster Level S. With the abyssal spirit vanquished, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yunming adjusted the spotlight only to discover it had completely run out of power, a twinge of anxiety settling in his mind. If another abyssal spirit were to appear, they might not be so fortunate. At that moment, Li Qingqing approached, a hint of awkwardness on her face as she quietly said, "Thank you." She shyly turned her head away, unable to meet Yuming's gaze. He lowered his head to measure the strip of cloth size before reaching out to grasp her wrist. "Don't move." Yunming's voice remained calm as he patiently held her wrist, gently lifting her tattered sleeve. Indeed, a noticeable wound marred her arm, a result of the glass shards from earlier, bloodstains marring her skin. Yuming retrieved a small bottle of alcohol and cotton swabs from his waist bag, his movements natural and practiced, Li Qingqing gazed at him in confusion, unable to restrain her curiosity. Why do you carry these things with you? Oh, you mean this? Yuming replied casually. I used to get into scrapes as a child, often ending up injured. So I got into the habit of carrying a small bottle of alcohol just in case. As he spoke, he gently cleaned the wound on Li Qingqing's arm with the alcohol-soaked cotton swab. His touch was careful and steady, and upon finishing, he dabbed some alcohol on the torn cloth strip and meticulously bandaged her wound. Li Qingqing winced at the sting of the alcohol on her injury, biting her lips slightly, yet her eyes couldn't help but glance at Yunming. As she watched him concentrate, an unusual warmth surged within her, her cheeks flushing like a ripe red apple. Suddenly, Yuming looked up, noticing Li Qingqing's flushed face, his brow furrowing as he assumed she might have a fever. He reached out to check her forehead. Are you running a fever? No, it's fine, Li Qingqing exclaimed in a fluster, hastily pushing his hand away, her face turning even redder as she quickly turned to look elsewhere, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Let's continue searching for a refuge. She hurriedly shifted the topic, her voice trembling slightly. Yuming observed her retreating figure, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress a chuckle. Yunming, look quickly, Li Qingqing excitedly pointed ahead. Her voice filled with astonishment. Following her gaze, Yunming beheld the light rail station. Just as he had surmised, the light rail station had transformed into a refuge. His eyes penetrated the surface, clearly discerning the truth behind the special materials. The body of an otherworldly being was being utilized as support, its form faintly manifesting. Don't you see it? Li Qingqing beckoned from ahead. We're getting out. No sooner had her words fallen than a colossal hand descended from the sky, landing heavily upon the refuge. The entire entrance was instantly obliterated, debris flying, reduced to a heap of ruins. In Yunming's eyes, that hand shattered part of the otherworldly being, and the accompanying anguished cries pierced his eardrums. Danger! Yunming and Li Qingqing simultaneously cried out, alarm bells ringing in their minds as they swiftly drew closer to each other. They hid behind a building, hearts racing, quietly observing the massive hand through the shadows. The hand's back was covered in brown fur. Yunming's gaze trailed upward, locking in astonishment on the gigantic, otherworldly being that resembled a gibbon. Towering high above, over 20 meters, it loomed like an 8-story building, its deep-set eyes radiating both intelligence and ferocity, its exposed sharp teeth appearing even more menacing, the brown fur covering its body swaying gently in the breeze. The enormous, otherworldly being scanned the vicinity of the refuge, seemingly searching for something, occasionally murmuring to itself, its voice resonating in their ears like the roar of a colossal beast, deafeningly loud. Not here. Where are you hiding? A colossal entity scratched its head and suddenly cast a glance towards the two individuals, revealing a sinister smile. Mice? It took deliberate steps, each footfall resonating like a minor earthquake, instilling a sense of dread. Observing this, Li Qingqing swiftly instructed the small lizard perched on her shoulder to unleash its abilities. Although the little lizard appeared reluctant, it nonetheless turned and writhed, shedding its tail, which transformed into a perfect replica of Li Qingqing upon hitting the ground. This is, Yuming curiously scrutinized the doppelganger, unable to resist lifting its shirt, exposing smooth, delicate skin and a navel. Li Qingqing's face flushed instantly as she hastily pushed his hand away, adjusting her clothing with urgency, before forcefully propelling the replica towards the direction of the enormous entity. The imitation immediately bolted in another direction, successfully diverting the creature's attention, which turned to approach the decoy. They held their breath in anticipation until the tremors beneath them subsided. Only then did Li Qingqing and Yunming cautiously peek out from behind the building to assess their surroundings. It's a fur beast, disaster level S, first discovered in Area 11. How could it be here? Upon hearing Li Qingqing's information, Yunming recalled the previous encounter with the abyssal ghost, feeling a flicker of doubt. Wait. S-level entities can create zero disasters themselves, but the appearance of the abyssal ghost indicates that there is no zero disaster controller present. This means, Yunming turned to Li Qingqing and continued, the controller of this zero disaster is not the fur beast. There is another S-level or higher entity that has yet to reveal itself. What should we do? This is entirely beyond our capability to handle. Li Qingqing's voice trembled, evidently shaken by the dire situation. Having just begun her career days ago, she found herself embroiled in an S-level entity incident, and fear enveloped her. Observing Li Qingqing nearly collapse to the ground, Yunming shut his eyes, inhaled deeply, and quickly organized his thoughts. He retrieved a button from his pocket, pressed it without hesitation, and tossed it to Li Qingqing. Stunned, she was about to question Yunming's reasoning for returning the button when a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, tearing through the dark veil that obscured the sky and shining directly upon her. "Hey, Yunming, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "You lack a contract with an entity. You'll perish." Just as Li Qingqing was enveloped by the golden light, she cried out her last words, "Yunming, I want to see you emerge alive." A faint smile graced Yunming's lips as he watched the golden light dissipate into the horizon, until the black veil once again shrouded the sky. The fur beast, drawn by the golden radiance, turned its gaze toward the building, and with a single swipe, the entire structure collapsed like a house of cards. Damn. This method of transportation is far too conspicuous. Yunming had anticipated this, sprinting with all his might, nearly traversing half the city as the fur beast's low growl echoed behind him like a relentless nightmare. His body was already overwhelmed. The exertion far exceeded his limits, and his limbs felt utterly fatigued. Moments later, Yunming's vision blurred, sweat poured down his face, his throat felt as if it had swallowed shards of glass, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid at that moment. The earlier golden light must have attracted the attention of other Zero Guardians in the city. They had successfully evacuated ordinary citizens and were now pressing the buttons, causing multiple beams of golden light to appear in the sky, transporting them away. Upon seeing these lights, the fur beast abruptly halted, grinning wickedly and revealing its sharp teeth, before darting off in another direction. Seizing this opportunity, Yunming finally found a moment to catch his breath, leaning against the wall of a building, attempting to regain his composure and seek a safe haven. However, the urban landscape was already in utter chaos, with skyscrapers torn apart by the fur beast suspended in midair, obstructing his view. Just as Yunming was at a loss for direction, he heard that eerie voice again. "Well done. Only by driving her away can I?" Yunming shuddered, glancing down to see dark smoke seeping from his right hand and between his fingernails, causing him to retreat a few steps and crouch in front of a glass window. The reflection revealed his eyes, nose, and ears exuding black mist. In an instant, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the previously encountered shadowy entity. Chapter 7. Commander! This is impossible. Yunming gazed incredulously at his own reflection, feeling his physical sensations gradually fade as the black mist slowly coiled around him, devouring his consciousness. Boom! Just then, the towering building before him collapsed, and the massive fur beast lay sprawled on the ground, its deep black eyes glinting with cunning light as it grinned wickedly. "Ha ha ha, I found you." Before Yunming could react, the creature's enormous paw seized him, its crushing grip feeling as though he were being pressed into a mountain of stone. The force shattered the black mist surrounding him, inflicting excruciating pain, as if his ribs were fractured, penetrating his insides. Unable to contain himself, Yunming coughed up a mouthful of foul, viscous blood, crimson streaks trickling from the corner of his mouth. The intertwining sensations of exhaustion and agony rendered him incapable of resistance. And the scene before him blurred, his vision filled with a sea of AI in his daze. He saw the fur beast lift him high, its mouth agape, filled with sharp teeth, as if preparing to consume him. Am I to be devoured? A wave of despair washed over him, and Yunming wearily closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing was transported by the golden light to the Zero Guardian headquarters in Area 26. The metallic door of the medical room required a card to open, and as a newcomer, Li Qingqing felt out of place, anxiously leaning against the door, pounding on it and calling through the gap. There are still people in the Zero disaster. The team members behind her, witnessing her agitation, approached with impatience. "Miss, you must be new. The Zero disaster has occurred. By the time the God-level Zero Guardians arrive, ordinary people will have already turned into entities. Those who failed to reach the shelters in time can essentially be considered dead." Li Qingqing fell silent upon hearing this, her mind flooded with images of Yunming injured, as if she could see him bleeding from all orifices. A heavy weight settled in her heart, and her anxiety intensified. "Silence." Suddenly, a deep, resonant male voice commanded, and everyone immediately quieted, standing in neat rows and bowing toward the metallic door. As the door creaked open, a towering figure, standing 8 feet tall, strode in, his loose coat enveloping his muscular frame, a prominent scar marring his face, making him appear fearsome. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he quickly fixated on a trembling team member. Inciting his fury, "How could you allow such incompetence to infiltrate the ranks of the Zero Guardians?" the man bellowed, striking the individual in the abdomen with a punch so powerful it sent the hats of nearby team members flying. "The higher-ups are a bunch of fools," he unabashedly insulted, dismissing the authority of those above him, while the struck individual writhed on the ground in pain, not daring to utter a word of protest. The atmosphere in the medical room grew stiflingly tense as everyone lowered their heads in submission until a booming voice interrupted the man's authority. "Commander, I have something to report." All eyes turned to the source of the voice, which belonged to Li Qingqing, who spoke fearlessly. "Commander, there are still people in the Zero disaster." Her unwavering determination drew strange glances from those around her, while the man twisted his neck, pushing past the Zero Guardians in front of him, slowly approaching Li Qingqing, his imposing figure completely overshadowing her. "What did you say? I couldn't hear you." "Commander," Li Qingqing gulped, continuing, "there are still people in the Zero disaster. We must send a rescue team." The man raised a massive hand and placed it on Li Qingqing's shoulder. The anticipated fury was absent, replaced instead by hearty laughter. "This young lady has courage. Follow me." He snapped his fingers, and several team members clad in black, white-gloved hands rushed out, carrying a white iron box used for detecting entities. All remaining personnel must synchronize their contracts with entities. Anyone below 20 is to be expelled from the Zero Guardians, the man commanded, gesturing for Li Qingqing to follow him before turning to exit the medical room. As the metallic door closed, a cacophony of complaints and curses erupted within. "No, you can't expel me. I have nothing else. That is the policy from above. You have no authority to expel anyone." Li Qingqing followed closely behind Li Hu, arriving at the command center, where two individuals in black stood guard, their expressions grave. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Hu, commander of the Zero Guardians in Area 26. The situation is urgent, so I'll be brief." Li Hu's voice was deep and powerful as he retrieved his ID card from his pocket and pressed it against the access panel. The door emitted a crisp beep and swung open. Upon entering the command center, Li Qingqing sensed an atmosphere of urgency. The room was spacious and stark, with a massive holographic map directly opposite her, flickering with various data and alerts, depicting the current state of the Zero disaster. Beside the map stood another figure, tall and lean, with tousled azure hair. Though somewhat robust, his silhouette resembled that of a beauty. He turned to reveal a haggard face, the stubble and dark circles under his eyes betraying his prolonged fatigue. "Li Hu, you've finally arrived. With a disaster of this magnitude, how is it that the security efforts in Area 26 are so utterly inadequate?" The tone of Tsang Yun was laced with urgency and dissatisfaction. To the Zero Guardians, Li Hu should have been a figure of authority, yet he bowed his head, appearing somewhat helpless. Rubbing the back of his head, he explained, "Don't even mention it. A bunch of rookies with no combat experience." However, she claims there are still people trapped in the Zero disaster. Li Hu stepped aside to grant Li Qingqing a position, signaling her to speak with his gaze. "Report, officer. My friend Yun Ming is currently trapped inside," Li Qingqing said urgently, her voice filled with anxiety. "Yun Ming." Tsang Yun's expression instantly turned grave as he quickly marked several locations on the holographic map. The terrain variation of this Zero disaster wave is approximately 20. Excluding the hospital and the gymnasium, you should be at the light rail station and the mall from your starting point. Move. We must set off. Tsang Yun swiftly analyzed the situation and made a decisive call without hesitation. With a flick of his hand, he appeared resolute and commanding. Leaving no room for doubt, Li Qingqing felt a surge of gratitude but wished to follow, only to be halted by Tsang Yun's piercing gaze. "Little girl, you stay here. This is an S-level anomaly zone. Going there is tantamount to walking into death." Tsang Yun's voice was merciless, and Li Qingqing felt a pang of disappointment, yet her concern for Yun Ming overshadowed her feelings. Li Hu hastily followed Tsang Yun as they exited the command room, the atmosphere thick with urgency. Tsang Yun's brow was furrowed, his face a mask of fatigue and unease. As he walked, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, if anything happens to Yun Ming, Yanhua will surely flay me alive." The mere thought of Yanhua's volatile temper sent a chill down Tsang Yun's spine, intensifying his anxiety. As the foremost powerhouse of the Zero Guards, Yanhua's reputation was well known throughout the organization, and Yunming's unique status only added to Songyun's pressure. The eldest sister's adopted son is Yunming? Li Hu asked in astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation from Songyun's anxious demeanor. It's confidential. Just keep it to yourself and don't speak of it indiscriminately, Songyun warned in a hushed tone. Tinged with unease, he knew that if Yunming's identity were to be exposed, not only would Yanhua be enraged, but the entire high command of the Zero Guards would descend into chaos. Before they could finish their conversation, they arrived at the escape passage beneath District 26, the underground passage connected to the shelter, originally designed for the swift evacuation of personnel in emergencies. However, the sight before them caused their hearts to sink. The exit had been completely destroyed, cracks spiderwebbing across the walls, and traces of anomalous corrosion littering the ground. Songyun crouched down to inspect the damaged exit, his expression growing even more serious. From the signs of destruction, an S-level anomaly has passed through here, Songyun speculated, an ominous premonition rising within him. Yunming's situation? I fear the worst. As he uttered these words, his voice was low and resigned. Li Hu stood silently beside him, his fists clenched tightly. He understood that once targeted by an S-level anomaly, survival was almost impossible. Yet, he also realized that regardless of Yunming's whereabouts, they had to exert every effort to rescue him. Chapter 8. The fated contract. In this inferno-like urban landscape, a black barrier isolated everything, while enormous spatial rifts in the distant sky continuously birthed various anomalous entities. They soared through the air, swiftly descending upon the buildings below with guttural howls, ruthlessly demolishing every structure and street in their path. The remaining survivors on the streets fled in all directions, but many were slaughtered by the anomalies before they could reach safety, leaving only their anguished cries echoing in the air. More were painfully collapsing on the streets, their spirits eroded by the Zero disaster, their consciousness fading, bodies gradually mutating, ultimately transforming into those terrifying anomalies. Joining the fray of madness in a dim corridor, a mother huddled in the shadows with her crying infant. She pressed herself against the cold wall, attempting to shield her child from the horrors outside. However, the infant had long succumbed to the Zero disaster's corruption, its tiny body slowly changing, skin turning ashen, eyes bloodshot. The once soft cries morphed into low growls, ultimately transforming into a malformed, juvenile anomaly. The air was thick with the scent of burning and gunpowder when suddenly, a colossal furry beast appeared in the middle of the street. Its body was matted with dense fur, eyes glinting with cruel light like brass bells, and its mouth stretched wide, revealing sharp fangs. The beast casually swiped its massive claws, effortlessly toppling the mother's hiding place. I leaned down, gazing mockingly at the trembling mother, its shrill voice dripping with malice. Mouse, how amusing! Yunming, carelessly discarded by the beast, lay unconscious, numerous wounds marring his body, blood staining the ground. The beast paid no heed to Yunming's fate, instead extending a finger and forcefully pressing it against the mother's head, pinning her brutally against the wall. The mother let out a pained wail, yet her hands remained protective over her infant, desperately resisting. The beast squinted its eyes, a grin widening, as it carefully extracted the infant from the mother's embrace. Hee, this little anomaly is rather interesting. Unperturbed by the mother's struggles, it pressed down with its finger, and with a sickening crack, the mother's skull exploded against the wall, blood splattering the vicinity. The beast coldly chuckled as it cradled the infant in its palm, effortlessly tearing open a spatial rift and tossing the baby inside. Then, it threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar, using its hands to brace itself against the buildings as it climbed like a giant ape, vanishing into the depths of the inferno. Yunming lay motionless on the ground, his life force flickering weakly. The black smoke, scattered by the beast, began to entwine around him once more. Why did you choose to become a Zero Guard? Yunming felt a chill envelop him, consciousness wavering between clarity and oblivion. He forced his eyes open, finding himself sprawled on the shattered ground. Thick black mist surrounded him, coiling around his wounded body as if it were attempting to slowly mend his torn muscles and bones. What is this? Regaining a semblance of awareness, Yunming struggled to turn his head and survey his surroundings. What met his gaze was a grotesque mass of flesh splattered against the wall, a twisted amalgamation of blood and shattered innards. He froze, his mind blank, until the acrid stench of blood assaulted him, making him realize that it was a body reduced to pulp. That was a person. Nausea surged like a wave, rising in Yunming's throat, and the pain in his insides became unbearable. He coughed violently, spewing bile and blood onto the ground. Kneeling there, he pressed his palm against his chest, the harsh sounds of his coughing echoing painfully in the silent ruins. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, he gritted his teeth, his heart trembling in fear. The flesh on the wall, the mangled body silently reminded him that he was in hell. The world before him was no longer the realm of humanity, but a playground for anomalies. The shadows around him began to stir, and Yunming struggled to rise, strange noises echoing behind him. The abyssal ghosts, terrifying creatures lurking in the darkness, emerged like hounds sensing blood, their pale eyes piercing through the shadows. Their emaciated bodies, with limbs as sharp as blades, crept closer to Yunming, as if awaiting the moment to tear him apart. "Why did you choose to become a zero guard?" That cold voice resonated again, laced with endless mockery and curiosity. At this moment, Yunming understood that the voice did not originate from the external world, but rather from the black mist surrounding his body. The mist silently roamed over him, as if urging him on. His heart waged a fierce internal battle, pain and fear intertwining. Yet this time, he gritted his teeth. Slowly lifting his gaze to the blood-stained wall, determination solidifying in his eyes, "I will eradicate all the malevolent anomalies." His voice emerged from his throat, filled with heart-wrenching fury and despair. "Not a single one shall remain." This cry seemed to ignite the air around him, drawing all anomalies towards him, the abyssal ghosts fully materializing from the shadows, their ghastly forms flickering in the firelight. They gazed at Yunming with ravenous hunger, their sharp claws itching to shred him to pieces. The black mist gradually coalesced, ultimately taking the form of a silhouette. It was a slender woman whose presence instantly chilled the air, clad in a black bodysuit adorned with lightweight armor. Her long ebony hair swayed gently with her movements, a pair of black demonic horns glinting ominously above her head. Her eyes gleamed a blood-red hue, and her lips curled into a teasing smile. Revealing a small, sharp canine, "I have heard your plea," she spoke, her voice deep and seductive, tinged with a hint of mischief and danger. "Let us forge a contract." Her voice, akin to a whisper, carried an overwhelming authority that rendered all anomalies powerless, forcing them to kneel in reverence. Even Yunming felt the weight of this force, struggling for breath, his body collapsing to the ground like a blade of grass felled by the wind. "You are quite trustworthy." She leaned down, her face close to Yunming's ear, her tone soft yet laced with a chilling edge. She placed a semi-transparent sheet before him, on which were emblazoned the words, "Fated Contract." A flicker of panic and doubt coursed through Yunming's heart. The woman gently brushed her fingers over his hand, tenderly lifting it to the paper, as if conducting a solemn ritual. "Press down," her voice urged, compelling him to hold his breath, his heart racing as he contemplated the choice before him. After taking a deep breath, he pressed his thumb onto the designated signing spot at the bottom of the paper. As soon as the contract was signed, it ignited in fierce flames, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that dissipated into the air. The woman revealed a satisfied smile, which then transformed into a swirling black mist, entwining around Yunming's right arm and leaving behind several eerie black patterns, as if fate itself had been inscribed upon his skin. "Entrust your body to me, and I shall assist you in overcoming this crisis." Yunming closed his eyes, feeling the black mist flow within him, a power quietly burgeoning within his being. "Could it be that I am bound to such a spirit?" he pondered incredulously. Although he could no longer sense his own body, his limbs began to move of their own accord. Chapter 9. "He is mine. You shall not touch him." Injured, Yunming slowly rose to his feet. In an instant, his gray-white hair turned jet black, rapidly lengthening to his waist, while the bloodstains on him transformed into white steam, dissipating silently. Synchronization rate 80, fusion value 80. The once dormant consciousness of Yunming lay asleep, now under the control of the ethereal woman, as if his body had been bestowed with a new life and vigor. The black mist coalesced around him, forming a lightweight suit of black armor, while his eyes sparkled with mysterious magic as he surveyed the spirits kneeling before him. Under his gaze, these spirits instantly disintegrated into dust, merging with the surrounding black mist as if welcoming a new sovereign in this long-lost human world. Yuming raised his head and took a deep breath, sensing the air thick with decay and despair. Gathering black mist in his hands, he gradually shaped it into a grotesque black mask. The mask flickered in the interplay of light and shadow, exuding a disquieting aura. The heavy weight of existence descends. Silence now. As he donned the mask, the air around him became instantly still, the shadowy specters vanishing as if expelled by an invisible force. The black barrier of the sky trembled violently, while the fissures in space were cloaked by the rising black smoke. Calming the tumult, Yunming spread his arms and gently leaped, ascending into the high skies, gazing down upon the entire area engulfed in chaos. Wherever his gaze fell, flames and turmoil intertwined, the ruins quickly shrouded in silence by the black mist. At the edge of the chaos, the creature known as Maogwai sat atop a tall building, casually snapping off a chunk of concrete and hurling it at the black barrier, only to find that the debris did not collide, but instead caused the barrier to expand. Crashing heavily to the ground, boundless within, Maogwai grinned wickedly, seizing a passing spirit and devouring it as if it were a mere snack. Just as it reveled in the fiery landscape, the encroaching black mist captured its attention, causing Maogwai's eyes to widen in shock that a figure plummeted from the sky with astonishing speed. It was Yunming. He descended like a bullet, launching a powerful kick toward the ground. Maogwai reached out to block, yet Yunming slipped past its arm, landing firmly on the street. The injured Maogwai's arm erupted in green blood, corroding the earth around it as if attacked by potent acid. You? This aura belongs to the master of another realm? Impossible! Maogwai gazed at Yunming, now enveloped in black mist, suddenly comprehending the situation, a mocking grin spreading across its face. How has our queen fallen to this state? As it spoke, Maogwai leapt from the high building, slamming both hands to the ground, causing cracks to spread across the street, from which packs of spirit hounds emerged, charging furiously toward Yunming. Clad in the mask, Yunming gripped the gathering black mist, slowly forming a long blade. Its dark blade emanating an eerie blue glow, akin to the hellfire of the underworld, fixed upon the approaching hounds. Without uttering a word, Yunming transformed into a shadow, weaving through the hounds, the blade flashing as several blue blade images rained down upon them. Before the hounds could react, their bodies were shredded to pieces, remnants scattered amidst the suffocating black mist, resembling a tragic feast. "Kneel," he commanded, his voice piercing through the very soul. Maogwai felt its heart seize, its massive form collapsing to the ground in submission. When Maogwai finally raised its head, Yunming had soared into the air, a pair of black wings formed from the gathered mist unfurling behind him. Resembling an angel of darkness, the surrounding space cracked open, a powerful suction drawing the misty giant hand apart, gradually dispersing. Just as Maogwai was on the brink of being entirely crushed, it cleverly opened another fissure and swiftly dove inside. Escaping, Yunming gazed at the empty street, realizing his current power could not be fully manifested, unable to eradicate Maogwai completely. Meanwhile, the collapsed shelter erupted in a thunderous explosion, creating an exit through which Li Hu and Song Yun quickly emerged. "Li Hu, your explosive abilities are remarkably convenient," Song Yun remarked, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he began to assess the surroundings. The corpses scattered across the street and the rampaging spirits darkened his brow. The extent of devastation wrought by this catastrophe was truly staggering. Li Hu sighed nearby, his gaze following closely. Just as they peered out, an ethereal hound suddenly lunged at them from behind, initiating a surprise attack. Song Yun retrieved his spirit detection device, preparing to identify the master of the calamity. In the meantime, Li Hu nonchalantly tossed a rock, striking the hound, which promptly exploded, scattering its remains across the ground. Song Yun examined the readings on his device, the value skyrocketing, only to display garbled data moments later. Frustrated, he tossed the instrument to Li Hu, the ground beneath him crackling with electricity as he leaped into the air. From his elevated vantage point, Song Yun noticed another district shrouded in dense black smoke, emanating a terrifying pressure from the spirits within. "We must act decisively," he declared, a green dragon materializing on his shoulder. As it fluttered around him, Song Yun became enveloped in azure energy, granting him the ability to soar through the clouds. He quickly flew towards the area cloaked in black mist, urgency flooding his heart. The scene before him evoked an unprecedented sense of peril. The thick black fog seemed to consume everything in its path, accompanied by the faint growls of spirits. Song Yun's resolve hardened. He silently vowed to locate Yunming as swiftly as possible, ensuring his safety. While navigating through the dense black mist, a deafening hum suddenly resonated in his ears, as if the very world were trembling. The black barrier encompassing District 26 shattered, sunlight streaming through the ruptured clouds, swiftly dissipating the black mist and sending a jolt of surprise through Song Yun. Having fought in the Zero battle for many years, he had never witnessed the shattering of the Zero calamity barrier. A wave of relief washed over him as he gradually descended beside Yunming, bending down to examine his injuries closely. Internally damaged, with only a few superficial scratches on the surface, he mused that a healer should be able to mend him. I'm still alive," he muttered self-deprecatingly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Hearing this, the doctor, Dai Lan, let out a gentle laugh, her voice like a soft breeze rustling through treetops, infused with warmth and encouragement. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, adjusted her glasses, and straightened her posture, her confident demeanor instantly captivating attention. "Hello, Mr. Yuming, I am your attending physician, Dai Lan. Here is your injury report." She approached, handing him the document, and continued, "Under Lord Song Yun's orders, I will do my utmost to heal you." "Well," Dai Lan said softly, a playful glimmer dancing in her eyes, that time. "I indeed found your treatment quite challenging. Yet your body displayed an astonishing ability for self-healing. I suspect this is linked to the spirit you have contracted with." Yunming furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the dark mist and that mysterious power during the contract. "Please rest well, Mr. Yunming. I shall return in a couple of days to check on your condition. If your recovery progresses swiftly, you may be discharged earlier." Dai Lan gathered the report, her gaze gentle yet resolute. As Yunming lowered his head to examine the injury report, Dai Lan's voice resonated again. "Both physical and emotional wounds require time to heal. Here are some precautions to take during your recuperation period. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further." Just then, Dai Lan seemed to recall something, her expression betraying a hint of fluster. She hurriedly searched her person and produced a piece of paper held together by a heavy iron clip. In her haste, as she attempted to unfold the paper, the weighty end fell against her chest. This action evidently made her aware of its inappropriateness, as a rosy hue instantly colored her cheeks. Lowering her head, she appeared to be striving to conceal her embarrassment. She quickly handed the precautions to Yunming, then bid a hasty farewell, leaving the room with a touch of shyness. Yunming stood momentarily stunned, grasping the paper that still bore a faint trace of Dai Lan's delicate fragrance, subtly wafting towards his nostrils. This subtle aroma left him somewhat bewildered, and for a brief moment, he found himself in a daze. Suddenly, a crisp voice filled with discontent pierced the air. "You little rascal, stop getting carried away. She's just a doctor. What is so mesmerizing about her?" He hastily tossed the paper onto the bedside cabinet, a surge of embarrassment and helplessness swelling within him. Yet, in the next breath, he pondered, where did that voice come from? He scanned the room with a vigilant gaze until his eyes landed on the windowsill. There, perched a small, dark, mist-like entity resembling a rolling cloud, standing on two slender legs. The dark mist swayed gently, exuding an air of peculiarity and arrogance. "Who are you?" Yunming inquired, his voice tinged with caution. The dark mist suddenly straightened its tiny form, crossing its arms and emitting a proud snicker. "Humph, tremble, mortal. I am the mightiest being from another realm, the legendary Empress of the Otherworld." The dark mist proclaimed its grand identity with an undeniable confidence, seemingly awaiting Yunming's odd reaction. However, the disparity between its imposing declaration and its diminutive size left Yunming both amused and bewildered. "Empress of the Otherworld?" Yunming mused internally, recognizing that this small dark mist exuded a familiar aura, closely resembling the mist he encountered during their contract. Despite its petite form, the pressure it emanated was not to be underestimated. Yunming's vigilance gradually eased, yet confusion lingered. "Are you the one with whom I signed the contract?" The dark mist nodded with self-satisfaction. "Indeed. I am the magnificent Empress of the Otherworld. Human, you possess an extraordinary spirit and remarkable will. To contract with me and harness my power to quell calamities is indeed an honor." Ming found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at the self-proclaimed Empress with mixed emotions. Although the small dark mist appeared endearing, he understood that this entity was far more formidable than it seemed. "Very well, Your Excellency. Why did you seek to contract with me?" Ming asked, surprisingly calm. Eager to uncover the intentions of this unexpected Empress, "I was betrayed by treacherous beings and require a refuge to regain my strength." "And you happen to meet my needs, then. Could you first clarify what occurred after I contracted with you? Why can I not recall anything after the calamity?" The small dark mist crossed its arms, donning an enigmatic expression. "Humph, that was the liberation of the otherworldly essence. If your power is sufficient, you can wield it freely. However, your body is too weak, and thus you cannot dominate your consciousness post-liberation." The small dark mist gracefully leaped onto Ming's head, tapping his forehead with its tiny finger. In that instant, a sharp pain erupted from his forehead, spreading like a prickling sensation throughout his body. His body stiffened involuntarily, the pain surging through him like an electric current. Struggling to utter a few words, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, cascading down and soaking his hospital gown. The torment intensified, as if countless needles were piercing every inch of his muscles, rendering him nearly breathless. The small dark mist hopped down from Ming's head, hovering before him with an air of superiority. It raised its hand, speaking in a tone both youthful and somewhat indifferent. "The dark mist can expedite the healing of your body, but every action bears a cost. The pain that is due will not dissipate. It will only accumulate and double. You are fortunate this time. Otherwise, the sheer agony alone could have been fatal." Ming felt a heavy weight settle in his chest upon hearing this, gritting his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead as he clutched the blanket tightly. The pain surged like relentless waves, crashing against his nerves. Each breath felt like a tearing sensation in his chest, as if every bone within him protested in excruciating agony. He closed his eyes, striving to endure the torment, his mind momentarily blank, saturated only with the raw sensation of pain engulfing his entire world. After what felt like an eternity, the pain finally began to subside. And Ming felt as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. "Oh, you have a name? How should I address you?" he panted, lifting his gaze to the small dark mist. The dark mist hovered in midair, still regarding Ming with an aloof demeanor. Its inky form resembled a solidified cloud, shimmering with an ominous glow, much like a proud monarch surveying its subjects. "Call me Your Excellency, the Empress." The dark mist's voice resonated with an undeniable authority and confidence, as if this were its rightful title. Hearing this, Ming felt a wave of resignation wash over him, his brow furrowing in impatience. While this small dark mist had aided in his recovery, its haughty and indifferent tone irritated him. The pain still lingered, and coupled with the air of arrogance, it rendered him unexpectedly agitated. In a moment of impulsiveness, he abruptly extended his hand and seized the dark mist before him. To his astonishment, as Ming squeezed, the once ethereal black mist burst apart like a balloon, transforming into countless delicate wisps that dissipated into the air. Ming instinctively froze, yet his fingers brushed against something tangible within the mist, encountering an exceptionally soft and slippery texture, as if he had grasped an extraordinarily delicate and fragile creature. "Why is it so soft?" A flicker of confusion crossed Ming's mind, feeling somewhat absurd. As he looked down at his hand, he began to speculate. Could there be something concealed within this dark mist? Just then, the mist completely dissipated, revealing a petite woman roughly the size of a palm. She was dainty and well-proportioned, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her curves, her delicate face adorned with an expression of surprise and embarrassment. It was then that Ming realized his fingers were inadvertently pressing against her. Even Qing Lan's face flushed crimson in an instant, her voice trembling with unease. "Don't I am Qing Lan. Release me quickly." At that moment, Ming became acutely aware that he was holding a self-proclaimed Empress of the Otherworld. Yet now, Qing Lan, faced with him, had lost her usual haughty demeanor, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Even carrying a note of pleading, her diminutive form struggled futilely against his grip, particularly as his fingers inadvertently pressed against her sensitive areas, rendering her powerless to resist. What is happening?" Ming felt a surge of panic. His face burning, heart racing, He quickly loosened his grip, as if electrocuted, realizing the magnitude of his offense, overwhelming regret and guilt flooding his heart. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. In a flurry of anxiety, he wore a look of trepidation, never having anticipated that the situation would escalate into such an awkward predicament. Once Yun Ming released her, Qing Lan swiftly retreated a few paces, regaining her composure. Although the flush on her face remained, and her breath was slightly uneven, she shot Yun Ming a fierce glare. Though she said little, her gaze was rife with complex emotions, embarrassment, helplessness, and a touch of bewilderment. Humph, should you dare to treat me lightly again, you will bear the consequences. Qing Lan attempted to maintain an air of aloofness, her voice laced with a hint of threat, yet her demeanor appeared somewhat weakened. Yun Ming, witnessing her reaction, could only lower his head in further embarrassment, silently vowing never to find himself in such a predicament again. He hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean it, forget it. I won't hold it against you. Qing Lan replied softly, then swiftly motioned with her hands before the dispersing dark mist. Instantly, the mist reformed, enveloping her once more into her previous small, dark cloud-like state. As she vanished before Yun Ming, all that remained was a faint trace of her lingering scent in this peculiar atmosphere. The sound of the door creaking open resonated, and Yen Hua entered with a beaming face. Dressed in a flowing dress and carrying a basket of fruits, she radiated the warmth and concern unique to a mothered Minger. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the heaviness in the room. As she placed the fruits on the bedside table, a bloodstain inadvertently revealed itself on the back of her hand. After so many days, you finally woke up. You truly scared your mother, she exclaimed. Her face etched with worry. Let me see how well you've recovered. Gently taking Yun Ming's bandaged hand in hers, her eyes brimmed with maternal affection. How many days have I been unconscious? Yun Ming's heart raced, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. Since the day you were rescued, it has been 7 days, including today. Panic surged within him. The zero-number guard registration had commenced the day before yesterday. And if he didn't hurry, he would be late. He hastily rose from the bed, desperate to put on his shoes. You mustn't go. Focus on your recovery. Your life is far more important than zero-number guard. Her tone was resolute, a hint of maternal authority gleaming in her eyes. But I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Yun Ming's face betrayed his anxiousness, while a mix of helplessness and confusion clouded his expression. Minger, Yen Hua took a deep breath, her tone softening. You have sustained serious injuries. Your first priority should be to ensure a complete recovery. The zero-number guard can wait. Your life is paramount. You can go. But there is no need to rush. I have arranged for your start date to be postponed. Came a voice from the doorway. It was Tsang Yun, his appearance slightly disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes, dried blood on his nose, and a swollen lip, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Yun Ming was taken aback, feeling a flicker of recognition in Tsang Yun's voice, thinking to himself, this man is a friend of my mother. Could it be that his current state is a result of her influence? He glanced again at the bloodstain on Yen Hua's hand, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Tsang Yun, yet unable to suppress a smile. Who are you? I am the commander of the zero-number guard in District 27. You need not worry about what I say, Tsang Yun responded, his swollen lip making his words somewhat unclear. Didn't I tell you not to come in? You? Yen Hua's temper flared, her hair nearly igniting with rage, but ultimately she quelled her anger for Yun Ming's sake, merely pinching Tsang Yun's side. Cough. Your mother is right. Recovery is the priority. I will ensure everything regarding the zero-number guard is arranged, so you needn't worry. Tsang Yun feigned calmness, striving to maintain a professional demeanor. All right, Minger, rest well. You can go once you're discharged. Yen Hua concluded, hastily pulling Tsang Yun's sleeve as if to whisk him away for something of great importance. Before leaving, Tsang Yun gave Yun Ming a thumbs up, seemingly indicating that he was fine and that there was no need for concern. It appeared that his mother was indeed a formidable zero-number guard, but why had she never disclosed this to him? Yun Ming pondered, watching as his mother and Tsang Yun's figures gradually faded from sight. With the worries of registration behind him, he reclined once more on the hospital bed, propping his legs up as he contemplated scrolling through his phone. However, upon rummaging through his belongings, his eyes widened in horror. Oh no, I threw my phone away. Now, the entire hospital room fell into a state of utter boredom. a catastrophic blow to someone like him, who thrived on late-night activities. Suddenly, the little black mist, Qing Lan, reappeared, perched atop Yun Ming's abdomen. Yawning exaggeratedly, "What are you doing? Don't disturb my rest. You have no idea. These days will be exceedingly dull," Yun Ming lamented, covering his head with a pillow. Qing Lan, however, remained unfazed, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. With a mischievous grin, she leaped onto the windowsill, her black mist morphing into a small sofa. She reclined languidly upon it, exuding an air of leisure. "In fact, your injuries have long since healed." Yun Ming sat up immediately, urgency lacing his voice. "Then why can't I be discharged?" "Because I need you to enhance your physical strength during these days. You wouldn't want to falter at a crucial moment, would you? There will be plenty of life and death battles ahead," Qing Lan declared earnestly, snapping her fingers. Instantly, several tendrils of black mist coalesced into a solid form, transforming into a powerful black long knife that floated before Yun Ming, emanating a chilling aura. This is the Mist Xian blade. Crafted from condensed black mist, striking silently and without a trace, its power determined by the wielder's strength. You may wish to give it a try. Qing Lan spoke with confidence, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. As Yun Ming excitedly grasped the hilt, the black mist entwined around the blade sprang to life, swiftly coiling around his hand like chains, binding him tightly and rendering him unable to escape. Yun Ming felt a surge of alarm, sensing an unsettling force emanating from the hilt that seemed to draw away his strength. His limbs felt hollow, as if all vitality was being siphoned away, leaving him utterly drained. Just as he attempted to resist, the Mist Xian blade unleashed a powerful gust, propelling him backward, and he collapsed helplessly onto the floor, the air around him growing oppressively heavy. The knife voraciously consumed the remnants of his strength until, bereft of energy, it dissipated into black mist. "See?" Qing Lan's voice carried a note of triumph as she snapped her fingers again, the black mist swirling until the Mist Xian blade reappeared in the air. Panting, Yun Ming struggled to lift his head, filled with frustration and helplessness. The Mist Xian blade absorbs strength to test your limits. Your body must meet a certain standard to wield it. Qing Lan's expression was serious, yet her tone playful. "It seems I shall subject you to rigorous training these days before you can master it." Chapter 12. You are also in District 29? Following this, Qing Lan devised a month-long high-intensity training regimen for Yun Ming, aimed at pushing his body to its limits in a short span of time. She closely monitored his exercises, stealthily infusing diluted black mist into the air whenever Yun Ming focused on his workout, allowing him to inhale it. The minuscule particles within the black mist fused with his cells, gradually enhancing his physical capabilities, pushing him closer to the boundaries of human potential. Throughout the ensuing days, Qing Lan kept a vigilant eye on Yun Ming, even removing all entertainment devices, forcing him to concentrate solely on his training. After each routine check by the nurse, Yun Ming would exercise within the confines of his room. However, this relentless regimen only heightened his stress, especially as Qing Lan ceased to cloak herself in her usual black mist. "Why do you always close your eyes when exerting yourself?" Qing Lan inquired curiously. Lazily floating before him with her legs crossed, Yun Ming, however, was engulfed in turmoil, unable to meet her gaze before him. Qing Lan, clad in a fitted outfit, appeared diminutive yet strikingly alluring, a sight undeniably overwhelming for a young man brimming with youthful vigor. "Would you like to see?" Qing Lan asked nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the effect she had on him. "No, no. Form is emptiness." Yun Ming wrestled internally, caught in a web of conflict, ultimately succumbing to the urge to open his eyes. As their gazes met, his body reacted instinctively, adrenaline surging as he lifted the weights with newfound vigor. Qing Lan possessed the ability to hear Yun Ming's thoughts, yet her lack of understanding in that regard rendered her oblivious to his inner turmoil. She merely assumed that Yun Ming felt remorse for his previous indiscretions. The notion that this young man might work harder and focus more intently because of her presence filled her with a sense of pride. "Yun Ming, keep striving. Once you can wield the Mist Xian blade, I shall grant you a reward." Upon hearing the word reward, Yun Ming excitedly dropped the weights, eagerly anticipating the transformations that lay ahead. Just then, the door swung open, and Dai Lan entered with an air of delight. "Mr. Yun Ming, you can proceed with your discharge paperwork today." As Dai Lan entered, she was met with the sight of Yun Ming's bare upper body. His well-defined muscles and prominent abs left her momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing and heart racing. Her voice trembled slightly as she nervously fiddled with her braid, unable to meet Yun Ming's gaze. "When I examined you a few days ago, you didn't look like this. How did you achieve such a transformation?" "This is a trial, the moment for a homebody to evolve into a zero-number guard," he replied, taking the paperwork from Dai Lan with one hand while wiping the sweat from his brow with the other, striding confidently toward the exit. Dai Lan watched Yun Ming's retreating figure, adjusting her glasses, her heart swelling with a mix of admiration and reflection. Upon reaching the lobby, Yun Ming completed the discharge formalities, inhaling deeply as he reflected on the challenges of the past days. Just as he was about to step outside, Yin Hua had been waiting outside for quite some time. As the automatic doors opened, a grand procession of vehicles came into view, the disciplined zero-number guards following closely behind. "Welcome, young master." The rows of zero-number guards swiftly parted, bowing in unison. Instantly, the attention of the entire central hospital converged here, with many peering out from the upper floors to witness the spectacle. "Mother, what is this?" Yun Ming was taken aback by the scene, instinctively retreating a few steps. "Minger, I have contemplated this for a long time. Since you have become a zero-number guard, I think it's time I clarified some matters with you." "Minger, I have come to fetch you." Her voice boomed, exuding an aura of authority. "The legendary first zero-number guard, didn't Zhuge retire?" "Yin Hua, I am your dog. Is that the legendary inferno capable of single-handedly hunting down S-rank aberrations?" In an instant, the entire hospital was abuzz with excitement as people poured out to witness the splendor of Yin Hua, while the Zero Guardians stood in line, diligently preventing unrelated individuals from approaching. "Mother, I had thought about it, but..." Yun Ming slowly exited the lobby, only to see Yin Hua with outstretched arms, beckoning him to embrace her. "The weight of your identity is astonishing," he marveled inwardly, codenamed Zhuge. This was a significant topic in the assessment of the Zero Guardians. Those with codenames were all heroes who had once saved humanity. After a moment of hesitation, he succumbed to the warmth of Yin Hua's embrace. "Mother, please, when I start my new position, let us not be so ostentatious." Yun Ming whispered close to Yin Hua's ear, his heart already brimming with embarrassment. Yin Hua merely nodded silently, turning to point at a black sedan parked behind them. Following her lead, Yun Ming settled into the back seat, where Tsang Yun was at the wheel. "Hey, big sister, how does this grand welcome suit you?" Tsang Yun remarked smugly, casting glances at Yin Hua in the rearview mirror. Yin Hua crossed her arms, her gaze fixed outside the window, the throngs of people at the hospital igniting a flicker of joy within her heart. However, her words remained sharp. "Minger prefers a low profile. Your plan lacks thoroughness." Yun Ming bit his lip, attempting to mask his anxiety, fearful that his mother's ostentatious reception would make him appear overly conspicuous in front of acquaintances. Through the rearview mirror, Tsang Yun noticed the unmistakable delight on Yin Hua's face and felt a surge of pride. Donning a pair of similar sunglasses and pressing down on the accelerator, the vehicle gradually gliding out of the hospital parking lot. Inside the car, the atmosphere began to ease. Yun Ming diverted his attention to the familiar streets retreating outside the window. Suddenly, Tsang Yun recalled something. "Right? I initially planned to have Yun Ming start his position in the 26th district, but it's currently undergoing post-disaster reconstruction, leaving only the 29th district with a more agreeable superior nearby." "The 29th district? Isn't she supposed to be in seclusion like me? How can Minger be sent there?" "Absolutely not." A note of unease seeped into Yin Hua's tone, her concerns regarding an old acquaintance in the 29th district palpable. Hearing this, Yun Ming felt a spark of curiosity ignite within him. His mother was codenamed Zhuge, and Tsang Yun was evidently a skilled individual. The person mentioned could possibly be someone he admired. "I'll go to the 29th district. They are familiar to you? And if anything arises, you can give a heads up," he thought, filled with anticipation over the legends of the Divine Beast Squad. Observing Yun Ming's resolute demeanor, Yin Hua refrained from further persuasion, letting out a sigh of relief, as if releasing a tension within her. "Well then, fine. But when you meet her, remember to call her sister, not any." Her tone carried a hint of jest, yet was underscored with seriousness. "Oh, and," Tsang Yun interjected, his tone distinctly earnest, "her name is Xin Shuang. There are certain words you absolutely must avoid saying in her presence. Small, old, and Yang. The gravity in Song Yun's gaze made Yun Ming's heart tighten, sensing an unspoken story lurking beneath. Understood. I will tread carefully, he resolved, straightening his posture, filled with anticipation for the sister he was about to meet. At that moment, his gaze unconsciously fell upon a basket of flowers and fruits on the passenger seat. Their vibrant colors strikingly eye-catching, especially a colorful greeting card. "What is this?" he inquired with curiosity. "This is your gift," Yin Hua replied with a light laugh. "A young girl saw us stuck at the hospital entrance and handed it to me directly." Yun Ming felt a warmth bloom within him, raising an eyebrow as memories of the somewhat stubbornly Ching surfaced. "Minger, when did you meet this girl? She seems quite charming. Don't you dare bully her." Yin Hua teased, a glimmer of fondness in her eyes. "Huh? No, in fact, I still owe her a favor," Yun Ming protested innocently, reaching for the card in the basket. Opening it, he found a few heartfelt lines that filled him with warmth. "Congratulations on your recovery. Yun Ming, I don't have many sincere friends, but I've made up my mind about you. I will be furthering my studies in the 29th district. When I return, I will show you a new version of myself." This simple yet genuine blessing stirred something deep within Yun Ming. "What? You're also in the 29th district?" Chapter 13. The Novice Tutorial. The following morning, Yun Ming rode in Song Yun's vehicle towards the Zero Guardians training base in the 29th district. This base was renowned for its stringent standards. Only those who successfully completed all training could be deemed qualified Zero Guardians. Throughout the journey, Yun Ming's emotions were a tumultuous blend of anticipation and anxiety. The car came to a gentle halt at the entrance of the base, revealing an imposing marble door that nearly obscured the sky. Towering at approximately 4 meters high and 6 meters wide. The door was as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any embellishments, even lacking visible handles or switches. If not for the minuscule crack, one might mistake it for an insurmountable stone wall rather than a door. As Yun Ming stood in a daze, Song Yun casually remarked, "Figuring out how to enter this door is your first lesson." Before the words even settled, Song Yun pressed the accelerator, the car darting away like an arrow, quickly vanishing from Yun Ming's sight. "Hey, what is this? You are just leaving me here?" Yun Ming exclaimed, bewildered, as he watched the vehicle fade into the distance. Instinctively, he approached the door, gazing upward to behold its grandeur. The massive door loomed like a mountain, exuding an oppressive aura, silently challenging all who dared to confront it. "Is this truly a door meant for humans to open?" Yun Ming murmured, scanning the door's perimeter for any clues or mechanisms. Yet, from every angle, it appeared entirely wall-like, revealing no apparent weaknesses. As he pondered deeply, a familiar voice suddenly chimed in, laced with teasing. "Ha ha ha, Yun Ming, do you really need my help with something so simple?" Startled, Yun Ming quickly recognized it was Qing Lan teasing him. He chuckled in resignation, responding, "My esteemed queen, your wisdom is unparalleled. Please lend me your assistance." Upon hearing this flattery, Qing Lan seemed to brighten, transforming into a wisp of black mist that circled Yun Ming playfully. Moments later, a revelation struck Yun Ming. He finally discerned the secret concealed within the marble door. A spirit, its form indistinct, resembling a ghostly figure, floated silently upon its surface. "Long live my queen," Yun Ming praised outwardly. While inwardly thinking, Qing Lan is surprisingly easy to please. However, before he could finish his internal monologue, a small hand suddenly reached over and slapped his face. Smack! A slight red handprint appeared on Yun Ming's cheek. "Don't think I can't hear you?" Qing Lan's voice carried a note of displeasure. Although her slap was gentle, it was enough to rouse Yun Ming from his reverie. She then floated to his ear, playfully tugging at his earlobe, her tone threatening. "I can hear everything you think." Yun Ming paused, realizing he had forgotten that Qing Lan could perceive his thoughts. Taking a deep breath in front of the door, Yun Ming felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from the heavy marble slab. He regarded the spirit before him, contemplating. If he truly wished to pass, he would need to exert some force. Although anxiety gnawed at him, he recognized there was no turning back. "Hey, can you hear me?" He attempted to awaken the spirit, his voice tinged with urgency. Yet, the spirit remained unresponsive, as if bound by an invisible force, unwilling to yield. Yun Ming reached out to prod the spirit, only for his hand to pass through effortlessly, as though the entity were mere vapor. "Then don't blame me," A slight smile played on Yunming's lips as he leaned closer to the spirit's ear, conjuring the mist blade in his hand. The blade radiated an unsettling power, the atmosphere around them thickening with tension. The spirit hesitated, stammering out a few words. Push, forcefully. Now that's more like it. Yunming felt a wave of relief wash over him, slowly releasing the mist blade, its black mist dissipating into nothingness. He placed his hands firmly against one side of the marble door. Inhaling deeply, channeling all his strength, and pushed with all his might. The door emitted a deep, resonant groan, shifting slightly before gradually opening just wide enough for him to squeeze through. Yunming released his grip, wiping the sweat from his brow, astonished to see the tiles beneath him shattered into fragments. Incredible! How did others manage to get through this? He muttered to himself, a hint of disdain crossing his features. Regaining some composure, Yunming hesitated no longer and cautiously squeezed through the crack of the door. Meanwhile, within the training center's lead instructor's office, several Zero Guardians sat at their desks, diligently processing onboarding paperwork. Did you hear that? One of them broke the silence, a look of suspicion crossing his face. I heard it too. It sounded like a tremor. Is there an earthquake? Stop being nosy. How do we handle these special students? A middle-aged man with stubble stared at the list of new recruits in frustration, his brow furrowed. I say, it's not an earthquake. An older instructor suddenly stood, his expression serious. The grand entrance swung open. An otherworldly invasion had commenced. His voice was laced with urgency, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. An invasion of otherworldly beings. This is dire. A young teacher hastily rose, intent on following in the footsteps of his senior. Quickly, we must approach the entrance to assess the situation and ensure the safety of the students. You few, come with me. The elder teacher swiftly summoned several diligent colleagues, leading them towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, all the educators were taken aback. The heavy marble door, adorned with otherworldly entities, had been pushed ajar and was now slowly returning to its original position. What is happening? It was not a case of destruction, but rather, it had been opened? A young teacher exclaimed. Freshmen? The postponed freshman selection must be commencing, and they are likely here to participate. Another teacher speculated, his gaze reflecting anticipation. A strength-enhancing type of otherworldly contractor? The power to push open such a door is sufficient to secure a position in other districts. A middle-aged teacher nodded, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Instantly, several teachers began to enthusiastically discuss the matter before the door. Unaware that Yunming was already concealed in a nearby pavilion, quietly observing the scene unfold. Qinglan, your perceptive abilities are astonishing, managing to evade so many zero-guard teachers. Yunming whispered, a hint of surprise coursing through him. Indeed, this is a trivial feat for me. She cast another glance at the group of teachers fervently discussing the marble door, unable to resist a quip. Do you humans take such delight in discussing a mere door? After all, those are teachers. I had previously studied the classifications of Zero Guards, and they belong to the primary Zero Guard tier, renowned on the top 100 list. Yunming elaborated, feeling a slight easing of the tension within. What does the primary tier signify? What purpose does it serve? Qinglan appeared utterly disinterested in the terminology. The Zero Guard comprises 4 tiers, Divine, Life, Primary, and Common, each boasting its own top 100 list. How bothersome. Such classifications are only of concern to you weaklings. They hold no significance for me. Upon hearing this, Qinglan promptly lost interest, effortlessly slipping into Yunming's body, as if this discussion were of no consequence to her. Just as Yunming exhaled a sigh of relief, the group of teachers coincidentally departed, and tranquility returned to the surroundings. Wait, why am I hiding from teachers? I must register. Yunming suddenly realized, almost forgetting his initial purpose. Qinglan's reminder had thrown him into a flurry, but now it was time to act. Yunming approached the map of the training base, diligently studying the layout in search of the freshman registration area. Just as he focused, a familiar, crisp voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, rogue, what are you doing here? Turning around, he found Li Qingqing. With her hair tied in a ponytail and dressed in athletic wear, sweat rolled down her forehead and cheeks. Clearly having just finished her workout, a towel draped around her neck. I'm here to participate in the Zero Guard assessment. Yunming was about to elaborate, but Li Qingqing excitedly took his hand. Wonderful! Let me guide you through the beginner-esque tutorial with that. Li Qingqing pulled Yuming towards the freshman registration area. The small lizard on her shoulder wagged its tail and cheerfully opened its mouth. A warmth enveloped Yuming, and he felt a slight relaxation as he followed Li Qingqing to register. Chapter 14. Synchronization rate 0.01. After a considerable journey, Li Qingqing finally led Yuming to the main entrance of the training base. The grand doors stood wide open, with several makeshift registration tents set up along the roadside, where numerous newcomers queued to register, creating a lively scene. The comings and goings of students and staff made the sunlit morning particularly bustling. Yuming stood still, quickly surveying his surroundings, feeling somewhat dazed. By the heavens, how could it be like this? Yuming couldn't help but mutter under his breath, recalling the scene of himself stealthily hiding in the pavilion. So, after all my efforts to circle around, I ended up at the most ordinary main entrance. Is this the main entrance? Do all newcomers enter from here? Li Qingqing paused, her eyes filled with confusion. If not through here? Do you wish to scale the wall to get in? Ah, ha ha ha, no, I wouldn't scale the wall. Yuming awkwardly scratched his head, managing a forced smile while internally lamenting that he hadn't scaled it, but rather pushed his way in. Noticing his odd demeanor, Li Qingqing thought little of it and cheerfully urged him. All right, hurry up and register, don't dawdle. Yuming followed Li Qingqing into the registration tent. The staff inside were evidently swamped with work. Yet everything was orderly. Yuming picked up a registration form from the table, seated himself at a nearby desk, and diligently filled out his personal information. Li Qingqing stood by, assisting him with guidance while occasionally playing with the little lizard on her shoulder. I never expected you to be here for the zero-guard assessment too, Li Qingqing said with a grin. This is quite a coincidence. I was just lamenting the lack of familiar faces. And here you are. As Yuming filled in his details, he smiled. Indeed, I didn't expect to see you here. It seems we'll have to work hard together from now on, of course. Let us go. Once we complete the registration, we'll proceed to test the contract. Li Qingqing lightly patted Yuming on the shoulder, signaling him to follow, and together they headed towards the experimental building. The interior of the experimental building was spacious and well-lit, with a considerable number of newcomers already gathered in the corridor, all waiting in line for their tests. At the front, a teacher sat beside the apparatus, conducting evaluations for the students. The apparatus was cylindrical, and the testing process appeared quite rigorous. Those in line needed to remove their outer garments and affix hoses to specific points on their forehead. Backs of their hands, calves, and backs. A nearby machine screen displayed a series of complex values for the teacher to observe and record. Wang Xiao, fusion value 12, synchronization rate 13, excellent. The teacher glanced at the numbers on the screen while swiftly jotting down notes on paper. He then looked again at Wang Xiao, handing him a slip of paper. Take this to find your class. Wang Xiao accepted the slip, a satisfied smile gracing his face, yet his gaze shifted towards Li Qingqing. Noticing this, Yuming quietly asked Li Qingqing, "What does this test measure?" Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow, smiling as she explained. This measures your compatibility with the otherworldly being. The fusion value represents the degree of integration between you and the contracted being, while the synchronization rate reflects your teamwork during combat. The higher the values, the more stable your abilities are, allowing for better control over your powers. Yuming nodded thoughtfully, and when he glanced back at Wang Xiao, he found him glaring at him in anger, leaving Yuming somewhat astonished. Could this guy be a sycophant? Soon, it was Li Qingqing's turn. She efficiently removed her outer garment and affixed the hoses to the designated points. As the machine began operating, numbers flickered across the screen. The teacher cast a glance at the screen, revealing an appreciative expression. Li Qingqing, fusion value 32, synchronization rate 35, very excellent. Go find your class to report. After receiving her test results, Li Qingqing excitedly winked at Yuming, clearly pleased with her performance. Wang Xiao, who had not left after his test, glared at Li Qingqing's wink towards Yuming, nearly charging forward to tear Yuming apart. Next, another girl stepped forward, affixing the hoses to her body as the machine began displaying fluctuating numbers. Jang C, fusion value 2, the teacher, observing such a dismal figure, immediately donned a cold expression, adjusting his glasses before stating, synchronization rate 4, barely passing. Go to the problem class. What? Why? This value can be improved later, Zhang Shi protested, her shoulder perched with a sparrow-like otherworldly being that chirped incessantly. Accept whatever arrangement you receive, or be gone. The teacher, unfazed, tossed the form at Zhang Shi's face. She ceased her protests, accepting the form and departing in silence. Next up was Yuming's test. He approached the apparatus, following the previous person's example in affixing the hoses. Feeling a twinge of nervousness, just then, Qinglan suddenly whispered in his ear, "Yunming, I've prepared a surprise for you." As the apparatus powered up, the screen gradually revealed a series of unexpected values. Suddenly, an agitated alarm blared from the machine beside it. Beep, beep, beep. A wave of red engulfed the apparatus's display screen. The teacher sprang from his seat, appearing exceedingly flustered. He rushed to the apparatus, inspecting it from top to bottom and even gently tapping its casing, attempting to ascertain whether there was a malfunction. After a moment, upon confirming that the machine was functioning normally, he slowly exhaled. Yunming, fusion value 20. The classroom fell into silence, but soon, beads of cold sweat formed on the teacher's forehead as he continued. Synchronization rate 0.01. In that instant, the entire hall seemed to explode like a bomb. The students waiting in line began to murmur, discussing this bizarre outcome. What? How could the value be so low? It's simply a joke. The apparatus must be broken. It's impossible for it to be this outrageous. Could it be a forced contract? I've heard that such contractors can hardly wield the powers of the otherworldly beings. The murmurs of those around him grew increasingly loud, their voices rife with mockery, confusion, and even disdain, coalescing into a stifling atmosphere. Just as the chaos reached a crescendo, Wang Xiao stealthily approached the teacher. Leaning in to whisper a few words in his ear, upon hearing this, the teacher's expression darkened further. He suddenly slammed his hand down on the table, causing the entire hall to fall silent in an instant. Silence! His voice, though low, resonated with authority. The instruments are functioning properly. This is the real-time data. The teacher's unwavering assertion. Yunming's heart sank, his hand trembling slightly as it gripped the form. Recalling the excitement that Qinglan had shared with him, he suddenly realized, is this really a surprise? This is sheer terror. The teacher paused momentarily before declaring loudly, Yunming, you are assigned to the problem class. Without hesitation, he scrawled a few hasty marks on Yunming's form, his expression cold as if proclaiming the end of a certain fate. The atmosphere in the hall once again turned oppressive and complex, as Yunming stood rooted in place, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed, internally pondering. Did Qinglan do something? Never mind. I'll ask her later. At that moment, Qinglan, hidden within him, lazily yawned, clearly indifferent to the unfolding events, and mockingly remarked, don't wait. Let me tell you, this data is indeed accurate, and you are currently in this state. However, she poked Yunming's cheek with her finger and continued, it's merely the value assigned to the weak. Come on, let us not pay them any mind. Upon hearing this, Yunming couldn't help but smile wryly, silently accepting the form as he walked towards the problem class, the murmurs of the crowd still echoing behind him. Li Qingqing, who had been standing nearby, was also taken aback, but as Yunming moved away, she hurriedly caught up to him, her face etched with concern as she comforted him. It's all right. Haven't you only just contracted a few days ago? If you present your record from the Zero Disaster Mitigation Mission, perhaps it could. Yunming forced a strained smile, shaking his head to interrupt Li Qingqing. It's fine. I'll go check out the problem class first. Chapter 15. I just happened to do an extra copy. Hey, the problem class isn't as terrible as you think. Don't worry. Not far away, Wang Xiao approached with an air of self-satisfaction. Hands on hips, a smirk unconsciously playing at the corners of his mouth. Li Qingqing, how could you associate with such underachievers? You understand the saying, one who mingles with ink is bound to get stained, right? Wang Xiao scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. However, Li Qingqing stood her ground, stepping in front of Yunming and coldly retorting, who I walk with is none of your business. Her gaze was resolute, unaffected by Wang Xiao's derision. She looked him up and down with evident disdain. By the way, who are you? Do I know you? Her words struck Wang Xiao like a slap to the face, instantly freezing his once proud expression. His lips twitched, evidently taken aback by her blatant disregard. Infuriated, he stepped closer, attempting to intimidate Li Qingqing, yet his aggression only caused her to instinctively step back. I am Wang Xiao. He hastily clarified, as if not recognizing him was the gravest offense. Don't you remember? We were both stationed at 0 Number Guard in District 26, just a few steps apart. As he spoke, He appeared increasingly self-satisfied, as though boasting of some great achievement. Sorry, I have no memory of that, Li Qingqing replied dismissively. Wang Xiao clenched his teeth in frustration, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Li Qingqing. Ultimately, you're just an extra bystander in my story, aren't you? She said with a nonchalant tone, as if Wang Xiao's existence were utterly negligible. Standing beside them, Yuan Ming couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Though he endeavored to maintain a calm expression, silently observing Wang Xiao's reddening face. Don't think you're so important. The problem class is no joke. You will regret this sooner or later. Wang Xiao spat out his final words before storming off in a huff. Li Qingqing watched his retreating figure, pursing her lips with disdain. What a self-important fool, she remarked before turning to Yuan Ming with concern. Don't mind him. He's just the type to talk big. Yuan Ming frowned, internally musing. He might indeed continue to cause trouble. After all, people like him relish stirring up minor disturbances. Just as he contemplated how to handle the situation, a sudden pat on his shoulder broke his train of thought. What are you thinking about? You don't report until tomorrow, so don't overthink it. Li Qingqing's voice rang out again as she took his hand, her expression cheerful. Let me take you to the dormitory. Is this the dormitory? Yuan Ming halted, raising his eyes to behold the familiar scene before him, the very pavilion where he had just sought refuge. Flanked by two buildings. Yes, indeed. The building on the right is the boys' dormitory. Your room number is on the form. Just go to the dorm supervisor on the first floor to collect your key. Li Qingqing pointed towards the buildings, succinctly explaining the situation. She then glanced towards the girls' dormitory across the way, smiling as she said, All right, off you go. Yuan Ming nodded, waving goodbye to Li Qingqing as he watched her figure recede. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over him as he observed her depart. Lowering his gaze to the form in his hand, he turned and made his way towards the boys' dormitory to collect his key. Inside the dormitory, Yuan Ming received the key from the kind-hearted old supervisor, who smiled warmly and advised, Young man, make sure to rest well. The training may be arduous, but the path ahead is far more important. Yuan Ming nodded in gratitude, and after a brief exchange, he proceeded to his room alone. Pushing open the door, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly worthy of the zero-number guardess accommodations. This is luxurious. The room was not only spacious and bright, but also equipped with an independent bathroom, air conditioning, and even fitness equipment alongside high-end electronic devices. The entire dormitory was designed as single occupancy, thoroughly considering the trainees' privacy and training needs. Yuan Ming surveyed his surroundings, stretching luxuriously as he casually removed his coat and sank onto the soft bed, enveloped by a wave of comfort. He retrieved his newly purchased phone from his pocket and dialed his mother, Yanhua. Beep, beep. Soon, the call connected, and a familiar voice came through. Hello? Mom, it's me, Yuan Ming. I've finished my registration, and the conditions at this base are quite good. With comprehensive facilities. Yanhua's voice sounded somewhat hurried, accompanied by the clamor of background noise as she apologized. Minger, I'm so sorry. Uncle Songyan mistakenly brought you to the wrong door. I've already given him a piece of my mind. It's quite the amusing blunder. As long as you're registered, it's fine. From the other end, Songyan's grumbling could be faintly heard. Tell your mom to go easy on me. I was just trying to toughen you up. Who told you to talk? Shut up. Yanhua's voice immediately cut through Songyan's complaints, followed by a series of groans, as if he were undergoing a severe reprimand. After a moment, Yanhua's tone softened again. All right, I understand, Mom. Yuan Ming chuckled. Even though his mother was busy working far away in District 26, her concern warmed his heart. Once the call ended, silence enveloped the room. He flipped over, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest for a while. Hey, why do you like to sleep so much at such a young age? Didn't you just spend a month in the hospital without staying up late? Qing Lan's voice suddenly chimed in from nearby, and she plopped down onto Yuan Ming's forehead, exuding her signature playfulness and absurdity. Yuan Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation, just managing to catch a glimpse of Qing Lan's legs clad in black stockings. Hey, don't just sit on someone's head, he protested, trying to push her off. Feeling somewhat displeased by Yuan Ming's remark, Qing Lan pouted and flew off his forehead to perch on the windowsill. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a captivating glow upon her figure. What do you want me to do now? Yuan Ming asked lazily, his voice tinged with an air of indifference. Qing Lan pursed her lips. seemingly dissatisfied with his attitude. "Let us eat. That girl has already gone to eat." "I'm not going," Yun Ming replied firmly, as if he had made an unalterable VOW. At tea that moment, reclined on the soft bed, he was resolute in his intention, convinced that nothing could shake his lethargy. Qing Lan shot him a glance, a hint of a helpless smile gracing her face. "Are you really planning to sleep on an empty stomach? Don't you know how important meals are for the contract and power of spirit beings?" "I know, but right now I just want to rest." Yun Ming closed his eyes, attempting to disregard Qing Lan's entreaties. His mind already prepared to embrace the forthcoming slumber. Seeing his attitude, Qing Lan sighed and retorted, "I'm sure you'll end up getting up to eat later." As Yun Ming heard Qing Lan's voice trail off. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Though he recognized her playful teasing, her concern always managed to warm his heart. After a while, the dormitory returned to tranquility. Yun Ming adjusted his position, ready to continue his relaxation. Ding-a-ling. A chime of the doorbell shattered the drowsiness that had enveloped Yun Ming, compelling him to reluctantly rise and answer the door. As he opened it, a delightful aroma of food wafted in, immediately stimulating his taste buds. Outside stood Li Qingqing, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, having changed from her sports attire into a lovely green dress, eye in her hand. She held a box lunch wrapped in green fabric. "You haven't eaten, have you? I happened to make an extra portion for you to try," she offered with a shy smile. Chapter 16. However, I must decline. Outside, Li Qingqing, her cheeks flushed, gently tapped on the door and presented the prepared meal to Yun Ming. Without waiting for him to respond, she hurriedly turned to leave, her face adorned with a faint blush. "I have other matters to attend to. I must be going." Watching her retreating figure, Yun Ming softly uttered, "Thank you." He then swallowed hard, closed the door, and placed the lunch on the dining table. His stomach, already as empty as a drum, could no longer withstand the hunger. He seized the chopsticks and began to eat voraciously. "Look at you," as Gu said. "You're always ignoring advice." Qing Lan remarked disdainfully from a corner of the table, observing Yun Ming's gluttonous feast with a shake of her head, her tone laced with mockery. "I know. But I just wanted to rest at that moment. This meal is truly delicious." He privately expressed gratitude for Li Qingqing's thoughtfulness, while Qing Lan's teasing only made him feel a sense of camaraderie. Gu has no interest in hearing your excuses. Hurry and finish. You need to prepare for tomorrow's training. Don't think you can just coast through in the problem class." Qing Lan raised an eyebrow, continuing to sit there, her mouth moving with incessant chatter. Amidst Qing Lan's nagging, Yun Ming quickly finished his meal and didn't forget to clean up in the kitchen. "Someone's here." Qing Lan's voice, tinged with urgency, instantly halted Yun Ming's movements. Her serious tone suggested that a formidable presence was imminent. Dingling! The doorbell rang once more, and Yun Ming felt a surge of alertness. This time, he cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. Indeed, a stranger stood outside. Clad in a black coat, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, dark and flowing, glimmering slightly in the sunlight. He wore sunglasses that concealed his eyes. Two sharp blades were sheathed at his waist, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. As if sensing Yun Ming's scrutiny, the man slowly pushed up his sunglasses, coldly gazing into the peephole. "What the hell? What's this guy's deal?" Yun Ming was startled by the sudden movement, quickly turning to Qing Lan, anxiety swirling within him as he sought her counsel. "Don't look at me. You should open the door yourself." Qing Lan's words carried a hint of teasing as she seamlessly merged into Yun Ming's being, leaving him alone in his indecision at the door. Just then, the man outside spoke. "Friend, please wait. I have heard of your valiant deeds and have come today to forge a bond of friendship." His voice was cultured, each word articulated with the grace of a finely crafted poem. Sounding far from malevolent, Yun Ming felt a slight relaxation in his chest but ultimately resolved to open the door. "Please, come in," he spoke softly, curiosity mingling with lingering trepidation about the stranger's intentions. Duan Lu Yun, while speaking, took out his phone, gesturing for Yun Ming to add him as a friend. Yun Ming cast a puzzled glance at him. "Are you a Taoist?" Duan Lu Yun immediately shook his head, waving his hands with a smile. No. I merely considered you and I to be kindred spirits, hence the term friend." He suddenly adopted a mysterious demeanor, quickly scanning the corridor to ensure no one was following before stealthily stepping inside. Duan Liuyun's furtive manner raised Yunming's suspicions, yet upon glimpsing the abstract avatar on his phone, he seemed to grasp something in a hushed tone. As if sharing a momentous secret, Duan Liyun began, in this life, I have no fate with the second dimension. I regret that the ties of two lives remain unfulfilled. Friend, I present to you a treasure, a secret resource that can be yours today. Initially indifferent to this proposition, Yunming's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the revelation. Could this be the legendary? Duan Liyun smiled mysteriously, nodding with confidence, as if he had anticipated Yunming's reaction. Indeed, Brother Yunming, half of this is already a limited edition. For a moment, Yunming was taken aback, skepticism creeping in as he asked, Brother, are they still making CDs? Isn't that outdated by now? Duan Liyun lightly shook his finger, his expression radiating an air of wisdom. Brother Yunming, you are unaware. This is a collector's item that if you are interested in joining the collection, I can even gift you a player, ensuring it is one of a kind. Wait, how do you know my name? Duan Liyun waved his hand dismissively, adopting an air of someone well-informed. Do not fret, my intelligence is quite thorough. To my knowledge, there are only 6 students in the problem class this year. You may not be aware, but this year's instructor for the problem class is the notorious Han Yi. This fellow is no simple character. None of his students have graduated successfully. Duan Liyun's words cast a slight shadow over Yunming's heart. Although he maintained a composed exterior, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt and caution regarding the information presented. Free lunch. You've shared so much, I suspect you must have an ulterior motive, he replied. Duan Liyun's eyes brightened, revealing a knowing smile. You possess keen insight, friend, discerning the human heart like a beacon. With enemies above and no one to shelter me, I have wandered far from home. I come to meet you not with ill intent, but to seek a bond as fellow practitioners. Speak plainly. Please provide me with accommodation. Duan Liyun gazed earnestly at Yunming, appearing genuinely sincere at so. You think that by sharing some useful information and enticing me with these so-called resources, I would allow you to stay? Yunming replied in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Duan Liyun nodded eagerly, awaiting Yunming's response. However, Yunming suddenly changed his expression, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared resolutely, but I must decline. What? Duan Liyun was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. One of Yunming's favorite pastimes was to say no to those who fancied themselves successful. Please, friend, let us discuss this. I've searched the entire building, Duan Liyun pleaded desperately, having been cast out. Yunming chuckled coldly, disdain evident in his voice. I am a suspicious person. No matter how eloquently you speak, I shall not be swayed. That was close. A strapping young man nearly fell victim to a seller of discs. Yunming, let him stay. After all, you won't be at the training base for long, and having a roommate could be beneficial. Why are you also trying to persuade me? Today, I shall heed none of it. I simply wish to rest. No one will change my mind. Yunming buried his head into his pillow, resolutely ignoring all entreaties. Yet, Qinglan, incensed by his stubbornness, flew onto Yunming's back, delivering a swift kick to his rear. Her voice cold, Hey, don't think I can't manage you. With that, Qinglan dove into Yunming's being, persistently repeating in his mind, Listen to me, listen to me. Just as Yunming was about to lose his patience, an ear-piercing sound of an eru began to play outside, the melody mournful and laden with unspoken sorrow. All right, enough already. You win. Yunming scanned his surroundings, anxious that someone might complain about the noise. Seeing no one around, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. All right, come in. But if you play that eru again, I will toss you out. Chapter 17. I come to assist you. Hooray. The small figure was clad in a tight black outfit, draped in a net-like ninja garb, with a black mask obscuring her face and a black scarf around her neck, blending seamlessly into the shadows, clearly skilled in the art of concealment. Simultaneously, Qinglan, having leaped from Yunming's body, exclaimed with excitement. Hooray! The two figures embraced mid-air, as if reuniting after many years apart. Hey, what is happening here? Yunming gazed at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. Qinglan paused momentarily, then awkwardly turned away, straightening her posture as she earnestly explained. This is my subordinate, named Shunnying Friend. I must confess, it is indeed so. After speaking, he lowered his head, avoiding Yunming's furious gaze. Yunming, Have you forgotten that I can sense everything within a 20-meter radius of you? Coincidentally, I encountered one of my former subordinates. Qinglan perched herself on Yunming's shoulder, her voice soothing as she gently massaged his earlobe, as if calming the storm brewing within him. Yunming feigned a sigh of exasperation, retorting, "So, you all conspired together?" Yet inwardly, he felt a surge of joy. Could this be the opportunity to reverse the power dynamics between Qinglan and himself, leveraging her missteps to gain the upper hand? Naturally, Qinglan was attuned to Yunming's thoughts, her teeth gritting as the pressure of her massage instinctively increased. Her tone tinged with irritation. "Yunming, stop being angry. I never intended to keep this from you." However, within her mind, she mused, "I have provided you an opportunity, and you truly intend to exploit it, don't you?" Hearing Qinglan's internal monologue, Yunming's eyes widened in astonishment, casting a look of surprise her way. Qinglan was momentarily taken aback by his sudden expression, her mind beginning to spiral with doubt. At that moment, Yunming once again captured the unspoken words within Qinglan's heart, finally confirming his suspicions. "Qinglan, I can hear your thoughts," he blurted out. Qinglan's expression froze in an instant, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yunming couldn't help but chuckle. "Really? I just heard you think about how you wanted to take the opportunity to fly down." Qinglan paused, slowly realizing that Yunming was indeed telling the truth. The two of them, almost instinctively, began to pinch each other, with Qinglan grabbing a fistful of Yunming's hair, while Yunming retaliated, clutching Qinglan's strands tightly. Their competitive spirits ignited. "Your Majesty, I am here to assist you." At that moment, Shuriying, witnessing Qinglan at a disadvantage, hurriedly joined the fray, soaring into the air towards Yunming. The two little figures grasped a handful of Yunming's hair each, pulling in opposite directions, causing him to fume with frustration as he reached out, only to grasp at air, leaving him increasingly flustered. Duan Luyun, observing from the sidelines, couldn't suppress a slight smile. He picked up his eru with one hand and pointed at the two little figures on Yunming's head with the other, exuberantly declaring, "Friend, I am here to assist you." Yunming, scratching his head in resignation, felt that this battle was indeed rather trivial. He turned and walked into the bathroom, preparing to take a well-deserved shower to relax his taut nerves. As the warm water cascaded down, it gradually dispelled the irritation within him. Dingling. The crisp sound of the doorbell shattered Yunming's fragile inner peace once again. "No, not again. Why is today so busy?" he murmured to himself as he hurriedly rinsed off, quickly dried himself, donned only a pair of shorts, and casually draped a towel over his shoulder as he rushed to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Li Qingqing, the girl who had delivered food earlier. Her smile innocent and warm. Yunming's furrowed brow finally relaxed slightly, but then he suddenly remembered that the lunchbox in the kitchen had yet to be washed. "Wait, I haven't cleaned the lunchbox yet," he hurriedly explained. "No need." Li Qingqing swiftly grabbed him, and upon seeing his bare torso, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks. "That's unnecessary. Just hand it over. I'm here to bring you dinner." Hearing this, Yunming felt a twinge of guilt for having been so preoccupied. "Well, I'll wash it for you tomorrow." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Qingqing had already opened her phone, revealing a QR code. "I haven't added you to my contacts yet. If there are any events, I need to inform you." Li Qingqing turned her head slightly to glance behind Yunming, catching sight of the flowing long hair, which stirred a flicker of caution within her. Is he your friend?" Li Qingqing produced the dinner she had prepared, a hint of apology in her expression. "No need to trouble yourself. He brought his own food." Yunming quickly waved his hand, feeling a bit bashful as he said, "I feel bad for always eating your cooking. I'll cook for you another day." "All right then, another day?" Yunming nodded with a smile, secretly relieved that he hadn't appeared too awkward. Suddenly, Duan Luyun sprang forth from behind Yunming, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere, grinning as he declared, "To feast in the presence of a fair maiden. Yunming is indeed fortunate. If I could savor her culinary delights in the days to come, my heart would swell with unparalleled honor." "What does that mean?" "He means we should cook together another day to treat him." Li Qingqing chuckled lightly, still feeling somewhat uneasy, and waved goodbye. "Let us talk about it another time." A hint of embarrassment graced her face, yet she maintained her polite smile. Friendship is a rare gift. To receive such kindness from a fair maiden is truly enviable. Should I encounter such fortune in this lifetime, I would willingly traverse the realms of dreams. Upon hearing this, Yuming felt a flicker of pride as he scratched his head. Wearing a self-deprecating smile, Duan Luyun patted Yuming on the shoulder with a grin. Friend, that is fate. The two exchanged smiles, yet Yuming pondered why Li Qingqing had suddenly been so kind to him. In truth, during Yuming's hospitalization, a profound transformation had occurred within Li Qingqing. In her childhood, she had vowed to become the Zero Guardian who would save everyone. However, as she grew older, the mundanity of life and her lack of remarkable talent gradually extinguished her initial aspirations. It was only upon encountering Yunming amidst the chaos of the Zero disaster that she realized the world was not as tranquil and safe as she had once believed. Yunming's presence ignited a long-buried passion and sense of mission within her. Her childhood dreams were revived, and she resolved not to squander her time but to pursue and fulfill her original ideals, becoming a true protector. The little lizard perched on her shoulder sensed her emotions and affectionately nuzzled her cheek. The gentle touch eliciting a laugh from her. In that moment, it felt as if she had let go of much, her steps becoming lighter. The laughter carried on the breeze seemed to herald the rekindling of hope and determination within her. Chapter 18. He is a good person. The three of them stepped into the crowd, where new and returning trainees had gathered, all lined up in neat rows, awaiting today's briefing. At the front stood several teachers from the Zero Guardians, succinctly outlining the day's important matters, though everyone understood that the focus today was not on these trivialities. As expected, the host teacher raised her voice at the end, announcing, "Next, let us invite the district leader from Zone 29 to address us." At this command, the earlier lethargy in the playground vanished, and all trainees turned their gazes toward the stage, eagerly anticipating the appearance of this legendary figure. Accompanied by a light patter of footsteps, a little girl, barely reaching half the height of the surrounding teachers, ascended the podium. Her hair, dark and styled in twin ponytails, cascaded down to her calves, her petite stature rendering her particularly captivating from the back. Yunming could not discern her features, yet that diminutive silhouette exuded an indescribable charm. However, as she took the stage, the atmosphere below shifted dramatically. The previous murmur of chatter erupted into a cacophony, with many new trainees questioning how the district leader could possibly be a little girl. The older trainees reacted swiftly, hastily covering the mouths of those audacious newcomers. But it was too late. In that brief moment, the ankles of those indiscreet newcomers were ensnared by cold, black serpents, the touch akin to death itself. Causing them to shiver violently on the platform, the adorable little girl remained stationary, yet the malevolent aura emanating from her enveloped the entire playground like the chill of winter. The oppressive presence forced many to kneel, their legs weakening, unable to lift their heads to meet her gaze. This seemingly unremarkable little girl was indeed the district leader of Zone 29, and no one dared to harbor any contempt. "You have all come here to demonstrate your determination to become true Zero Guardians, and not to join the ranks of those useless drifters from other districts." Her youthful voice, akin to a gentle spring breeze, instinctively softened hearts. "Yunming, it's her, the girl I offended before. It's her." Yet, despite his quiet chuckle, the unexpected silence of the crowd allowed the little girl to catch his laughter with pinpoint accuracy. "That trainee, step forward." The girl's finger pointed directly at Yunming, and as she commanded, the trainees in front of him quickly parted, fearing they would be mistaken as the one she indicated. With a light chuckle, she cast a cold glance. "Not you, the one behind you." Her gaze swept over Yunming like frost, her voice soft yet laden with pressure. "What were you laughing at just now?" Yunming felt a giant constrictor coiling around him, a sense of helplessness washing over him, yet he dared not show any sign of negligence. Steeling himself, he looked at the girl, attempting to explain, "I was just thinking of something amusing. It wasn't aimed at you." Before he could finish, her eyes narrowed slightly, emanating an icy aura. "Something amusing? Is that what caused you to laugh so heartily?" Nevertheless, Yunming endeavored to maintain his composure, his expression laced with a hint of teasing resignation as he replied. The girl's frosty demeanor softened slightly, yet she remained vigilant. She scrutinized Yunming, seemingly assessing the truth behind his words. "An embarrassing incident? It appears neither of you is behaving." Duan Luyun, standing below, hastily bowed his head, fervently hoping that this esteemed leader would not pursue the matter further. Yunming gestured for the girl to lean closer, whispering a few words into her ear. Ultimately, the girl sighed softly, waving her hand. You may go. Should you dare to be disrespectful again, it will not be so simple. The black serpent slowly released Yuming, disappearing into the ground. The little girl on stage resumed her calm and charming demeanor, continuing her speech as if nothing had transpired. After the assembly, Li Qingqing approached Yunming with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Let us head to class," Yuming replied. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing felt reassured and walked toward her assigned classroom. As Yuming watched her depart, he suddenly noticed a small black snake silently coiling around his arm. The serpent's unexpected chill caused his heart to race. Just as he prepared to shake it off, the snake slightly parted its mouth, flicking its tongue, and to his astonishment, it emitted the voice of the district leader. "Yuming, are you the son of the boss lady? After the dismissal, do not leave. I have matters to discuss with you upon reaching the stage." As soon as those words fell, Yunming watched as the black serpent gradually vanished from his arm, leaving only a faint chill in its wake. Duan Lu Yun, who stood beside him, could not suppress his curiosity upon seeing the serpent entwined around Yunming's arm and inquired, "The black serpent of the Grand Leader? What did you converse about with her?" Clearly, he had not heard the words exchanged by the serpent. It would be prudent not to pry into the conversations of significant figures. "Hurry back to your class. I have an important discussion to attend to." Duan Lu Yun pouted, clicked his tongue, and turned away with an expression of envy. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yunming took a deep breath and walked towards the empty space behind the stage. At that moment, several staff members were busy tidying up the venue. Despite the bustling crowd, he quickly spotted the petite Grand Leader. "Yunming, come here." As the Grand Leader called out casually, those nearby instinctively parted to create a secluded space for them. Upon approaching, Yunming could finally discern her features. Black hair styled in twin ponytails, not particularly tall, yet her strikingly sharp eyebrows and large eyes exuded an extraordinary intensity. Her fair complexion and remarkable aura momentarily left Yunming in a daze, as he felt an inexplicable familiarity with her visage. "Young man, do you not recognize me? I am Sister Xian Shuang. I held you as a child." Xian Shuang slightly lifted her toes, reaching out to pat Yunming's head. However, her height was insufficient. Upon noticing this, Yunming promptly bent down, allowing her hand to land successfully upon his head. Xian Shuang, satisfied, affectionately ruffled his hair. Although the gesture appeared somewhat laborious, her eyes sparkled with fondness. "Ahem." She lightly cleared her throat to mask her earlier awkwardness and then revealed a gentle smile, continuing, "I heard from your mother, the elder sister, that you ought to act with discretion lately. While you have always excelled, do not forget to temper your brilliance when necessary. I have high hopes for you." At this moment, a shiver coursed through Yunming's heart. He had never imagined that the fearsome presence he had just encountered on stage could transform into the gentle Xian Shuang before him. Speaking in such a tender tone, "Sister Xian Shuang, observing his awkwardness, Xian Shuang chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. "Do not be nervous. Sister Xian Shuang will not make things difficult for you. Consider it as me looking after you as you grew up." "However," she paused, her gaze sharpening with a hint of authority, "that does not imply you may provoke my ire." Sensing her formidable aura, Yunming quickly responded with a solemn, "Yes." Xian Shuang nodded in satisfaction, once again rising on her toes to pat Yunming's shoulder, saying, "All right, you must return to your class now. Here is my account. Feel free to message me if anything arises." "Oh, that person? It's quite complicated. But just know he is a good person and he is very capable." Chapter 19. The main zero-class guard? Fortunately, the team leader had yet to depart. He glanced around and finally spotted a rather sparse group at the end of the line. Only 5 individuals. "Oh no, should I ask Sister Xian Shuang to help me switch classes?" Yunming mused inwardly, but with no other options, he steeled himself and approached the back of that group. "Fellow Taoist, why the delay?" Almost missed the opportunity. Yunming was startled by the sudden appearance of Duan Lu Yun, his eyes widening. "How did you end up here?" Duan Lu Yun offered an awkward smile, scratching his head. "Oh, I forgot to mention that I am also a member of the problem class." With that, he extended his hand, somewhat sheepishly grasping Yunming's, feigning a sense of newfound acquaintance. Members of the problem class, seasoned and renowned. The others nearby observed this with little reaction, seemingly accustomed to his casualness and enthusiasm. Watching this unfold, Yuan Ming felt a twinge of exasperation. After a while, a middle-aged man approached from the front of the line. His face adorned with unkempt stubble and his short hair in such disarray that it seemed fit for a bird's nest. He held a half-empty bottle of liquor, exuding a potent scent of alcohol as he staggered along. Were it not for the teacher's badge hanging from his chest, Yuan Ming might have mistaken him for a mere drunkard. Is everyone here? Ugh. I wish some had chosen not to come, he muttered. Then let out a loud belch, the stench of alcohol wafting towards everyone and causing them to wrinkle their noses involuntarily. I am Han Yi, your teacher for the problem class. All right, get to know each other. You are dismissed. Before his words even settled, Han Yi turned to leave, displaying a clear disinterest in further engagement. The students in the group were left dumbfounded, their eyes filled with confusion, except for one young man at the front who suddenly grasped Han Ye's arm. Fuming, "Hey, can you even call yourself a teacher?" This young man sported striking red short hair, standing nearly as tall as Han Yi, yet radiating a completely different aura. His furrowed brow and fiery gaze were brimming with indignation, as if ready to explode at any moment. I am indeed your teacher. You are merely from the problem class. Though you dare challenge me? Then how are we supposed to have class? Jang C, one of the students who had recently been placed in this class due to failing a test, anxiously inquired. To his surprise, Han Yi merely chuckled derisively. The liberal arts classes will be taught by other instructors. As for the other subjects, free activities will suffice. Free activities? Duan Luyun whispered to Yuan Ming. Is this for real? How fortunate. Hearing this, Yuan Ming appeared equally bewildered, inwardly questioning how a renowned training base could have such a lax teacher. Suddenly, he remembered the newly added friend, Xian Shuang, and took out his phone to send a message. Sister Xian Shuang, why doesn't this Han Yi teacher hold classes? Han Yi. He is an instructor assigned by the higher-ups. Unless there are special reasons, I cannot intervene. However, if you truly cannot accept this, I can assist you in switching classes. If he isn't teaching, we can eavesdrop on other classes. Are you serious? Duan Luyun's expression, once filled with delight, abruptly froze, gazing at Yuan Ming in disbelief. I know you scored full marks on the written exam and love studying, but surely you don't intend to go that far. To go or not to go? As Duan Luyun recalled that he still resided in Yuan Ming's dormitory, he quickly adjusted his stance, smiling. If a fellow Taoist has matters to attend to, how could I hesitate? We shall brave the storms together, duty-bound. After a brief exchange, their objective was set. As long as they followed Li Qingqing, they need not fret over attending classes. Just as they reveled in their clever plan, Zhang Shi suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. The red-haired youth had already engaged in a fierce scuffle with Han Yi, both exchanging punches and kicks without restraint, each strike aimed directly at the other's face, instantly attracting a large crowd of spectators. The scene grew chaotic, with many onlookers cheering and clapping. Students are fighting a teacher. Among the crowd, someone shouted, prompting a wave of teachers to push through the throng, rushing forward to forcibly separate the two combatants. The leading instructor bellowed, glaring at the two bruised fighters. Han Yi feigned innocence, cradling his swollen face, and defiantly proclaimed, the student attacked the teacher. Expel him immediately. Bah! The red-haired youth broke free from the grasp of the nearby teachers, his fury boiling over. As a teacher of the zero-class guard, you refuse to teach. You are utterly unworthy with that. He lunged at Han Yi once more, his fist aimed squarely at Han Ye's face. The farcical scene eventually dissipated, restoring peace to the playground. Did they really just fight? Duan Luyun produced a handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere, casually cracking them open while chuckling. Hey, Yuan Ming, those two have issues. Qing Lan suddenly appeared, perching confidently on Yuan Ming's shoulder, her tone serious. Yuan Ming frowned, glancing at the now separated red-haired youth and Han Yi in the distance. Perplexed, I don't see anything wrong. They were just fighting. They did not utilize their extraordinary abilities, but according to my perception, their extraordinary powers might belong to the same category, Qing Lan explained, her gaze revealing a hint of caution. Oh, and what of it? No matter how they brawl, it does not affect you at that moment. The remaining members of the problem class had already prepared to leave, intending to slip away amid the chaos. However, the teacher who had previously intervened approached them with quick strides, his expression stern and devoid of humor. Listen, his deep voice carried an undeniable authority. This year, the graduation method has changed. A point competition will be held at the year's end. And you must accumulate at least 100 points to graduate. It would be wise not to cause me any trouble. Find ways to attend classes and enhance your abilities. With that, he handed each of them a student identification badge. Yun Ming glanced down to find his name emblazoned upon it, alongside an initial score of 0. Duan Lu Yun leaned over to take a look, exclaiming, "Starting at 0 points? It seems we truly need to put in the effort this time." Yun Ming turned the identification badge in his hand, deep in thought. A point competition? It appears the rules of this training base are far more intricate than I had anticipated. How do we earn points? Yun Ming questioned, puzzled. The teacher halted his steps and replied nonchalantly, "At the end of the year, there will be a large-scale competition where everyone will face off randomly. The victor earns 25 points, while the loser forfeits 25 points. In addition, teachers routinely assign tasks, with a maximum score of 50 points available for their completion. Furthermore, you may also challenge other students to duels, with each victory or defeat yielding 25 points." At this moment, the teacher abruptly halted, his brow furrowed as if recalling something significant. He rummaged through his pocket for a moment before finally producing a somewhat crumpled flyer, which he handed to Yu Ming. Continuing, "This contains the detailed competition rules. Take a moment to review it. You can obtain more relevant information at the training base's arena. That is all I can share with you." The teacher cast a glance at the few individuals from the so-called problem class, his tone softening slightly. "Although you are referred to as the problem class, it is not due to a lack of talent, but rather unfortunate circumstances. Put in the effort, and you might just turn the tide in your favor. Good luck." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving the group momentarily stunned. Yu Ming accepted the flyer and unfolded it, his eyes lighting up. The flyer proclaimed, "This competition is jointly organized by Districts 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Among all participants, a primary level 0 sentinel will be involved in the duels, and defeating the primary level 0 sentinel will grant double points." Duan Lu Yun leaned in for a closer look, his eyes widening in astonishment. A primary level 0 sentinel? It's no wonder that defeating them earns double points, considering they are merely at the ordinary level upon graduation. Yu Ming raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that this training session would prove to be far more intriguing than we had anticipated. Chapter 20. How are these levels classified? Ah, right. How are these levels categorized? Yu Ming's gaze fell upon the corner of the document, which stated that a Fate Level 0 Sentinel would be spectating and providing additional scores. Duan Lu Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before saying, "My friend, it seems you are not well acquainted with these levels. Allow me to elaborate." He paused, observing Yu Ming's reaction, then continued, "A Divine Level 0 Sentinel represents the pinnacle of combat prowess, often monitored due to the apprehension of higher authorities. The Fate level comprises those who have endured the Zero Calamity and achieved great feats therein. The primary level 0 Sentinel signifies individuals who have reached a certain threshold of power and can ascend to this level. Ordinary level, on the other hand, refers to recent graduates, most of whom are assigned to guard duties or participate in routine order maintenance." "And what of the Divine Beast Quartet? What level do they belong to?" Yu Ming inquired tentatively, eager to discern the status of his idols. Upon hearing this question, Duan Liu Yun's expression turned cautious as he scanned the surroundings. Ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before lowering his voice to explain, "Their levels are strictly confidential, akin to the existence of nuclear weapons. However, it is commonly believed that all 4 of them are at least divine level. Some even speculate that they have surpassed the upper limits of that level." "Really? Then why is it not disclosed? With their remarkable abilities, they should undoubtedly be listed on the rankings." Yu Ming pressed, his curiosity piqued. Duan Lu Yun chuckled softly, shaking his head. "While there is an official ranking for divine levels, these 4 individuals never participate in it. No one truly understands the extent of their strength, and therein lies the source of their mystique and deterrence." Yu Ming nodded thoughtfully, his respect for the Divine Beast Quartet deepening. Just as the two were engrossed in their discussion, a loud voice suddenly interrupted them. "Hey, you there, Yun Ming? How's life in the problem class? Seems quite liberating, doesn't it?" A tall man approached, blocking their path. Trailing behind him was a familiar figure, wearing a smug expression, arms crossed, and eyes gleaming with challenge. The newcomer was Wang Xiao, accompanied by a burly lackey, exuding confidence. Wang Xiao pointed at Yun Ming with a mocking tone, seemingly eager to witness some amusement. "What liberating about it? What it to you?" Wang Xiao scoffed, stepping closer, while Duan Lu Yun remained unperturbed, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. He interjected with a smile. "What do you mean by that? Our problem class is quite free-spirited, free-spirited." Wang Xiao's expression darkened. Yunming narrowed his eyes, a flicker of coldness crossing his otherwise calm demeanor. He chose not to engage further, his fingers absently tracing the newly acquired student ID. Duan Luyun, nibbling on the seeds, casually offered some to Yunming, signaling him to refrain from retaliating. "You don't think I'm weak just because I Haven T graduated yet, do you?" Her fingers swiftly formed seals, and in mere seconds, the burly man and Wang Xiao found their feet ensnared by shadows. They looked down to find a dark silhouette emerging from their own shadows, wielding a long knife poised threateningly at their necks. This bizarre turn of events sent chills down their spines, the icy blade seemingly pressing against their throats, threatening their very lives. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Xiao's temple as panic flickered in his eyes. Realizing he was at an absolute disadvantage, ambushes are hardly impressive. Wang Xiao gritted his teeth, but his tone was evidently devoid of its previous bravado. He struggled to maintain an intimidating facade, stubbornly delivering one last taunt. Duan Luyun chuckled lightly, waving his hand to lift the shadow's control in an instant. The fear that had gripped Wang Xiao and his companion evaporated. Seeing their restraints lifted, Wang Xiao hurriedly turned and fled in disarray, the burly man hastily following suit to avoid further trouble. "The year-end competition? I might actually graduate this time. Aren't you a new student? How is it that you've not graduated for so many years?" Under Yuming's scrutinizing gaze, Duan Luyun awkwardly shifted his attention elsewhere, murmuring, "It's only been 4 years since I graduated." "Huh? How old are you?" "I'm 19. I'm 21, my friend. I should be your elder." Yet, as Yuming placed a hand firmly on his shoulder, Duan Luyun felt an unexplainable pressure, instantly tensing up. The silent scrutiny from Yuming caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. "My bond with my friend is profound. Age is irrelevant when hearts connect. We do not inquire about seniority to call each other brothers. In this world, only you shall take the lead." Duan Luyun mustered the courage to recite this verse, attempting to ease the tension. "Why so serious? I can't really do anything to you." Duan Luyun squinted, letting out a few forced laughs, silently musing. "Even if my friend has no such intentions, this lady monarch could act at any moment." His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the sudden appearance of Qing Lan on Yunming's shoulder, stirring a wave of unease within him. "Let us go. We're off to audit a class with Li Qingqing." Yunming tucked the competition flyer away and turned towards the location indicated on Li Qingqing's phone. The two hastened down the corridor towards her classroom. The sign at the classroom door boldly proclaimed "Excellent Class" in gleaming letters, seemingly flaunting its prestige. "Isn't that a bit too blatant?" Yunming couldn't help but scoff, his eyes flitting between the excellent class, the passing class, and the empty problem class, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Just as they lamented their predicament, the back door of the classroom creaked open slightly, revealing Li Qingqing's head peeking out. Upon spotting them, she waved her hand urgently, whispering, "Hurry! Come in through the back." Inside the classroom, numerous students occupied the rows of seats, creating a somewhat congested atmosphere. "I heard your class's teacher got into a fight." Li Qingqing inquired with curiosity, her gaze wandering over Yunming's face, her tone brimming with gossiping enthusiasm. Yunming chuckled, bending down to dramatically reenact the scene of the two teachers brawling beneath the desk, his comical gestures eliciting a chuckle from Li Qingqing. However, having been chastised by Xian Shuang earlier, Yunming instinctively covered Li Qingqing's mouth, whispering anxiously, "Shuh, keep it down. Don't let anyone overhear." Li Qingqing froze, realizing how close their faces were, her cheeks flushing with an inexplicable nervousness as she attempted to wriggle free from Yunming's grasp. In that moment of chaos, Yunming accidentally exerted too much force, crashing his head against the desk with a loud thud, plunging the classroom into an eerie silence, dozens of eyes fixing upon the trio. Chapter 21. Cluck, cluck, cluck. "I'm fine." As Li Qingqing pressed down on Yunming's head, forcing him to hide beneath the desk, she waved at the other students, signaling them to disregard the commotion. An apologetic look crossed her face, as if she bore the blame. Yunming shot her a glare, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Ahem, just a little accident, nothing to worry about." Afterward, he feigned seriousness, adopting a posture of attentive learning, though his heart still raced with anxiety. Meanwhile, the The teacher at the front continued his unperturbed lecture on the concept of aberrant spirits. Aberrant spirits refer to entities that deviate from common logic. Their forms of existence can be divided into two categories. One group survives by attaching to spiritual bodies, while the other seizes control of hosts, becoming aggressive aberrant spirits that wreak indiscriminate havoc on their surroundings. The teacher's deep voice seemed to lull the class into a trance, and Yunming found his eyelids growing heavy. Drowsiness creeping in, however. Just then, an image appeared on the projector, jolting him awake. It was a horrifying sight. A mountain composed of countless flesh chunks, surrounded by gaping mouths relentlessly devouring everything in their vicinity, leaving destruction in their wake, a truly chilling scene. This is the otherworldly being codenamed Meat Mountain. The teacher's voice is cold and serious. It is, thus far, the only entity whose danger level has been on a continuous rise. Initially, when it first appeared, its danger level was merely rated as D, but as the zero disaster persisted, by the time the calamity concluded, its danger level had escalated to the highest tier, Doom. Although the black and white footage of Meat Mountain remains indistinct, the endless scenes of devouring still evoke a chilling dread. Yunming gazes at the screen, an inexplicable tremor coursing through his heart. Suddenly, he finds himself gripped by an unexplainable fascination for this Meat Mountain. The drowsiness he felt moments ago vanishing without a trace. Meat Mountain, he murmurs softly, sensing a familiarity as if he has encountered it before, yet the memory eludes him. What's wrong with you? Li Qingqing inquires, her eyes wide as she observes Yunming's unusual reaction. She reaches out to touch his forehead, startled by his feverish temperature. Anxiously, she asks, her heart racing. Just as she feels helpless, Qinglan, the ethereal presence perched upon Yunming's shoulder, materializes. With an air of calm composure, she gestures gently to Li Qingqing, signaling her not to worry. Subsequently, with a subtle wave of her hand, black mist pours forth, seeping into Yunming's body in no time. His complexion begins to return to normal, the fever dissipating, and the bloodshot lines in his eyes gradually fading. Li Qingqing watches Yunming's transformation, exhaling in relief, yet still harboring concern. However, her gaze fails to notice the teacher at the front of the room. Observing the entire scene with keen interest, a smirk of satisfaction unwittingly creeps upon the teacher's lips, as if he had long since unraveled Yunming's secret. He swiftly shuts off the video regarding Meat Mountain, switching to footage of other entities, as though nothing had transpired in a daze. Yunming feels the heat within him gradually subside. With the aid of the black mist, he finally regains his clarity. Yet, he remains unaware of the events that just unfolded. An unsettling feeling gnawing at him regarding the oddities he experienced. Duan Luyuan remains silent, arms crossed, his gaze betraying both scrutiny and concern, while Li Qingqing appears somewhat anxious. Clutching a damp towel, she seems intent on cooling Yunming down. You nearly scared me to death, Li Qingqing sighs, suppressing her anxiety as she gently hands the wet towel to Yunming. Are you all right? Is that girl who looks like a figurine your contracted entity? Taking the towel, Yunming wipes the cold sweat from his brow, smiling as he replies, Yes, her name is Qinglan, I should be fine now. Li Qingqing furrows her brow, scrutinizing him, still unconvinced. Are you certain you're okay? Should we see a doctor? Yunming shakes his head. Although his body has returned to normal, the sudden fever and discomfort leave him with an ominous sense that something is amiss, perhaps linked to his own origins. Meanwhile, the teacher, having just concluded his class, strides out of the classroom, leaving behind textbooks and teaching materials that now seem insignificant. He leisurely walks to the end of the teaching building, seizing the moment when no one is around to slip into the restroom. Once inside a stall, he carefully locks the door, deftly presses his fingers to his jaw, and with a forceful tear, he rips off his facial skin, revealing a featureless, unfamiliar visage. Discarding the removed face into the drain, the water swiftly sweeps it away. Almost instantaneously, his body begins to undergo a transformation, a series of bizarre masks sprouting from his back, each mask shadowed by a small, all-black silhouette, silently drifting as if observing the surroundings. Master reports, the competition slots have been secured. A cold voice shatters the restroom silence as Hanya's figure emerges at the door, knocking on the stall and reporting to the mysterious figure within. The enigmatic individual lowers their gaze, selecting one of the masks from the array, and firmly affixes it to their face, as the mask is donned. the shadow behind it swiftly morphs into a viscous liquid, enveloping the entire figure. Within mere seconds, the mysterious person transforms into a robust officer, clad in a crisp uniform. With piercing eyes, he pushes the door open, stepping out, his demeanor austere as he glances at Han Yi, casually patting his shoulder while murmuring a warning, "Well done. But don't overstep your bounds." With a cold chuckle, the officer removes the District 13 insignia from his uniform, shaking it lightly until it morphs into the emblem of District 29. Subsequently, he takes a few steps, emitting an eerie laugh, his form suddenly contracting and dissolving into a pool of black liquid, swiftly vanishing through the cracks in the floor. Han Yi watches the direction of his disappearance, his previously respectful expression morphing into disdain, as he spits on the ground, cursing, "Zum. Once I sit in the supreme position, I'll deal with you sooner or later." And no sooner had he spoken than a warped spatial rift appeared beneath him, swallowing him whole in an instant. His figure vanished from existence, as if he had never been there at all. When Han Yi reopened his eyes, he found himself in a bizarre, eerie blue expanse. The air was thick with a chilling mist, and a pair of deep, dark eyes fixated on him. Glancing downward, he was met with a massive maw lined with sharp teeth, exuding a nauseating stench that nearly caused him to faint. Realizing the creature before him was an S-level fur beast, he gasped in horror, instinctively calling out, "S-level fur beast? How could you be here?" In a flurry of panic, Han Yi summoned his entity, unleashing a surge of energy that ignited flames, enveloping him in a fiery cocoon. The intense heat quickly spread along the fur beast's long fur, igniting its palm. Although the flames failed to harm the creature, they incited its wrath. The fur beast let out a deafening roar, violently tossing Han Yi to the ground as if he were a mere toy. Expecting a harsh impact, Han Yi was instead met with a surge of viscous black liquid that silently enveloped him. Gently lifting him back up, a chill raced through him as his gaze instinctively shifted toward the black liquid, instantly recognizing it as his master's entity. His heart raced, and he promptly knelt, refraining from any movement. "Mouse, cowardly. He. The fur beast's chilling laughter reverberated, its booming voice vibrating through the space, forcing Han Yi to cover his ears as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. "Fur beast, be quiet." A cold, deep voice suddenly echoed. "Tonight, eliminate the officer of District 29. I will assume his identity." The command was succinct and direct, devoid of any unnecessary words. Once the instructions were given, the figure swiftly vanished into thin air. The fur beast grinned, revealing its terrifying fangs. Lowering its head, its enormous paw reached out once more toward Han Yi, seizing him with a firm grip. Those deep, dark eyes remained fixed on him as it let out another low chuckle. "Mouse. Lure, slaughter. He. Chapter 22. Are you doubting yourself? That night, Yuming lay in bed, an instinctive anxiety rendering his mind restless. The screen of his phone glowed faintly as he chatted with his mother, Yanhua, the topic revolving around the video of Meat Mountain they had seen in class earlier that day. You shouldn't have to learn about Meat Mountain at your age, but since you've asked, I can no longer keep it from you." She began to recount the incident to Yunming slowly. Meat Mountain, a terrifying otherworldly being jointly hunted by the four divine beasts, initially held a danger level of merely D. Yet it possessed the terrifying ability to consume everything around it. With each act of consumption, its power would grow until it ascended to the doom level. During that operation, most of our equipment malfunctioned. The effects of zero disaster combined with the interference of Meat Mountain rendered any documentation impossible. Yanhua explained, and Yuming's heartbeat quickened as he realized that what he witnessed might not be as simple as it seemed. "What about the video I saw?" he murmured, attempting to grasp the implications. Yanhua's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. "Yuner, the information you provided is crucial. I will immediately arrange for an investigation into the memories of the other students from that class. This may involve a very dangerous individual." Hearing this, Yuming couldn't help but gasp, a sense of foreboding creeping in as he felt he had become entangled in a perilous conspiracy. "Mom, can you tell me who that person is?" Yanhua fell silent for a moment, her voice turning grave and cautious. "This individual belongs to a classified dossier. Those who know of him are likely to become targets. Your current strength makes it unwise to be aware of him. But one thing you must know is that he can assume the appearance of anyone." These words struck Yunming like a hammer, echoing in his mind. He recalled the teacher's visage from earlier. though the specifics had long faded from memory. With a long sigh, Yuming pondered how he should respond. Duan Luyun, while preparing a makeshift bed, noticed Yunming's unusual expression and felt a stirring in his heart. With a sudden flash of inspiration, he spoke. "Why must you be troubled, my friend? Set aside worldly worries for now. Instead, let us join forces in this game, wielding our hearts like swords, in perilous paths. Strength will reveal itself. Let not today's laughter be in vain. When success is within reach, we shall brave the storms and conquer the peaks." Having spoken, he rose and activated the computer, effortlessly launching the game interface for Yuming as well. After a moment of hesitation, he broke the silence and asked in a low voice, "Wait a moment. May I pose a question to you? Have you ever heard of a perilous individual capable of transforming into the likeness of others?" Upon hearing this, Duan Liuyun's countenance shifted dramatically. He paused, his gaze flickering. The usually carefree demeanor he presented was now replaced by a rare expression of dread. After a brief interval, he spoke slowly, his tone lacking its customary nonchalance. "Friend, I am indeed familiar with this person. He is the leader of the Yitong sect, known as the Lord of the 100 Faces. This individual possesses an extraordinarily sinister ability, capable of assuming the appearance of anyone. His power transcends mere shapeshifting. Even more terrifying is his capacity to perceive anyone who possesses knowledge of him. The more you know him, the more he can pry into your essence in that instant." A warning from his mother. Yen Hua echoed in Yunming's mind, reminding him that understanding this individual was not a good omen. A sudden heaviness settled in his chest, thoughts swirling chaotically, and an alarming hypothesis took shape. What if the Lord of the 100 Faces had already infiltrated his surroundings? Masquerading as someone close? How would he respond? If he were to become someone among my acquaintances, what should I do? Yunming murmured softly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His mind was in disarray. And instinctively, he pressed his hands to his head, feeling that familiar heat spreading through his body as it had during class. Duan Luyun observed Yunming's distress and sighed deeply. He seized Yunming by the collar and lifted him off the ground. His expression grave, his voice laced with a hint of sternness. "Are you doubting yourself? If you cannot discern the real from the false, how do you intend to confront the Lord of the 100 Faces?" His probing question struck at the core of Yunming's being, causing him to shudder violently. Noticing this, Duan Luyun released his grip and turned back to the computer, his voice low and tinged with disappointment. "If you cannot even stand firm in your own identity, then perhaps you should reconsider being the Zero Guardian." These words fell upon Yunming like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing his prior anxiety and fear. Duan Luyun said no more, continuing to engage with the game. While Yunming sank into contemplation, Qinglan, unable to bear Yunming's turmoil any longer, finally emerged from his chest, floating in midair. She gently poked his forehead, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Yunming, what is the matter with you?" At that moment, Yunming sprang to his feet suddenly, catching Qinglan off guard, causing her to spin several times in the air. His voice, now devoid of its earlier heaviness, bore a note of lightness. Just as Qinglan regained her balance and was about to scold him for startling her, a flickering shadow darted in from the side, intercepting her hand. "Your Majesty, do not let him affect your mood." The voice of Shunnying was filled with urgency. Qinglan, somewhat unwilling, pushed Shunnying aside, muttering under her breath, "How could I not be affected?" Yunming is his reincarnation, realizing that both were engrossed in their game with headphones on, oblivious to the conversation. Shunnying sighed in relief and quickly pulled Qinglan aside, whispering, "Your Majesty, you are right, but that individual has clearly sensed Yunming's condition today. Should we not take some measures?" Upon hearing this, Qinglan inhaled deeply, regaining her usual proud and composed demeanor. Her gaze settled on Yunming, her eyes reflecting both anticipation and complexity. Slowly, she said, "Shunnying, couldn't he help but chuckle," lowering her voice to tease, "How amusing to think about it. He accompanied you, Your Majesty, as you grew step by step. And now it is your turn to watch him grow." Upon hearing this, Qinglan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot a playful glare at Shunnying, her face betraying a shyness she could not conceal. "Nonsense," she gently scolded, yet her eyes held a trace of warmth. Qinglan's complex gaze lingered on Yunming for a moment, as if contemplating a difficult decision. With a soft sigh, she remarked, "I am not entirely certain. The choice to contract with him may be right or wrong. Shunning, hearing her murmurs, quickly interrupted, attempting to shift the topic. Do not dwell on it too much. This human game appears quite intriguing. Why don't we try it out and unwind? Forget it. That game seems too complicated. I have no interest. Not that, Shunning exclaimed, lifting a piece and awkwardly maneuvering it onto the board, her excitement palpable. It is this. Elephant horse soldier Cannon. Shunning furrowed her brow, seemingly struggling to remember the rules. Qinglan, observing her clumsy antics, couldn't he help but let out a light laugh. This I have seen some elderly people playing in the city. She initially intended to refuse, but, looking at the pieces, felt a twinge of curiosity and eventually acquiesced. Very well, I shall indulge you this once. Although her tone conveyed reluctance, a hint of intrigue sparkled in Qinglan's eyes. She waved her hand, and shadows lifted a massive cannon, guiding it across the board. Suddenly, she found that this human board game might possess its own charm. As they engaged in their match, the pieces on the board shifted gradually, resembling a wondrous contest, and it seemed Qinglan's spirits lightened as well. Chapter 23. I will not betray you. That night, Yunming could not escape the haunting nightmares that entwined his mind, cold sweat soaking his pillow. In his dream, he found himself ensconced in dense black mist, seated upon a pitch-black throne. Surrounding the throne, countless otherworldly beings knelt, their fearsome visages exuding boundless submission. Beside Yunming stood a figure he knew all too well. Blurred yet heart-wrenching, my lord. I am acutely aware of your might. A false facade cannot deceive you yet, as I reveal my truest self. Why can you not recognize me? That voice seemed to penetrate Yunming's mind directly. Before he could respond, a sharp dagger plunged into his chest. The dagger was wrapped in a white cloth inscribed with runes, and as the power of the runes flowed, Yunming felt his vitality swiftly siphoned away. As if stripped of all life force, however, more acute than the pain from the dagger was the sensation of tearing deep within his heart. The familiar figure before him remained indistinct, yet those cold eyes inflicted excruciating agony upon Yunming. Why do you betray me? His voice trembled, laden with unmasked anguish and inquiry. An endless darkness surged towards him, consuming the last vestiges of lucidity, just as he was on the brink of complete oblivion. A familiar and trembling voice pierced through the void. Yunming, wake up. Please wake up. The voice grew clearer, as if a force were pulling him from the abyss. Suddenly, a blinding light flooded his vision. And Yunming jolted awake. He shifted slightly, feeling a warm pressure on his forehead, and then noticed a pair of small bare feet resting on his face, pressing down enough to cause a mild ache. Qinglan's tiny hands were tugging at his eyelids, seemingly attempting to pull him from the nightmare by force. Gently, Yunming held her feet, his voice still hoarse. Qinglan, I am awake. She looked down and mumbled. You scared me to death, shouting so loudly in your dream. Rubbing his eyes, Yunming still felt the remnants of unease from the dream. The countless otherworldly beings kneeling, that dark throne, the blurred betrayer. Everything had felt so real. Qinglan, you must have seen my dream, right? It was so vivid. Was this your experience? Qinglan initially thought Yunming had regained memories from his past life, but after hearing his subsequent inquiry, she hesitated for a moment before playing along. Yes, I can see it. This is my experience. It must be the resonance with otherworldly beings that allowed you to witness this dream. Her voice carried a hint of complexity, as if hinting at something yet unwilling to unveil it. Yunming felt a weight in his heart. That blurred betrayer lingered in his mind. The sensation of the dagger piercing his heart remained vivid, and the question, why do you betray me, seemed etched into his very soul. Though the dream had ended, the pain of betrayal lingered. Noticing his emotional turmoil, Qinglan flew before him, patting his shoulder and mustering a forced smile. Do not overthink it. I will not betray you. As the words left her lips, Qinglan herself was taken aback. Yunming's expression darkened instantly, his gaze as frigid as ice. After a moment, however, he regained his smile, as if the earlier gloom had never existed. Those memories from dreams, perhaps they are remnants of a past life. But fear not, I shall not dwell on them. Suddenly, Yunming turned to Qinglan, extending his finger to gently ruffle her hair, speaking in a light-hearted tone. After all, with you by my side, I shall not feel out of place in this world, even in the absence of otherworldly beings. Qinglan froze momentarily, a fleeting emotion flashing in her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, a yawn interrupted her. Who would have thought you two could be so mushy? Duan Luyun, lounging on the makeshift bed beside them, lazily yawned, squinting as he commented, Your Majesty, please do not let his flowery words cloud your judgment. However, she quickly regained her customary composure and arrogance, huffing dismissively as she declared, I shall not be swayed by such trifles. You all may resume your slumber. Yes, yes, as you command, Yuming replied with a chuckle. Casually picking up his phone that was charging beside the pillow, a glance at the screen revealed the time, and he furrowed his brow. It's only 3 o'clock? He exclaimed, immediately flopping back down to sleep. In mere moments, the sound of his heavy breathing echoed throughout the room. Has he fallen asleep already? Duan Luyun mused, observing Yunming's quality of slumber, and inspiration struck him suddenly. He sat up and began to recite a poem. The heart's clarity dispels the fog. Anxiety vanquished, resolve more steadfast. The morning doorbell rang, rousing the two from their dreams. Upon opening the door, Yunming was momentarily taken aback. Standing outside was a young maiden clad in an exquisite black qipao, tailored to perfection, revealing a pair of delicate, snow-white legs beneath its hem. The stark contrast of black and white rendered her particularly captivating. Surprised, Yuming quickly shut the door without a second thought. Once he regained his composure, he began to wonder if he were still dreaming. How else could he explain such an uncanny sight? Hey, Yuming, why did you close the door again? Came a familiar youthful voice from outside. Hearing this, Yuming snapped back to reality and hurriedly reopened the door, albeit with much more caution, leaving only a crack to peer through. At last, he discerned that the visitor was none other than Xian Shuang. She wore a black qipao intricately embroidered with a silver tortoise pattern, a black serpent coiling around her chest, the subtle curves of the embroidery seemingly seeking to embellish the otherwise flat fabric. As Yunming's gaze drifted downward, he noticed that she was barefoot, yet her feet did not touch the ground. Rather, a faint shadow seemed to elevate them, as if she were being lifted by some unseen force. Xian Shuang gently shook her black trench coat, causing it to part slightly and reveal her elegantly styled hair. Adorning her hair was a black and gold hairband that accentuated her youthful yet somewhat aloof features. With an expression of calm, she regarded Yuming through the door crack, a slight smile playing at her lips, as if she found his reaction amusing. Have you seen enough? May I come in? She teased lightly. Realizing his oversight, Yuming awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly opened the door. Xian Shuang glided gracefully into the living room, a faint chill seeming to permeate the air around her. Unbeknownst to him, several slender black serpents had appeared on her form, gracefully coiling around her sleeves. These serpents opened their mouths, deftly gripping the edges of Xian Shuang's coat, akin to well-trained attendants, elegantly hanging it on a coat rack. Feeling somewhat flustered, Yuming, though not unfamiliar with Xian Shuang, was nonetheless taken aback by her sudden visit. He stepped forward to pull out a chair for her, attempting to appear courteous, with an elegant motion. Xian Shuang lifted the hem of her qipao and sat down gracefully, her demeanor exuding the poise of a noble woman. Yuming promptly handed her a teacup from the table, pouring her a warm cup of tea. Xian Shuang blinked her frosty eyes and softly remarked, lifting her delicate hand to her lips to blow away the steam from the tea before taking a sip, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yuming found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly smiling back, reflecting on how someone like Xian Shuang could even imbue the act of drinking tea with an air of chilling elegance. Sister Xian Shuang, you came this morning for something important, didn't you? He tentatively inquired, hoping to break the subtly tense silence. Yuming, you need not be anxious, Xian Shuang replied, her voice still gentle but now tinged with an undeniable chill. The elder sister mentioned you had seen the video of the meat mountain. I have come to assess your condition. Upon hearing this, Yuming paused in surprise. The next moment, Xian Shuang abruptly set down her teacup. Rising to face him, their gazes locking in an instant, a palpable tension enveloping the AIRDAT that moment. Yuming felt an uncontrollable restlessness surge from within, his blood seemingly igniting, his face flushing, and his eyes becoming bloodshot. This sensation mirrored the fear and thrill he had experienced when first viewing the Meat Mountain video in class, intensifying with each passing second. Xian Shuang appeared to perceive the turmoil within him. A subtle smile gracing her lips, she slowly extended her icy hand, gently placing it before Yunming's mouth. Though not resist, Yunming, she murmured, her tone imbued with an authority that brooked no contradiction. as she moved. The black serpents along her arm gradually revealed themselves, deftly slithering toward Yunming's lips. He felt as though an icy grip had seized him, rendering him immobile, helplessly watching as the serpent approached. Qian Shuang carefully parted Yunming's lips with her fingers, the touch both cold and soft, sending a shiver through him. Without hesitation, the black serpent followed her finger, swiftly darting into Yunming's mouth and vanishing deep within his throat. With a subdued gulp, the serpent had entered his body. A wave of coldness washed over him, his limbs turning frigid, as if he had been abruptly frozen in time. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself kneeling on the floor, a violent wave of nausea forcing him to retch. His complexion pale. After a while, the strange sensation gradually faded, and Yunming slowly regained his composure. He lifted his head, confusion etched across his face, struggling to articulate, "Did I just swallow a snake?" Her demeanor nonchalant, as if nothing had transpired. Qian Shuang calmly explained, "That was a manifestation of my essence, so there is no need for undue concern. I did not come merely to check on your state. There is something of greater importance I must reveal to you. Regarding your lineage." Qian Shuang paused, her gaze settling on Yunming, imbued with a complexity of emotions. Yunming faltered, his throat dry, an unsettling feeling washing over him. "Why, lineage?" he asked hoarsely. Qian Shuang nodded gently, continuing, "You should already be aware of part of the truth. You are not the biological child of the elder sister, but rather the infant rescued by our divine beast squad during the Meat Mountain incident." As the words left her lips, Qian Shuang suddenly coughed softly. A trace of crimson blood seeping from her mouth, her previously regal demeanor now appearing fragile. Yunming stared at her in astonishment, about to speak, but her faint smile silenced him. "Yunming," Qian Shuang's voice trembled, her eyes reflecting a flicker of guilt and helplessness. "You were gravely afflicted by the calamity of Zero, and I had no choice but to inject half of my essence into you to barely preserve your life. Yet, as a result, my powers have been depleted, and I am far from my former self." As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, picking up several paper towels from the dining table to gently wipe the blood from her lips. Despite her graceful movements, Yunming felt a sharp pang in his heart. The once formidable young woman before him now appeared so vulnerable, like a flower on the verge of wilting. Moreover, the reason you cannot perceive the otherworldly beings is also due to the influence of my essence. Qian Shuang's voice weakened, a hint of remorse surfacing in her eyes. "For this, I am truly sorry." Yunming stood frozen, an indescribable turmoil churning within him. All along, he had believed his inability to see the otherworldly beings was merely fate's cruel jest. Unaware of the intricate truths hidden beneath, before him, Qian Shuang now resembled a fragile porcelain doll, so delicate that she seemed to shatter at the slightest touch. "No, it's fine. Sister Qian Shuang saved my life." Yunming." Qian Shuang abruptly interrupted him, her gaze regaining a measure of resolve, her voice turning sharp. "I do not require your gratitude. What I need is your strength." A determined glint flickered in her eyes. "You must swiftly enhance your abilities and challenge those who are stronger. The upcoming tournament is, in fact, the rite of passage I have prepared for you." Qian Shuang paused, rising anew, as if striving to break free from the shadows of her previous fragility. She regained her former aloof demeanor, striding confidently toward the door. "I await you, Yunming, for the day you take my place as the leader." Before her words had fully settled in the air, she had donned her trench coat and stepped outside. Leaving Yunming with a striking silhouette, he waved her off, his gaze somewhat dazed. "Damn, she truly knows how to make an exit." At that moment, Qinglan appeared on Yunming's shoulder, casting a cold glance at his disoriented state, unrelentingly remarking, "Now is not the time to be starstruck. Qian Shuang is correct. Hurry up and prepare to challenge others." Yunming, jolted from his reverie, stammered in his defense. What nonsense! She is a colleague of my mother. How could I possibly harbor such thoughts about her?" As he spoke, he hurriedly turned toward the kitchen, attempting to mask his flustered state with action. He opened the refrigerator, retrieving various ingredients while exclaiming, all right, I'm going to cook now." Qinglan floated in the air, arms crossed, her expression one of disdain. "You can actually cook?" As soon as the words left his lips, Yunming casually seized a potato and tossed it at her. Qinglan was taken aback, hastily reaching out to catch it, her eyes widening in surprise. What are you doing? Yuming raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied, I have learned from my mother for quite some time. Stop merely making sarcastic remarks and lend a hand. Although Qinglan's face bore an expression of reluctance, she obediently flew to the side, cradling the potato as she skillfully began peeling it with a tool. Meanwhile, Yuming adeptly picked up a kitchen knife, slicing the eggplant into chunks and meticulously washing the green peppers. He then cut some slices of meat and chopped the potatoes that Qinglan had prepared. Getting ready to begin cooking. Before long, the kitchen was filled with delightful aromas. Yuming skillfully stir-fried the dish known as di sanxian, and moments later, a fragrant dish emerged from the pan. He also fried some golden, crispy chicken pieces, placing them into the lunchbox that Li Qingqing had given him earlier, finally squeezing on some ketchup and gazing contentedly at the sumptuous spread before him. All done. Task complete? Yuming clapped his hands, seemingly momentarily forgetting the tension brought by Xian Shuang. Qinglan, however, let out a soft hum, holding the potato peels in her hand. Though she expressed dissatisfaction verbally, her gaze furtively darted towards the box of chicken pieces. All right, stop staring, I've prepared a portion for you. Yuming chuckled as he handed over another box of fried chicken he had hidden from her. Qinglan's eyes brightened, and she immediately flew over, grabbing a piece of chicken and taking a hearty bite, her face radiating satisfaction. Curiously, Yuming inquired, by the way, can your kind actually eat food? Of course, we can. However, generally, we do not consume food. Only the beings we possess need to do so. As he spoke, Yuming organized the lunchbox in his hands, sitting down in a daze, his eyes fixed on the food on the table. What is that delightful aroma? Did you save me a portion? Yes, I saved you a portion. Go ahead and eat. Duan Luyun lazily picked up his chopsticks, beginning to take a piece of chicken while yawning, clearly still half asleep. At that moment, Yuming stood up, grabbed the prepared lunchbox, and said with a smile, Oh, off you go. Duan Luyun waved his hand, his gaze still glued to the fried chicken. Yuming chuckled as he opened the door and left the room, heading toward Li Qingqing's residence. Chapter 25. Apologies, let us do this together next time. Following the message sent by Li Qingqing on his phone, Yuming hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, only to spot Wang Xiao squatting behind a nearby flower bed, acting rather suspiciously. Is this guy a pervert? Yuming thought to himself, just as he was about to step forward. He heard Qinglan's voice. He is actually hiding there doing that? Quietly, Qinglan floated out and crouched beside Yuming, both of them peering intently at Wang Xiao ahead. Continuing the previous line of inquiry, Yuming asked Qinglan, what do you think he is doing over there? Furrowing her brow as she observed Wang Xiao, Qinglan speculated, I believe this is some peculiar courtship behavior of humans. Just as the two were joking, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind them. What are you two doing? Startled, Yuming immediately leapt up, turning to find Li Qingqing standing behind them, arms crossed and a curious expression on her face. Feeling awkward, Yuming scratched his head and quickly produced the lunchbox he had prepared, handing it over with both hands. It's nothing, we weren't doing anything, this is the lunch I made for you. Li Qingqing smiled as she accepted the lunchbox, speaking softly, thank you. But that guy has been waiting for me over there, so I had to sneak out through the back door. She gestured towards Wang Xiao, still crouching behind the flower bed, signaling Yuming to keep his voice down and not let him see. Indeed, Wang Xiao was waiting for Li Qingqing, causing Yuming to feel a wave of helplessness as he quietly asked, He has been here all this time? Li Qingqing nodded, a resigned smile gracing her lips. Yes, he has been waiting for a full hour. Hey! A shout rang out from not far away, and Wang Xiao finally noticed Yuming and Li Qingqing crouching behind. Upon seeing Yuming, his face immediately flushed with anger, disdain and fury evident in his eyes. You again. Wang Xiao glared menacingly at Yuming, seemingly recalling their last encounter. This time, I won't let you have a chance. You must have heard about the upcoming competition, Wang Xiao said as he pulled out a promotional flyer from his pocket and flung it harshly at Yuming. The flyer fluttered in the wind, revealing a challenge letter stamped with a red seal, landing right at Yuming's feet. This is, after a moment's contemplation, Yuming looked up at Wang Xiao, a confident smile suddenly spreading across his face as he firmly declared, I accept. His sudden resolution left both Li Qingqing, who stood beside him, and Wang Xiao, across from him, momentarily dumbfounded. Li Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting Yuming to agree so resolutely. Wang Xiao, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow, his expression dripping with contempt, as if he believed Yuming was already doomed to fail. "Are you out of your mind?" Wang Xiao sneered, taking a few steps closer, looking down at Yunming with a condescending tone filled with disdain. "Let me tell you, I'm from the elite class and just finished my teacher's assignment. Why fusion value and synchronization rate have risen to 20 in these past few days. Do you think you stand a chance?" Standing beside Yuming, Li Qingqing tugged at his sleeve, her voice lowered and laced with concern. "You need to think this through, Yuming. If you lose, your score will drop to negative, and he has already completed his teacher's assignment. So even if he loses, he won't suffer any consequences." Li Qingqing's warning caused Yunming to pause slightly, his peripheral vision catching the smug expression on Wang Xiao's face, igniting a surge of fighting spirit within him. He took a deep breath, gently patting Li Qingqing's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yuming shot a glance at Wang Xiao, a hint of provocation in his smile as he playfully suggested. "The stakes are too low. It's not interesting. Are you daring enough to double the score for victory and defeat?" Upon hearing this, the smug look on Wang Xiao's face instantly froze. He frowned, a mix of reluctance and resentment flickering in his eyes, yet he did not retreat, pointing at Yunming and shouting, "Fine, let us battle tomorrow. The stakes will be doubled. If you lose, you shall never show your face in front of me again." "All right, it's a deal." Wang Xiao continued with a cold smirk. "I'll let you enjoy today, but tomorrow you will regret your choice." Just as Wang Xiao finished speaking, Yuming nonchalantly reached out and took Li Qingqing's hand, deliberately showcasing their intertwined fingers to Wang Xiao, brimming with provocation. "All right, let us hurry along. I'm on a date with Li Qingqing, so don't linger here and be a nuisance." Witnessing this scene, Wang Xiao's expression darkened immediately, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the anger boiling within him. Gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment yet unable to act, he knew that making a move now would only complicate matters for himself. Ultimately, he had to swallow his rage and storm off in frustration. Out of sight, out of mind. Once Wang Xiao's figure disappeared from view, Yuming finally released Li Qingqing's hand, exhaling softly, his expression relaxing slightly. However, Li Qingqing, taken aback by the sudden hand-holding, felt a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She glanced down at her hand that had just been held, feeling a mix of shyness yet not rejecting it. A subtle smile gracing her lips. Noticing this, Yuming coughed lightly, attempting to maintain his composure as he said, "Apologies, that was merely a temporary measure to provoke him." Li Qingqing nodded slightly, her cheeks still tinged with pink as she replied, "It's fine, but about what you mentioned regarding our date, actually, I'm not very familiar with the process of the tasks assigned by that teacher. Could you possibly help me walk through it?" Yuming scratched his head, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. "When you shouted about doubling the stakes earlier, it startled me. I thought you didn't care about the score at all." Her voice carried a light teasing tone, but she quickly turned serious. "But do you really feel confident? Wang Xiao has connections with the police and the Zero Guardians. Their status is considerable, and they will surely prepare plenty of props to assist him." "Props?" Yuming's previously confident demeanor suddenly faltered, his brows knitting together as worry crept in. "Is this challenge allowed to use props?" he subconsciously repeated, his voice tinged with rising tension. "Is it turning into a prop-based competition? Should I seek help from my mother? But that's too. No, I can't do that." Anxiety churned within Yunming as his thoughts began to spiral. Just then, Qing Lan's voice resonated in his mind, imbued with a sense of confident arrogance. "With me around, what do you have to fear? If human props were truly that formidable, the otherworldly beings would have long ceased to dominate." "Yuming? My apologies, I just got lost in thought." Yuming offered a wry smile, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Li Qingqing nodded gently, about to say something when her phone suddenly rang. She glanced down, a serious expression immediately appearing on her face. Looking up at Yunming, she said, "I'm sorry, the teacher just sent me a message. There's something in class that requires my attention, so I may not be able to accompany you." Her words carried a hint of regret as she gave a slight bow to Yunming, saying, "I apologize, let us do this together next time." Before Yunming could utter a response, Li Qingqing had already turned on her heel and departed briskly, her hurried steps suggesting a genuine urgency. Watching her retreating figure, Yunming felt a pang of melancholy. Li Qingqing is truly a wonderful person. No wonder Wang Xiao pursues her so fervently. Speaking of which, who is her teacher again? Chapter 26. What are you doing here? As Yuming observed Li Qingqing swiftly vanishing from sight, barely able to catch a glimpse of her, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He was acutely aware that his month of training was insufficient to match Li Qingqing's impressive 30 fusion rate. Goodness, Li Qingqing runs so fast, he thought, feeling his breath quicken. Just then, Qinglan's voice broke through. Do not fret. I sense she is nearby and hasn't gone far. It would be prudent for you to rest momentarily and observe from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to act. Yuming nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Qinglan's advice. Given the sensitive nature of the current situation and the surrounding empty classrooms, a rash approach could easily lead to detection, potentially resulting in a misunderstanding where Li Qingqing might be seen as the target, treated as a hostage. With this thought, Yuming forced himself to calm down. Holding his breath as he inched along the wall, he cautiously peered around the corner, and indeed, there was Li Qingqing, engaged in conversation with someone who appeared to be a teacher. The individual was clad in a teacher's uniform, indistinguishable from the one he had seen that day. The distance was too great for him to hear much of their dialogue, but he caught fragments. Li Qingqing, you are the student in our class with the highest fusion value and synchronization rate, correct? The teacher's tone was filled with concern. A hint of worry etched across his brow. According to your resume, you were previously a 0 Sentinel from District 26. What brings you to District 29 for a reassessment? The teacher's voice was gentle and steady, seemingly devoid of malice. Li Qingqing lowered her gaze, her face gradually betraying a sense of guilt as she softly replied, Sir, there was a 0 disaster in District 26 not long ago. I feel my abilities are too weak. I could not save those who suffered. At this, her voice faltered, and a profound sense of self-reproach washed over her. As is 0 Sentinel. She perhaps had limited opportunities to showcase her capabilities under normal circumstances, especially in a guarding role. Yet, when faced with an unforeseen calamity like the 0 disaster, her power, confined to a mere 30 fusion rate, might never transcend its limitations. Hidden behind the wall, Yunming absorbed every word, acutely attuned to Li Qingqing's pain and helplessness. He had not realized the weight of pressure she had been shouldering, and his resolve to assist her only strengthened. Does she truly think this way? Aren't humans inherently selfish? Qinglan's voice chimed in again. I perceive her potential is not low. It is merely that the upper limit of her is rather constrained. Yuming nodded, an intricate blend of emotions swelling within him. Though you know who ultimately resolved the 0 disaster in District 26? The teacher's seemingly casual question instantly heightened Yunming's alertness. Yuming, you must leave at once. The faceless demon lord is approaching. Qinglan's voice rang out urgently, a clarion call of warning. Yet, before Yuming could react, he felt a cold hand clasping his shoulder. An overwhelming spiritual pressure rendering him immobile, as if ensnared by an invisible force that was close. The queen's reconnaissance nearly thwarted your escape. Why has the queen, instead of enjoying her realm, come to meddle with this boy? The voice dripped with mockery and derision. In that moment, Qinglan leaped from Yunming's back, positioning herself defiantly before him, her gaze fixed intently on the enigmatic adversary, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Meanwhile, Yunming heard the sound of bones clattering behind him, reminiscent of some colossal creature's skeletal structure shifting, causing his heart to quiver, his mind racing with myriad possibilities. Then, with a sudden exclamation of shock, Qinglan declared, So it is you. The faceless demon lord is indeed you. This revelation struck Yunming like a boulder dropped into a serene lake, sending tumultuous waves crashing through his consciousness. The faceless demon lord, that fearsome entity that instilled dread in the hearts of many, stood merely behind him. Of course, it is I, the faceless demon lord replied, a sinister laughter echoing as if emanating from all directions, chilling to the bone. But fret not. I do not intend to strike today. I shall return when you possess the strength to confront the calamities that lie ahead. Yuming remained paralyzed, helplessly witnessing Qinglan standing resolutely before him, attempting to shield him from the immense pressure. The faceless demon lord's voice resounded again, laced with scorn and provocation. Just as the last of his words faded, Yunming felt the weight on his shoulder vanish abruptly. Suddenly, a dark spatial rift tore open behind the demon lord. Pulsating with profound energy, the demon lord slowly relinquished his grip and stepped back, crossing into the fissured eye. In that fleeting moment, Yunming's body regained its freedom, and he swiftly turned, finally catching sight of the terrifying figure. The grotesque bone mask adorning the faceless demon lord's face, twisted and eerie, as if silently mocking him. Soon after, the rift sealed shut, and the demon lord's presence vanished without a trace, leaving Yunming and Qinglan standing in the oppressive silence. Taking a deep breath, Yunming felt his back drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding like a drum. He realized he had just confronted an extraordinarily perilous being, and that ghastly bone mask would be indelibly etched in his memory. Rest assured, that fellow will not return, Qinglan reassured him, causing the tautness in Yunming's nerves to finally ease, alleviating the weight pressing upon his chest. However, before he could fully relax, Li Qingqing's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Interrupting his thoughts, "Yunming?" She gently tapped his shoulder, curiosity lacing her voice. "What are you doing here?" A wave of tension surged through Yunming at her unexpected inquiry, rendering him momentarily flustered. Anxiously, he pondered how to explain his recent concealment. Stammering, he managed to utter, "No, it's nothing. I was just a bit worried about you." "Worried about me?" Li Qingqing blinked, seemingly discerning Yunming's hesitance. A playful smile gracing her lips, she couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her tone teasing. "Next time, you can just tell me directly. I wouldn't mind having you join me." Yunming felt his face flush at her words, suddenly feeling a tad embarrassed. Chapter 27. That's good. Instinctively, he sought to divert the topic, hastily asking, "By the way, what did that teacher say to you earlier?" She sighed softly before replying, "He mentioned wanting me to represent the class as an outstanding delegate in a competition. He also said he would provide some assistance to ensure I perform at my best." "It's the competition at the end of the year, right?" Yunming recalled some pertinent information, confirming the nature of the event in his mind. Li Qingqing shrugged her shoulders in exasperation, letting out a sigh. "Yes, that competition. I rarely practice with others, so I have no experience and feel completely unprepared to face it." Her tone was laced with a bittersweet smile, clearly apprehensive about the upcoming contest. At this moment, Li Qingqing suddenly remembered Yunming's impending duel with Wang Xiao, her expression clouded with concern. Yunming, however, appeared untroubled, waving his hand dismissively. Li Qingqing glanced at the lunchbox in her hands, chuckling lightly. "Did you forget? I'm still waiting to taste the meal you made." The two strolled to a flower bed beside the teaching building. Taking a seat on a bench, Li Qingqing opened the lunchbox Yunming had prepared for her. Steam still wafted from it, though the fried chicken had become slightly moist from the steam, losing its crispiness. Yet, the enticing aroma still wafted through the air, greatly stimulating Li Qingqing's appetite. She picked up her chopsticks, delicately selecting a piece of chicken, savoring each bite. Yunming watched her expression, eagerly anticipating her evaluation. This tastes quite delightful, truly better than what I make myself," Li Qingqing remarked, smiling and giving a thumbs up, her tone filled with genuine praise. She continued to sample the rice, eating earnestly. Seeing her relish the meal brought great satisfaction to Yunming. A smile of contentment spreading across his face. The atmosphere around them seemed to lighten considerably, and seizing the moment of leisure, Yunming took out his phone to check for any new messages. His fingers glided across the screen, his focus drifting over the notifications, while his mind lingered on thoughts of tomorrow's duel. Noticing Yunming had pulled out his phone, Li Qingqing set down her chopsticks, playfully admonishing, "Hey, don't start worrying about the duel again. It's mealtime, so relax a bit." Hearing this, Yunming chuckled, stowing away his phone, deciding to fully embrace this rare moment of tranquility. He looked up at Li Qingqing, the gentle sunlight bathing her face, her expression soft and serene. "No need to worry. I'm not that anxious, that's good." Li Qingqing nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao strode purposefully into the training grounds of the intensive training base. The training area was exceptionally spacious, lined with a multitude of training dummies and targets, each section cordoned off for different students to train independently. Standing within his designated training area, Wang Xiao's gaze darkened, and the confident visage of Yunming resurfaced in his mind. He clenched his teeth fiercely, abruptly extending his hand to summon forth his contracted otherworldly spirit, a toad, entirely clad in deep green with a smooth, glossy skin. The toad leapt from his shoulder and gracefully landed on the ground, its eyes blinking alertly through a thin membrane. "Show me the power of corrosion." Wang Xiao's whisper seemed to echo like a command. The toad opened its mouth wide, and a thick, green liquid shot forth like an arrow, striking a target not far away. The liquid, reeking of a pungent corrosive odor, hissed as it hit the target, which began to be swiftly eroded, emitting wisps of white smoke, gradually caving in and dissolving, as if it were being entirely liquefied. The toad's head transformed into a cannon, lying quietly on Wang Xiao's arm, poised like a weapon ready to strike at any moment. Not enough. Wang Xiao gazed at the corroded target, dissatisfaction and defiance flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand once more, and the toad opened its mouth, instantly shooting out several globules of corrosive liquid. The liquid spun rapidly through the air, one mass suddenly expanding mid-flight, transforming into a vast green corrosive net that enveloped the target ahead. The net-like liquid rapidly adhered to the target's surface, causing the entire structure to disintegrate into countless fragments, gradually turning into formless debris. Yet, this blow still failed to satisfy Wang Xiao. A persistent sense of resentment lingered within him. Each time he thought of Yun Ming, of that calm face and the upcoming duel, anger surged within him. He refused to allow himself to fail, especially not in front of the crowd. Damn that guy. Just wait. I will make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. Wang Xiao's gaze grew increasingly cold, his fury propelling him toward a row of dummies. These dummies were not only remarkably sturdy but also possessed retaliatory capabilities. Their internal mechanisms could simulate approximately 10 of a fusion value combat strength, making them ideal training opponents. Come on, let me vent. Wang Xiao clenched his fists, and the toad transformed once more, becoming a gauntlet enveloped in corrosive liquid, its surface radiating a dangerous green glow. He charged at the dummy, his fist slicing through the air, striking fiercely against its chest. A resounding crash echoed as the metallic body of the dummy was instantly penetrated, the corrosive liquid rapidly spreading within, the internal mechanisms emitting a shrill grinding noise as it crumbled under the corrosive assault. The entire dummy shattering like a dissolved clump of mud, scattering into countless pieces on the ground. Still not enough, nowhere near enough. Wang Xiao murmured to himself. Though his power had been unleashed, the restlessness in his heart remained unresolved. He knew that only by utterly defeating Yun Ming could he escape this shadow and regain his inner peace. Hey, Wang Xiao, do you want to win? A deep voice from behind interrupted Wang Xiao's actions. Clad in a police uniform, the emblem of District 29 emblazoned on his chest, he was not an ordinary officer, but an acquaintance connected to his family. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Wang Xiao's tone turned slightly probing. Did my father send you to assist me? The officer smiled faintly, nodding. Naturally, I know you have an important duel tomorrow, and I brought some special tools that can aid you in securing victory. As he spoke, he retrieved a handgun from his pocket and presented it to Wang Xiao. At first glance, the gun appeared no different from an ordinary handgun, its black body and silver trigger exuding a sense of standardization. Upon seeing it, Wang Xiao couldn't help but scoff derisively. A handgun? You can't be serious about having me use this mundane weapon against a contractor with over 20 fusion, can you? Those spirits can easily counter it. The officer, unfazed by Wang Xiao's attitude, shook his head gently, his smile unwavering. Do not underestimate this handgun. It is not an ordinary weapon. The bullets it contains have been specially treated, capable of penetrating any spirit's defenses, no matter how formidable. Wang Xiao's expression shifted slightly, curiosity blooming within him regarding the handgun, yet he remained cautious. How many bullets do I have? Only 5. The officer raised a finger, his tone serious. These bullets are sufficient to turn the tide in critical moments. But you must use them wisely. Each shot is of utmost importance. Wang Xiao lowered his gaze to the handgun, his inner resolve beginning to waver. 5 special bullets, if they truly possess the power to penetrate all defenses as the officer claimed, would undoubtedly enhance his chances against Yun Ming in tomorrow's duel. He grasped the handgun, feeling its cold metallic texture in his palm, his inner agitation gradually giving way to calmness and anticipation. I understand now, rest assured. I will utilize these 5 bullets effectively. Wang Xiao smirked coldly, a glint of determination in his eyes. He could already envision the scales of victory tipping in his favor during tomorrow's confrontation. The officer nodded with satisfaction, patting Wang Xiao's shoulder. Use them well, and victory shall be yours. Remember, timing is crucial. With that, the officer turned and departed, while Wang Xiao tightened his grip on the gun, his expression dark and resolute. He knew that this battle was not merely a personal victory. It was an opportunity to make Yun Ming bow his head. These 5 bullets would become a decisive move in the game. Yun Ming, tomorrow, I will show you who the true powerhouse is. Unbeknownst to Wang Xiao, the handgun in his grasp emitted a strange aura, gradually being absorbed by his body. As twilight descended, the dormitory lights cast a serene glow against the encroaching night. With Li Qingqing's assistance, Yun Ming finally deciphered the task process issued by the instructor. To his surprise, the tasks were trivial and devoid of challenge, such as checking in with the teacher, organizing handouts, and even watering the flower beds at the training base. After a day of wandering, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Upon returning to the dormitory, he opened the door only to find the room empty. Duan Liuyun's bed was meticulously tidy. Evidently, he was not present. Where has that guy gone? Yun Ming muttered to himself, scanning the room with a hint of curiosity. There, it seemed, was something he had left behind. Yun Ming approached and picked up a note wedged beneath a cup, the elegant handwriting exuding a classical charm, reminiscent of ancient calligraphy. Unexpectedly, the overseer comes to visit, fortunate to have a friend guide me through. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, and I shall repay this favor. By the way, I reside next door. Do remember to treat me to a meal. Placing the note down, Yun Ming couldn't help but chuckle. This guy certainly knows how to talk. His words flow quite smoothly. Qing Lan, with her arms crossed, floated nearby, shaking her head, smooth-tongued indeed, yet amusing. His absence is just as well. I can enjoy a moment of peace. Yun Ming chuckled, shaking his head as he casually shed his outer jacket, tossing it onto the bed. He then reclined back, gazing at the ceiling as a wave of fatigue washed over him. As night deepened, the surroundings fell silent, save for the whisper of the wind. He allowed his thoughts to drift away with the night breeze, his consciousness gradually blurring, eyelids slowly descending. Noticing Yun Ming on the verge of slumber, Qing Lan swiftly darted over, gently pinching his cheek. Don't rush to sleep. Have you eaten today? Yun Ming jolted awake at her words, sitting up to pat his stomach, puzzled. Strange. Why am I not hungry at all? Qing Lan smiled slightly, as if already anticipating this, pointing toward the kitchen. Even if you're not hungry, you should eat something. You have important matters tomorrow, and you can't afford to lack energy. Yun Ming nodded. Though he didn't feel hunger, he obediently stood up, donned an apron, and entered the kitchen. He quickly stir-fried a plate of vegetables, pairing them with leftover rice from lunch, and sat down at the table to eat slowly. As he dined, he absent-mindedly picked up his phone to scroll through the official updates of Zero Guardian. Shocking! A video of a meat mountain appears in the classroom of the District 29 training base, igniting heated discussions over the truth behind it. District 26's overseer issues an urgent statement. Recruitment for Zero Guardian on the front lines has commenced. Team formation cannot be delayed. District 29's overseer to step down by year-end. The league will become a crucial stage for overseer elections. Puff! Upon reading the final piece of news, Yun Ming couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of rice. Hastily grabbing a napkin to wipe the table in a fluster, Qing Lan, witnessing this, couldn't suppress her laughter. What happened? Did your own cooking frighten you? It's not the food. Take a look at this. Yun Ming thrust his phone toward Qing Lan, who glanced at it and raised an eyebrow, the overseer stepping down and turning the league into an election stage. This should make for quite the spectacle. In a wonder Sister Xian, Shuang came over today to mention it. It seemed she had plans all along. Qing Lan's eyes sparkled as she whispered with a smile. It appears she has her sights set on this opportunity. I think you ought to make a move. Let others see your prowess. As Qing Lan spoke, she playfully punched her tiny fist, but Yun Ming interrupted her with a single sentence. Don't get too excited. Our synchronization rate is only 0.01. How can we win in the end? Finishing his last few bites with a frown, Yun Ming left the dishes unwashed and headed straight to the bathroom to freshen up. Qing Lan hurriedly followed him, her face a mix of urgency as she explained. It wasn't like that. I was just a bit frustrated. Can't you look for the reason for your synchronization rate? All right, time for sleep. On the following morning, as the sunlight gently filtered through, Yuming and Wang Xiao arrived at the training base's arena in District 29 as per their arrangement. Previously, Yuming had merely passed by the perimeter of the arena, and from afar, the structure resembled a colossal metallic bird's nest, exuding an air of austere majesty. Stepping inside for the first time today, he truly grasped the vastness and grandeur of the venue. The heart of the arena lay an expansive combat area, its ground meticulously paved with large square tiles that appeared exceptionally sturdy. Surrounding the arena were towering spectator stands, where rows of seats ascended in tiers, seemingly allowing anyone seated to have a clear view of the battle, irrespective of their position. Directly opposite the entrance was a solemn and ornate VIP section, its elevated seats clearly designated for individuals of high status. Today marked Wang Xiao's challenged match, and although it was not an official competition, it still attracted a considerable audience. The seats in the spectator area gradually filled up, primarily occupied by outstanding students from District 29, alongside friends and acquaintances of both Yunming and Wang Xiao. They gathered in small clusters, some whispering to each other, while others displayed glimmers of anticipation in their eyes, evidently filled with curiosity and excitement regarding this duel. Yunming slowly stepped onto the battlefield, slightly tilting his head to survey the audience. As his gaze swept across the rows of seats, it abruptly halted at a corner of the last row. There sat a petite figure clad in a black trench coat, her demeanor calm and unobtrusive. Despite her deliberate attempt to conceal her presence, Yunming instantly recognized her as Xian Shuang. Her presence sent a subtle tremor through his heart. Xian Shuang had always maintained a low profile, and as the leader, her decision to attend the arena today was evidently to observe Yunming. Seated there, her gaze was as tranquil as still water. And though she did not express anything overtly, an air of scrutiny emanated from her, as if the outcome of today's battle would determine Yunming's standing in her eyes. On the other side, Wang Xiao was already brimming with eagerness. His eyes gleamed with intensity, fists clenched, a fierce desire for victory igniting within him. He had awaited this confrontation for a long time. Yunming, let us begin, Wang Xiao bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the arena. As his words echoed, the circular display screen above the arena initiated a countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the instant the countdown reached 0, the blue and red PK emblem illuminated the screen, signifying the official commencement of the match. Both Yunming and Wang Xiao summoned their respective contracted spirits simultaneously. Beside Wang Xiao, a colossal toad leaped onto his shoulder, its eyes glistening with a slimy membrane, while a dense black mist emanated from Yunming, as Qinglan deliberately concealed her identity, presenting herself in the simplest form to avoid drawing attention. Enough with the pleasantries, Yunming, brace yourself, Wang Xiao sneered, raising his arm as the toad swiftly transformed into a device resembling a jet sprayer affixed to his hand. The nozzle opened wide, unleashing a barrage of corrosive green liquid toward Yunming. The green liquid soared through the air like arrows, the atmosphere tinged with a sharp, acrid scent. Quick to react, Yunming propelled himself backward with a powerful push, easily evading the initial attacks. Subsequently, with a firm grip, he summoned the surrounding black mist, which rapidly coalesced into a sharp black blade known as Misty Edge. Holding the Misty Edge, the blade poised across his chest. He appeared light as a feather yet unyielding as steel. Wang Xiao's corrosive liquid struck the blade repeatedly, but instead of penetrating it as it typically would, a bizarre force thwarted the corrosive assault. The black mist enveloping the blade actively consumed the green liquid, which vanished without a trace, leaving deep craters on the floor tiles. What? Wang Xiao's expression darkened instantly, clearly taken aback by this turn of events. He had anticipated this moment, aware of Yunming's formidable defensive capabilities. Yet he never expected that his highly toxic corrosive liquid, capable of easily corroding steel, would be effortlessly neutralized by Yunming's black mist. Is your corrosive liquid merely this feeble? Yunming scoffed, lightly waving the Misty Edge, summoning a swirl of black mist, as if preparing for an imminent onslaught. Wang Xiao felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Gritting his teeth, his frustration intensifying. Without granting Wang Xiao a moment's respite, Yunming tightened his grip on the Misty Edge, allowing black mist to disperse from the blade in the span of mere moments. The air around them seemed to be devoured by the black mist, enveloping the center of the arena in an obscuring haze, rendering Yunming's figure completely invisible within its depths. What? A domain technique? Wang Xiao's heart raced, realizing this was a powerful skill typically unlocked only when a contract's fusion degree surpassed 30. He distinctly recalled that a few days prior, the diagnostic report had indicated that Yunming's fusion degree was merely at 20. A synchronization rate so low, he could lose control of his spirit at any moment. I still have a chance. Utilizing the cover of the black mist, Yunming stealthily approached, his movements soundless, his speed imperceptibly swift. Damn it! What in the world is this black mist? Wang Xiao's anxiety surged. Recognizing the futility of his corrosive liquid, he gritted his teeth and transformed the sprayer into a pair of heavy gauntlets, positioning them defensively across his chest, holding his breath in anticipation of Yunming's attack. However, Yunming refrained from striking immediately, instead lurking within the black mist, calmly observing Wang Xiao's responses. After all, this was the first time he discovered that his black mist could effortlessly devour Wang Xiao's corrosive liquid. Leaving him astonished, yet he remained unaware of the limits of the black mist and whether it could fully neutralize all attacks. It seems this mist not only obscures vision but can also neutralize attacks? Yunming pondered silently, deciding to exploit this black mist to buy time and meticulously explore its mysteries. Amidst the swirling black mist, Yunming appeared and vanished like a specter, while Wang Xiao defended himself like a trapped beast. Sweat trickling down his forehead, his anxiety mounting. This battle had transformed from an initial head-on clash into a contest of wits and patience. Wang Xiao felt himself gradually succumbing to a passive role, while Yunming resembled a hunter, poised to exploit any opening in his prey's defenses. From the spectator stands, a chorus of complaints arose, with Li Qingqing hearing one disgruntled voice exclaim, "This person's spirit has obscured the entire arena. We can't see what's happening inside at all." She lifted her gaze toward the display screen, and indeed, the center of the arena was enveloped in thick black mist, rendering the ongoing battle nearly impossible to discern. The nature of Yunming's contracted spirit puzzled Li Qingqing. She had never encountered such a spirit, and this black mist bore an uncanny resemblance to the fog that had enveloped Yunming during the Zero Calamity invasion. Furrowing her brow, she sensed that this black mist might harbor secrets unknown to others. Nearby, voices supporting Wang Xiao filled the air, and Li Qingqing, for a moment, set aside her thoughts and silently prayed for Yunming to prove himself in this battle. Meanwhile, in the last row of the spectator stands, Xian Shuang quietly removed her hood, revealing a visage as exquisitely crafted as snow. Her frosty eyes blinked slightly, fixated on the circular display screen at the center. Suddenly, a small black serpent flickered on the screen, seemingly entwined within the circuitry, gliding gracefully. As the black serpent moved, the figures of the two combatants gradually materialized from within the mist. Although the specifics of the encounter remained obscured, the duel was now observable. Within the black mist, Yunming wielded the misty edge, swiftly maneuvering around Wang Xiao, the blade slicing through the air, creating gusts of pressure. Wang Xiao, trapped within the mist, could not discern Yunming's location and could only rely on instinct to swing his toed gauntlets. His corrosive capsules activated repeatedly, incessantly releasing corrosive liquid in an attempt to strike Yunming. "Yunming," nearing his limit, came Qinglan's urgent voice in his ear. Upon hearing this, Yunming tightened his grip on the misty edge, the blade emanating a chilling blue light, as the surrounding black mist seemed to be drawn toward it, coalescing rapidly. The blade grew increasingly sharp, exuding an icy aura. Wang Xiao sensed the peculiar shift in the mist around him and immediately recognized the dire situation. Abruptly pivoting to launch a counterattack, however, the moment he turned, the icy blade was already poised against his neck. The chill radiating from the blade sent a shiver down his spine, and cold sweat cascaded down his cheek. As the misty edge continued to absorb the black mist, the once dense fog gradually dissipated, unveiling the figures of the two combatants. The outcome was imminent. A voice from the audience rang out, declaring, "The victor is clear." Everyone held their breath, their eyes intently fixed on the center of the arena, awaiting the final result. However, just then, the sharp crack of a gunshot reverberated throughout the arena, stunning the audience into silence. The sound sliced through the air, prompting everyone to turn their attention to the spot where the mist had just cleared. Upon the gunshot, Yunming felt a searing pain in his left shoulder. Looking down, he saw blood trickling from the wound, the bullet having penetrated his skin. Yet the misty edge in his hand had managed to deflect much of the impact, preventing the bullet from penetrating further. "Arg!" Yunming gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he swiftly extracted the bullet embedded shallowly in his shoulder. The bullet clattered to the ground with a sharp sound, while Yunming's expression remained stoic. With a firm grip, he caused the misty edge to explode, transforming it back into a dense black mist that enveloped the entire arena. In the stands, a wave of uproar erupted. "Hey, this is cheating. He actually used a gun. Using a gun? Does it surpass a spirit?" What a joke. Li Qingqing heard the rising tide of arguments around her, her heart racing with anxiety as she glanced toward the arena. Worried about Yunming's condition. Although the bullet had not struck a vital area, Yunming's shoulder was bleeding profusely. She knitted her brows tightly, silently praying within. The wound from earlier is not deep. Yunming still has a chance of victory. A thick black mist once again enveloped the arena, obscuring everyone's vision and turning the situation into an enigma. Li Qingqing could only rely on her understanding of Yunming, trusting that he would find a way. In the last row of the audience, Xian Shuang remained a cold observer, her indifferent expression showing no sign of change. Her gaze pierced through the black mist as if she could see through everything. Without a clear grasp of victory, how could one afford to be careless? Yunming, you need not hold back. The voice of Qing Lan rang in his ears again, laced with urgency. I know without you saying. Yunming cast a fleeting glance at the wound temporarily sealed by the mist. And a surge of anger ignited within him. Drawing a deep breath, he reconsolidated the mist-Xian blade in his hand. This time, not just the blade, but his entire being became entwined in the black mist. Under the shroud of darkness, his movements became swifter, almost soundless. The weapon in his hand exuded an increasingly ominous aura, driving him to the brink of madness with exhilaration. The smile on his face twisted gradually. Ha ha ha, Yunming. No matter how you evade, can you outrun a bullet? Wang Xiao laughed maniacally, as the toad gauntlet in his hand suddenly expanded, enveloping his entire arm, ready to launch the next attack. Just as Wang Xiao reveled in his triumph, Yunming's figure abruptly flickered, the black mist swirling with the blade. He swung fiercely in front of Wang Xiao, instantly appearing behind him, targeting the toad armament on Wang Xiao's arm. The blade struck with lightning speed. Yet Wang Xiao had not anticipated this maneuver from Yunming. Just as the mist-Xian blade was about to slice into his arm, the toad gear suddenly opened its gaping maw, shooting out a long, sticky tongue that ensnared Yunming's wrist, trapping him. What? Yunming gasped in shock, but it was too late. The tongue of the toad gear firmly bound his wrist, and in the next moment, the toad's mouth snapped shut, clamping down on Yunming's mist-Xian blade. The blade grazed Wang Xiao's arm, yet the toad gear proved as hard as iron, sustaining no fatal damage. That instant, pain shot through the wound on Yunming's shoulder once more, causing his grip on the mist-Xian blade to weaken slightly. This momentary lapse provided Wang Xiao with an opportunity. Without hesitation, Wang Xiao pulled the trigger again, the bullet hurtling toward Yunming's abdomen. Again with this move, Yunming's heart tightened, and he swiftly released his grip on the mist-Xian blade, the other hand instantaneously reshaping into a blade, attempting to block the lethal strike aimed at his midsection. Yet, simultaneously, the toad's tongue remained firmly wrapped around his wrist. It spewed forth a stream of corrosive liquid, targeting the right side of Yunming's body. Although the black mist managed to shield most of the corrosive liquid, some still seeped through, splattering onto Yunming. His clothing was instantly riddled with countless holes, and a burning pain spread across the skin on his right side. Damn it! Yunming gritted his teeth, leveraging the cover of the black mist to swiftly sever the long tongue and evade. Temporarily escaping Wang Xiao's line of sight, he leaned against a side, pressing his fingers tightly against the wound on his abdomen, as the black mist began to rapidly fill the void, expelling the embedded bullet from within. However, his complexion had turned pale, cold sweat dripping down, clearly indicating the severity of his injuries and the rapid depletion of his stamina. He crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. Yunming, hold on, Qing Lan's anxious voice urged in his ear, controlling the black mist to quickly seal Yunming's wound. Though the mist could temporarily staunch the flow of blood, it could not heal the injury. Yunming's expression grew increasingly grave, and the mist-Xian blade in his hand quivered slightly. Chapter 31 I concede. Yunming, is this all you are capable of? Just hiding and dodging? He swung his right arm, now encased in the toad's grip, as the corrosive liquid sprayed around like a toxic rain, attempting to flush out Yunming's hiding spot. The skin of the toad began to spread, gradually consuming Wang Xiao's body. Yet he remained oblivious, becoming increasingly arrogant due to his expanding power. Ha ha ha, Yunming, you cannot escape. Wang Xiao laughed heartily, fully immersed in the illusion of impending victory, completely unaware that half of his body was now entirely enveloped by the toad, transforming him into a grotesque figure. Meanwhile, Yunming hid to the side, anxiously observing the terrifying scene. He dared not act recklessly. The ground beneath him was riddled with holes from the corrosive liquid, and a moment's inattention could send him plummeting into the abyss. What to do? I have been too careless. Yuming clenched his jaw, the mist Xian blade flickering slightly, its form wavering with his fatigue, as if it might shatter at any moment. He felt his strength waning, and the situation before him grew increasingly dire. Hand over control of your body to Gu. Gu will win this battle for you. Qinglan's voice whispered in Yunming's ear, carrying a chilling temptation. Yunming snorted coldly, resisting internally. He did not wish to rely on Qinglan's power. Even though the situation was heavily against him, he refused to succumb to the control of the otherworldly spirit. I concede. Yunming suddenly shouted, shattering the tense atmosphere in the arena. The audience erupted in a clamor, while Wang Xiao's triumphant laughter abruptly ceased. He stared incredulously, eyes wide, as Yunming stepped out of the black mist's reach, actively choosing to dispel its cover. What trickery is this? Wang Xiao was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Yunming to choose surrender. His manic smile froze on his face, the toad in his hand still writhing. Yet the joy of victory began to waver. Yunming stood outside the mist, taking a deep breath to calm the turmoil within him. He glanced down at the still bleeding wound, but his gaze gradually steeled. Surrender? Yunming, you will regret this. Wang Xiao's roar was filled with madness and murderous intent, yet his hand showed no sign of halting. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots ripped through the air, carrying the threat of death straight toward Yunming. In the audience, Li Qingqing felt a tightening in her chest, shouting sharply, "Be careful!" Alas, it was too late. The 2 bullets accurately pierced Yunming's body, instantly robbing him of his strength. His body abruptly froze, then collapsed limply, blood rapidly staining the tiles beneath him. Lying in a pool of blood, Yunming's body grew increasingly cold. His vision blurred, the world around him fading into darkness. He longed to struggle, to rise. But his limbs would not respond. No matter how hard he tried, a tide of unwillingness surged in his heart, nearly suffocating him. His consciousness began to drift away, leaving only one thought swirling in his mind. Is it happening again? Nothing has changed. As his awareness faded, Yunming's eyelids grew heavy, and he slowly closed his eyes, sinking into a profound darkness. Just as his consciousness was on the brink of complete oblivion, he vaguely heard chaotic shouts ringing in his ears. The voices intermittent, as if coming from a great distance. Yunming? The words were indistinct, mingling with the surrounding clamor, gradually dissipating into the endless dark, and Yunming's world fell into utter silence. On the arena, Wang Xiao's body began to undergo a transformation. The toad that had enveloped his right arm fused completely with his flesh, becoming even more massive and grotesque. Gasps erupted from the audience, and chaos ensued among the crowd. Emergency situation. Wang Xiao has undergone otherworldly transformation, entering D-class otherworldly state. The atmosphere turned tense beyond measure, as the staff outside the arena quickly sprang into action, while the audience began to panic and flee. Li Qingqing stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Yunming, who lay in a pool of blood, her eyes filled with worry and shock. She clenched her fists, an overwhelming sense of unease surging within her. Yunming, you cannot fall like this. Desperate, Li Qingqing dashed toward the front of the audience, intent on jumping down to rescue Yunming. However, just as she took a step, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped her from behind, causing her to halt. Xian Shuang silently approached her, raising her hand to block her path. Do not be hasty. Xian Shuang's voice was calm and assertive, exuding an irresistible authority. Look, she pointed her slender finger toward the arena, and Li Qingqing instinctively followed her gaze. To her astonishment, the scene had drastically changed. Surrounding the arena, a group of Zero Guards suddenly appeared, clad in uniform combat gear. They swiftly deployed an electric net, enclosing the entire arena and trapping Wang Xiao within, vigilantly monitoring his every move to ensure he had no chance of escape. Meanwhile, the spot where Yunming had previously lain in a pool of blood was now empty. A pang of anxiety gripped Li Qingqing, her eyes scanning the surroundings until she spotted Yunming's familiar figure slowly rising on the other side of the arena. Yunming appeared dramatically transformed. His long black hair flowed freely, billowing behind him as if caught in an unseen wind, swirling in tandem with the black mist. His shoulders, arms, and legs were now encased in armor formed from condensed black mist, shimmering with a cold glow. as if forged from the very darkness itself. Most strikingly, the mist Qian blade in his hand now radiated a chilling blue light, several times more intense than before, its blade seemingly infused with countless frost, brimming with an unsettling power. Furthermore, Yunming's entire demeanor had undergone a revolutionary shift. The calm and composed individual he once was now exuded an indescribable aura of lethality, as if the darkness itself roiled within him. His eyes were cold and resolute, as if he had become one with the surrounding black mist. Li Qingqing held her breath. The Yunming before her was no longer the person she had once known. The chilling pressure enveloped the arena, silencing it entirely, as if the cacophony of the audience had been utterly erased in that moment. Qian Shuang smiled lightly, her tone tinged with a hint of amusement. The Yunming you see now is not the same as the one you just witnessed. Although Li Qingqing felt a lingering tension within, she also sensed a flicker of hope. The Yunming before her seemed capable of overcoming the foe at hand. He had transformed into an unprecedented force. Chapter 32. He has vanished, little toad. You've truly been well cared for, Yunming remarked, lifting his gaze with a cold smirk as a torrent of otherworldly power surged from him like a colossal wave. Sweeping across the arena, bang. Wang Xiao reacted swiftly, instinctively pulling the trigger once more. However, this bullet did not strike Yunming as he had anticipated. Instead, Yunming effortlessly sidestepped, evading the shot with ease. This bullet is not ordinary, he mused. Yunming reached out, his palm closing around the very bullet that had just been fired. The dark tip glimmered between his fingers, causing his eyes to brighten as he spoke softly, as if admiring a piece of art. Are you jesting? To catch a bullet with bare hands. Wang Xiao's complexion paled instantly, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. He gasped for breath, his fingers still clenching the trigger, oblivious to the fact that his gun was already out of ammunition, producing only hollow clicks. The moment Wang Xiao realized he had nowhere to escape, Yunming appeared before him like a specter. The mist blade flashed, its razor edge swiftly severing his right arm, which had already transformed into that of a toad. With a soft tearing sound, Wang Xiao's right arm snapped like a withered branch. A torrent of green corrosive liquid gushing from the wound, splattering onto the ground and rapidly eroding the tiles with a harsh hissing noise. It was then that Wang Xiao comprehended that his body had long ceased to resemble that of a human. Looking down at his mangled form, fear and despair surged within him. What has happened to me? His voice trembled, steeped in dread. He instinctively used his still partially human left hand to cover the severed right arm, trying to stem the relentless flow of the green liquid. However, the viscous substance swiftly corroded his left hand, causing the skin to rot away, emitting a nauseating stench. Wang Xiao let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes filled with boundless agony and despair. The once mighty otherworldly power he had prided himself on had now become his greatest nightmare. Wang Xiao's mental state shattered completely, his body began to twist violently, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking and reforming, as the remaining half of his form fully transformed, ultimately becoming a colossal toad. The creature's back was riddled with swollen pustules, from which green corrosive liquid seeped, hissing as it eroded the ground beneath. Its surface was coated in a thick membrane, seemingly offering additional protection, while its enormous hind legs appeared poised to leap away at any moment. The toad blinked its bulging eyes. Sensing the danger emanating from Yunming, it dared not linger, suddenly propelling itself into a massive leap, attempting to escape the perilous arena. Though you wish to flee? Yunming's voice was icy, laced with disdain. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his entire being moving like an unseen wisp of black mist as he instantly closed the distance to the massive toad in midair. Yunming deftly maneuvered the mist blade, its sharp tip directed at the toad's forehead, and with a flick of his wrist, he drove the blade forcefully into the creature's skull, pinning its enormous body to the ground. The toad convulsed violently, corrosive liquid splattering everywhere, and moments later, its massive eyes dulled, as if life had fled from them. From the audience, Qian Shuang's voice was calm and composed, yet she asserted that its fate should ultimately rest in the hands of its kin. Yunming raised his head, casting a cold glance around upon hearing Qian Shuang's words. He relinquished the mist blade, which dissipated into mist in the air. The surrounding Zero Guards sprang into action, wielding electric nets to ensnare both the enormous toad and Yunming. seemingly intent on controlling the situation. However, Yun Ming appeared unfazed. He yawned languidly, as if all of this were of no consequence to him. Just as the crowd was enveloped in uncertainty, his figure abruptly vanished without a trace. He has disappeared. Some spectators were left dumbfounded, gasping in astonishment. Even the usually composed Xian Shuang could not hide a flicker of panic and disbelief in her eyes. The arena seemed to descend into an eerie silence following Yun Ming's disappearance, leaving behind the massive toad's corpse, now ensnared by the electric net, and the surrounding Zero guards, exchanging bewildered glances. Where did he go? Li Qingqing leaned over the railing of the audience, her gaze anxiously scanning the area, but she found not a trace of black mist. He is here. Xian Shuang's voice was low and steady. But the moment Li Qingqing turned around, the sight before her tightened her heart. The cold mist blade was pressed against Xian Shuang's neck, the blade trembling slightly, having already etched a shallow wound into her fair skin. A trickle of blood seeping down. Behind Xian Shuang stood the mysteriously vanished Yun Ming, his figure seemingly coalescing from the shadows, his eyes a piercing crimson, equally as striking as the blood. His demeanor had shifted from calm to one radiating wildness and bloodlust. You are the strongest here, are you not? Then show me how powerless you are to resist. Yun Ming's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with mockery, as the blade's edge pressed down further. Hey, Yun Ming, what has happened to you? Li Qingqing's eyes widened as she beheld the unfamiliar and frigid visage of Yun Ming, her heart racing, her feet instinctively moving closer to him. Stay back, Xian Shuang suddenly admonished sharply. Interrupting Li Qingqing's approach, her voice laced with a suppressed warning. With piercing eyes, Xian Shuang showed no signs of retreat in the face of danger. You wish to see me struggle? You must possess sufficient strength to do so. As her words fell, frost rapidly crystallized along the blade of the mist blade, swiftly enveloping the entire weapon. The air around Xian Shuang plummeted in temperature, as though a ferocious blizzard had erupted. The biting cold slicing through the space like a blade. Icy tendrils coalesced around her, swirling snowflakes and ice crystals encircling her, seemingly intent on engulfing both her and Yun Ming. The chilling aura noticeably slowed Yun Ming's movements. What had once been ghostly and elusive now bore a hint of visibility. Humph, you think you can trap me? Yun Ming's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, evidently wary of Xian Shuang's power, yet the smirk at his lips remained defiant. Chapter 33. He is my friend. As Yun Ming swiftly retreated from the icy domain of Xian Shuang, her gaze remained fixed upon him. Her fingers trembled slightly as she began to summon the black serpent power that had previously been absorbed into Yun Ming's body. That force stirred violently within him, akin to an awakening beast, tearing at his otherworldly essence. Yun Ming's form wavered, and for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though the shadow of the black serpent emerged from within him. Xian Shuang swiftly formed a seal, conjuring a massive black python that suddenly appeared beside Yun Ming. The serpent coiled around him, binding all of his movements. Under the serpent's suppression, Yun Ming's otherworldly power quieted. As if shackled, however, this control exacted a considerable toll on Xian Shuang. Her complexion paled instantly, her body weakening as she involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Tremors racked her frame, yet she maintained her seal. Refusing to relent at the brink of collapse, the black mist surrounding Yun Ming suddenly dissipated, and his otherworldly power faded entirely. His body swayed slightly before he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing Yun Ming revert to his original form, Xian Shuang sighed in relief, releasing her spell, but her strength had reached its limit. Blood trickled down her frost-white brow, and her legs could no longer support her, threatening to topple her over. Seeing this, Li Qingqing hurried forward, catching her just in time. Xian Shuang weakly raised her head, glancing at Li Qingqing, her voice barely a whisper yet, tinged with sarcasm. You are Yun Ming's friend? How delightful. Xian Shuang's aura was icy, akin to a biting winter wind, sending a chill through Li Qingqing's arm and throughout her body, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Yes, he is my friend. Taking a deep breath, she leaned against Li Qingqing, her expression grave yet her tone calm. Take care of him, and bring him to the infirmary. He will be fine for now. Li Qingqing nodded, carefully lifting the unconscious Yun Ming onto her back, supporting Xian Shuang as they followed her directions toward the infirmary. Leaning against the edge of the bed, he furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth as he muttered softly, It hurts. What happened? He's awake, with urgent exclamations. Both Li Qingqing and Dai Lan spoke in unison. They exchanged a glance, and the atmosphere turned delicate. Li Qingqing instinctively stepped forward, shielding Yunming behind her, her eyes filled with wariness. She fixed her gaze upon the unfamiliar woman before her and inquired, "Who are you?" Dai Lan remained unperturbed, subtly straightening her posture, a confident smile gracing her lips. She gently adjusted the powder-pink glasses perched on her nose, the white lab coat draped across her chest swaying slightly with her movements. Exuding professionalism and propriety, "I am Dai Lan, the attending physician of Mr. Yunming. Upon hearing the news of his awakening, I hurried over at once." Her words were reasonable and coupled with the unmistakable white coat of a doctor. They left Li Qingqing without any grounds for rebuttal. Despite an inexplicable unease stirring within her, she relaxed somewhat, merely taking a half step back without pressing further. At that moment, Yunming noticed Xian Shuang, who was seated silently across the ward. Her face bore remnants of bloodstains that had not been fully wiped away, rendering her particularly stern. Without uttering a word, Xian Shuang's profound gaze swept over Yunming, as if assessing his current condition. It was Xian Shuang's voice that shattered the silence, low and resolute. "All right, since Yunming has awakened, you two may step outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with him privately." With that, she slowly rose, shaking out the hem of her clothing. Though her stature was petite, the authority emanating from her icy gaze was impossible to overlook. Li Qingqing regarded Xian Shuang, her heart filled with doubt. Yet she understood that this was not the moment for dissent. Dai Lan adjusted her glasses, nodding gently in acknowledgement, before turning toward the door. "Sister Xian Shuang, what is it?" Yunming inquired, feeling the atmosphere grow suddenly tense with the absence of others. Xian Shuang walked deliberately to the window, her fingers lightly drawing the curtains closed, obscuring the last vestiges of external light. Simultaneously, a black serpent silently slithered down her arm, coiling around the doorknob. Outside, Li Qingqing and Dai Lan, who had intended to eavesdrop, immediately sensed an oppressive force, compelling them to retreat, scarcely daring to breathe audibly. "Let us begin with your performance today." Xian Shuang approached Yunming's bedside, taking a seat beside him. She carried a faint, refreshing fragrance, her cool aura causing Yunming to feel a sudden shyness. He dared not meet her gaze, his body rigid as he sat there, momentarily at a loss for words. "Let me examine your otherworldly energy," Xian Shuang's voice whispered in his ear, her face leaning closer, the chill of her breath brushing against the back of his hand, causing his nerves to tense. "What business do you have with Gu?" she continued. "To clarify, the events that transpired in the arena are unrelated to Gu." Xian Shuang nodded slightly, her expression unwavering. She lifted her hand, gently grasping Yunming's. Her fingers, slender and icy, seemed considerably smaller than his. This intimate contact rendered Yunming momentarily speechless. "Yunming, listen closely." Her tone turned grave, her gaze deepening. "At critical moments, you can place your complete trust in this Empress. The reason for your loss of control in the arena today stems from the insufficient synchronization rate between you and her. There exists a delicate balance, yet when the states of dominance between you two alternate incessantly, that balance shatters, resulting in a third state of uncontrollability." It dawned on him that the struggle for dominance over his body lay between him and Qinglan. Qinglan, peering from Yunming's shoulder, regarded Xian Shuang with a hint of disdain, yet refrained from contradicting her. "My contract with him is still nascent. Achieving full synchronization will require time, I understand." Xian Shuang released Yunming's hand, rising to her feet, her head bowed slightly. "But your time is limited. The forthcoming battles will not afford you ample opportunities for adjustment." Chapter 34. You have effectively lost this match. Xian Shuang sighed softly, moving to the window to part the curtains, surveying the situation outside. The faint light filtering into the room intensified the atmosphere's gravity. She continued, "There is one more matter regarding Wang Xiao. He is still alive, but he has survived in the form of a toad-like, otherworldly being." The eerie aura surrounding the bullet made him vaguely suspect that Wang Xiao's transformation was linked to that very bullet. "Sister Xian Shuang," he pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know the origins of the bullets in his handgun?" Xian Shuang, in response, retrieved a black bullet from her pocket and handed it to Yunming. "I have already analyzed it. This bullet is a product of the otherworldly communication sect. You currently lack the authority to deal with such matters and will only gain access to relevant information after your graduation. However, there is no need for concern. I have ordered an increase in the search efforts against the Otherworldly communication sect. Xian Shuang spoke with a calm demeanor, yet Yunming perceived a flicker of sorrow and weight in her eyes. She paused, as if contemplating a significant decision, then continued, "Within this training base, there are few individuals worthy of trust. I am placing everything upon your shoulders, Yunming. Should you encounter any disruptions to order, wield my power." As Xian Shuang's words lingered in the air, Yunming felt a sudden warmth coursing through his arm. He hastily rolled up his sleeve, discovering that the runes of his contract with Qinglan had been adorned with the image of a black serpent. The serpent coiled slowly around the runes, seemingly awaiting awakening. "What is this?" Yunming exclaimed, astonished. "This is the power I bequeath to you. It can aid in balancing the otherworldly energy within you and can protect you in times of crisis. However, the cost is substantial, so exercise caution in its use." Gazing at the runes on his arm, a complex array of emotions surged within Yunming. Qinglan, resting on his shoulder, furrowed her brow slightly but remained silent. Observing everything quietly, cough, "Whatever the matter, I will assist you. You must keep pushing forward." Just as she finished speaking, she swiftly approached the door. Her hand resting on the doorknob, "By the way, you have effectively lost this match. Your score is negative, so you best hurry." "Huh?" Yunming was taken aback, his mouth agape in confusion. Beside him, Qinglan could no longer contain herself and gently slapped his face. "What do you mean, huh? You were the one who conceded." The mere thought of this made his heart sink. If the score was doubled, wouldn't that amount to a deficit of 50 points? Just then, Dai Lan's voice chimed in from the side, softly saying, "Mr. Yunming, I need to examine your body." As she spoke, she approached, her bosom swaying slightly before Yunming's eyes. He felt as though he had been momentarily stunned, springing upright from the bed as all fatigue vanished in an instant. Dai Lan moved forward, opening her medical case and skillfully retrieving several tubes connected to instruments, then turned to Yunming and instructed, "Please remove your shirt." Yunming felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Swallowing hard, but complied, removing his clothing. The coolness of the sensors against his abdomen sent shivers across his body. Beep. 25. The machine emitted a series of alerts, displaying two crucial values on the screen. Yunming's eyes lit up as he saw the latter value, 5, which represented the synchronization rate between him and Qinglan. It had inexplicably increased since before is fighting this effective. Both he and Qinglan exclaimed in unison. Dai Lan, startled by their sudden outburst, nearly fumbled the equipment in her hands. Once she regained her composure, she adjusted her glasses and explained, "This may be due to the influence of the Supreme Leader's otherworldly energy upon you." Following this, Dai Lan produced a syringe filled with a blue liquid, its tip glimmering under the light. "What is this?" Yunming thought, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the sight of the shimmering needle. The blue liquid did not appear to be an ordinary medication. "This is the ability of my otherworldly energy. It can accelerate wound healing rapidly, so you need not worry." As she explained, Dai Lan expertly wrapped a tourniquet around Yunming's arm, which bore the runes of their contract. She then precisely inserted the needle into his skin, injecting the blue liquid in an instant. Yunming experienced a slight dizziness, as if a swarm of blue butterflies floated gracefully before his eyes. Miraculously, the previously agonizing bullet wounds on his body healed within mere seconds. As if he had never been injured at all, Yunming gazed down at his smooth skin, marveling at the extraordinary nature of Dai Lan's otherworldly powers. "This is also due to the fact that during your hospitalization, I discreetly added a touch of my otherworldly butterfly powder to your food, so there will be no rejection from the injection now." Having said this, Dai Lan tidied up the instruments, bowed slightly, and with a gentle smile, said, "Well then, Mr. Yunming, I shall take my leave." Watching her retreating figure, Yunming took a deep breath and began to change his clothes. That moment, Li Qingqing pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing Yunming clad only in his undergarments, Li Qingqing immediately covered her eyes, yet curiosity compelled her fingers to leave a gap for a furtive glance. Wait a moment. Yunming, startled, swiftly grabbed his trousers. But in his haste, he stumbled and fell to the floor. "There's no need to panic, my friend. A man's physique is nothing to be ashamed of. Who hasn't he envied a few romantic encounters? Alas, I lament the difficulty of concealing my feelings. At that moment, Duan Luyun stepped out from behind Li Qingqing, holding a basket of fresh fruit, his eyes sparkling with mischief, seemingly finding Yunming's embarrassment quite amusing. A light-hearted atmosphere enveloped the air, slightly alleviating the previously tense mood. There's no need to rush, my friend. This is the points plan that Li Qingqing and I have devised for you, aimed at helping you reach the pinnacle in no time. After finishing his statement, Duan Luyun tossed a booklet directly to Yunming. Hastily donning his clothes, Yunming opened the booklet to scrutinize its contents. The cover of the booklet was resplendent, while within, it was filled to the brim with dense text and intricate charts, outlining a myriad of detailed strategies and tactics. This plan appeared rather convoluted. Yunming furrowed his brow, contemplating inwardly. Complex? It is designed to ensure your rapid enhancement of strength, to vanquish foes, and to secure more victories, Duan Luyun enthusiastically elucidated, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Chapter 35. Isn't this just a freebie? We shall commence our challenges from the weakest, ascending upwards. If we falter, we shall pause to bolster our strength before returning. Duan Luyun suddenly halted mid-explanation, as if recollecting something. Are you currently at a negative? Li Qingqing interjected from the side, promptly producing a form from her pocket. Yunming nodded, quickly donning his coat, pushing open the door with vigor, exclaiming, "Let us depart." Outside the training base's gate, a police car sat quietly, its dark exterior starkly contrasting with the surrounding sunlight. The sheriff occupied the driver's seat, methodically loading black bullets into a magazine. The radio within the vehicle blared with urgent news regarding the recent manifestation of otherworldly phenomena within the training base. The tone fervent and pressing, yet the sheriff's smile remained unwavering, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. Well, it is indeed time to employ the bullets. The next target shall be chosen. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he had already anticipated the forthcoming hunt. At that moment, the rear door swung open abruptly, and Han Yi hastily entered, clutching a document, his gaze betraying unease. He extended the file to the sheriff, his tone respectful yet tinged with tension. "Master, here is the duty roster, encompassing all shifts and security measures." The sheriff glanced at the document with casual disdain before tossing it back to Han Yi in the back seat. His tone laced with irritation and impatience. A chill coursed down Han Yi's spine, a shiver of foreboding. He had long heard tales of the capriciousness of the hundred-faced demon lord, and only through personal experience had he come to truly grasp the terror that lay therein. "What the master says is true. I shall go at once." He exited the vehicle hastily, fearful that the sheriff's ire might suddenly turn upon him. Left alone in the car, the sheriff's fingers skimmed over the scattered documents, ultimately resting on a form bearing Xian Shuang's information. He fixated on her photograph, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. "Little girl, you disrupted the Meat Mountain plan last time. This time, you wish to oppose me. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve." He folded the document with care, his gaze alight with the thrill of the hunt, as if orchestrating a more exhilarating game. A month had elapsed, and Yunming had completed the tasks assigned by his instructor. Despite his efforts to elevate his score to 0, the weaker challengers, having heard of his exploits in the arena, uniformly declined to engage him in combat. Faced with this awkward predicament, Yunming found himself at a loss, his spirits dwindling. One day, he slumped over his desk, his gaze aimlessly drifting over the forms in his hand. Disheartened by the numerous red crosses that marked his efforts, only a handful of the strongest from the elite class remained, yet none seemed willing to face him in a month, all spent on menial tasks. "And not a single soul wishes to challenge me," he muttered to himself, his voice laced with resignation. Just then, the doorbell rang. Yunming approached the door, only to find it empty, save for a challenge letter lying on the ground. His spirits surged as he bent to retrieve the paper, his eyes lighting up upon reading it. "I am Jang C. Having heard that you, Yunming, are in search of an opponent, I hereby issue you a challenge for this afternoon at the arena." The hurried handwriting suggested the author had penned the note in haste. This must be the girl who was in the same class during the otherworldly detection, right? Qinglan observed from the side. Quickly recalling Zhang Xi's identity, Yunming pondered for a moment, still feeling perplexed. "Is that so? I don't quite remember. Nonetheless, this is fortuitous. At least I have a contender. Let us go and assess the situation at the arena." He swiftly composed himself, a blend of anticipation and slight trepidation coursing through him as he headed towards the arena. Upon entering the bird's nest arena once again, he couldn't help but marvel at how aptly it bore its name. Unlike before, every corner of the arena was alive with birds flitting about, their chirps and tweets intertwining, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a vast, vibrant nest. Stepping into the arena, Yuming looked up to find Jang C already positioned on the competition stage. Surrounded by a flurry of small sparrows that danced joyfully around her, exuding a charming and lively aura, as Yunming ascended the stage, he noticed a hint of melancholy on Jang Ci's face. As if burdened by unspoken thoughts, he furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Why do you seek me out when we are both in the problem class?" With a flick of his hand, the sparrows around him took flight, seemingly cautious of the newcomer. Observing this, Jang C quickly extended her hand to beckon the departing sparrows, gently coaxing them back to her side. "Could you concede just this once?" Jang C said, her voice tinged with nervousness. "I am currently at 50 points, and winning just 2 more times would allow me to graduate directly." Realizing her request may have been somewhat abrupt, she hastily added, "My family resides at the front lines, and I need to obtain my graduation certificate to assist them." A glimmer of hope and helplessness flickered in her eyes, suggesting she bore a heavy responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yuming paused for thought, reflecting on how his victory or defeat intertwined with her aspirations. Revealing that their encounter was more than mere competition, he felt a stirring within. Was he truly to forfeit everything in this challenge to fulfill her desires? "I understand now," he finally replied, a glimmer of determination illuminating his gaze. "But as I said, I refuse." Yunming's voice was resolute and clear, as if a decision had been firmly made. He stretched his body, limbering up, summoning the mist blade, its cold glimmer shining forth, demonstrating a palpable enhancement in his prowess compared to before, his aura growing ever more formidable. Yunming's fusion value had reached an impressive 23. Among the elite class, this positioned him prominently, making Jang C appear somewhat unwise for challenging him. Duan Luyun lounged casually, a relaxed smile gracing his lips as he observed the unfolding event. His gaze drifted towards the cacophony of sparrows flitting around Jang C. Utterly unable to fathom how they could mount an effective offense, Li Qin nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting sympathy and regret. Jang Ci's otherworldly abilities lean more towards information rather than combat. Had it not been for this year's revised graduation scheme, she likely would not be in such a hurry to seek a challenge. Her voice trailed off, revealing her sense of helplessness regarding Jang Ci's predicament. Chapter 36. This 50 points comes with conditions. The atmosphere on the competition stage grew increasingly tense, as Yuming's steadfastness only heightened Jang Ci's anxiety. What to do? My strength has not improved in a month. How could I possibly win? Jang C fretted inwardly, her heart racing as she watched Yuming charge towards her with his long blade, panic overwhelming her to the point of closing her eyes. In her state of alarm, the surrounding sparrows swooped in unison, darting towards Yunming's face, chirping and swirling around him in a flurry. Countless wings flapped as the sparrows clawed and pecked at Yunming, striving to create chaos. Incensed by this sudden onslaught of small creatures, Yunming lifted his blade, preparing to strike at the erratic birds, only to see Jang C frantically waving her hands from across the stage. Clearly distressed at the thought of her feathered friends being harmed, her movements were so frantic, suggesting she was utterly unprepared for combat. "Hey, I don't think this truly qualifies as a challenge. Perhaps you should consider alternative methods to elevate your score," Yuming remarked, his patience wearing thin, having realized that Jang C was evidently not cut out for battle. Perhaps logistical support was her true calling. "I can't back down. I have already paid for the arena rental. Wouldn't it be a waste not to fight?" Jang Ci's face was a mask of hesitation, while the birds around her gradually quieted, several alighting gently upon her shoulders, appearing serene and obedient. Gritting her teeth, she made her decision. "Very well, I refuse to give up. Even if my strength is lacking, I shall do my utmost." These words seemed to ignite a spark of determination within her, as Jang C opened her eyes once more, steeling herself for the challenge ahead. However, Yunming had already closed the distance, the blade's cold gleam flashing before her, leading Jang C to believe she had been struck. Yet, instead of pain, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder from the blade's tip. "All right, you have lost. There is no need to award me any points. I never intended to grant you any points." Zhang Shi murmured under her breath, but Yunming caught her words. Huh? I was already refraining from winning points against you. And wasn't my behavior just now rather chivalrous? He raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride creeping into his expression. How pretentious, Yunming. I find that rather unappealing. Qinglan interjected from the side, unflinchingly dousing Yunming's confidence with a bucket of cold water. In fact, there are alternative methods to obtain scores. Li Guden, a member of the passing class, has not reported to the training base for a month. His daily score of 50 can be inherited by others. However, this is only 50 points, my friend. Perhaps you could pass this on to Jang C. The remaining scores can still be acquired through challenges. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Xi's eyes. This 50 points could directly enable her to meet the graduation standard. She smiled faintly, her heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you all, truly, thank you. But hold on, this 50 points comes with conditions, Duan Luyan remarked, casting an insidious glance at Zhang Xi's physique. Zhang Xi was of considerable height, her thick glasses accentuating her face, which bore visible freckles, utterly unremarkable. What do you intend to do? I'm not selling. She hastily retreated, unease flashing in her eyes, her heart racing with anxiety. Misunderstanding, what I meant was you need to seek out Li Guden to obtain his consent. That is the only way to acquire his points. But Li Guden hasn't even shown up. Where can we find his home? Zhang Xi expressed her confusion, feeling helpless about the task ahead. He gazed at her face, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. No wonder. Zhang Xi, this indeed requires you to seek him out with that. Yunming displayed a photograph on his phone, revealing a somewhat frail Li Guden, his lips curling slightly in what seemed like a friendly smile. Look, he appears quite amiable. Why not try reaching out to him? Perhaps he will agree. Yunming encouraged her, secretly admiring Zhang Xi's capabilities. Zhang Xi bit her lip, hesitating, yet she recognized this as an opportunity. Very well, I shall seek him out. I do not wish to miss this chance. She nodded vigorously, determination gleaming in her eyes. Fear not, we shall assist you. Yes, indeed, once you locate him, we can accompany you. However, why did you choose to approach me? Surely the lack of points is into your main concern. Yunming's tone suddenly turned cold, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Zhang Xi stammered an explanation. I've said, your assistance makes you benefactors. I would never conceal anything. Her voice quivered slightly, anxiety creeping into her heart. With that, Zhang Xi retrieved a piece of paper and a pistol from her pocket, speaking nervously. This is it? Yunming instantly recognized the pistol emanating an eerie aura. His heart sinking that he knew this was the very weapon used by Wang Xiao. Fortunately, Zhang Xi had not employed it. The content of the paper was precisely the terms under which she challenged Yunming. Where did you procure these? Yunming furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the pistol, an unsettling feeling washing over him. Zhang Xi raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before responding. I received word from home one night, urging me to swiftly obtain my graduation qualification. Then I stumbled upon this. It seems infiltration has already occurred. Duan Luyun murmured, his tone laden with caution. Zhang Xi, you must never use that gun. That weapon could expose you to otherworldly corruption, turning you into a monster. Li Qingqing urgently warned, her face etched with deep concern. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi's heart constricted, a cold sweat breaking out as her gaze involuntarily shifted toward the pistol. She struggled to suppress her inner panic, realizing she had nearly ventured down an irreversible path. I was unaware of its peril. That gun may be a tool of the otherworldly, specifically designed to manipulate and erode the will of its user. Yunming spoke gravely, his steadfast gaze locked onto Zhang Xi. You should entrust this to me. I will find a way to handle this matter. Indeed, do not allow this weapon to cloud your judgment. Duan Luyun added, attempting to bolster Zhang Xi's spirits, relying on mysterious forces is perilous. Zhang Xi trembled slightly, a whirlpool of complex emotions swirling within her. Chapter 37. The Flesh Mountain? Li Guden had always been frail. The classmates surrounding him often pointing fingers and mocking him as a weakling. These taunts accompanied his growth, gradually cornering him into a solitary existence. Despite a yearning for strength and courage, his timid nature compelled him to silently endure. Never rebelling, however, today was different. Clutching the admission letter to the training base in his hand, he brimmed with anticipation and excitement. At last, He was about to step into a brand new world, pursuing his dreams. Filled with trepidation and exhilaration, he arrived at the entrance of the training base, ready to report. Yet, just as he was about to cross the threshold, a figure clad in police uniform obstructed his path. The moment Lee Gooden laid eyes on the uniform, a wave of dread surged within him. A thought flashed through his mind. Will he discover that my admission letter is a forgery? Have I been caught? Excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, that admission letter doesn't belong to you, does it? The officer's voice was deep, laced with authority, striking directly at Lee Gooden's apprehensions. Lee Gooden hurriedly looked up, noticing the shimmering emblem of District 29 on the officer's chest, and instantly comprehended that he was in the presence of the police chief. His voice trembled. No, it's... His grip on the admission letter tightened, his face betraying a blend of fear and unease. Simultaneously, his hand unconsciously reached for the dagger in his pocket, already preparing for a potential ambush. Yet, the police chief had no intention of apprehending him. Instead, he smiled slightly, his gaze emanating a sense of encouragement. No, this is for you. Use this, and you will gain unprecedented strength, showing those who have bullied you just how you can turn the tables. Lee Gooden momentarily froze, a flicker of hope igniting within him. The police chief produced a vial of shimmering liquid from his pocket, presenting it to him. The liquid seemed to radiate with a magical allure, drawing Lee Gooden's eyes irresistibly, leaving him entranced. Yes, so beautiful, he murmured, his gaze reflecting the brilliance of the vial. As if in its glow, he glimpsed a magnificent future. His hands, as frail as dry twigs, reached out as if in that moment, his fate was quietly shifting. The instant he accepted the liquid, Lee Gooden's heart raced, a long-lost sense of anticipation lighting up his face. From that day forth, Lee Gooden never appeared at the training base. Yun Ming and the others had just discovered the record of Lee Gooden's arrival at the training base. After verifying his admission information, he had left immediately. This was his first and last visit. Why is this fellow so strange? Having reported, why wouldn't he attend classes? Yun Ming queried, perplexed, his gaze scanning Lee Gooden's personal information, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Duan Luyun diligently perused his phone, suddenly exclaiming with excitement, I found it. There's a streamer who has gone viral, and the timing of his broadcast perfectly coincides with Lee Gooden's departure. He is from District 29. He quickly opened the live streaming app, navigating to the streamer's homepage. On screen, a corpulent fellow was shoving hamburgers and fried chicken into his mouth, his oily visage evoking a wave of nausea. Ugh, how disgusting. How can so many people be watching this? Jang C observed the scene with disdain, her brows furrowing as if to crush a fly. Meanwhile, Yun Ming squinted slightly, meticulously comparing the rotund man to the photo of Lee Gooden at his admission, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. That Lee Gooden, though exceedingly overweight, many features align, Yun Ming muttered under his breath, as if piecing together a puzzle. After pondering for a moment, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Jang C, quickly find out his address. Jang C nodded, swiftly summoning her otherworldly powers. A sparrow suddenly flitted from her side, chirping excitedly before darting out the window. I've dispatched my feathered friend to seek him out. We should have results in a few days. Jang C spoke with a hint of eagerness, her eyes resolute. Days later, the group reconvened. Jang C entered with exhilaration, several birds perched on her shoulders and photographs in her hands. Found him. Lee Gooden resides at Unit 13, Number 42 in District 29. Can we set out now? Jang C pointed to the photos, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She gently stroked the feathers of a little sparrow on her shoulder, as if sharing her excitement with the small creature. I've already applied for a pass from the chief. We can depart now, let us go. Yun Ming produced a pass issued by Xian Shuang from his pocket, raising it for everyone to see. This pass guarantees our qualification for the investigation, enabling us to access Lee Gooden's residence. Duan Luyun had compiled information gathered from the streams over the past few days, his expression grave. It seems that only his mother is at home to care for him. She is responsible for supplying his eating broadcast. He paused, a look of confusion crossing his face, and furthermore, Lee Gooden appears to be eating almost around the clock. What is worse, he consumes things that hardly resemble food. This triggered a recollection of Lee Gooden's odd behaviors, seemingly reminiscent of something from his memory. Consuming items that do not appear to be food? Yun Ming murmured, images from the live stream flooding his mind, the absurd eating habits difficult to fathom. Could it be related to the otherworldly entity he contracted? Perhaps we can glean some clues from his mother. Upon concluding his words, Duan Luyun commenced organizing the materials, preparing to depart at any moment. Jang C clapped his hands, interrupting their contemplative silence, his expression gradually turning grave. However, what I can ascertain is, this individual is certainly no good. He has a history of cruelly mistreating birds. I sense that our endeavor may not yield success. His voice dwindled to a whisper, his eyes glimmering with fear, as if profoundly unsettled by Li Guden. Noticing Jang Ci's unease, Duan Luyun endeavored to persuade him. Jang C, although we may be confronting a monster, we cannot falter. If we refrain from investigating, these 50 points will be in vain. Yun Ming, meanwhile, fixated intently on Li Guden's livestream account. An ominous premonition brewing within him, that familiar sensation compelled him to ponder, as a deeper enigma began to subtly surface. Meat Mountain, Chapter 38. No departure. Shortly thereafter, the trio boarded a bus to Unit 13, where Yun Ming meticulously counted the numbers in the corridor. 39, 40, 41, 42. Suddenly, he halted, whispering, "This is the place. Shall we knock?" The door before them bore no significant distinction from the others, yet the doorknob was smeared with conspicuous grease, the flickering light rendering it particularly repulsive, as if concealing unspeakable secrets. Knock, knock, hello? Is anyone home? After a moment, a cacophony erupted from within, akin to numerous objects tumbling to the floor, followed by heavy footsteps. For a brief instant, Yun Ming mistakenly believed an earthquake had struck outside. His heart raced as he conjured a sphere of black mist in preparation for any unforeseen events. As the tremors subsided, a low voice inquired from behind the door. "Who are you?" The voice was gruff, intermittently accompanied by the unsettling sound of flesh colliding, instilling a sense of dread. "We are from the training base, seeking to understand why you haven't attended classes since your enrollment." Yun Ming patiently explained, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of a peculiar eye gleaming through the peephole, fixated on him. "Training base. I earned my place through my own merit," Li Guden erupted suddenly, his voice deafening. He swung his powerful arm, slamming it against the door, which creaked ominously, as if on the verge of being forced open, while debris began to rain from the ceiling. "Calm down. We are not here to interrogate you. We merely wish for you to consider transferring your regular points," Duan Luyun hastily interjected, anxiety lacing his tone, yet Li Guden appeared utterly indifferent, his fury escalating within the confines of the room. Amidst a violent tremor, the air thickened with tension, and after a moment, both inside and outside resumed an eerie stillness. "Who are you?" "We are from the training base," Jang C replied, his voice tinged with nervousness. "Oh, I understand. My child has always dreamed of becoming zero-number guardian. Come in and sit." With that, she approached door 42, retrieved a key, unlocked it, and gestured for the three to enter. Upon stepping into the foyer, they noticed the doormat littered with remnants of fried food, as if someone had just dined there. The sound of their shoes crunching on the debris was accompanied by a nauseating oily odor. Entering the living room, although most areas appeared relatively tidy, clear footprints of butter trailed across the floor, leading to a partially ajar door. The room was unmistakably Li Guden's bedroom. "Auntie, we are here to inquire about Li Guden's situation. He has not attended the training base for quite some time, and we would like to request that he consider transferring his regular points," Jang C stated cautiously, anxiety evident in his tone. "Oh, that. I shall ask him. Please wait here." The woman blinked, turned, and walked behind the trio, gently closing the door. She carelessly tossed a basket of vegetables at the kitchen entrance, wiped her hands on her apron, and entered Li Guden's room. The three exchanged glances, each pondering what Li Guden's reaction might be. Tension hung in the air, causing them to hold their breath involuntarily. However, the anticipated dialogue never materialized. The sounds from within resembled waves crashing against the shore, accompanied by faint water noises, evoking unease. Suddenly, a dark, viscous yellow liquid began seeping from beneath the door, emitting a pungent odor. "What is happening?" Jang C whispered, his gaze fixated on the liquid, doubt creeping into his mind. "I do not know." Duan Luyun abruptly seized him, swallowing hard, his tone grave. "Friend, I believe these 50 points are not worth pursuing. Just as he spoke, the ceiling of the living room began to ooze grease. Droplets falling to the floor. S1 landed on Jang Ci's face. She paused momentarily, then wiped it away, silently pointing to the increasing number of drops above. Quick, out the door! Yunming reacted swiftly, dashing toward the foyer and reaching for the doorknob. However, grease continued to drip from the handle, and no matter how he twisted it, the lock remained stubbornly shut. Damn it! Anger boiled within him as he contemplated forcing the door open, when suddenly, Li Guden's bedroom door flung open, and the woman emerged, her demeanor nonchalant, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding oil. Are you leaving? My son said he could transfer, but there is a condition. She stepped carefully over the greasy floor towards the kitchen, appearing entirely unconcerned with the peculiarities around her. Quickly ask her about the condition. We need to leave. Forget the condition. Think of a way out. Yunming spun around, desperately searching for a safe escape route. Meanwhile, the sounds of the woman washing vegetables in the kitchen intensified, and the oil beneath their feet continued to accumulate, akin to a serpent awakening in search of prey. Hurry, to the window! Duan Luyun pointed toward the window. Where the floor remained untouched by the oil, the three hastened toward the window, eager to escape this perilous location. This is the 4th floor. Are you serious? Yunming peered out the window, his heart sinking at the disconcerting height. Jang C swiftly opened the window, summoning a sparrow to fly out and relay their message. All right, let's have some fruit for now. The woman appeared unconcerned, a faint smile gracing her lips as she set a plate of fruit on the coffee table, gesturing for the trio to sit on the nearby sofa. Noticing the sofa appeared relatively clean, they exhaled in relief, albeit still feeling somewhat uneasy as they cautiously sat down. The condition I mentioned is, could you please convey to the higher-ups that my child will definitely attend the year-end assessment, and if he misses classes, there should be no repercussions. Anxiety seeped into the woman's voice, clearly worried that Li Guden's absence from class might lead to complications. Certainly. Auntie, could we possibly meet Li Guden? Yunming's curiosity piqued. He decided to alter their original plan of departure, eager to uncover more. Observing this, Jang C quickly tugged at Yunming's sleeve, her eyes reflecting urgency. Why not just say we want to leave? Very well, no problem. My child is rather frail, so he doesn't often meet people. And recently he has been doing live streams. Sigh. The woman continued, walking towards Li Guden's bedroom, pushing open the grease-smeared door. Behind the door, a massive figure blocked their view, emanating an unsettling aura. The three entered Li Guden's room, and the sight before them left them utterly astounded. A colossal mass occupied nearly the entire space, fat cascading like a waterfall, obscuring the ceiling. The face, intermittently revealed, was shrouded in flesh, limbs deeply embedded within, as grease continuously oozed from the crevices, creating a nauseating stench. This scene resembled a vast beehive, yet it emitted a suffocating foulness, compelling the three to cover their mouths and noses. I'm so hungry. Li Guden's roar resonated like thunder, deafeningly loud. His head emerged from the mound of flesh, his mouth agape, drool streaming from the corners, mingling with the grease coating his body, inducing revulsion. What was even more shocking was the presence of wooden splinters embedded in his cheeks, deeply piercing his skin, while his arms, distorted by the encroaching fat, clutched a table leg as if gnawing on it. Had he begun to consume the table? Be good. Mommy will cook for you. The woman abruptly turned, her gaze sharp as a blade, revealing a kitchen knife she had seemingly produced from thin air, its glint menacing as she advanced toward the trio. Yunming swiftly drew his weapon, prepared to confront this unexpected threat. Jang C, terrified by the unfolding scene, turned to flee toward the windowsill. Outside, the birds congregated, as if preparing for a mass exodus. Just then, the woman's form began to collapse, transforming into a puddle of flesh. Instant shadow. I haven't moved in ages. Before the words left his lips, several dark phantoms materialized around him, unfolding like shadows of malevolence. Duan Luyun focused his energy, swiftly repositioning to the opposite side of the tendrils, a cold smile gracing his face. Under his command, the surrounding shadows pursued like leopards, severing the other appendages sprouting from the flesh. His blade, accentuated by the darkness, gleamed with an otherworldly sharpness, as if imbued with an invisible pressure. The blade flashed, reflecting the brightness of the moon. Shadows linger, echoing the heart's desires. With no foes to confront, only lingering specters remain. Behind her, the mass of flesh finally ceased its writhing under her strike, leaving behind a lingering stench in the air. Mother, starving, dead. The viscous mixture of entrails and fat churned in his salivating mouth, splattering relentlessly onto his corpulent form, creating a slick sheen. Had the monster caught up? Fear surged within her, as if time had momentarily frozen, rendering her nearly immobile. Chirp. He immediately gestured to Jang C, urging her to pass the note. Upon receiving the note, Yunming swiftly unfolded it, revealing the message. It's the information age. Check your phone messages. With a resigned pat on his face, he retrieved his phone to peruse the notifications. The crimson alerts from Li Qingqing had amassed to 99, and the relentless barrage of reminders before him sent Yunming's vision into darkness, prompting a silent lament. Yet, a new message from Xian Shuang caught his attention. Xian Shuang. The situation with Li Godan has been investigated. The supernatural disturbance has been classified as level D. Should we dispatch Zero for rescue? ISNT sending someone directly more efficient. Damn. Yunming couldn't help but curse, feeling a mix of helplessness and indignation. Jang C, observing his reaction, looked on with confusion. Unable to grasp the unfolding events, she softly inquired, "What is wrong? What is happening? Even if assistance arrives, we'll still be graded 0. Let us resolve this ourselves." He shook his head weakly, a sense of absurdity washing over him. Jump! Duan Liuyun's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, quickly scanning the surroundings before commanding with authority. Without hesitation, the two leaped forth, while Yunming, witnessing their rapid descent, felt a tightening in his chest, in the instant before they landed. A flurry of birds swooped in like shooting stars, catching them and cushioning their fall. "I'm coming." His heart raced. This was his first leap from a building, with only the sound of rushing wind in his ears. His body plummeting at full speed, yet his soul seemed suspended in the air, engulfed in a mix of exhilaration and terror. As he opened his eyes again, the birds scattered, yet his body felt unexpectedly light. Yunming shook off his clothes, feeling refreshed, as if the earlier terror had been forgotten. "Look!" Zhang Shi pointed towards the window they had just exited, her voice tinged with dread. The mass of flesh had squeezed to the window's edge. Li Godan's hand emerging from the writhing mass, easily snapping off the remaining railing, before greedily shoving shards of glass into his mouth as if ravenously devouring food. This sight. Zhang Shi could no longer contain herself. Rushing to the other side to crouch and vomit, her face pale as paper. The grotesque scene was nauseating, the air thick with suffocating stench. A wave of nausea surged within Yunming, who thought to himself, surely this creature won to escape. Chapter 40. Charge forward. What about the other residents? Yunming surveyed his surroundings. The area around Li Godan's home seemed eerily silent, devoid of any shadows. Duan Luyun patted his shoulder, calmly stating, "You worry too much. The commander must have already notified everyone to evacuate. Today is merely for the three of us to handle this matter." Before the words had fully left his lips, Li Godan suddenly crashed through a wall, his massive body dangling from the side of the building like a melted candle, sending chills down one's spine. "Look!" Just after Zhang Shi finished vomiting and wiped her mouth, she pointed at the mass, her voice laced with terror. Following her gesture, Yunming beheld the sight. The mass had sprouted short limbs, wriggling against the wall, attempting to rise. Ugh! Zhang Shi's finger was barely lowered before she doubled over again. Retching uncontrollably, Yunming felt a wave of intense nausea, but more pressing was the grim situation at hand. Li Godan's form seemed to be gaining strength, ascending towards the rooftop. With each movement, the windows of the building emitted a piercing crack, alarms blaring throughout the community, while pipes in the stairwell burst under pressure, leaving chaos in their wake. "We cannot delay any longer. We must descend. Fellow cultivator, we cannot fly. Pursuing via the stairs would be far too perilous." Duan Liuyun's voice carried an edge of urgency. "You make a valid point, so how shall we pursue?" Yunming halted, scanning for an ascent route. Several possibilities flashed before him. The stairwell's pipes, adjacent buildings, even the flock of birds still lingering in the sky. Contemplating, Yunming finally nodded. The adjacent building. The distance between the two is not great. "Perhaps we can leap across. Let us go." Duan Luyun and Yunming immediately set off, leaving Jang C behind due to her discomfort. The two exchanged a glance at the elevator but ultimately opted for the stairs. The buildings in the community were all 8 stories high, and to save time, they quickly scaled the stairs using the handrails. Soon, they reached the rooftop, where Li Godan had just emerged, appearing exceedingly colossal. Yuan Ming approached the edge of the rooftop, surveying the gap between the two buildings, swallowing hard. The chasm before him was far wider than he had perceived from below, nearly 4 to 5 meters apart. Causing a flutter of apprehension within him, Duan Luyun did not hesitate, stepping forward without a second thought. Shadows flitted around him, gathering supernatural energy at his feet. With a gentle leap, he cleared the gap to land on the opposite rooftop. Did you see that? The spirit will grant you supernatural strength. Just follow my lead. Qing Luan's voice echoed in Yuan Ming's ears, stirring his resolve. Taking a deep breath, he positioned himself at the edge. A chill rushing over him, causing him to exhale the air he had been holding, inadvertently inhaling sharply once more. At this moment, there was no time for contemplation. Only one thought echoed in his mind. He must give chase. Here I go, he silently urged himself, launching into a powerful leap, successfully landing on the opposite rooftop. However, there was no time for celebration. Before him, Li Godan was shifting its bulk, a colossal maw sprouting from beneath its mountainous form. Filled with jagged teeth, relentlessly devouring the concrete structure beneath. How can it consume concrete? Yuan Ming gaped at the scene, a mixture of confusion and dread flooding his mind. His expression grew grave as he murmured, "So, shall we take the initiative?" Yuan Ming nodded, a spark of determination igniting within him as he summoned the mist blade once more, raising it in preparation. Almost instantaneously, numerous tendrils erupted from the corpulent mass. Their serrated tips lunging towards the two as these appendages shot forth from Li Godan's body. Torrents of white fat spewed out, threatening to engulf everything. Li Godan's diminutive head emerged from the top, its agonized wail chilling to the bone. The two had to not only evade the sudden assault of the tendrils, but also be wary of the splattering fat that rendered the ground treacherously slick, threatening to throw them off balance at any moment. Just then, the mist blade in Yuan Ming's hand clashed with the tendrils, erupting into a brilliant shower of sparks. Yuan Ming was taken aback, questioning, "Are those tendril teeth made of metal?" Instinctively glancing downward, he discovered that the building beneath Li Godan had been devoured into a gaping pit, the exposed rebar glimmering ominously in the dim light. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan Ming shouted, "Can you hold off all the tendrils at once?" Duan Luyun wielded his twin blades, their glimmering edges slicing through the oncoming tendrils like 2 streaks of meteor light. "I can, but only for a minute. That will suffice." Without hesitation, upon hearing this, Yuan Ming charged forth, enveloped in swirling black mist that coiled around him as he advanced, transforming into a miniature black mist storm. The shroud of darkness obscured Yuan Ming's movements from the creature's eyes, allowing him to evade all attacks initiated by the tendrils ahead. Accelerating his pace, he surged toward the mass of Li Godan, gripping the hilt of his blade, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the mist blade into the base of the tendrils. Streams of white fat erupted forth, mingled with the nauseating stench, inducing a wave of revulsion within him. Feeling a tightening in his chest, Yuan Ming realized that this was insufficient. He needed to locate the vital spot. Without hesitation, he thrust both arms into the mass. Feeling a momentary resistance as blood oozed forth alongside the spewing fat. Struggling against his rising nausea, Yuan Ming closed his eyes tightly, holding his breath, propelling himself in the direction of the mist blade's insertion with all his might. Chapter 41. So disgusting, fear not. Yuan Ming inhaled deeply, battling the nausea within as he wiped away the mixture of blood and fat that had splattered on his face. Holding his breath, he dove into the gap created by the severed flesh. The internal stench assaulted him, stinging his eyes and pressing upon his ears. Quickly scanning his surroundings, his gaze landed on the spot where the mist blade had penetrated, a surge of courage swelling within him. He summoned every ounce of strength, gripping the hilt tightly, exerting force to slice through the entirety of the mass. As the blade sliced through, accompanied by a resounding crack, even the hardened bones were cleaved apart. At that moment, Li Godan howled in agony, its colossal form tilting backward, slowly toppling towards the damaged rooftop. Boom! With a deafening crash, The mass plummeted like a massive bomb to the ground. Instantly, the flesh exploded upon impact, scattering meat and fat across the surfaces of the surrounding buildings. In that fleeting moment, the scene resembled a cream cake that had been hurled to the ground, revealing its pinkish interior, grotesque yet impossible to look away from. Yunming successfully broke free from within, his entire being suspended at the edge of a towering building. His clothes, soaked in grease and blood, exuded a foul stench that was utterly nauseating. He gazed helplessly at the chaotic scene around him, letting out a sigh, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Duan Luyun, seeing that Yunming was unharmed, exerted himself once more to pull him up. Collapsing to the ground, Yunming was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of relief. Though his body felt sticky from the oil that coated him, and the spot where he lay quickly became a mess. Duan Luyun stood at the rooftop's edge, his gaze fixed on a patch of flesh and blood below, suddenly noticing a section that was writhing incessantly. Had they forgotten something? A sense of urgency gripped his heart, an instinctive feeling that something was amiss. Jang C. The two exclaimed the name almost in unison, hastily turning their attention to the writhing mass. Indeed, they spotted a flock of small birds circling above, seemingly anxious, their cries echoing as if calling for something. Upon confirming their fears, the two wasted no time leaping from the building, gripping the rope tightly as they descended towards the ground. Understanding the urgency of the situation, with Jang C trapped amidst the repulsive mass, they could not afford to delay. Yunming followed closely behind, the nauseating sensation having dissipated, replaced by worry for Jang C. That moment, Yunming's heart tightened as he saw Jang C finally emerge from the vile heap. Her complexion was pale, her hair matted with sticky blood and flesh. Looking utterly disheveled, from her expression, Yunming could vividly sense her despair and anguish, as if silently narrating her torment. She was on the brink of being sickened to death. Jang C. Duan Luyun shouted, rushing forward to help her up. Jang C lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with weariness and helplessness, yet she closed her eyes and managed to muster a faint smile, appearing remarkably serene. Pfft. Yunming couldn't help but let out a laugh. Jang C looked up, her eyes meeting Yunming's, and she immediately huffed in annoyance, retorting, "What are you laughing at? You're just as drenched." No sooner had she spoken than a wave of acrid odor assaulted them, causing Jang C's stomach to churn, an intense wave of nausea rising within her. She felt the urge to vomit, but there was little left in her stomach to expel, and any further retching would only yield bile. Observing her distress, Duan Luyun quickly stepped forward to support Jang C, murmuring, "We must leave this place. It is far too repugnant." Jang C shook her head, valiantly suppressing her discomfort, and forced a smile. "Yes? Let's hurry. You two go ahead." Yunming waved his hand at them, his expression turning serious. "There are still matters I need to attend to." Duan Luyun furrowed his brow in confusion. "Fellow Taoist, the fluctuations of the otherworldly beings have ceased. We can leave the rest to the cleanup crew. I will find something. You should go first." As he moved closer, the stench intensified, as if an invisible hand was pulling him into an abyss. "Just ahead. I can sense it." Initially, the flesh and mud only reached Yunming's ankles, but after a few steps, it was already at his knees. Each step felt incredibly heavy, as though the ground beneath was draining his strength. "Are we not there yet? Just a little further, be cautious." Qinglan's warning suddenly rang out, startling Yunming and causing him to lose his balance, landing squarely in the muck. The moment he fell, a knife suddenly appeared before him, its tip aimed directly at his abdomen. Had he not stumbled, he would surely have been gravely injured. Bewildered, he was trying to gather his thoughts when a figure abruptly emerged from the muck. The figure was gaunt and emaciated, and Yunming instantly recognized him as Li Godin. "You're not dead?" Yunming asked in astonishment. Li Godin was seething with rage, his eyes bloodshot, clutching the knife tightly, nearly driven to madness. "It's all your fault. Why did you stop me? I was about to feast, to consume everything. It could all have been mine." A chill ran down Yunming's spine as he realized Li Godin's madness was irreversible. His heart constricted, and he immediately stood up, reconstituting the misty xuanji in his hand. Just as the blade was about to descend, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Following the direction of the energy surge, Yunming looked up to see Xuanzhuang's bare toes lightly poised on top of a lamppost, her entire being untainted, as if she had emerged from the snow like an ethereal spirit. Yunming, killing is not your calling. Xuanchuang's voice was as frigid as the winter wind, sharp and merciless. As she spoke, the surrounding liquids instantly froze, the grease solidifying into hard clumps, and the air around them grew heavy. After finishing, Xuanchuang blinked slightly, and a wave of terrifying killing intent emanated from her snow-like brows. At that very moment, a massive black python erupted from the muck, akin to a shadow, and swiftly engulfed Li Godin. His screams were drowned in an instant. As the serpent's belly began to writhe gently, the despair and fear that once filled the air vanishing with his cries, as if everything had been swallowed by darkness. Yunming stood frozen, his heart in shock. Chapter 42. A day just around the corner. Which day could that be? At night, Yunming submerged himself in the bathtub, the hot water enveloping him, as if all his fatigue and troubles were evaporating with the steam. A few bubbles floated on the surface, and after an extended bathing session, he could no longer detect his own foul odor. Yet amid this moment of tranquility, the haunting images of Li Godin's madness in his final moments lingered in his mind. Alongside Xuanchuang's stern visage, "How bothersome," he sighed, rising to his feet and wrapping himself in a towel. He gently wiped away the droplets of water. The grotesque imagery of the flesh mound resurfaced in his mind. Yunming felt utterly perplexed by this sudden reaction, thoughts flooding his mind like a tide. What was the source of it all? Approaching the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection. Just then, the black serpent sigil left by Xuanchuang awakened, slowly slithering across his shoulder, becoming increasingly minuscule until it nestled against his cheek. The serpent emanated a chilling aura, as if consuming the restlessness within Yunming's heart. With the spreading cold, the symptoms he had experienced gradually subsided. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. There is still too little information about the flesh mound. It's truly fruitless. Just as he fell into contemplation, Qinglan's voice reached his ears. "Aren't you tired of worrying about this and that every day?" She perched on the edge of the sink, legs crossed, her black stockings glistening alluringly in the bathroom's steam, seemingly teasing Yunming's gaze inadvertently. "Hey, did I not tell you not to come out while I'm bathing?" Yunming's face flushed slightly, hurriedly covering himself with one hand while swiftly grabbing the back of Qinglan's collar with the other, tossing her out of the bathroom and locking the door immediately. Qinglan, thrown outside, was momentarily bewildered, banging on the door in frustration. "Wait, you've seen me in worse states. Why can't I come in?" Inside the bathroom, Yunming's face still bore a hint of embarrassment, muttering to himself while struggling against Qinglan's teasing. He dried his hair with a towel, trying to calm himself but couldn't help but recall her semi-transparent figure. The television sound resonated disproportionately loudly in the quiet environment, and Yunming could hear it clearly from the bathroom. Today's Zero satellite reported that the front lines remain calm. Experts studying the cycles of otherworldly beings claim that the vast majority of these cycles are influenced by the powerful beings in the area. If the formidable otherworldly beings in the world were to become harmless to humans, a restoration of the past world would be just around the corner. Just around the corner. What day could that possibly be? After a while, the television shifted to the otherworldly incident in District 29. Today, an incident occurred in Unit 13 of District 29, resulting in significant structural damage, with local authorities already compensating affected families. Let us broadcast live. Qinglan's expression grew serious as she continued to monitor the screen. The image displayed the stern face of the district chief of District 29, saluting the camera before pointing to the street behind him, covered in flesh and mud, partially frozen. The stark contrast between the cold ice and the twisted debris was unsettling. This incident was resolved by the general of District 29, targeting a new type of otherworldly being reminiscent of the flesh mound from District 13. According to on-site investigations, the remains of a middle-aged woman and a middle-aged man were discovered, closely coinciding with the location of the new otherworldly being's emergence. Just then, Yunming happened to exit the bathroom, donning loose pajamas, and walked softly to the bedside to sit down. He listened to the television's report while observing the chief's demeanor, a sense of familiarity washing over him. They haven't disclosed any information about the three of us. Their secrecy is commendable, Yunming murmured to himself, furrowing his brow, as Li Godin's figure flashed in his mind. He was certainly not the middle-aged man mentioned on the television. He recalled vividly that Li Godin should be around his age. The weight of doubt grew heavier in his heart as he unconsciously turned to Qinglan, wanting to inquire about something. but the words faltered on his lips. Qinglan merely glanced at him and sighed softly. Seemingly understanding his thoughts, the middle-aged man mentioned on television is likely Li Godin's father. By the time you saw them, he had probably already passed away. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of realization crossed Yuming's eyes. Right? Li Godin's remains must have been dealt with by Xuanchuang, he added, as if finding a reasonable explanation. Grabbing the remote, Yuming switched off the television, and the entire room was instantly enveloped in silence. Qinglan refrained from saying anything further, her gaze steadily fixed upon him, while Yuming leaned against the headboard, picking up his phone to scroll through it, attempting to distract himself from the turmoil within. As soon as he unlocked the device, a message from Li Qingqing popped up, the unread message count skyrocketing to 99, the glaring red icon of missed calls painfully conspicuous. After sending a message, he wasted no time and hastily opened another chat, eager to shift his attention to more pressing matters. Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly, jolting Yuming upright in bed, his heart racing instantaneously. He instinctively glanced at the clock, which read 23:58 to such a late hour. Who could it be? A mix of confusion and unease swirled within him as he swallowed hard, his gaze darting to Qinglan, silently hoping she might elucidate the situation outside. However, Qinglan merely crossed her arms, a faint frown on her face, evidently still sulking over being unceremoniously ejected from the bathroom earlier. Your Majesty, who stands at the door? Yunming implored earnestly, his tone laced with desperation, his eyes brimming with helplessness. Qinglan felt a twinge of embarrassment at his demeanor, a hint of crimson rising to her cheeks. She cleared her throat twice, feigning composure. Ahem, even if you plead with me. As she spoke, her gaze shifted away slightly, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Noting Qinglan's reluctance to cooperate, Yuming sighed inwardly and resolved to investigate for himself. He tiptoed to the door, curiosity and apprehension propelling him closer to the peephole. Eager to discern who would dare knock at such an hour, peering through, he found the dimly lit corridor devoid of any presence, shadows stretching ominously under the feeble light, casting an eerie atmosphere. Chapter 43. That's good. Yuming held his breath, his heartbeat quickening, palms growing damp with perspiration. At that moment, the doorbell rang once more, its sound piercing the stillness of the night with unsettling clarity. His heart constricted, and a flurry of possibilities raced through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he assessed his next move, while behind him, Qinglan maintained her nonchalant demeanor, lazily reclining against the headboard. Are you not going to see who it is? Qinglan finally spoke, her tone teasing, as if she already knew the truth beyond the door but had no intention of sharing it with Yunming. It's the first time anyone has come to see me at this hour. Perhaps it's a relative of Li Godin here to settle scores, Yunming muttered in a low voice, yet his resolve to open the door remained steadfast. He gripped the doorknob, summoning his courage to face the unknown. Click! The sound resonated clearly, causing Yunming to instinctively step back, his gaze fixating on the floor where an ominous shadow was cast, seemingly foreboding some ill omen. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to steady his nerves. And as the shadow elongated, he lifted his gaze, only to be astounded by the sight before him. A complete skeleton hung from the eaves, its bones glimmering ghostly white in the faint light. The skeleton was adorned with decaying flesh, blackened tendons not yet fully decomposed, intermittently dripping strange liquids that produced a disconcerting sound. Ugh! Yunming's stomach churned violently, the memory of an earlier repulsive scene flooding back, nearly causing him to regurgitate his dinner. Oh dear. I thought you might enjoy such thrilling spectacles. Xian Shuang emerged from behind the hanging skeleton, her headband glinting in the light as she pouted, unable to suppress a laugh at the sight of Yunming's pale face. Who would enjoy such things? Yunming collapsed onto the floor, cradling his head, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though breathing itself had become a challenge. Observing his condition, Xian Shuang snapped her fingers, and the massive serpent from the shadows reappeared, slowly swallowing the skeleton and vanishing into the darkness. Enough of this. I have something to discuss with you. Come inside, she said coolly, turning to enter the room with a practiced grace, as if she belonged there, leaving Yunming to question whether he was the intruder. Qinglan floated above Yunming's head, playfully tugging at his hair. Her tone laced with mockery. What's the matter? Is it really such a grave issue to make you this nervous? If there were true danger, would Xian not inform you? Alas, Do not mention it. Was Xian a tad too thrilled just now? It seemed like I saw her smile for the first time. As they entered the living room, Yuming quickly drew out a chair for Xian Shuang and hurriedly turned on the electric kettle, intending to brew her a cup of hot tea. There's no need for that. It's too late for tea, Xian Shuang replied softly, adjusting the hem of her qipao elegantly as she seated herself, her fingers idly toying with a strand of her cascading hair, seemingly lost in thought. You performed admirably today. I am here to commend you. Each of you three has earned a score of 50. Keep up the good work. Her voice carried a note of encouragement, exuding a calm yet resolute aura. Listening attentively, Yuming gradually took a seat, yet an inexplicable tension brewed within him, akin to being scrutinized by a superior during a midnight inspection. His demeanor becoming somewhat strained, as if his every action was subject to evaluation. He endeavored to focus, but his thoughts drifted, his mind wandering into a haze. Time slipped by silently in the serene living room, the kettle emitting soft beeps, urging him to regain his composure. Yet, Yunming's eyelids grew heavier, consciousness fading, and before long, he succumbed, resting his head upon the table, drifting into slumber, entirely oblivious to the events that would follow. Until the next day, when a blinding beam of sunlight pierced through the curtain slits, awakening Yunming from his slumber, he turned over, attempting to bury his head in the pillow, yearning to plunge back into the realm of dreams. However, he was soon met with a gentle breath against his back, a refreshing coolness starkly contrasting the warmth of sunlight upon his skin. Compelled by the alternating sensations, Yuming reluctantly opened his eyes. Before him lay a delicate frost upon the sheets, reminiscent of winter's first frost. Beside him, Xian Shuang lay with her hair cascading down, eyes closed, her visage serene and tranquil, akin to a still life painting. The chill emanating from her was unmistakable, and Yuming found himself drawn closer, for the first time observing her face so intimately, realizing the snow-white frost adorning her brows was indeed a result of the chill she exhaled. While her once raven locks had transformed into a frosty hue, he held his breath, fearful of disturbing her slumber. Yet emotions surged within him, a tumult of complexity. First of all, did I fall asleep last night? Secondly, why did Xian Shuang remain? Lastly, why was she sleeping beside me? As various blurred memories of the previous night flickered through his mind, he was abruptly pulled from his reverie by Qinglan's voice. Are you a Lilicon? Why the intense reaction? Qinglan teased, her tone imbued with mischief. Impossible. I simply find her adorable. Yuming retorted instinctively, panic rising within him. Just then, the pillow that had been resting atop his head slipped, crashing down onto Xian Shuang's face without warning. Yuming immediately panicked, reaching out to retrieve the pillow, uncertain of how to proceed, his face flushing with embarrassment, internally lamenting. This is truly disastrous. A youthful voice emanated from beneath the pillow, evidently startling Xian Shuang awake. Yuming swiftly regained his composure, hastily leaping off the bed and throwing on his clothes, silently urging himself to maintain his calm. Xian Shuang lazily pushed aside the pillow that had fallen upon her. Sitting up and rubbing her eyes, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating her fair skin, making her appear even more radiant. The strap of her dress slipped from her shoulder, the white sundress shimmering in the light. Catching a glimpse of Xian Shuang rising through the door's mirror, Yuming felt a surge of nervousness, frozen in place, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Yunming, you didn't tea-dream anything peculiar last night, did you? Xian Shuang's voice was soft, tinged with lingering drowsiness, yet remarkably gentle. Not at all. I didn't tea-dream of anything last night, Yuming blurted out, his tone hurried. He endeavored to mask his fluster, striding towards the living room, desperate to escape any scrutiny. However, just as he turned, Xian Shuang's voice floated softly, imbued with a barely perceptible sigh of relief. That's good. Chapter 44. Surely she hasn't crossed any boundaries? Yuming, she sealed your dreams last night. If she is beside you while you sleep, you won tea-dream. Qinglan's remark jolted Yuming from his anxious musings. She mentioned something about sealing my dreams. Why would she do that? Yuming pondered aloud, glancing at the time as he made his way to the kitchen, his mind swirling with questions. As he passed through the living room, he noticed an unfamiliar suitcase adorned with a tortoise and snake motif, clearly belonging to Xian Shuang. Could it be that Xian Shuang intends to settle here? Yuming speculated silently, already retrieving breakfast ingredients from the fridge, his emotions a tangled mess. Despite being in the kitchen, Yuming remained on high alert, his attention divided as he feared another unexpected encounter with Xian Shuang. Just then, she emerged from the bedroom, stretching languidly, barefoot, a picture of nonchalance. Her white dress danced gracefully in the wind, beneath which several black snakes slithered down her legs, as if they were guardians by her side, evoking both awe and trepidation. "Good morning, Yuming." Xian Shuang's voice was gentle, yet laced with a hint of teasing, suggesting that an unusual day was about to unfold. Very well, very well." The series of movements flowed seamlessly as Xian Shuang observed from start to finish, only to realize she had momentarily lost her focus and turned to head to the bathroom for her morning routine. As Yuming stepped out, he exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though a mountain pressing down on him had finally been lifted. On the other end of the corridor, Li Qingqing approached, her complexion flushed, seemingly still harboring some pent-up frustration. Yuming muttered under his breath, the knocking on the door growing increasingly frantic, fearing he might be discovered by Li Qingqing. "Dao Yu." Duan Luyun, peering through the crack of the door, sensed Yuming's urgency and promptly pulled him inside, shutting the door behind him with a watchful demeanor toward the commotion outside. Once inside, Yuming quickly leaned against the peephole, exhaling in relief upon seeing Li Qingqing pass by his door. Thinking to himself, that was a close call. I almost got caught. Duan Luyun couldn't he help but chuckle. "Dao Yu, why are you so anxious?" "She won't bite. You don't understand. She seems off today, and I don't want to stir up trouble." He placed breakfast on the table, sensing that the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. Subsequently, Yuming pulled out a chair at the dining table, finally sitting down with a sense of relief, yet his mind incessantly reminded him to remain vigilant. "I feel like I've forgotten something." "Oh no. Xian Shuang is still in my room, Dao Yu. Fret not. Since the outcome is already determined, any disturbance will only add to the chaos. It is best to let things unfold naturally." Duan Liyuyun's voice was deep and steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing had intended to seek out Yuming to inquire about the recent events, but was left utterly stunned when the door opened to reveal Xian Shuang. Yawning, she lazily pushed open the door, her shoulder strap slipping down, her disheveled black hair cascading behind her, droplets of water still clinging to her face, exuding an aura of refreshing languor. "Totally. The leader? What are you doing here?" Li Qingqing stuttered, her original questions instantly forgotten. Xian Shuang leaned against the wall, surveying Li Qingqing from head to toe. "I remember you. Yuming's friend. By the way, haven't you seen where Yuming went?" Her tone was casual, yet a chill emanated from her, as if the temperature around them had dropped. Li Qingqing felt the coldness from Xian Shuang was even more intense than before, causing her to shiver slightly, tightening her heart. "And no, I came to talk to him." She awkwardly waved her hand, attempting to mask her unease, only to recall the figure she had glimpsed in the corridor, which seemed to be Yuming hastily exiting. "He must have gone into a room." Li Qingqing spoke slowly, yet doubt began to creep into her mind regarding Xian Shuang's presence in Yuming's room. The small lizard on her shoulder crept out, trembling slightly at the sight of Xian Shuang, but it did not deter it from teasing her. "Surely she hasn't already made a move? I told you to strike first." The lizard's words were too sharp, causing Li Qingqing to shake her head vigorously, nervously explaining to Xian Shuang, I have class. I should be going now." And no sooner had she finished speaking than she hurriedly departed, anxious to avoid lingering for even another second. Xian Shuang continued to watch Li Qingqing's retreating figure with an impassive expression as the water droplets from Li Qingqing's chin fell and the door slowly closed, seemingly concealing their earlier conversation. Leaning quietly against the door, Yuming listened to their exchange, finally feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He couldn't help but marvel at Xian Shuang's intimidating presence, which had indeed proven reliable, yet he found it amusing how Li Qingqing's lizard could utter such outrageous remarks. "Dao Yu, you've cooked this fried egg to perfection." Duan Luyun had already begun to enjoy his breakfast nearby. Yuming sighed, slowly sitting down to join him, pondering, "Why do they always seek me out? I can never find peace." "No, it's not like that, ahem. You're used to living alone. It's entirely normal." He almost forgot that she had directly sought him out as well. Yuming shook his head helplessly, a flicker of humor crossing his mind. But then he suddenly recalled something. "Right? We both gained 50 points. Doesn't that mean we just need to win 2 more matches to meet the requirement? Let's see if anyone is up for a challenge. Wait a moment, let me check. Duan Luyun hastily opened his phone, scanning for the latest messages. Moments later, he shook his head, a hint of disappointment on his face. No, it's a unanimous rejection. However, I feel we don't need to challenge anyone right now. Chapter 45. Starting to settle. If we aren't challenging anyone, what can we do in the remaining 2 months? Of course, we can enhance our skills. Speaking of which, do you think you can defeat Li Qingqing? Duan Luyun suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yuming realized he had indeed never witnessed Li Qingqing in action. During the Zero Disaster event, he had only seen her release a few leaves. With no knowledge of her true capabilities, Duan Luyun's eyes twinkled as if struck by inspiration. No need to worry. For the next 2 months, you can train more at the training ground. If you can achieve a clean sweep in the final competition, it will meet the leader's expectations. Hearing this, Yuming gradually regained some fighting spirit. Every punch thrown and every skill mastered in the training arena would become the foundation for his strength. All right, I'll go, Yuming declared resolutely, his eyes glimmering with rekindled hope. Perhaps this time I can truly break through my limits. Duan Luyun smiled faintly, appearing pleased with Yuming's determination. Then it's settled. Let's strive to excel in the upcoming training. With the goal of securing first place in the competition, Yuming embarked on a 2-month training journey. Although he initially felt some discomfort, gradually, this lifestyle began to feel more commonplace. Yuming had attempted to evade this intimacy by sleeping on the floor. Yet each morning, he would find Xian Shuang had mysteriously crept into his bed. This made him feel both helpless and amused, inwardly lamenting. It seems there's no escaping this. Sharing a bed inevitably led to some physical contact. Regardless of where Yuming accidentally brushed against her, Xian Shuang remained expressionless, seemingly unaffected. Even when he once inadvertently pressed against her hair, she merely murmured, "That hurts," before turning back and drifting into a deep slumber. As if it were of no consequence, as time passed, Yuming successfully desensitized himself, no longer feeling anxious in Xian Shuang's presence. Their relationship gradually evolved into a more natural bond, transcending superficial awkwardness and morphing into a unique understanding. Meanwhile, Qinglan appeared to be present around Yuming primarily due to Xian Shuang's influence. She would only show up during Yuming's training, occasionally teasing him whenever he made a mistake, her tone rife with jest and lightheartedness. Concurrently, Qinglan's passion for visual media began to take shape. Whether it be anime, dramas, or movies, she diligently pursued them all, evidently becoming Yuming's film critic. Thanks to her interests, the number of people Yuming had to deal with daily dwindled, and his post-training leisure time became significantly more relaxed, often accompanied by Qinglan's discussions and her fervent interpretations of plots. She had even brought along some local specialties, a type of unique snack from her hometown, vibrantly colored and distinctly flavored. Her smile radiated warmth, as if deepening the bonds of friendship once more. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing was exceedingly busy. As the representative of the elite class, her course schedule was tightly packed, especially with practical classes consuming most of her time. Daily training left her utterly exhausted yet immensely fulfilled. She often shared her training insights with Yunming. Although fatigue frequently shadowed her features, the determination for progress shone ever more resolutely in her eyes. Whenever she spoke of her aspirations, Yuming could feel her vibrant fighting spirit, which greatly inspired him. The 2 months of hard work had elevated Yunming's fusion value to 40, with the synchronization rate reaching 20. Such progress instilled him with increasing confidence in his abilities. One day, while passionately discussing films with Qinglan, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he realized his synchronization rate had further improved. He understood that this synchronization rate was a reflection of the rapport between him and his contracted spirit. The deeper their understanding of each other, the more fluidly their abilities could be utilized. They engaged in a series of training sessions together, exploring various techniques, even developing a new move that seamlessly integrated Yunming's personal style with the unique characteristics of the spirit. The emergence of this new technique bolstered his confidence in practical scenarios, making his training both more effective and enjoyable. As the synchronization rate increased, Yuming became more attuned to Qinglan's emotions and intentions. Their cooperation growing increasingly harmonious, he gradually came to realize that the strength of a spirit lies not only in its power, but also in the connection of souls and mutual understanding. One day, curiosity about Xian Shuang's strength prompted Yunming to inquire about her fusion value and synchronization rate. Us. Xian Shuang maintained her nonchalant demeanor, her tone calm. Fusion value 60, synchronization rate 100. Upon hearing this data, Yunming found himself momentarily perplexed, struggling to comprehend its implications. As he pondered, Xian Shuang gently caressed the black serpent rune on his arm, her gaze imbued with profound significance. The current fusion value stood at 100. A jolt coursed through Yunming's heart. This indicated that her power had completely merged with his, and the portion of strength lingering on his arm accounted for a staggering 40%. Such revelations left him in a state of unprecedented astonishment, deepening his reverence for Xian Shuang's abilities. Yet, he remained bewildered as to why she chose to leave so much power within him. Every time he contemplated inquiring, Xian Shuang would feign ignorance and evade the topic. As time swiftly passed, the 2-month training session was drawing to a close, and the grand competition at the end of the month loomed just 3 days away. The training base and the streets of District 29 were adorned with vibrant banners heralding the event, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. Due to the impending competition, Xian Shuang was unable to continue residing with Yunming. Before departing, she uttered not a word. Yet Yunming noticed a faint blush gracing her cheeks, an unprecedented display of shyness that struck him profoundly. Although he could not fathom the source of her embarrassment, this moment left an indelible mark on his heart. A tide of complex emotions surged within Yunming, suggesting that Xian Shuang's silence concealed depths yet to be understood. Faced with the impending competition, he resolved to secure first place, driven by the desire to uncover all the answers. Chapter 46. Beep, beep, beep. 19 years ago, during the Flesh Mountain incident, amidst the chaos, the 13th district lay shrouded in the shadow of a black barrier, streets littered with the corpses of those unable to escape, the scene a heart-wrenching tableau of devastation. All defensive measures had long since collapsed, and despair hung thick in the air. The Zero Squad sent for reinforcements had gone completely silent, and at this moment, only the 4 members of the Divine Beast Squad remained to confront the ever-evolving Flesh Mountain. Huddled behind the wreckage of a building, they gasped for breath, exchanging anxious glances, their strength all but depleted, rendered seemingly powerless against the growing monstrosity before them. Yen Hua furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at the expanding Flesh Mountain. His voice low and anxious. What should we do? Have we established contact with headquarters? The Flesh Mountain has now surpassed S rank. Messages have been dispatched from the headquarters. Xian Shuang crouched in a corner, her battle attire tattered and blood seeping from her forehead, rendering her weary visage even more pronounced. Her voice, tinged with desperation, nevertheless conveyed a chilling calmness. They have decided to obliterate the entire 13th district with a nuclear strike. We have just 2 hours until launch. What? Are they truly willing to sacrifice so many lives? It is the only option. Xian Shuang's tone remained composed, albeit laced with resignation, as she explained that the existence of the Flesh Mountain posed a significant threat to broader safety. Should it spread to other districts? Song Yun, leaning against the wall, could not help but interject. If we manage to stop the Flesh Mountain within 2 hours, headquarters may have no need to deploy nuclear weapons. Right? Indeed. Retreating is not an option. Yen Hua's voice took on a resolute tone. We cannot falter now. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, we must prevent the Flesh Mountain from spreading. The 4 summoned their spirits, weapons clutched tightly in hand, encouraging one another as they prepared to confront the final battle, as the tendrils of the Flesh Mountain rampaged, consuming all in their path. A palpable sense of urgency and defiance filled the air. Though the situation grew increasingly dire, a flicker of hope continued to blaze within their hearts. Song Yun, keep electrocuting it to prevent it from splitting. Xian Shuang, raise your shield to fend off the tentacle attacks. By an eye, charge with me. Yen Hua swiftly commanded, determination gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, the massive body of the Flesh Mountain trembled violently, emitting a deafening roar that sent a chill through the hearts of the 4, their gazes fixed on this unusual behavior. An enormous, gaping hole appeared in the Flesh Mountain, from which a multitude of debris and flesh erupted, prompting a pained howl from the creature. The thunderous sound compelled the 4 to cover their ears, their hearts swelling with shock and terror. In that instant, a mysterious figure, shrouded in swirling black mist, emerged from the gaping maw of the Flesh Mountain. clutching a long knife that glimmered with a chilling light. The blade's back shimmered with dazzling blue radiance, exuding an invisible pressure. Is it him? Qian Shuang's gaze locked onto the figure in the air, a hint of crimson creeping onto her cheeks, starkly contrasting her usual demeanor of indifference. Do you know him? Yin Hua turned to Qian Shuang, his voice tinged with surprise at her unmistakable reaction. We have met before. Qian Shuang's voice was low, as if she were striving to mask the tumult within. Yin Hua and Bai and I, recognizing the sudden shift in the situation surrounding the Flesh Mountain, swiftly retreated, maintaining vigilance. Noticing Qian Shuang's unusual behavior, she couldn't resist teasing. Why is our Qian Shuang so excited? Absolutely not. Simultaneously, the man wielded the long knife, carving a brilliant arc through the air, aimed directly at the heart of the Flesh Mountain. You all retreat. His voice thundered, resonating with an undeniable authority. The black mist swirling around him seemed to embody his power, instilling a sense of dread. They had no choice but to place their trust in this enigmatic figure, silently praying that he could alter the tide of battle. Beep, beep, beep. A blaring alarm jolted Yunming from his slumber, yet the haunting vision of the Flesh Mountain's rampage lingered in his mind. Unsettling his spirit, he reached out to silence his phone's alarm, donned his clothes as usual, while Qinglan's voice incessantly questioned him. No wonder that girl Qian Shuang insisted on sleeping with you. It seems the seal dreams are connected to the Flesh Mountain. That mysterious man in the dream surely isn't you. Is it? The one you contracted with before? Upon hearing Yunming's words, Qinglan's expression soured, and she promptly smacked him on the back of the head. What nonsense are you spouting? I contracted with you? Yunming, slightly dazed from the blow, turned to Qinglan, his eyes filled with innocence. My apologies. My apologies, I was merely guessing. Your guessing ability so feeble. Why not consider that the person could be you? Qinglan's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, but she quickly regained her composure, as if feeling a touch of guilt. Yunming could only smile wryly, casting an assuring glance at Qinglan after washing his face. All right, that person was involved in the Flesh Mountain incident 19 years ago. I'm only 19 this year. How could that be? The competition should commence tomorrow, right? Let us go see the excitement. Yunming set off from the dormitory with a light-hearted spirit, making his way along the paths of the training base. The streets bustled with people, each adorned with a variety of spirits, their forms diverse and colors vibrant, overwhelming the senses. Eye in the sky. The sound of helicopter blades whirred incessantly as reporters arrived on the scene, busy preparing for interviews and coverage. The perimeter of the Bird's Nest Arena was teeming with factions and fan clubs of renowned Zero Squad members, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. This was Yunming's first encounter with such a spectacle, having only witnessed it on television before. The reality far surpassed his imagination. In addition to the competitors and spectators, numerous food stalls lined the vicinity, selling a multitude of delectable treats, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Though there were no official matches today, the highly anticipated exhibition match drew throngs of eager onlookers. Yunming approached a food stall, his eyes widening at the sight of steaming skewers and mouth-watering pancakes. Qinglan, unable to resist, paused beside him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shall we try some? She suggested, clearly intrigued by the culinary delights. Certainly. It's on me. Chapter 47. Welcome. Today marks the grand opening ceremony of the District 5 League. Within the Bird's Nest Arena, an exuberant host with a flamboyant hairstyle stood upon the platform, microphone in hand, announcing with fervor. In the audience, the neatly arranged Zero Squad paraded forward from both sides, brandishing colorful flags, their presence commanding. Above, drones captured the spectacle from all angles, the cameras shifting to seize every exhilarating moment. Two enormous drapes descended on either side of the platform, revealing the competition's promotional slogan, the bold lettering conveying a strong sense of event spirit. The audience was packed to capacity, the arena resounding with cheers and the clamor of eager anticipation. Despite the raucous atmosphere, the host's voice, amplified by a spirit, resonated like a clarion call, cutting through the noise and reaching every ear, instilling a sense of excitement in all present. The opening ceremony lasted nearly half an hour, primarily showcasing the discipline of the Zero Squad and the exhibition venue. Their synchronized movements and resolute strides demonstrated the fruits of their rigorous training, earning them thunderous applause from the crowd. After some effort, Yiming finally located the area designated for the training base's participants. Why did you take so long? The opening ceremony is about to conclude, and next, they will introduce the participants of the exhibition match. I picked up some snacks along the way. Would you like some? As Yiming spoke, he accepted a piece of tissue from Li Qingqing, diligently wiping down his seat before sitting down. He then retrieved skewers and pancakes from his bag, sharing them with the two. Where are these from? They're quite delicious, Duan Luyun exclaimed without reservation, while Li Qingqing took a more refined approach, gently nibbling a bite, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Look, they're starting the introductions. Duan Luyun excitedly pointed towards the grand display screen above the arena. The trio simultaneously turned their gazes towards the screen, which shifted to the host, who was enthusiastically introducing the upcoming competitors of the exhibition match. Igniting a wave of applause that reverberated through the atmosphere, today, we are honored to welcome Lord Xian Shuang from District 29. The host declared fervently, as he gestured. A petite figure gradually emerged in the center of the arena, none other than Xian Shuang herself. The screen zoomed in, revealing her stunning visage. Her long, raven hair styled into twin ponytails, her delicate features emanating a chilling aura under the sun. Reminiscent of an ice goddess, in the stands, a thunderous cheer erupted. Rising and falling like ocean waves. Xian Shuang, it's her. All fans, please stand. Amidst the fervor, men and women alike were unable to contain their excitement upon seeing Xian Shuang. Yet Yunming noticed that most of the standing fans were women. Their eyes sparkled with admiration akin to stars, with some even waving homemade support signs, creating a fervent atmosphere akin to summer fireworks. Please, dear fans, hold your excitement for a moment. Next to appear is the legendary figure, Yin Hua, who has risen from the ashes. The host's voice resonated again, laced with anticipation and exhilaration. Yin Hua? Yunming couldn't help but exclaim, his face etched with surprise. His gaze was fixed on the arena. As a familiar figure approached with measured steps, akin to flames dancing in the night. Yin Hua positioned herself opposite Xian Shuang, standing tall with poise, her impressive stature on full display, her robust combat attire failing to conceal her allure. Her fiery red hair billowed in the air, intertwining with the fervor around her. Once she stood firm, she raised her arms high, and sparks erupted around her, igniting a surge of passion within the audience. The crowd erupted once more, as if the entire arena was set ablaze by her mere presence. Here we go again. Yunming sighed as he leaned down, the sounds of cheers enveloping him. Yin Hua, the phoenix reborn from flames, purging all filth. Lord Yin Hua, I am your devoted servant. The resounding fervor left no doubt that Yin Hua's fanbase far exceeded that of Xian Shuang, their enthusiastic cheers weaving a melodious ode that soared into the heavens. Yunming couldn't help but marvel at how the allure of heroes and legends could stir the most fervent passions within the human heart. Huh? You're a fan of Yin Hua too? I couldn't tell, Duan Luyun inquired with curiosity upon hearing Yunming's shout. Don't mention it. She is my mother. Li Qingqing interjected with a smile. I happened to deliver fruit to Yunming when Lord Yin Hua was there receiving it. The atmosphere turned subtly tense, as if the contest of two formidable forces extended beyond mere strength to an intangible duel. Big sister, what brings you here today? Shouldn't it beat Song Yun? Xian Shuang broke the silence first, her tone laced with curiosity. He wanted to switch with me, claiming he could showcase himself before Yunming this time. Upon saying this, Yin Hua turned her gaze towards the audience, her eyes locking onto Yunming's direction as if searching for his familiar silhouette. Even those beside Yunming could sense the affectionate glimmer in her gaze, stirring a complex swirl of emotions within him. Noticing the attention directed at him, Yunming quickly waved his hands, signaling Yin Hua not to make a fuss. Yin Hua instantly comprehended his meaning, realizing her indiscretion, and swiftly turned back to Xian Shuang, asking, "He is here. How are you taking care of him?" Rest assured, the audience is still waiting. Let us begin, Xian Shuang replied calmly, her demeanor seemingly indifferent, yet beneath that calmness lay an unwavering resolve. You remain unchanged. Let us proceed. Yin Hua chuckled dismissively, then focused on the impending battle, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and fervor, as though this contest was not merely a display of strength, but a test of mutual trust and synergy. A palpable tension filled the air, the cheers of the audience rising and falling, resonating throughout the arena. Do not underestimate my progress over the years, Xian Shuang whispered, and as her words faded, a sudden chill swept through, causing the ground beneath to crystallize into a thick layer of frost, as if winter had enveloped the entire arena. Opposite her, Yin Hua refused to be outdone. The temperature around her surged, as if the very air was igniting. A radiant aura of heat formed around her, compelling the spectators to feel the intensity of the warmth, distorting their visual perception. In an instant, the arena transformed into a battleground of fire and ice, where two extreme elements clashed violently. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the air, causing the audience's breaths to quicken in anticipation of the forthcoming duel. The fan groups on either side exhibited starkly contrasting emotions. The fans behind Yin Hua were brimming with excitement, muscular men waving their arms as if to transmit that fervent energy, whereas Xian Shuang's supporters bundled in thick coats, huddled together with solemn expressions, their eyes gleaming with determination, as the powers of both sides began to intertwine. The temperature in the arena fluctuated sharply, flames and frost clashing in the air, producing a heart-stirring cacophony. Each collision resonated like thunder, stirring the emotions of the spectators, their cheers and shouts intertwining like the beating of war drums. Heralding the onset of a spectacular battle, Chapter 48, caught it in the arena, a formidable otherworldly force surged like a tidal wave, as if the entire space trembled. Yin Hua clasped her hands together, instantly conjuring a long sword from thin air, its blade entwined with searing flames that flickered with intensity, waves of heat radiating outward, as if poised to ignite a conflagration at any moment. Observing this, Xian Shuang slightly lifted her hair, the ice crystals beneath her feet coalescing rapidly, and in an instant, a towering bronze shield stood resolutely at her bare feet. With a gentle step, the shield emanated a chilling light, and 4 identical bronze shields materialized around her, forming a tightly knit defensive formation. Behold, this is Lord Xian Shuang's ultimate defense, the impregnable frost shield. Will our Lord Yin Hua be able to breach it? Yin Hua in the arena smiled confidently, a hint of determination gracing her face. With a soft incantation, the long sword in the air split into dozens of blades, their brilliant light intertwining and flashing. Starting from the first sword, each blade's power gradually compounded, growing increasingly potent, as if harboring boundless energy. Caught it, Yin Hua announced, and with her voice, the floating sword surged forth, striking toward Xian Shuang's bronze shield. The first sword collided with the shield, instantly erupting a dense white mist. The intense heat rapidly melting the frost on the bronze shield, the mist enveloping the air like a fairyland. However, Xian Shuang, concealed behind the shield, was not one to remain passive. Her eyes glinted with icy brilliance, and from beneath the frozen ground behind her, shadows began to creep forth, ghostly and silent. With a command, countless serpentine frost creatures burst forth from the ice, charging directly at Yin Hua. At that moment, the long sword imbued with the strongest power hovered in the air, its blade aimed at Xian Shuang, as if awaiting a command. Meanwhile, Yin Hua summoned a fiery scythe, its blade rotating like a cutting machine, with scorching flames leaping upon its surface, instilling fear. She wielded the scythe with the fury of a tempest, swiftly cleaving through the oncoming frost serpents, the black ice melting in the flames, transforming into wisps of steam. Here it comes, Lord Yin Hua's full-force strike, the host exclaimed loudly, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. All eyes in the audience fixated on the sword radiating an awe-inspiring might, as if the entire arena held its breath in that moment. Seeing this, Xian Shuang immediately gestured to manipulate the 4 bronze shields, rapidly stacking them together to create multiple layers of defense. As impenetrable as iron walls. At that instant, a massive black serpent, hidden behind the shields, lunged forth, its jaws agape, unleashing a fierce cold wind that surged forth like a frost projector, launching ice spears straight at Yin Hua. Simultaneously, the fiery long sword in the air emitted a dazzling brilliance, the intense flames transforming into lasers, accompanied by a deafening roar, shooting forth from the blade to collide fiercely with the serpent's chilling gust. The powerful collision instantly triggered a cataclysmic shockwave, causing the front row of spectators to hastily retreat, though some exhilarated souls remained rooted to the spot. Those unwilling to dodge found themselves with frost adorning their faces, emanating a bone-chilling cold, while others were flushed red, seemingly scorched by the flames. The residual force of this clash rippled outward, creating a fierce storm that stirred the entire arena's atmosphere. Outside the bird's nest arena, many bore witness to the soaring spectacle of ice and fire, their gazes drawn in astonishment at the grandeur of this contest, their hearts brimming with excitement and anticipation. Just as the collision of ice and fire began to dissipate, the sky abruptly darkened with ominous clouds, thick gloom pressing down as thunder rolled ominously above, causing the audience to exchange glances, wondering if rain was imminent. That moment, the host's voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Look to the sky. A bolt of lightning descended, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, as Tsang Yun gracefully materialized, standing firmly between Yin Hua and Xian Shuang. His tall stature clad in a deep blue trench coat, his long hair billowing gently in the wind, he bore a strikingly handsome visage, resembling a figure stepping straight out of a painting, leaving the audience breathless. I arrived a bit late, and I hope you all can forgive me. Tsang Yun slightly bowed, his hands naturally embracing one another, his voice gentle yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Subsequently, with a grand flourish, countless bolts of lightning erupted beneath his feet, the electric currents surging forth like a tempest, scattering the flames and frost within the arena, releasing puffs of white smoke. The audience was instantly enveloped in a refreshing sensation, as if they were amidst a storm. Under the impact of this energy, 3 seats materialized on the high platform of the arena, each adorned with nameplates that boldly declared their identities. Please, take your seats. Tsang Yun's voice resonated like thunder, powerful and commanding. As he spoke, the 3 individuals leapt into the air. Gracefully tracing a beautiful arc, Tsang Yun settled firmly into the leftmost position, exuding elegance and composure. Yin Hua snapped her fingers mid-air, and flames swirled around her like a crimson tornado, transforming into a striking red cloak that elegantly draped over her shoulders. Accentuating her pride and allure, she gracefully took her seat in the center, her presence formidable, akin to a queen on the battlefield. Following her, Xian Shuang, accompanied by the slithering black serpent behind her, donned her familiar black qipao, radiating classical elegance. Simultaneously, the black python on the ground morphed into a black cloak that enveloped her shoulders, bestowing upon her an air of mystery. Ultimately, Xian Shuang positioned herself on the right, and the trio convened, creating a breathtaking tableau. The audience erupted into cheers once more, the atmosphere within the arena intensifying with excitement. Excellent! The former Divine Beast squad has delivered a stunning performance, and now, allow me to introduce the panel of judges for this grand competition. They are the esteemed teachers from the training base. The host's voice soared, as a drone lifted him into the air above the arena, the camera swiftly shifting to the front row of the audience. There, a long table covered with red cloth was lined with teachers who stood up, enthusiastically greeting the crowd. Clad in work attire, adorned with teacher badges on their chests, they exuded a formidable presence that commanded respect. Yuming spotted a familiar face on the screen. Hanyi, he thought to himself. I never expected this usually irresponsible teacher to appear on the judging panel. What a surprise. Just as everyone focused on the introduction of the judges, a murmuring arose behind Yuming. This is the problem class's seating. Where did you come from? We are outside spectators. All the seats over there are taken, and you still have 2 seats left here. So please make an exception. We won't disturb you. One of the empty seats likely belonged to Jang C, but the other. A sense of unease gripped his heart. I'm afraid our seats are not available for others. Are you really so stingy? The opposing voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction, seemingly unwilling to relent. It's not about being stingy. It's merely a matter of rules. At that moment, Hanyi and the judging panel slightly turned, seemingly searching for something. Yuming followed his gaze and felt a jolt, recalling the absent student. Could it be that red-haired newcomer he had encountered before? Chapter 49. I recognize this. Yuming turned his head, attempting to steer the conversation in that direction. That red-haired superhuman? He was locked up for a while and didn't come to the performance. That's not surprising, is it? Li Qingqing interjected, saying, Is it about the seating? I swapped with your female classmate? Yuming listened, a hint of helplessness crossing his face as he continued to focus on the arena. Yet his mind wandered elsewhere. Let us just say that person is problematic. Why not go take a look? There's nothing urgent since the match hasn't started yet. Qinglan's suggestion resonated with Yuming, making it seem quite reasonable. "You're going to look for someone, aren't you?" Duan Luyun asked. Slightly taken aback but curious, "It's nothing, just a matter regarding that red-haired classmate from before." Yuming offered a vague excuse, though he was not entirely truthful. He knew he needed to confirm certain matters. Upon hearing that Yuming was leaving, Li Qingqing also felt disinclined to remain there, as the problem class's seats were the worst in the audience. Yuming waved goodbye to them and turned toward the dormitory, pondering what that individual might be busy with and whether any unexpected events might unfold. His instincts warned him that there could be a greater secret hidden behind this matter. Meanwhile, Han Yi at the judging panel, after the host's introduction, promptly stood up and headed toward the audience. A nearby teacher immediately blocked his path. "Han Yi, where do you think you're going?" Anger flared within him as he thought. "Damn it, why are they suddenly keeping an eye on me? I still don't know where the device to breach the training base's barrier went." Han Yi, feeling irritated, kicked over a nearby trash can, scattering its contents everywhere. With his hands in his pockets, he pondered for a moment, then a wave of arrogance surged within him. "Fortunately, my clone has already checked the defenses of the training base. As long as that esteemed individual makes a move, the entire District 29 will be in my grasp." He continued to contemplate his plan, calculating his next steps with a sinister confidence. Unbeknownst to him, hidden eyes were quietly monitoring his every move. Han Yi proceeded with his plan, secretly plotting his next move. His goal was to breach the training base's barrier, that wall which Yuming had previously pushed aside. Situated behind the dormitory, both concealed and perilous, the wall exuded an aura of the otherworldly, harboring secrets unknown to most. He tread carefully, striving to avoid drawing any attention, as he distanced himself from the bird's nest arena. The number of passers-by dwindled, and the silence around him heightened his anxiety. The drones in the sky had nearly vanished, as if the entire base held its breath at that moment, leaving him alone. Ahead lay Building A, Yuming's residence, and beyond that, a gazebo park, almost adjacent to that wall. He halted, his gaze fixed upon the wall, scrutinizing it in silence. Han Yi had been dispatched by headquarters 2 years prior to monitor the leader. During these 2 years, he had been constrained by the numerous defenses set by Xian Shuang, burdened with tedious teaching tasks that hindered his ability to investigate significant matters within the training base. Today presented an opportunity for him to break free from those constraints and uncover the truth. With no one around, Han Yi approached the wall, examining what appeared to be an ordinary barrier. The surface was smooth, emanating a faint chill. Only the minuscule gaps glimmered with an unusual light, seemingly beckoning him to unveil its secrets. Within those crevices, the outline of a door faintly emerged, as if leading to another realm. "Is this the barrier? It seems I can breach it without that device." Han Yi inhaled deeply, channeling his otherworldly power into his hands, preparing to strike. A flicker of tension flashed through him, yet a greater yearning for the unknown truth prevailed. As incantations escaped his lips in a hushed whisper, a potent energy began to coalesce in the air, the temperature rising in tandem. Han Ye's otherworldly power amassed in his hands, ready to shatter the barrier before him. "Let us see what you've been hiding," he murmured, then with a sudden flourish, unleashed his energy in a brilliant arc toward the wall. A powerful shockwave surged forth, rippling through the surrounding air, distorting the wall in an instant, the gaps expanding rapidly, revealing the concealed otherworldly aura within. Han Ye's heart raced as he instantly recognized the origin of this entity. "I recognize this," he murmured, a wave of unease washing over him. The otherworldly entity remained unresponsive, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Han Yi drew closer, scrutinizing this enigmatic being. His brow furrowed as perplexity began to rise within him. This was identical to the otherworldly entities found in the urban shelters. Meant to isolate otherworldly beings from entering, he recalled his mission within the base, pondering. "Why does my master want me to destroy this?" He shook his head, unable to comprehend how this related to his plan to usurp the leader's position and dominate District 29. Though questions lingered in his mind, it was ultimately an order from his master, and he had no grounds to refuse. Han Yi inhaled deeply once more, raising his hand to gather his otherworldly power again, preparing to annihilate the humanoid entity before him. "Stop! What do you intend to do?" At that moment, Yuming suddenly appeared behind him, his tone laced with urgency and anxiety. Han Yi was taken aback, his energy halting abruptly as he turned to face Yuming. A flicker of apprehension surged within him, He had not anticipated such an interruption at this critical juncture. Simultaneously, Yuming swiftly retrieved his phone, sending a message to the group to swiftly inform them of the situation he had encountered. Striving to secure assistance in the shortest time possible, his expression was grave, his eyes glinting with vigilance. "Do you know the purpose of this entity?" Han Yi inquired, his tone tinged with arrogance. He was fully aware that a mere student could not possibly thwart him. Taken aback by this sudden question, Yuming felt a twinge of confusion. "I see this a backdoor?" The tension between the two crystallized in the air, as though time had momentarily come to a standstill. Chapter 50. My task is complete. His hair shifted to a deep crimson, his expression a tumultuous blend of anger and joy, as if he no longer cared for his surroundings, as his emotions fluctuated. Two hands, ablaze with fire, materialized behind him, the fierce flames twisting and dancing in the air, creating a terrifying spectacle. A deafening roar erupted, interrupting Han Ye's emotional turmoil. Turning around, he was taken aback to find a bullet hole had appeared in the head of the humanoid spirit. With its demise, the eerie aura enveloping the entire wall dissipated in an instant, like mist scattered by a gust of wind. The mission was accomplished. Han Yi quietly exhaled in relief, promptly retracting his otherworldly spirit and turning to Yun Ming with a sly grin. "It matters not. My task is complete, and there is no need for further banter. Crushing you, a mere weakling, requires no effort on my part." And no sooner had he spoken than a wall of fire ignited before him, engulfing his entire being and transforming him into a flickering mass of flames that vanished in an instant. Just as Yun Ming stood momentarily stunned, Qing Luan's voice resonated in his ear. "The opponent has utilized otherworldly power to escape. Tracking is impossible." Yun Ming's brows furrowed tightly, a wave of irritation washing over him as his thoughts spiraled into chaos, leaving him uncertain on how to respond to the unfolding situation. At that moment, the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust swirling and revealing the street beyond. Yun Ming's heart tightened as he was swiftly enveloped in thick clouds of dust, his vision obscured. Amidst the haze, a figure gradually emerged, hunched over and sneaking away, seizing the opportunity while the dust lingered. A thought raced through Yun Ming's mind. "Quick, pursue!" Without hesitation, he swiftly followed. That individual was undoubtedly the culprit who had just scaled the wall and shot the spirit. Yun Ming leaped lightly, crossing the fallen stone wall and almost instantaneously catching up to the figure. He strode forward, seizing the back of the person's collar and slamming them to the ground. The individual reacted swiftly, attempting to break free, but found it futile against Yun Ming's strength. "Who are you?" Yun Ming inquired in a low voice, his tone laced with intense pressure. The subdued individual, face concealed by a mask, remained shrouded in shadows, enhancing their air of mystery. At that moment, the person emitted a sound akin to chewing, as if gnawing on something. Yun Ming's gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a faint glass reflection from a side crevice, and his heart raced with alarm, realizing it was some sort of device. Just then, Qing Luan's voice urgently reached his ears. "Get back!" Startled, Yun Ming instinctively leaped backward. Almost simultaneously, a violent shockwave erupted from the ground as the individual produced a grenade-like device and hurled it towards him. The deafening explosion resonated through the air, debris flying and chaos raining around him. Yun Ming swiftly adjusted his stance, summoning a veil of black mist to shield himself from the blast's impact. In that fleeting moment of defense, the individual seized the opportunity to escape, sprinting towards the opposite end of the street. Not far into the chase, Yun Ming found himself in an alleyway. Towering buildings flanked either side, obscuring the sky above, while the hum of air conditioning units filled the air, occasionally punctuated by the sound of water droplets striking metal trash can lids. The figure promptly concealed themselves behind a dumpster, seemingly preparing for something. "The drug is kicking in," the individual exclaimed, instantly alerting Yun Ming. Accompanying the voice was the jarring sound of nails scraping against a chalkboard from behind the dumpster, as if heralding impending danger. Yun Ming clenched his fists, suppressing his discomfort, and summoned the mist blade, bracing himself for an attack. Suddenly, a tendril shot out from behind the dumpster with astonishing speed, catching Yun Ming off guard. The sharp tip of the tendril collided with the blade in his hand, sparking a burst of flame as the heated air rippled outward. He marveled inwardly. His vigilance heightened. Two tendrils lunged forward, plunging into the wall of the building, swiftly climbing upward and dragging the figure along with them. The remaining two tendrils relentlessly assaulted Yunming, as if intent on completely subduing him. I cannot allow him to escape. Yunming thought. Realizing time was of the essence, he pivoted the blade with a swift motion. And with a commanding shout, the black mist coalesced rapidly around his arm, revealing a black gauntlet. An overwhelming pressure radiated from him, causing the two tendrils before him to halt their assault. Yunming inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute, igniting a fierce determination within him. Taking a step forward, the black gauntlet sprouted tendrils of black mist that swiftly slithered toward the building's rooftop, with a powerful flick of his wrist. The tendrils retracted sharply, propelling Yunming upward in pursuit of the ascending figure. The individual appeared to be ensnared by the tendrils extending from Yunming, their body resembling a marionette devoid of consciousness, limbs limp and devoid of vitality. Observing this, Yunming's heart sank, and with a slight exertion of his wrist, he tightened the black mist tendrils, securing his footing against the wall. The mist blade in his hand glimmered ominously. And without hesitation, he struck, severing the climbing tendrils with a swift motion, cleanly severing them from the source. Yunming landed swiftly, feeling a measure of relief, yet he remained uncertain about the fate of the unconscious enigma before him. "Young master," a low, powerful female voice called from behind, sending a chill down Yunming's spine and heightening his alertness. He quickly turned to face a squad of black-clad Zero Guards, their dark robes billowing gently in the breeze. Resembling a gathering of phantoms, the garments bore embroidered patterns of black serpents, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear. "We are the Black Serpent, the direct guardians of Lord Xian Shuang," the leading woman articulated deliberately, her voice akin to a blade in the night. "We received word and have come to assist. Young master, we shall handle the aftermath." Yunming regarded her intently, a jolt coursing through him. The leader bore an uncanny resemblance to one of the women he had seen earlier among Xian Shuang's fan club in the audience. A revelation that momentarily cleared his mind. No wonder there were so many female admirers of Xian Shuang. They were all direct guardians. His understanding of this organization deepened, yet he remained puzzled as to why he had become the young master. In that case, Yunming nodded slightly, his tone resolute. "I shall leave this individual in your capable hands." The leader gestured, and two masked members stepped forward, producing sealed plastic bags to collect the remnants the mysterious figure had been chewing on, even using a small knife to extract a portion of the entity's flesh. Eventually, a slightly taller member hoisted the unconscious figure, and like black serpents, they slithered away, vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. Chapter 51. You've advanced without even a fight. Although the shooter had been apprehended, the barrier had been irreparably damaged. Xian Shuang messaged Yunming, calmly informing him that the restoration of the barrier required specialists and would take at least a month to complete. To prevent otherworldly invasions, additional Zero Guards had to be stationed around the barrier to ensure safety. "Hey, wake up. How can you fall asleep like that?" Duan Luyun yawned, lazily opening one eye and squinting at Yunming before turning away. Seemingly uninterested in getting up, "Is there an announcement for the competitors?" No. It hasn't started yet. It should be soon," Duan Luyun exclaimed, panicking as he realized he had been nudged. Hearing this, Yunming's gaze began to wander around the arena. At that moment, the atmosphere in the audience had shifted. The once lively ambience had faded, as if a lunch break had just concluded, leaving everyone appearing somewhat fatigued, either whispering to one another or engaging in quiet discussions. Awaiting the resumption of the competition. "Keep sleeping. Have you eaten? I brought you something." He rubbed his stomach, hesitating momentarily before finally accepting the boxed meal Yunming offered, a smile creeping onto his face. "How could I possibly sleep? But I am indeed hungry." As Duan Luyun spoke, he opened the box, and an enticing aroma wafted up, igniting his appetite. Seeing him finally react, Yunming felt a sense of relief and took a seat. Continuing, in this competition, something significant may transpire. Significant? If you win, that's already a big deal. No, not that. Duan Luyun chuckled at Yunming's reaction, his eyes curving into crescents. "It seems you're quite eager for victory." "I am merely concerned about what lies ahead," Yunming replied, regaining his composure, clearing his throat, and striving to appear more composed. "This competition is not solely about rankings. I encountered the betrayal of teacher Hanyi earlier." Duan Luyun, chewing thoughtfully, regarded Yun Ming's serious expression with skepticism. You mean the individual sent from the upper echelons to monitor the Supreme Commander has betrayed us? Yes, the barrier at the training base has been compromised. That barrier is supposed to withstand attacks from otherworldly beings. It was that gun? Bang. The host hovered above the arena on a drone, surveying the entire area as he reappeared before the audience. At that moment, a throng of people surged at the entrance, the crowd clamoring in, and the arena was instantly filled with exuberance, cheers and applause intertwining as if elevating the atmosphere to a climax. Welcome, everyone. The thrilling exhibition matches of the morning have concluded, and we now enter the announcements for the matches in the following days. Please pay attention, as the detailed match numbers will be displayed on the big screen. The host announced enthusiastically, pulling out a form and beginning to read the information aloud. No, you need not type this. You have advanced directly. Duan Lu Yun, however, remained unfazed, feigning innocence as he shook his head. My friend? Do not look at me. The person you are to face is none other than the red-haired Superman you seek. What? Yinamo is that person? Yun Ming's heart jolted, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. I have yet to find him today. It seems I shall meet him tomorrow. Duan Lu Yun finished his last bite, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. If you are as fortunate as I. Should he be absent tomorrow, you will advance without contest. He will certainly come. And so will Han Yi. Yun Ming instinctively voiced his thoughts, yet Duan Lu Yun exhibited no surprise, as if he had anticipated this all along. Nodding gently. At that moment, the host's voice echoed once more. Tomorrow, we shall commence the cross-tire challenge. Contestants will sequentially challenge those rated lower, with victories yielding double points, while defeats will result in a deduction of half their score. All lower-rated contestants may choose their challengers independently, with registration concluding at 9 p.m. tonight. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into hushed discussions. How can low-rated participants possibly triumph over their higher-rated counterparts? Isn't tomorrow merely a waste of time? Why is it self-registration? Wouldn't that lead to a multitude challenging a single individual? Why initiate such a format tomorrow? Shouldn't this arrangement be reserved for the latter days? Observing the commotion, the host swiftly ascended near the platform, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. At Xian Shuang's urging, he continued. I must announce an urgent situation. The frontline battles are intense, and Lord Yen Hua and Lord Song Yun are required for assistance. During the competition, they shall not remain as spectators, but we will appoint 2 new zero-class guardians as substitutes. This revelation silenced the audience, followed by a wave of murmurs, prompting many to vacate their seats. Meanwhile, Yen Hua on the platform side, her heart heavy with concern. She paid little attention to the competition's progression or the audience's cheers, her mind preoccupied with the absence of Yun Ming that morning. Beside her, Song Yun teased, what troubles our esteemed leader? Unable to witness Yun Ming's match tomorrow, why not hurry and bid him farewell? I would like to, Yen Hua replied, her brow slightly furrowed as she idly twirled a strand of her crimson hair. Her thoughts momentarily drifting away, she suddenly turned, delivering a playful punch to Song Yun's arm, her voice laced with discontent. This is all your fault. Had you not deceived me into returning to duty, I could be with Yun Ming now, free from such worries. Song Yun, taken aback by the punch, momentarily lost his playful demeanor, an awkward smile creeping onto his face. Esteemed leader, that seems rather unfair. We are fighting for all of humanity, merely shifting our focus from internal to external matters. Chapter 52. Isn't your smile quite charming? At that moment, Xian Shuang interrupted their banter, a hint of seriousness in her eyes. This morning, Yun Ming captured a subordinate of the 100-Faced Demon Lord. Upon hearing the name of the 100-Faced Demon Lord, Yen Hua and Song Yun immediately turned their attention to Xian Shuang, their expressions grave. What is the situation? Yen Hua leaned forward, urgency in her voice. The individual he apprehended is merely an ordinary resident, yet the information obtained is crucial. Xian Shuang spoke gravely, her voice lowered. A traitor among the agents sent from above has emerged. And the issue lies with the genetic anomaly of Meat Mountain. These words did not capture Yen Hua's attention. Rather, her worry for Yun Ming overshadowed everything. Is Yun Ming safe? He is unharmed. That is not the crux of the matter. Xian Shuang replied, her gaze firm. Once you depart, the enemy will surely seize the opportunity to strike. Therefore, I implore you to leave me some assistance. Her eyes reflected sincerity, and the petite, seemingly youthful figure of hers appeared particularly vulnerable, evoking a sense of compassion. What is there to worry about? We are a team. Have we so easily forgotten our bond forged over the years? Yanhua smiled gently, plucking a hair from her head. Instantly, the hair ignited into flames, transforming into a fiery red feather, radiating warmth and brilliance. Song Yun retrieved a talisman from his pocket, intricately inscribed with runes, which flickered in his hand, exuding an almost electric aura. This talisman can expel possessing entities. It is remarkably effective against larger anomalies. Seeing the camaraderie reminiscent of their former team, Xian Shuang nodded, a rare smile gracing her face as her lips curved upward. Yen Hua gently ruffled Xian Shuang's hair, chuckling. Our Xian Shuang has grown. Isn't your smile delightful? Xian Shuang hesitated, a blush creeping onto her face, but quickly regained her composure. No, as long as my concerns linger, I cannot smile at ease. Meanwhile, the host, having introduced the high-ranking contestants, began to announce the competition schedule for the next 4 days, spanning a total of 6 days. On the third day, the full elimination rounds would commence, with each participant allowed only 1 loss. A second loss would result in immediate disqualification. The host's voice resonated clearly, intensifying the atmosphere of anticipation surrounding the competition. Following his announcement, the Zero-class Guardians showcased their armed skills, demonstrating their development and formidable combat abilities. Various weapons and combat techniques were displayed in rapid succession, leaving the audience in a "Oh, not rush, my friend. My master wishes to see you. Please wait a moment." Master? To pass the time, he began scrolling through his phone, perusing information related to the competition. The individual in question was Song Yun, his countenance cool, his stride steady, as if each step created ripples in the air. Upon spotting him, Duan Lu Yun immediately rose, respectfully approaching. Master. You have arrived. Yun Ming looked up, startled. Uncle Song Yun? Long time no see. Your mother misses you dearly. As Song Yun finished speaking, Yen Hua emerged from behind him, both now clad in casual attire. Hats perched atop their heads, presumably to avoid recognition. Why do I feel as if you're using foul language? Song Yun chuckled awkwardly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Xian Shuang mentioned that you have been performing admirably these days. You must not let your guard down. Of course, my goal is to claim victory. Yun Ming declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Yen Hua excitedly lifted Yun Ming into the air, spinning joyfully, her face radiant with delight. Duan Lu Yun and Song Yun observed, a hint of amusement blossoming within them, causing Yun Ming to flush with embarrassment. Song Yun, unable to contain himself, interrupted Yen Hua's enthusiasm, raising a boarding pass in his hand to indicate the urgency of time. Yen Hua, slightly deflated, released Yun Ming and turned to him, her expression serious. She produced a fiery red feather from her pocket, extending it towards Yun Ming. Take this. In times of danger, Mother will protect you. But do not use it during the competition. Yun Ming nodded, feeling a warm aura emanating from the feather. This token represented not only her affection but also her trust in his abilities. Remember to perform well in the competition. Do not bring me shame. Yen Hua playfully winked, showcasing her maternal concern. Rest assured. Meanwhile, Song Yun had already begun pulling Yen Hua towards the exit, urging, hurry, or we shall miss the flight. I know. Her figure receded, akin to a streak of fiery dawn, evoking a sense of pride in Yun Ming. With such an extraordinary mother, perhaps he ought to contemplate a life of luxury. A smile spread across Yun Ming's face as he gripped the feather tightly, basking in its warmth, a wave of comfort enveloping him. That moment, Qing Lan's voice echoed in his mind. Enough daydreaming. That snack stall is closing soon. Take me to buy something. Due to their bond, Qing Lan was unable to stray more than 5 meters from him, flitting about like a little sprite. She danced at the edge of that distance, urging him forward with each step, as if eagerly prompting him along. My friend, wait for me. I wish to eat as well. Duan Lu Yun caught up from behind, his face alight with excitement, evidently inspired by Qing Lan's enthusiasm. Very well, let us go together. The two walked side by side, their conversation flowing freely as they anticipated the culinary delights ahead. I heard that Stall's fried chicken wings are divine. We must try them, Qing Lan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fear not. I shall procure the finest for you, Yun Ming replied with a smile, unaware of Qing Lan's fervor for food. knowing that a single wing could occupy her for quite some time. Chapter 53. Use the flame fist against him, soon. The first day of the competition arrived, the much-anticipated inaugural duel on the verge of commencing. Shortly after, it was time for Yun Ming to face Yin Mo. As Yun Ming stepped out from the passageway and onto the arena, a wave of familiar sensations washed over him. It felt as though time had frozen, every detail of the arena etched in his memory. Surveying his surroundings, the once damaged ground had been meticulously restored, flawless as if it had never witnessed a fierce battle. The atmosphere of the arena intensified, the anticipation of the audience palpable in the air. The most promising student of the problem class, Yun Ming, issued a challenge to the entire academy, yet none dared to respond to him, except for the formidable Yin Mo, who had boldly struck a teacher on the very first day of school. The host raised his hand forcefully, his voice booming like thunder, instantly igniting the fervor of the audience. Upon hearing the host's words, Yun Ming felt a tinge of curiosity. Duan Lu Yun always exhibited his pride and confidence in such a manner, as if all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by him. After the match, I shall inquire about certain matters, Yun Ming mused. Though he harbored no fear of being defeated, he was acutely aware that Yin Mo was no ordinary opponent. Just as he pondered this, Yin Mo had already stepped onto the arena. His aura was formidable, and his gaze flickered with indomitable fighting spirit, as if he were poised to launch an assault at any moment. 3, 2, with the countdown on the display screen commencing, Yun Ming held his breath, focusing intently as he gathered his ethereal power. Meanwhile, Yin Mo remained as steady as a mountain, a faint smile gracing his face, as if he were patiently awaiting something. 1. Adhering to the principle of striking first, Yun Ming wielded the mist blade and swiftly launched his attack. However, Yin Mo merely grinned, effortlessly crossing his arms over his chest, his body slightly shifting, seemingly fully aware of Yun Ming's assault. Yun Ming's slash struck like rain against a copper wall. Though it tore through Yin Mo's clothing, it failed to inflict any harm. Yin Mo's defense was akin to forged steel, nearly impossible to breach. In the next moment, flames ignited around Yin Mo's arms, enveloping his fists in a blazing inferno, emanating an oppressive heat. "Behold my inferno fist," he roared, launching his fiery fist forward. Despite the attack's moderate speed, it exuded an unmistakable aura of danger. Yun Ming understood that he could not withstand this strike head-on and immediately leaped backward. Swiftly creating distance in the air, Yun Ming moved like a swallow, deftly evading Yin Mo's assault. With a thunderous crash, the fiery fist struck the ground, erupting in an explosion, and the surrounding air was torn apart by the shock wave. Scattering sparks and ashes. It seemed this opponent possessed not only formidable defense but also considerable offensive power. Yun Ming quickly assessed the situation, determining to adjust his strategy. He needed to identify Yin Mo's weaknesses to secure victory in this match. "Yun Ming, utilize your domain technique. I must verify my hypothesis." Upon hearing Qing Lan's reminder, Yun Ming swiftly plunged the mist blade into the ground. As the blade made contact, the earth around it fractured like shattered glass, instantly spreading countless fissures. Thick, black mist billowed forth, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. Given the precedent set by their previous battle, the display screen activated thermal imaging mode, while Xin Shuang's black serpent half-vision was also engaged, allowing the audience to glimpse the general situation within the black mist. Within this dense fog, Yin Mo continued to swing his flaming fists, attempting to disperse the surrounding mist. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, the black mist thickened like an encroaching tide, completely swallowing his flames. Seizing this opportunity, Yun Ming cautiously approached Yin Mo. The density of the mist obscured his vision, making it nearly impossible to see even his own fingers. Under the cover of the black mist, Yun Ming stealthily drew near until he could sense Yin Mo's presence. Indeed, I was not mistaken. This fellow is not his true self. Just as he marveled at this revelation, a sudden wave of heat surged forward, and a fireball plummeted from above, barreling toward him. Without hesitation, Yun Ming leaped aside, the fireball exploding beside him, scorching flames scattering in all directions, momentarily tearing the black mist apart and casting a blinding light upon his face. Could it be that his true strength lies beyond that of a mere student? Yun Ming quickly repositioned himself, again utilizing the advantage of the black mist to conceal his form. "Qing Lan." How could he possibly breach the black mist so directly? Yunming whispered in astonishment, realizing that within this black mist, Yemo could accurately pinpoint his location, a fact entirely unforeseen during their training. The disparity is considerable. The opponent's fusion value must have exceeded 50. What? Such a stark difference in the first round. Yunming gritted his teeth inwardly, tightening his grip on the hilt. According to the properties of the mist blade, the stronger the grip, the sharper the blade, and thus its power would also increase. Yunming exerted force with his arm. His black gauntlet rapidly materialized, black threads bursting forth to entwine around the blade's hilt, forming a grotesque demonic pattern that instilled dread. Let us reveal one trump card. A smile involuntarily crept across Yunming's lips as he grasped the mist blade and decisively surged forth from the black mist. The blade glimmering like a phantom as it sliced through the air, aiming directly for Yemo. Behold, he shouted softly, his speed akin to lightning, intent on striking Yemo's heart and catching him off guard. Yemo had not anticipated Yunming would launch a direct assault, believing Yunming's attacks would still be insufficient to breach his defenses, and thus raised his arm once more to block. However, in that fleeting moment, blood spattered as one of Yemo's arms was severed cleanly, the severed limb crashing heavily to the ground, leaving the audience in a state of shock, gasps echoing throughout the arena. Yunming did not afford Yemo a moment's respite. He swiftly pivoted and aimed another strike at the other arm, which Yemo had instinctively raised to defend himself, easily severing it as though slicing through tofu. The atmosphere within the arena shifted dramatically, the audience riveted by this sudden reversal, acutely aware of Yunming's formidable presence. Chapter 54. Has someone usurped his identity? Both of Yemo's arms lay severed. Yet he bore no trace of fear or concern, maintaining an air of indifference. Still not revealing your true form? Yunming observed coolly, noting the peculiar absence of blood at the site of the severed limbs. Instead emanating wisps of steam. I never anticipated that the competition for the problem class would occur on the very first day. Yemo moved slowly, bending down to grasp his severed arm, aligning the cross-section with the wound as though welding it back together. In mere moments, one arm was restored to its original state. Enough, I concede. He nonchalantly retrieved the other arm, reattaching it as he had the right, and began to exit the arena. Hey, why do you concede? Yunming called out, perplexed. Yemo should not exhibit such casualness. Judging by his composed demeanor, it was evident he was concealing something. Your name is Yunming? Correct? I shall remember you. We will battle again in the future, Yemo declared, swiftly turning to depart. From his gaze, Yunming sensed a fierce determination, as if he had already taken offense at him. Yunming watched in confusion as Yemo exited the arena, his mind still grappling with the other's choice. That moment, the host's resounding voice announced the result of the match. Competitor Yemo has chosen to concede. And Yunming emerges victorious, securing his qualification for the passing class challenge. The display screen instantly shifted, transforming the previous VS page into Yunming's personal interface, where the conspicuous score of 75 stood out, almost as if to remind him of the significance of this victory. After the match concluded, Yunming proceeded to the infirmary for a health check as instructed. Along the way, he noticed several medical personnel clad in white coats hurrying past, tightly clutching forms, their faces etched with urgency. This must be reported to Lord Xian Shuang. One of them exclaimed loudly. Just as he was pondering this, a melodious voice rang out from behind him. Mr. Yunming, please follow me inside. Oh, all right. At this moment, Dailon was clad in a low-cut tank dress, her white coat having inadvertently slipped from her shoulder, revealing her fair skin. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, as though she had just undergone an intense sprint, and she was breathing heavily, striving to regain her composure. Yunming felt a sudden tightening in his chest, wanting to assist her, yet inadvertently catching a glimpse of her deep neckline, causing his face to flush crimson as he hastily turned away, striving to suppress his thoughts. Mr. Yunming, let us go. Dailon, having regained a semblance of composure, tugged at Yunming's sleeve and led him toward the room ahead. Under her guidance, Yunming entered the room. Inside, iron cabinets lined the walls, neatly arranged with various files, exuding a subtle metallic sheen. At the center stood a desk, atop which lay a nameplate inscribed with Dailon, standing out conspicuously. This is my office. Your medical information has already been recorded, so you will no longer need to use instruments. As Dai Lan spoke, she cautiously retrieved a broken chrysalis from her bosom. Instantly, a pink butterfly emerged, gently fluttering its wings and soaring toward Yunming. Here, extend your hand, Dai Lan said softly, lifting Yunming's hand and indicating for him to open his palm. The small butterfly seemed to receive a command, gracefully landing in Yunming's hand, its wings lightly beating, emanating a faint glow. As the butterfly's powder sprinkled onto Yunming's palm. The delicate dust seemed to possess a certain sentience, rapidly forming a peculiar pattern on his skin. Yunming gazed in rapt attention, filled with curiosity and astonishment. Dai Lan meticulously observed the pattern on his hand, a look of seriousness in her eyes as she hastily recorded her observations on a nearby sheet of paper. After a moment, the pink butterfly appeared to have fulfilled its purpose, suddenly vanishing into thin air, its scattered powder sublimating into the atmosphere, transforming into a wisp of ethereal light that gradually faded away. Here you go. This is your physical condition, Dai Lan said gently, a smile gracing her lips as she handed Yunming the written note. Yunming took the paper slip, his gaze sweeping over the information inscribed upon it. His brow gradually furrowing. I haven't conducted a checkup for you in 2 months. Your diet has been unhealthy, and you've gained 4 pounds, Dai Lan continued to explain, her tone laced with a hint of concern. Yunming stared in bewilderment at the slip, which not only detailed his weight fluctuations but also included metrics such as his grip strength and heart rate. The intricacies of this data were even beyond his own comprehension, filling him with a sense of astonishment. Do not worry. I shan't be overly strict. Your physical condition is quite good. Just be sure to rest and give it your all in the next competition. As the door creaked open, a petite figure peered in. It was Xian Shuang, her expression as impassive as ever, yet tinged with a degree of solemnity. In her hands, she clutched the personal dossier of Yanma, which appeared to be of utmost importance. Yunming, Xian Shuang whispered, her gaze shifting between the two, before she extended the dossier toward him. There are matters concerning Yanma that require your attention. Yunming momentarily faltered. Accepting the dossier, his expression growing increasingly grave. As he meticulously read through its contents, the information tumbled rapidly through his mind. Yanma, male, 23 years old, frontline dweller, otherworldly attribute, fire, fusion value test, 50, synchronization rate, 100. These figures were exceedingly high, causing Yunming to momentarily lose his composure. An unsettling premonition arose within him. Could Yanma's strength surpass his wildest imaginings? Take a look at this as well, Xian Shuang urged, pointing to the last line of the information sheet. Deceased. In that instant, Yunming's heart jolted, as if struck by lightning. Yanma had already passed away, so why was he appearing in the arena? He realized the complexity of the situation exceeded his understanding. Has someone assumed his identity? Yunming stammered, a flurry of questions racing through his mind. Xian Shuang's expression was grave, seemingly deep in thought. We must thoroughly investigate this matter, she said slowly. Yanma had also refused a health examination. This was detected through a mandatory check, which may have some discrepancies, yet it has already been proven to be entirely inconsistent with his dossier. Dai Lan listened quietly from the side, her heart equally weighed down. No, do not stop. Has Yanma truly departed? Yunming abruptly grasped the severity of the situation. This individual must be apprehended immediately, lest the consequences be dire. Xian Shuang understood Yunming's intent but shook her head, her gaze remaining composed, a hint of helplessness in her tone. It is futile. Once the opponent realized they had been exposed following our detection, they vanished into a spatial rift. A spatial rift? Yunming echoed involuntarily. A vague memory surfacing, he inhaled deeply, his thoughts racing, as if something had just clicked into place within his consciousness. I can sense that I have seen this before. Xian Shuang nodded, her expression growing increasingly serious. It is an S-class maw beast. The ability to teleport through spatial rifts is its powered. Yunming's words had yet to fully escape his lips when he was interrupted by Xian Shuang's grave demeanor. Are you suggesting that the otherworldly beings of disaster have allied with rebellious humans? Xian Shuang remained silent for a moment, her eyes gleaming with newfound sharpness. If this is true, the situation becomes even more precarious. The maw beast wreaks havoc across various districts, complicating extermination missions. Now, with its clandestine collaboration with defecting human forces, They evidently harbor ulterior motives. A tempest of thoughts surged within Yunming. He frowned. Could this competition be the opportunity for an otherworldly invasion? Yanma's disappearance was undoubtedly no coincidence. He had likely completed his mission. We must uncover precisely what the other side has orchestrated. Xian Shuang continued, extending her hand to take the dossier from Yunming, her gaze falling upon a particular section, seemingly having discovered a new lead. As she turned, her expression hardened further. Yunming, I have come to inform you. Continue with the competition, and should you encounter any situations, do not engage directly, leave the rest to me. Her tone conveyed an undeniable decisiveness, as though she had resolved to face the impending storm. Yunming chose not to voice any further questions, despite the unresolved queries swirling within him. Seeing her determined silhouette, he understood that this undercurrent of crisis would not be easily resolved. I understand. Do not worry. Yunming nodded, watching Xian Shuang's figure gradually fade from view at the doorway, a weight settling in his heart. With Xian Shuang's departure, a brief silence enveloped the office. Mr. Yunming, the physical examination has concluded. You may leave now, Dailon said softly. Noticing the lingering frown on Yunming's face, she placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Her voice gentled, Do not worry. The commander is quite strong. Give it your all in the competition. Her words were like a soothing balm. Hearing Dailon's tender reassurances, Yunming exhaled, feeling a slight alleviation within. Thank you, Dailon, he replied with a smile before pushing open the door and stepping outside. Hey, fellow Taoist, you're out. I just found out that Li Qingqing's match is about to begin. Let us go take a look. Duan Luyan exclaimed with a grin, promptly turning his phone screen toward Yunming, which displayed the page of Li Qingqing's upcoming duel. Li Qingqing's name stood out prominently on the screen, followed closely by her opponent's information, revealing a fusion value of 20, markedly lower. Yunming cast a glance, his brow slightly furrowing, a sense of confusion brewing within. Is there really anything noteworthy given such a disparity? Duan Luyun chuckled lightly, his tone buoyant. Not necessarily. Setting aside the battle capabilities of contracted otherworldly beings, Li Qingqing's synchronization rate is only 35, which presents a considerable challenge. She cannot unleash her full otherworldly powers, or she risks backlash. This is a significant test for her. Yunming listened, contemplative. He fell silent for a moment, suddenly realizing that although Li Qingqing's opponent seemed weak, her limitations rendered the match more intricate. It appeared that despite the apparent imbalance, Li Qingqing's duel would not be straightforward. Duan Luyun noticed Yunming's contemplative demeanor and smiled, tucking his phone away. Exactly. This match could indeed be quite interesting. Let us go and see. Duan Luyun walked behind Yunming, inwardly scoffing. Li Qingqing, I can only assist you up to this point. It's not as if I'm taking advantage of your hospitality. He shook his head lightly, already having made a decision in his heart. Although he claimed to want to help her, ultimately, what Li Qingqing desired would depend on her own efforts. Yunming temporarily set aside the tumultuous events from the infirmary, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the fierce battles unfolding in the arena. On the field, two students from the elite class were engaged in a heated clash point. One side had summoned an entity resembling a lithe leopard, its movements in perfect synchrony with its contractor, swift and coordinated. The other was more ferocious. Otherworldly power coalesced around his arm, forming a hardened gauntlet, while two robust appendages, akin to grasshopper legs, protruded from his back, adorned with sharp barbs, each movement exuding a palpable sense of threat. Are all otherworldly beings animalistic? Yunming could not help but inquire. That is indeed the case. Not all rare otherworldly beings are unique. They often consist of flora and fauna, and contractors have to consider many factors. Came the response. This statement enlightened Yunming. The types of otherworldly beings were closely intertwined with the abilities of their contractors, capable of enhancing the forms of plants and animals. So, was Qinglan truly this formidable? Yunming suddenly recalled Qinglan, vaguely aware that as a humanoid otherworldly being, her abilities stemmed from, you little brat. I've emphasized this countless times. I am the otherworldly Empress. A familiar voice suddenly erupted in Yunming's ear. And Qinglan materialized into his field of vision, furiously stomping her foot, her eyes ablaze as she shouted at him. She stormed over, seizing Yunming's hair with both hands and yanking it fiercely. Yunming felt a sharp pain in his scalp, nearly believing he would lose a layer of skin. Alarmed, he turned around, panic evident on his face. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Qinglan's face flushed, her eyes wide as saucers. You dare to forget my identity as the otherworldly Empress. How could you ever underestimate me? She huffed indignantly in Yunming's ear, yet her grip on his hair remained unyielding. Duan Luyun couldn't suppress his laughter from the sidelines. Ha, Your Majesty, this approach won't win over the Taoist's heart. Yunming hastily waved his hands. No, I've already submitted. Please stop pulling. I absolutely did not underestimate you. Your Majesty, please mind your image. The voice of shunnying reached Qinglan's ears, finally tempering her ire. She settled onto Yunming's shoulder, stretching her arms as if fatigued from her earlier actions. Wait, do not stop. I felt my synchronization rate rise just now. Yunming rolled up his sleeve, revealing a watch on his wrist, which displayed not only the time but also his current synchronization rate status. Chapter 56, Fusion Value at 40. The synchronization rate has surged from 20 to 21. In that fleeting moment, Yunming's mind conjured several possibilities. Qinglan's anger triggers an increase. Qinglan's attack on him causes it to rise. Duan Luyun glanced at the nearby Qinglan, then at Yunming, pondering. This is because both of you refuse to yield to one another, synchronizing in thought. The next match begins, featuring Li Qingqing against Jang C. The host's microphone amplified their voice, interrupting the conversation among the group. It has commenced, Duan Luyun shouted, and Yunming also turned his gaze to the arena. Despite the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, particularly the recent encounter with Qinglan that left him unsettled, he found himself drawn to the unfolding duel. Li Qingqing stood on the arena, her demeanor calm and her gaze resolute. Her opponent, Jang C, was evidently formidable, towering in stature and clad in heavy metallic armor, emanating a powerful aura. Yunming noted the otherworldly energy radiating from Jang C, a force that exuded an oppressive weight, clearly surpassing Li Qingqing's own presence. Do you think Li Qingqing stands a chance? Duan Luyun inquired, a hint of jest in his eyes, as if anticipating something. Yunming inhaled deeply, his focus fixed on Li Qingqing in the arena, still feeling a twinge of unease. Her opponent's fusion value stood at a mere 20, yet he appeared far more formidable than Li Qingqing. Duan Luyun chuckled, casting a glance at Qinglan perched on Yunming's shoulder, seemingly savoring the tranquility of the moment. The potency of otherworldly abilities far outweighs that of mere training metrics. Had Jang C's fusion value equaled Li Qingqing's, she would not have stood a chance to strike Li Qingqing's otherworldly spirit. Yunming knew, was a petite, emerald-green lizard, weaker in strength compared to other animal-type spirits, yet possessing remarkable agility to gain an advantage through swift movements and attacks. In stark contrast, Jang C's otherworldly attribute was metallic. A considerably powerful entity, Yunming understood that although Li Qingqing's fusion value seemed respectable, her synchronization rate was merely 35, placing her at a significant disadvantage against a stronger adversary. With the match underway, Jang C immediately unleashed his otherworldly spirit, conjuring a colossal iron fist that seemed to meld with the air, hurtling towards Li Qingqing with catastrophic force, as if it could obliterate the entire arena. Li Qingqing reacted swiftly, her lizard spirit leaping forth, deftly dodging Jang C's assault. Nevertheless, Jang C did not relent. As his iron fist swung, another metallic blade rose, crashing down upon Li Qingqing. Quick, counterattack, Yunming murmured, his eyes glued to the contest. Aware that while Li Qingqing possessed agility, the disparity in speed and strength could hinder her attempts to turn the tide. Li Qingqing steadied herself, commanding her lizard spirit to charge forward in an instant. The power of her otherworldly spirit began to coalesce, her lizard's tail extending and transforming into a sharp spear, aimed fiercely at Jang C's metallic blade. Upon collision, a deafening clang reverberated as metal met the lizard's tail. Sparks flying in all directions, Li Qingqing's expression shifted slightly. Although she struck the side of the metallic blade, it was evident that she had not gained a decisive advantage. Go, Li Qingqing, Duan Luyun shouted, jostling Yunming with his elbow, urging him to join in the cheer. Yunming looked at him, hesitant, but as the crowd around them began to rally in support, he too joined the chorus. He was surprised by the number of supporters she had. Back in the arena, Li Qingqing displayed no sign of panic from her last attack. She continued to command her spirit with composure, evading Jang C's strikes and maneuvering behind him while drawing his attention in front. To enhance her speed, she reduced the size of her spear, allowing her to move with increasing swiftness. Jang C's attacks were broad and forceful, executed with precision that left Li Qingqing struggling to discern any weaknesses. Just then, Li Qingqing's lizard spirit sprang unexpectedly from an unforeseen angle, launching itself at Jang C's side. A flicker of surprise crossed Jang C's eyes. Though he reacted swiftly, it was still a moment too late. As the lizard spirit accurately struck his arm, forcing his intended blow aimed at Li Qingqing to miss. Excellent! Yuming instinctively cheered for Li Qingqing. Duan Liuyun's lips curled into a smile, observing her adept response. As the lizard spirit latched onto Jang C's metallic armor, its claws wedged into the gaps, rendering him unable to shake it off. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Li Qingqing initiated her final strike. Her spear rapidly expanded. Its tip sharpened to a lethal point, plunging forcefully into the chinks of Jang C's armor. A faint, puncturing sound echoed as a fissure appeared in Jang C's metallic exterior. Li Qingqing's strike successfully breached his defenses. And with the armor compromised, Jang C found himself unable to resist, his entire form being forcefully repelled. A profound silence enveloped the arena as Li Qingqing, previously declared the victor, stood there, staring at Jang C, who suddenly rose once more. Her expression shifted from calm to tense. The power of her spirit was primed, yet she refrained from rushing into an attack. Her gaze remained fixed on Jang C, her heart not only brimming with the desire for challenge, but also an unprecedented sense of foreboding. Yunming's eyes widened. He had initially believed the match concluded, astonished that Jang C had risen without warning. He found himself murmuring in disbelief. Duan Luyun, seemingly having anticipated this turn of events, sported a knowing smile. Ah, Li Qingqing has indeed encountered a worthy opponent. This fellow, truly, is the third son of the Zhang family. Upon rising, Jang C's armor lay in fragments around him, revealing a physique of solid muscle, his skin encased in a layer of metal, resembling a sculpted statue of strength. The aura he exuded instantly thickened the air in the arena, imposing a palpable pressure that even the surrounding spectators felt. It appears that your strength is not merely superficial. Li Qingqing's voice remained composed, though her eyes bore a hint of wariness, showing no signs of underestimating her adversary. Jang C chuckled lightly, flexing his wrist as if the previous fall was inconsequential. Indeed, you are worthy of being the first in the elite class, capable of shattering my armor. With that, a powerful surge of otherworldly energy erupted from within him. His metallic skin shimmering with an icy luminescence, the pressure in the air spiking dramatically, the temperature of the arena seemingly escalating. Yunming furrowed his brow, already sensing the shift, a fusion value of 40. It has surpassed Li Qingqing's synchronization threshold. Chapter 57. Admitting defeat again. I shall show no mercy this time. Jang C's tone grew more resolute, his right hand swiftly raised, and a jarring metallic scraping sound filled the air. In the next moment, a metal spear materialized in his grasp, gleaming with a blinding metallic sheen, seemingly harboring immense destructive power. The same weapon? He intends to clash. Yunming exclaimed involuntarily, realizing that Li Qingqing's spear, derived from her lizard's tail, had lost its advantage. A glimmer of calm determination flickered in Li Qingqing's eyes as she took a deep breath, her otherworldly spirit rapidly coalescing into a radiant halo. The lizard's spirit re-emerging, its tail extending sharply, its claws glowing with a vivid green light. Yet, she did not rush into action. Instead, she stood firm, her gaze fixed intently on Jang C's every movement. Today, I shall best you. Prepare yourself. Jang C glanced down at his entirely metallic-clad body, a subtle smile gracing his lips, confidence radiating from his gaze. As his words fell, he swung the spear with ferocity, the tip darting toward Li Qingqing with lightning speed. The strike was so swift that its trajectory was almost invisible, the air filled with the sound of a heavy gust as it hurtled toward Li Qingqing's chest. Li Qingqing was quick to react. Retreating with remarkable agility, however, she did not fully evade the blow, instead using her spirit's tail to deflect the strike. The metallic spear collided with the tip of her lizard's tail, producing a shrill clanging sound. Crack! Li Qingqing felt an overwhelming force surge through her, nearly unbalancing her. Gritting her teeth, she resisted the internal tumult, determined not to falter. She understood that if such an attack were to repeat, she would be unable to maintain her current stance. Duan Luyun observed the fierce battle on the stage, a faint smile forming as he quietly remarked, "Just as I anticipated." the third son of the Zhang family, though deemed the weakest within his clan, still possesses the strength to overpower the entire training base S students. His tone carried a hint of urgency. It seems I have found my target for tomorrow's challenge. Duan Liuyun's eyes widened, and he could not help but advise. Friend, you truly dare to speak so boldly. A contender of this caliber should be saved for last. Hone your skills first. Don't rush into a challenge. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing took a deep breath, swiftly analyzing the current situation. She realized that relying solely on defense and counterattacks would not lead to victory. Although her lizard spirit was agile, it was evidently inferior to Jang C in sheer strength. Without adjusting her strategy, she would only find herself ensnared in a disadvantageous position. It seems that the diligent preparations I undertook in advance are about to prove their worth, she murmured to herself. A hint of confidence lacing her tone. As her thoughts stirred, the power of the lizard spirit surged dramatically. Her tail lashed out with immense force, generating a fierce gust that barreled toward Zhang Ci's metallic skin. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Ci's eyes as he contemptuously raised his spear, poised to meet the oncoming strike. However, just as the shockwave closed in, Li Qingqing's spirit tail suddenly twisted with blinding speed. Launching a surprise attack from Zhang Ci's side bang, the tail struck heavily against Zhang Ci's metallic skin, failing to breach his defenses entirely but leaving a distinct scratch. Zhang Ci's expression shifted slightly. Although this blow had not inflicted any real harm, Li Qingqing's strategic maneuver took him by surprise. This small gesture indicated that his opponent was not without means to retaliate, perhaps even having discerned his vulnerabilities. Quite impressive. It seems you possess some clever insight. Zhang Ci's lips curled into a slight smirk, his words tinged with curiosity and excitement. However, I shall unleash my full strength. With that, Zhang Ci's momentum surged once more, the potent aura of his spirit distorting the surrounding air as if it were being torn apart. His spear emitted a deep, resonant hum, and as he channeled his power into it, strands of metallic filaments appeared in the air. Coiling like a contracting vortex around the poised spear, Li Qingqing's expression darkened. Zhang Ci's forthcoming attack was a fusion of domain techniques, leaving almost no room for evasion on this arena. She subtly raised her fingers, and the lizard on her arm comprehended her intent, leaping down to the corner of the arena and expelling a leaf to cover the ground beneath. Meanwhile, Zhang Ci completed his charge, raising his spear, his gaze ablaze with a fervent battle spirit as he declared, Li Qingqing, if you can withstand this strike, I shall concede your prowess. The lizard spirit's power steadily coalesced within her, and in an instant, scales appeared on Li Qingqing's face, one eye turning yellow and transforming into a vertical pupil. Just as Zhang Ci swung down his spear, she leapt suddenly, evading the sharp gust of air rushing from the spearhead. The ground beneath her erupted with a gust of wind, propelling her away from her original position. Li Qingqing's lizard spirit tail circled toward Zhang Ci's side. He let out a cold laugh and swept his spear with vigor. The spear's tip radiated a powerful attraction, drawing Li Qingqing inexorably closer. Sensing the danger, her expression altered, and she swiftly raised her arms, the lizard scales rapidly enveloping her forearms in an attempt to block this lethal strike. Thud! The spear's tip mercilessly pierced through her scaled armor, penetrating her arms and driving toward her chest. Blood flowed down the spear, splattering onto the arena floor, sending up tiny crimson droplets as the entire venue fell into a deathly silence, only to erupt moments later into deafening cries and discussions. How brutal! This is murder. Wasn't this match supposed to be a friendly competition? How did it turn into a life-and-death battle? In the audience, some were left pale-faced by the gruesome scene, while others covered their mouths and hastily vacated their seats. Additionally, some harbored grievances from prior violent incidents, leading to a chaotic atmosphere. The host, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, gripped the microphone, ready to call off the match. Yet, just as he was about to speak, the situation on stage shifted dramatically. Li Qingqing, pierced by the spear, suddenly turned pale, her entire form beginning to shimmer with a faint white light, her skin becoming increasingly transparent. Moments later, much like a lizard shedding its old skin, her body rapidly faded into a semi-transparent membrane, sliding off the spear like an empty shell. Gasps filled the air. It was indeed a lizard's mimicry avatar. Simultaneously, in another corner of the arena, a green leaf quietly unfurled, and from the broad leaf emerged a figure. Li Qingqing, intact and unharmed. She brushed off the dirt from her attire, her gaze icy as it locked onto Jang C, a faint smile gracing her lips. Jang C, upon witnessing this, felt a slight frown cross his face, revealing a hint of surprise, yet he quickly regained his composure. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Li Qingqing's spirit ability, realizing her agility and strategy far exceeded his expectations. After a brief moment of astonishment, a fervent smile broke across his face as he raised his spear. I see. How fascinating. You dare to toy with me? Very well, I shall not hold back. Li Qingqing smiled in response, quickly raising her hands to declare, I concede. Chapter 58. It seems that my chances of claiming victory are rather slim. Is that it? Conceding just like that? Someone in the audience shouted, I believe she still has some hidden cards. Another chimed in. Observing that Li Qingqing had already admitted defeat, the host swiftly took the microphone to officially announce the result. The winner of this match is Jang C. As the host's words echoed, Jang C's personal information appeared on the arena's large screen. Jang C, spirit name, Metal Knight, points, 175, training base ranking, first, high-rated competitor. Standing at the center of the arena, Jang C remained composed, basking in the cheers and applause from the audience, while Li Qingqing, maintaining her poise, extended her hand to Jang C in a gesture of respect before lightly exhaling and making her way off the stage. Despite her defeat, there was no trace of disappointment on her face. Rather, it radiated a sense of relief. Accompanying her were her mentor and several outstanding classmates. Upon spotting them, Li Qingqing smiled and approached her mentor and peers, exchanging a few casual words. How was it? Did you feel it was not bad? Duan Luyun lightly nudged Yunming's shoulder with his elbow, chuckling softly. These two are quite formidable. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yunming's eyes as he retorted. It seems my speed is already comparable to Li Qingqing's, and my strength is no less. Defeating Jang C should not be a difficult task. While they were engaged in hushed conversation, Li Qingqing finally bid farewell to her mentor and approached them. What were you two discussing? I'd like to hear. Seeing Li Qingqing take the initiative to speak, Yunming immediately inquired, why did you concede so abruptly? Couldn't you have escaped to continue fighting? Li Qingqing offered a gentle smile and patiently explained. She paused, her gaze flickering slightly before continuing. I had been keeping an eye on Jang C. I did not expect him to truly be the third son of the Zhang family. Lying in wait in this training base for so long. Upon hearing this, Duan Luyun immediately seized the opportunity to interject, grinning as he added, indeed. I have been following him for 2 or 3 years. I was acquainted with him before you both arrived. Then why didn't you mention it earlier? What is the background of the Zhang family? Duan Luyun feigned innocence as he spread his hands. Explaining, misunderstanding, my friend. Such matters are best discovered through personal exploration. If I told you everything, how would you experience the thrill of discovery for yourself? I agree with Yunming. Had you informed me ahead of time, I wouldn't have resorted to using a decoy. The Zhang family is a lineage of contractees. They do not belong to Zero Guard, having established their own spirit factions, and are part of the upper echelons. Yunming nodded, deep in thought, and remarked, so those higher-ups we spoke of earlier refer to a collection of prestigious families. Duan Luyun patted Yunming's shoulder, laughing, no need to dwell on this. There will be plenty of opportunities to join Zero Guard in the future. By the way, shall we practice a bit? We can't let Jang C bask in the spotlight alone, can we? A spark of determination ignited in Yunming's eyes, and his lips curled slightly. Sure, I was just eager to test out some newly learned techniques. Li Qingqing watched the two with their fervent spirits and chuckled. All right, I will join and observe, curious to see if your growth can truly impress me. The moment the trio finished speaking, they strode purposefully toward the training ground. Come on, my friend, Duan Luyun proclaimed, slowly drawing his blade from his waist, a hint of battle spirit gleaming in his eyes. Shadow flick, he whispered. Acknowledged, it is an honor to spar with your majesty, on the other side. Yunming was equally unyielding, as dark mist rapidly coalesced in his hand. A long knife emanating a chilling aura, the mist blade, quietly materialized. Yunming gripped the hilt tightly, veins prominent on his arms. Exuding an imposing aura, the blade glittered ominously amidst the swirling dark mist, evoking a sense of dread. Be warned. I shall unleash my newly comprehended technique, Yunming calmly cautioned, as the dark mist once again condensed around his right arm. Swiftly forming a black gauntlet, the armor fitting snugly against his muscular contours, radiating an indescribable air of authority and coldness. The dark mist continued to surge from his surroundings, enveloping the entire arena in mere moments. As if it were being swallowed by an impenetrable fog, blurring all vision. Observing the thick mist from the sidelines, Li Qingqing frowned slightly and couldn't help but comment, "Is there any difference from before?" However, no sooner had she spoken than the dense black mist seemed to come alive, slowly converging around Yunming's side, gradually forming a swirling vortex of darkness that enveloped him like an invisible shield. The mist that once covered the arena now seemed to understand its master's intent, swirling around Yunming and moving in tandem with his every action. Duan Luyun watched in awe, unable to tear his gaze away, and couldn't resist exclaiming, "This technique is quite intriguing. The black mist remains intact and can be manipulated at will, my friend. You have made considerable progress." Yunming responded with a subtle smile, then raised the mist blade, causing the blade's edge to tremble slightly, producing a crisp humming sound. "Come forth and witness whether my newfound skills can truly elicit your utmost prowess." With a piercing gaze, Duan Luyun concentrated, the black light upon the blade of his shadow blade deepening ominously. The surrounding air quivered under the immense pressure of his formidable spirit power, and in a fleeting moment, numerous identical black phantoms materialized around him. The two locked eyes for a brief interval, and the spark of battle ignited silently in the air, as if an intense confrontation was on the verge of eruption. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Li Qingqing stood nearby, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. The fluctuations of this spirit power are undeniably on par with Jang C. It seems that my victory is rather improbable. Chapter 59. Let us go. Yunming chuckled lightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The piercing speed was astonishing, the sound of it slicing through the air akin to an arrow cutting through the wind, imbued with a lethal threat. Duan Luyun's expression hardened, and he swiftly bent down to gather strength, his black phantoms coalescing to shield him. The phantom blade cleaved towards the black mist spike, sparks flying as the scorching essence of their collision permeated the air. Yet, these resilient black mist spikes effortlessly rent asunder the phantoms, some dissipating instantaneously under the spike's onslaught. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Duan Luyun's eyes as he pondered. Typically, as long as my phantoms maintain their connection, they should not easily vanish. Yet the black mist effortlessly obliterated them. Sensing his confusion, Yunming's lips curled into a cold smirk as he elucidated. Indeed, this black mist serves not merely as an assault. It can sever the connection between the spirit power and the physical form. My friend, do not be hasty. As Duan Luyun detected his overwhelming approach, a confident smile graced his face. He then slightly elevated his blade, its edge nearly grazing the ground as it pointed towards Yunming. In an instant, a tsunami-like aura erupted from him. At the moment the blade swung forth, an illusion of mountains splitting and rocks shattering resonated in the air. The terrifying wind blades accompanying the edge cleaving through the black mist. Yunming's pupils contracted, a chill of realization washing over him as he leapt backward, hands firmly touching the ground, narrowly executing a backflip. The wind blade grazed his abdomen, leaving a long, slender tear upon his garment. Though cold sweat trickled down his brow, he remained unfazed, his eyes shimmering with fierce battle intent. Stabilizing his stance, Yunming slowly positioned the mist blade before him. The surrounding black mist surged once more like a tide, gradually forming a more substantial armor encasing him completely. Duan Luyun gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, the previously keen gaze akin to that of an eagle now slackening. "Hold on. Let us take a break." Upon hearing this, Yunming also ceased his actions, allowing the mist blade in his hand to dissipate into black mist. Upon looking up, he realized that Li Qingqing's figure had long since vanished. Unable to stifle a mutter, "When did Li Qingqing leave? Why didn't she even bid me farewell?" Duan Luyun approached with a smile, sheathing his blade at his waist, and patted Yunming's shoulder. Explaining. Yunming nodded, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He stretched lazily, moved his arms, and let out a long sigh, before turning to walk towards the dormitory. Duan Luyun followed closely behind, curiosity getting the better of him. "Wait a moment, my friend. When did you register? Who are you challenging tomorrow? It wouldn't be Jang C, would it?" Yunming turned with a light chuckle. "Don't worry. Jang C is Li Qingqing's target if I were to defeat him first. Wouldn't he that leave Li Qingqing with no opportunity to shine? She must face Jang C herself, as only by overcoming challenges can she truly grow. Duan Lu Yun appeared to have an epiphany, as if coming to a realization, and proposed. My friend, why not join me for a bath? The training base has a grand bathhouse, quite luxurious. We should go relax a bit. Let us go. Since it's not far, why not take a trip? Upon hearing Yun Ming's agreement, Duan Lu Yun beamed, patting Yun Ming's shoulder with an air of someone seasoned. I knew you would consent. Rest assured, unwinding will greatly benefit your combat readiness. The two departed from the training ground, making their way towards the building. Upon reaching the entrance, Yun Ming noticed that the establishment was far grander than he had imagined. With an exquisite plaque adorning the entrance, inscribed with the words Therapeutic Bathhouse. This place certainly exudes an air of magnificence. Yun Ming murmured to himself. Duan Lu Yun seemed quite familiar with the place. Leading Yun Ming into the lobby. The lobby was adorned lavishly, warm lights reflecting upon the marble floor, polished to a mirror-like sheen. While joking with the receptionist, Duan Lu Yun effortlessly secured 2 bath tickets. Winking at Yun Ming, wait until you experience the massage services here. It's absolutely worth it. This fellow is truly at ease. Am I perhaps falling for his charm? Hurry and change clothes. Let us indulge in a proper soak. Upon seeing the clothes meant for changing, Yun Ming felt a twinge of confusion. It's merely a pair of shorts. After changing, the two entered the bathing area, where Yun Ming beheld a spacious hot spring pool equipped with various massage devices, steam swirling within. As if one were in a realm of immortals, he let out a sigh of relief. Sinking into the warm water, feeling his muscles gradually relax, Duan Lu Yun reclined in a nearby shallow pool, eyes closed in enjoyment, not forgetting to tease. How is it? Not bad, right? After training, don't always sulk alone. This place is the secret treasure of the training base. Soon as he finished speaking, several women strolled over, clad in short robes, droplets of water adorning their snow-white thighs, appearing alluring amidst the steam of the bathhouse. Their figures were graceful, curves exquisite, exuding a faint fragrance that quickened the heartbeat. Duan Lu Yun seemed unperturbed, smiling slightly, confidently revealing his upper body and turning his back to the approaching women, casually remarking, "Don't be nervous. They are professional massage therapists specially invited from afar. This service is only available during competition periods. Normally, such treatment is not afforded. There is no need for you to feel restrained, sir. We too have contracted with spirits, specializing in massage therapy." One of the women spoke softly, stepping before Yun Ming, holding a towel and bottles of uniquely scented essential oils, her gaze gentle, seemingly poised to attend to him. Chapter 60. 100. Yun Ming stared at the essential oil bottles in the woman's hands, his shoulders instinctively tensing. Just then, Qing Lan suddenly appeared, patting Yun Ming's shoulder with a cheerful grin. I want to try too. No sooner had she spoken than she snapped her fingers, her attire instantly transforming into a set of delicate swimwear, appearing particularly nimble and dainty. She leaped lightly to the edge of the hot spring, tilting her head back slightly and winking at the woman. The woman smiled warmly, pouring some essential oil into her palms, skillfully warming it before gently applying it to Qing Lan's shoulders, her fingers massaging with precision. Despite Qing Lan's petite stature, the woman's massage technique was unfaltering, expertly kneading along her tiny frame. The delicate warmth of her touch caused Qing Lan to close her eyes in delight, a contented sigh escaping her lips as she became utterly relaxed. Observing Qing Lan's satisfied expression, Yun Ming unconsciously relaxed as well, the earlier tension dissipating entirely. Just as he prepared to jest, another woman approached slowly, her palms already warmed with essential oil, smiling as she gently pressed down on his shoulder, her fingers gliding along his shoulder line, the penetrating warmth seeping deep into his muscles, causing him to shudder. Your shoulders are quite tense, sir. You should relax. The woman's voice was soft and soothing, her technique alternating in pressure, perfectly balanced. With her movements, Yun Ming felt the tension and fatigue in his shoulders gradually release, his entire being sinking deeper into relaxation. Duan Lu Yun, witnessing the two in a state of bliss, couldn't help but chuckle. See? Relaxing will ensure you're more spirited for tomorrow's match. After the massage and bathing, Yun Ming lounged on a recliner, playing with his phone, the warmth enveloping him causing him to gradually unwind. ultimately donning a sleep mask and drifting into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a chime jolted him awake. He slightly lifted the mask, blurred vision revealing a figure approaching him. "Who?" he instinctively inquired, his voice still laced with drowsiness. "I am Jang C. And you?" The figure unceremoniously settled into an adjacent empty massage chair. Reclining casually, "Jang C? Jang C?" Yunming furrowed his brow, mentally repeating the name, suddenly awakening with widened eyes. "Jang C? What brings you here?" Duan Lu Yun lifted his mask, glancing at Jang C, seemingly unfazed, lazily responding. "Jang C often comes here. I first met him in this very place." Having said that, he carelessly pulled down the mask again, intending to resume his slumber. Jang C chuckled lightly, propping himself up and casting a sideways glance at Yunming. For a moment, Yunming felt somewhat awkward, nodding in acknowledgement. The imposing Jang C, with a robust physique, exuded an air of confidence and an indescribable authority with every gesture. Yet, he seemed completely at ease, reclining once more with his head cradled. Appearing unwary of Yunming, Jang C continued, his tone laced with curiosity and subtle probing. Upon hearing Jang C's words, Yunming couldn't help but frown. Jang C's observations held merit. However, beneath his words lingered concern for Li Qingqing's future development. Considering her current spirit status, breaking through in a field teeming with skilled opponents would not be an easy feat. Yunming offered a faint smile, concealing his worries for Li Qingqing, and replied lightly, "The strength of spirits cannot be generalized. Perhaps next time Li Qingqing will surprise you by defeating you." Zhang Xiang raised an eyebrow, a smile tinged with a hint of challenge playing upon his lips, seemingly probing as he inquired. "Tomorrow presents an opportunity for low-rated challengers to confront high-rated ones, Yunming. Are you not considering testing your skills against me? I have already selected my opponent, and as for a friendly spar with you, I fear that we'll have to wait until last." Yunming responded without hesitation, his words flowing naturally. The Zhang Si before him was evidently not the cold and austere figure depicted in rumors, but rather surprisingly approachable. Observing this, Yunming felt a stir within him and deftly shifted the topic, asking, "Brother Zhang, as I understand it, you are the third son of the Zhang family. Is it not customary for family members to refrain from participating in zero-guard matters?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Si's expression momentarily stiffened, as though he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. After a brief pause, he seemed to make a resolute decision, inhaling deeply, casting a glance at Yunming, and finally speaking softly, "Indeed, I am the third son of the Zhang family, but in truth, I am merely the child of a servant within the family." He hesitated for a moment, his eyes reflecting a complexity of emotions mixed with helplessness. "What you may not know, Yunming, is that my father, Zhang Hua, defied all odds and severed ties with the family, eloping with a maid, while I was left behind in the Zhang household, raised by the family." Yunming was momentarily taken aback, surprised to discover such a backstory behind the seemingly illustrious Zhang family scion. However, sensing there was more beneath the surface, he continued to inquire, logically, as a direct descendant of the Zhang family. "Your treatment should not be lacking, correct?" Zhang Si's smile took on a tinge of bitterness as he gently shook his head. "It is not that simple. In the Zhang family, possessing extraordinary spiritual abilities is paramount. Only those who can resonate with the family's ancestral spirits receive genuine support, while I am unable to establish such resonance, relegated to the most basic sustenance. Fortunately, I encountered it, which has enabled me to reach this point." Before he could finish, a glimmer of metallic light suddenly flashed beside him, as a round little spirit leapt from his shoulder, shimmering with a metallic sheen. At first glance, it resembled a small orb of black mist transformed from Qinglan. Yet it radiated a cold, metallic essence, its eyes sparkling with vitality and determination. "This is my spiritual companion, the Metal Knight, whom I have named Tiexin." Zhang Si tenderly stroked the metallic spirit's head, his voice imbued with deep affection. "Its essence embodies defense, and I aspire to pursue the same goal. Joining Zero Guard is an excellent means to that end." Yunming noticed the shared look of determination between Tiexin and Zhang Si. Momentarily caught off guard, he asked, "Zhang Si, what is your current synchronization rate?" 100. Chapter 61 Himph. "As if it concerns you." Yunming shouted, 100. Duan Lu Yun was startled and bolted upright, his eyes still bleary, expressing his displeasure. Hey, you two. Why aren't you sleeping properly at this hour? He pointed at the time displayed on his phone, squinting as he noted it was already 23:57. Reflecting on it, spending the night at a bathhouse was indeed rare. The entire lounge was occupied solely by the three of them, creating a peculiar sense of relaxation. A question surfaced in his mind, and he silently inquired of Qinglan. Qinglan? Why are these individual spiritual synchronization rates so high? 100 seems almost commonplace. Could it be that their talents are all remarkably good? Upon hearing this, Qinglan's tone brimmed with indignation. Huh? If it weren't for you always rebelling against me, our synchronization rate would have improved long ago. Rather than you pondering over others' abilities. Even in mental communication, Qinglan's words carried an unmistakable air of stubborn defiance. Yuming felt a twinge of helplessness, yet seized the moment to tease, "Your Majesty, please overlook the trivialities of the common folk and restore your noble demeanor. There's no need to act like a hissing cat every time." "Humph, as if it concerns you," Qinglan scoffed, her demeanor appearing dismissive, yet her tone betrayed a hint of embarrassment at being so accurately provoked. Yuming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, his heart brimming with warmth. With that thought, he slowly closed his eyes, silently resolving, "One day, I shall attain a true 100, allowing for no barriers between my heart and Qinglan's." In the tranquil night, the office of Dai Lan was still illuminated by a faint light. Xian Shuang lounged comfortably in her chair, one leg crossed over the other, a hand propping her face as her eyes half closed, clearly exhausted. "Dai Lan, orders have come from above. The upcoming matches must not be excessively bloody, or else the live broadcast may fail to pass inspection." Xian Shuang spoke softly, her tone carrying an air of undeniable authority. "For the subsequent matches, you must personally oversee the situation." Dai Lan furrowed her brows slightly at this. She had been following Yin Hua's instructions, focusing on Yuming's injury treatment, never appearing before others. Such a task arrangement made her hesitate momentarily, and she slowly asked, "What does Lord Yin Hua think about this?" Xian Shuang sighed, a black serpent stealthily extending from beneath her feet, coiling around her slender ankle and gently guiding her toward the door. She then cast a cold glance at Dai Lan. Her tone resolute, "Yin Hua has already consented. You need only act according to the arrangement, and I will send someone to assist you." With that, she turned and quietly exited the office, her silhouette vanishing into the darkness alongside the black serpent. Leaving Dai Lan deep in contemplation, she raised her gaze to the faint starlight outside the window, a complex emotion sweeping through her heart. She understood that this task was non-negotiable, and she was uncertain whether her spiritual abilities could indeed rise to the occasion. As dawn sunlight bathed the arena, the atmosphere for the Rating Advancement Challenge had grown fervent. Those daring to sign up for the challenge either possessed a gambler's spirit or were genuinely confident in their abilities. Silently, they circumvented the throngs of journalists and the bustling crowd, successfully reaching the audience seats. On the competition stage, Dai Lan stood at the center, several fully armed zero guards lifting heavy iron pillars, placing them at each corner of the stage under her direction. Each iron pillar radiated a spiritual glow remarkably akin to Dai Lan's own spiritual aura. "What is Dai Lan up to?" Yuming inquired curiously, his brows furrowed as he observed the massive iron pillars. "Setting up a barrier," Duan Luyun explained proudly. "Due to complaints about the gruesome nature of last night's battle, the officials have mandated that the live broadcast must avoid undesirable visuals. This barrier will filter out the bloodshed from the camera." Yuming nodded in understanding, suddenly realizing something amiss. "Wait a moment, how do you know this so well? Were you not with me the entire time last night?" Duan Luyun sheepishly waved his phone, the screen still displaying a notification sent at 2 in the morning. Yuming shot him an incredulous glance. "You stayed up all night reading notifications? I'm in awe of you." "Forget it, that's not the point." "Hello, everyone," Dai Lan began nervously, her voice trembling. Dressed in a professional outfit of a white shirt and a fitted skirt paired with black tights, she appeared polished and capable. However, as she bowed her head, the buttons on her chest, strained by her fullness, popped open with a resounding pop, eliciting laughter from the audience below. Dai Lan felt a prickling discomfort, caught between embarrassment and anxiety. Her face turning a deep shade of red, she hurriedly crouched down, searching for the fallen button and her glasses, her palms slick with cold sweat. Just as she felt utterly mortified, the host skillfully stepped forward. Blocking her from view, taking the microphone with a smile and effortlessly redirecting the situation. "Dear viewers," his voice rang out, resounding with confidence, laced with humor. "Today, we are thrilled to present the latest protective measures. Contestants may unleash their strengths freely, and for our audience, should you feel unwell, please be sure to wear the special glasses we provide, ensuring you won't miss any thrilling moments." His words instantly lightened the atmosphere, and laughter erupted among the audience, their focused gazes returning to the impending event. Seizing the opportunity while the host captivated the audience's attention, Dai finally donned her glasses and quietly retreated backstage, breathing a sigh of relief. However, as soon as she turned, she found Xian Shuang silently waiting in the wings. The coldness of her expression tightened Dai heart. "You did well." Xian Shuang's voice was calm yet carried an air of pressure. "However, next time, you need not speak. Do you understand?" Dai lowered her head, her arms involuntarily trembling slightly, inwardly chiding herself. "This is it. I've angered the commander." "Yes, commander." Xian Shuang merely regarded her coolly, seemingly dissatisfied with her performance. Dai felt her throat constrict, fearful of making another mistake, standing straighter in anticipation of further instructions. This prompted Xian Shuang to sigh, the black serpent lifting her slightly, as she reached out to straighten Dailan's disheveled collar. "No need to be so tense." Chapter 62 2 words Genius. The bell for the Rating Advancement Challenge rang, officially commencing the event. To Yuming's astonishment, an unusually high number of low-rated contestants had signed up for the challenge today. The display screen scrolling with a full list of matches for the day. Yuming stared at the lengthy sequence of matches on the screen, noting that the final event was listed as the 79th match. 79 matches? 158 contestants? Yesterday's points competition had only 200 participants in total, yet today's Rating Advancement Challenge has attracted so many? Yuming, surprised, furrowed his brow slightly, clearly astonished by the scale of the scene before him. Upon noticing this, Duan Luyun chuckled and patted Yuming's shoulder, explaining, "It's perfectly normal, my friend. The significance of a cross-tire challenge is not to be underestimated. If a lower-ranked contestant emerges victorious, they can dramatically elevate their ranking, even reversing their status and altering their access to resources. The allure of such an opportunity is undeniably substantial." Just as Duan Luyun was halfway through his explanation, he was interrupted by Yuming's suddenly widened eyes. Pointing at the display screen, he exclaimed in disbelief. Duan Luyun paused, realizing that his secret had been uncovered, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He forced a calm smile, attempting to mask his embarrassment as he explained. I merely intended to help you gauge the depths of your abilities, so I could inform you of Jang C's weaknesses and such." Yuming shook his head helplessly, continuing with gritted teeth. "You truly are you. I hope you can still walk off the competition stage in one piece." As the competition rapidly advanced, Yuming's concerns quickly dissipated. The vast majority of challengers were almost instantaneously defeated, each match concluding with remarkable swiftness. In the time it took to casually bend down and pick something up, 2 matches had already transpired on the arena, the pace astonishing enough to leave one dumbfounded. Even the paramedics were queuing up. Although no external injuries were sustained, the sensation of pain remained intact. Observing some competitors rendered unconscious from the pain, Yuming couldn't help but sigh. Many fell into a state of unconsciousness when faced with merciless opponents. Jang C exuded an air of grandeur, his gaze sharp and his entire being radiating an unyielding resilience akin to steel. With his fists clasped respectfully, he addressed the audience with a tone full of deference. As a veteran trainee who had yet to graduate from the training base, Jang C's strength was immeasurable, instilling a sense of awe in nearly all the other trainees. Duan Luyun smiled nonchalantly, nodding slightly, and remarked, "Jang C, today, allow me, a person who has kept a low profile for quite some time, to indulge in the thrill of being the final boss." The host's words had barely left his lips when the countdown on the display screen began to tick away rapidly. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the countdown reached 0, Jang C took a deep breath, his aura shifting dramatically. The temperature in the arena plummeted, and the air shimmered with countless fine metallic threads, intricately woven like a spider's web. These threads swiftly converged upon Jang C's arms, compressing and condensing in his palms, as if he were concocting a tempest of razor-sharp blades. A series of piercing sounds filled the air, sending shivers down the spine. Duan Luyun remained rooted in place, slowly closing his eyes, his body swaying slightly as he focused on sensing the movement of the surrounding metallic threads. As the threads constricted and approached, he tilted his head slightly, deftly evading a portion of the attack, yet a sharp metallic filament grazed his hair, severing several strands. Can this hair regenerate? Jang C couldn't help but chuckle, though he dared not let his guard down. He quietly warned. Just as he finished speaking, the metallic spear in Jang C's palm solidified, gleaming with a chilling light. Meanwhile, the myriad metallic threads surrounding him multiplied, forming a dense barrier, poised to unleash an assault at any moment. Duan Luyun fixed his gaze upon his opponent, his expression shifting subtly, the languid demeanor giving way to a rare seriousness. He tightened his grip on the hilt of the sword at his waist, a hint of a rebellious smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "Very well, since I'm here, let us make it interesting." I in the audience. Yuming observed the unfolding scene. Unable to restrain his thoughts, could it be that Jang C has yet to unleash his full power? Indeed, a light-hearted voice chimed in behind him. Turning, Yuming found Li Qingqing, who held 2 bottles of chilled soda, offering him one as she continued. Although Jang C's current fusion level only displays 40, his strength is already beyond our realm. She paused, glancing at the 2 figures locked in confrontation within the arena. A hint of reverence reflected in her gaze. Yunming, momentarily taken aback, silently twisted open the soda bottle, inwardly marveling. On the competition stage, Jang C thrusts his metallic spear forward with tremendous force, the pulling power of the spearhead now greater than before, even more ferocious than when it pierced Li Qingqing. The audience members closest to the arena felt this eerie force, their cups and phones nearly slipping from their grasp. Despite being at least 30 meters away from Jang C, they could not resist the gravitational pull, resulting in a chorus of gasps. "Jang C, don't rush," Duan Liuyun's voice echoed, embodying his usual nonchalance. He lightly grasped the hilt of his sword, dark energy emanating from the blade as if the surrounding air had been consumed by darkness. Duan Luyun raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze composed as he regarded Jang C, as though everything was well within his control. Jang C's expression tightened, the spear in his hand spinning steadily, prepared to shatter the illusory onslaught. Chapter 63. Crushing garlic paste? However, Jang C firmly gripped the metallic spear, suddenly plunging its powerful tip into the ground, unleashing a surge of otherworldly energy. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the stone tiles of the arena were ripped apart, and the previously lurking metallic threads whirled violently, lifting debris into the air and swiftly slicing it into fine granules. Centered around Jang C, a tempest of metallic chaos surged forth, enveloping the entire competition stage. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust, locking onto the eye of the storm where he stood. It appeared to be a realm of absolute stillness, all forces sealed at the edge of the vortex, creating a fleeting sanctuary. How intriguing, Duan Luyun mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his dark pupils glinting with a sharp light. He focused on the dancing, spiraling metallic threads, a spark of inspiration igniting within his mind. Gradually, he drew his sword from its sheath, the blade emanating a faint black glow, dark mist cascading from its edge. Recognizing the peril of entering the eye of the storm directly, he resolved to take a different approach. Duan Luyun slightly bent his knees and leapt upward, the tip of his sword directed downward, consolidating all his strength upon the blade as he charged directly towards the metallic tempest above. His sword sliced through the swirling dust and metallic threads, cleaving a narrow gap in the storm and swiftly breaking through the layers of obstruction, drawing near to the eye of the storm. The rapid metallic threads grazed his chest, tearing his clothing, yet left no trace of injury upon him. Could it be that he, too, possesses a metallic physique? Simultaneously, he drew another blade from his chest, radiating a profound black luminance, its cold glow reminiscent of a slumbering beast on the verge of awakening. Jang C, let us experience the collision of domain techniques. Duan Liuyun's voice resonated, deep and frigid, as though emerging from the abyss of darkness. Before his words faded, the otherworldly energy rapidly spread from the blade embedded in the ground, that dark mist sprawling like a massive net, enveloping the entire arena. The darkness awakened like a colossal beast, swiftly consuming the area touched by the metallic storm, systematically suppressing the swirling metallic threads as it surged toward Jang C. Jang C instantly felt an overwhelming force of darkness pressing down upon him. the air around him feeling as though it had been siphoned away, rendering it oppressive. He exerted himself to wield the spear, attempting to regain control over his metallic threads, yet that formidable dark energy relentlessly eroded his domain, gradually consuming his strength and binding him in near immobility. Shadow binding? Cold sweat trickled down Jang C's forehead. His body was firmly restrained by the shadows cast upon the ground, immobilized as if trapped. With a furious roar, he enveloped himself in a rapid surge of otherworldly energy, forming a layer of armor akin to metal, providing staunch protection. Dual blade flow, crushing garlic paste? Duan Luyun glanced at Jang C, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he seemed to split into multiple figures, each wielding dual blades simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. The cold aura surrounding Duan Luyun gradually receded, revealing a hint of exasperation as he observed the steaming dual blades, a trace of helplessness emerging. Jang C, your body is remarkably resilient. You've made me work excessively hard. Nonchalantly, Duan Luyun flicked his dual blades, casting them aside without a second thought, as the blades clattered to the ground. They emitted a soft, sizzling sound, the searing edges clearly having endured immense heat. Duan Luyun turned to stride toward the edge of the arena, the audience's gaze following his figure, while Jang C remained rooted in place, seemingly still processing the events. Moments later, his form stiffened and swayed, ultimately crashing to the ground like a rusted iron plate, his metallic protective layer shattered beyond recognition. The host announced the result with a booming voice, eliciting deafening cheers from the audience, their enthusiasm undiminished as they marveled at his unexpected victory. Yunming stood silently beside Li Qingqing, his thoughts undisturbed. Crushing garlic paste? He mused, perplexed by the casualness with which this fellow named his techniques. However, despite the formidable power of this move, its flaws were glaringly evident. The Phantom's multiple strikes would inevitably lead to the deterioration of the dual blades, with all damage ultimately reverting to the primary blade. Once the technique concluded, the dual blades would naturally be rendered obsolete. That name is indeed rather peculiar, Li Qingqing remarked, nodding as she stifled a laugh. Her gaze shifted from the competition stage to Yuming, curiosity flickering in her expression. When you spar, does he always act this way? Indeed, he possesses an uncanny ability to find breakthroughs amidst what appears to be casualness. Even the peculiar names of these techniques leave a lasting impression. Chapter 64. This way leads to death in that silent rift of space. Han Yi appeared to float effortlessly, his demeanor relaxed as his fingertips danced swiftly across the screen of his phone. The deep cosmic backdrop starkly contrasted with the surrounding inky darkness, and he seemed to exist in a void, entirely unaffected by the external world. This competition is quite the farce, he muttered under his breath. The low blows and high stakes are unbearable to witness. With such a high fusion value, they could easily steamroll through. Who could possibly withstand that? He took a bite of the apple in his hand. A look of disdain and contempt etched across his face. However, just as he casually swiped across his phone screen, intending to continue browsing, a headline suddenly caught his eye. Another twist? The strongest among the students turns out to be someone other than Jang C. Han Yi spoke to himself, his expression growing increasingly grave. A flicker of barely perceptible anger flashed in his eyes, and he immediately crushed the apple he had just picked up into powder, the juice evaporating in an instant, along with the fruit's flesh turning to ashes in the air, dissipating into the void. Xian Shuang. Once again, this is your doing. He gritted his teeth, an uncontrollable fury igniting within him. He had heard of Duan Luyun's affairs, but he never anticipated such a rapid rise to prominence, challenging Jang C's position and emerging as a new star among the students. Intriguing, Han Yi let out a cold laugh, then turned his gaze toward the rift's exit. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the silence, followed by a series of urgent shouts that shattered the stillness. Here, alien fluctuations? Is there someone speaking inside? I'll take over. You go investigate over there. The surrounding space fell into silence, as if time had frozen, and then a figure slowly approached the rift, blocking the sunlight that streamed in from outside. The figure was tall and enigmatic, clad in a flowing black robe, moving gracefully yet exuding an aura of intimidation. Han Yi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on the figure's silhouette, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. He did not rush to reveal himself, but instead quietly awaited the figure's entrance into the quiet rift. A faint wave of alien energy quietly arose, a powerful atmosphere beginning to permeate the air. Two forces seemed to clash and confront each other within the atmosphere. You arrived quite swiftly. At this rate, I might get apprehended by the officers. Han Ye's voice was low and slightly provocative. He displayed no hint of panic, as if he were merely facing an ordinary encounter. The figure turned around without a sound, a glimmer of light flickering in their eyes, as if they had seen Han Ye through the rift. After a few seconds of silence, a voice emerged. You are the one arranged by the master. Han Ye, is there an issue? Hand over the item and get lost. Han Ye smiled slightly, impatiently rummaging through the darkness to retrieve a black box, tossing it out. The newcomer did not respond immediately. After taking the box, they fell silent, seemingly assessing Han Ye's aura and the space he occupied. Their gaze sharpened, and they finally coldly remarked, You will die this way. Han Ye chuckled dismissively, his voice low and laced with provocation. Die? 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 How laughable. This is the very thing you people fail to comprehend. My goals, my ambitions, are not those of pawns you can discard at will. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes revealed an imperious indifference, as though all calculations and plans had already paved a path to victory for him. The air around him seemed to stagnate under his presence, filled with an oppressive weight. Yet, at that moment, a strange laughter shattered his arrogant silence. Cackling, a chilling laughter unexpectedly emanated from behind Han Ye, followed by a shadow silently materializing behind him. The figure of the hairy monster emerged like a ghost, exuding a dreadful aura of death. Its eyes were as deep as bottomless pits, revealing sharp fangs, and the terrifying presence compelled the figure standing at the rift's edge to instinctively take a step back. The person muttered to themselves, S-Class? Their voice was filled with shock and fear, a flicker of hesitation crossing their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure. Gripping the box tightly, they turned and fled in haste. It seemed the appearance of the hairy monster made them realize that the situation had surpassed their control. Han Ye watched their retreating figure, a faint smile of indifference playing on his lips. As if he were observing an inconsequential performance, he rose and gracefully walked to the side of the hairy monster, standing upon its massive palm as if it were a sturdy fortress. The hairy monster lowered its head, waving another hand lightly, and the rift's entrance was instantly sealed by its strange power, as if everything was under its control. Cackling, the obedient child has gone out to carry out a task. The hairy monster's laughter seemed to emanate from the abyss, radiating an almost decaying aura. Listening to the hairy monster's words, Han Ye's gaze flickered, slightly turning his head towards the vanished rift, a glimmer of contemplation appearing in his eyes. He murmured softly, cackling, the cells of the flesh mountain allow her to grow rapidly. Truly, she is extracted from the bloodline of the master of another realm. The hairy monster's tone brimmed with mockery and pride, as if it took immense pride in the creations it had crafted. Han Ye's gaze sharpened, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He recalled the report of the Zero disaster in Zone 26. Having heard of it, even in Zone 29, it was after that incident that the master and the hairy monster appeared, along with the blood-soaked child the hairy monster held. Behind the Zero disaster lay too many secrets that could not be unveiled. And that girl from earlier was evidently a part of it, so it is, Han Ye murmured, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing his lips. Thus, she has matured in such a short time. Truly, the bloodline of the master of another realm is formidable. Her powers extend far beyond this. Soon, you shall witness her true potential. The hairy monster's voice was low and enigmatic. After all, that Zero disaster was merely a greeting. A new battlefield awaits her to unleash her prowess. Han Ye fell silent for a moment, his gaze deep as an abyss. As if pondering something, he slowly began. I am quite eager to see what role she will play in this game. No sooner had he spoken than the atmosphere in the air grew even heavier, seemingly heralding the emergence of a more complex confrontation. Chapter 65. The subordinate's foolishness. Han Ye felt a twinge of trepidation as he gazed at the faceless demon lord before him, his expression shifting from ease to solemnity in an instant. Though the faceless demon lord concealed her visage, the aura she exuded felt like an invisible pressure drawn from an ancient abyss, rendering the entire sky noticeably heavier. His body involuntarily inclined slightly, his knees kneeling, his forehead almost touching the ground, as if surrendering from within, faced with a presence that was nearly insurmountable indeed. The progress has been quite smooth. The voice of the faceless demon lord resonated through the veil, deep yet commanding, imbued with an unshakable sense of authority. Upon hearing this, a weight was finally lifted from Han Ye's heart. Collaborating with the faceless demon lord was not only for his own goals but also for a far grander scheme. A final game concerning this continent and perhaps the entire human world. A gentle breeze lifted her veil, revealing a single eye peering through, unfathomably deep as if it could see through everything. Zero disaster. The faceless demon lord softly intoned, a trace of a sneer accompanying her words. Naming it disaster, yet in essence, it is a divine gift. Do you know who the true opponent behind this chess game is? Han Yi did not raise his head, replying respectfully while looking down. This subordinate is foolish. It must be Xian Shuang. As the leader, she has repeatedly undermined our plans, and many of the pieces infiltrated within Zero's ranks have been eliminated. The faceless demon lord's gaze swept across the distance, as if she had already glimpsed the future's shattering and remaking. Her white hair danced in the wind, ethereal like a specter. Not quite. The voice of the faceless demon lord was calm yet frigid, reminiscent of a winter's chill, carrying an unrelenting pressure. Han Yi raised his head, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, but he quickly reined it in, replying softly. The faceless demon lord smiled slightly, a smile devoid of warmth, as if all the drama lay within her control. She turned away, her gaze once more drifting towards the distance, and said lightly, "Do you think that possessing a high fusion value allows you to sweep through everything unopposed? You are too naive, Han Yi. True powerhouses rarely underestimate their opponents." Kneeling on the ground, his forehead nearly touching the earth, Han Ye's heart surged with tumult, grappling with the faceless demon lord's threats and demands. An intense sense of unease stirring within him. She not only saw through his inner turmoil but also comprehended each step of his plans. You have the choice to become a part of the chess game or be cast aside beyond the board. The words of the faceless demon lord momentarily eased Han Ye's heart, yet a greater sense of pressure soon followed. However, remember, every move on the board must be executed flawlessly. Should you falter once more, the consequences will be unbearable. Han Yi took a deep breath. Despite the turmoil within, he still did not let it show. "Yes, my lord," Han Yi replied, his voice low, yet it could not mask the anger and resentment simmering beneath. He had considered that even if he attained the position of leader, he would still be under the oversight of the faceless demon lord, a mere substitution. The Lord of 100 Faces turned once more, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon Han Yi. Remember, Han Yi, the Lord of 100 Faces intoned softly, a hint of menace lacing the words, the upper echelons of humanity will inevitably be overthrown. All that you deem stable in your lives will be utterly shattered in this impending storm. Her voice gradually faded into the wind, akin to a ghostly prophecy, forewarning Han Yi of the monumental upheaval that was soon to unfold. A flicker of unease crossed Han Ye's eyes, yet he swiftly suppressed these emotions, rising resolutely to his feet. The upper echelons of humanity would, without doubt, be toppled. Han Yi silently repeated this phrase within his heart. As though it were a curse upon his very soul, he advanced towards the silhouette of the Lord of 100 Faces, his inner confusion and disquiet gradually yielding to a steely resolve and cold determination. A glimmer of icy light flickered in his gaze as he murmured to himself. As the competition entered its third day, the tension of the elimination rounds began to permeate the atmosphere. With the host announcing the rules of the elimination round, the energy within the arena intensified. Each contestant understood that their forthcoming performance would determine their fate in this contest. Yun Ming sat in the audience, observing the constantly updating competition notifications on the display screen, his brow furrowing with discontent. A trace of disappointment glimmered in his eyes as he sighed softly. It seems the elimination round will not feature any sparring with the elite Zero Guardians. He had initially anticipated witnessing some formidable Zero Guardians in action, perhaps even a high-level showdown, but the current arrangement suggested that it was merely a standard elimination round. The competition spanned 7 days, with the elimination rounds lasting 5 days, and it was expected that there would be sparring matches on the final day. Suddenly, Li Qingqing's voice pierced through Yun Ming's thoughts. Her gaze remained fixed on the competition screen. as if she were meticulously scrutinizing each contestant's performance. Yunming nodded slightly, his spirits lifting somewhat. Chapter 66. The Chime Rings. In the chill of winter, Duan Luyun, the highest-rated contestant in the event, naturally advanced directly to the finals. Yunming mused internally, a calm glimmer in his eyes. The only ones who could truly pose a threat to him were likely Jang C, Li Qingqing, and himself. Soon, it was Yunming's turn to take the stage. Having triumphed over a formidable opponent from the elite class the previous day, he was drawn as a high-rated contestant today, facing an opponent from a struggling class, an unknown figure. A faint smile crossed Yunming's lips. He held little hope for his adversary's capabilities. "Please, instruct me." The opponent summoned forth their spirit, a colossal grasshopper. Yunming offered no words, merely nodding lightly to signal the commencement of the match in an instant. The grasshopper's form became exceptionally agile, its limbs swiftly adorned with a set of metallic armor. It then leaped into the air, charging aggressively towards Yunming, evidently intending to leverage its aerial maneuverability to overpower him. While the opponent perhaps possessed a measure of explosive power, relying solely on this tactic would evidently be insufficient to defeat him. A swift resolution, Yunming murmured to himself, the aura around him coalescing instantaneously. In a heartbeat, he unsheathed the mist blade, the blade's gleam carving a white arc through the air, emanating an oppressive chill, as the grasshopper descended. Yunming calmly sidestepped the impending stomp, his movements as swift and light as the wind. In that fleeting moment of his opponent's loss of balance, the mist blade in Yunming's hand sliced towards the grasshopper's legs with precision. A faint sound resonated as Yunming's blade struck true, catching his adversary off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned as the blow found its mark in the next instant. The grasshopper spirit was sent reeling from the force of the strike, its form disintegrating, losing all semblance of control. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, with Yunming embodying the ruthless swiftness of a tempest, his actions fluid and precise. "The victor is Yunming," the host declared, and the arena erupted into a cacophony of applause. Yunming sheathed his blade impassively, his gaze coldly sweeping across the contestants preparing to compete. Yet, an unusual aura suddenly emerged amidst the clamor of the crowd, stirring a flicker of unease within him. His gaze fixated on a shadowy figure in the corner. It was a cloaked individual, their face obscured by shadows, exuding a strangely eerie presence. This aura, it bore the scent of the black bullets. Yunming's pupils constricted slightly as he murmured, "What is this?" Returning to the audience, he retrieved the pistol he had acquired from Jang C, extracting the black bullets one by one and placing them in the palm of his hand. "Qinglan, what do you make of this?" Yunming inquired softly, a hint of uncertainty lacing his tone. Qinglan's voice resonated within his consciousness, calm yet contemplative. "It bears some resemblance, but it is not entirely the same. That individual does not carry the residual scent of such bullets. It seems more akin to a similar derivative." Yunming nodded slightly, lost in thought. That brief moment had indeed evoked a wave reminiscent of the black bullets. Yet it did not align perfectly. Was it an illusion, or a new threat? At that instant, a deafening explosion reverberated through the arena. Boom! The thunderous sound erupted like a tempest, catching the unprepared audience off guard. Many clutching their ears, some even experiencing brief bouts of tinnitus. Yunming swiftly turned his gaze to the arena, where a colossal stone giant, towering 4 to 5 meters high, had materialized in the center of the competition stage. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, rock-like muscles enveloping its entire being, each step sending tremors through the ground. The floor of the competition stage had already caved in, cracks sprawling like a spider's web, silently narrating its formidable power. Yunming narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharply fixed on the stone giant, a frown creasing his brow. Is this a spirit? Or a unique fusion entity? The audience erupted into chaos, every eye drawn to the sudden appearance of this behemoth. Even the ordinary onlookers could sense the suffocating pressure it exuded. Qinglan's voice echoed once more. This spirit contractor's fusion value must have exceeded 60. No, wait, this is an instance of spirit corruption? Yunming fell silent, his fists instinctively clenching. He sensed that there lay a deeper conspiracy lurking behind this competition. In a daze, Yunming glimpsed the cloaked figure, staring intently at the stage from the opposite side of the audience. The mysterious figure narrowed their eyes, a slight smirk gracing their lips, their voice low yet laced with coldness. Is this what you have chosen to unveil? The interesting players in this contest are far more proactive than I had anticipated. The stone giant let out a low roar, seemingly declaring its existence to all. Its tremendous voice resonated like rolling thunder, heightening the tension in the arena to a fever pitch. Emergency. Contestants are facing a spirit invasion. Spectators are urged to evacuate in an orderly manner as the Zero Guardians have secured the competition stage. With the swift assistance of the Zero Guardians, the contestants were ushered to safety, while the stone giant in the center appeared to have lost its target, aimlessly swinging its formidable rocky arms. Each movement produced a heavy whoosh, causing the very air of the arena to tremble. Suddenly, the stone giant turned abruptly, emitting a low, thunderous roar before launching a fist towards the audience. Buzz. Just as the fist was about to strike the wall, a bronze shield materialized abruptly, absorbing the tremendous force of the blow with a resounding clang. Dare you cause a ruckus beneath my very eyes? A chilling voice echoed, the cold seeping into the bones of every onlooker. As the gaze shifted, one could see Qian Shuang standing not far away, her bare feet firmly planted atop an ancient bronze bell, her figure tall and austere. A black serpent coiled around the surface of the ancient bell, raising its head, its scarlet tongue flickering amidst the chill, presenting a sinister and foreboding sight. The bell tolls, in the chill of winter. Qian Shuang raised a hand, her voice cold as she intoned softly. The black serpent constricting the ancient bell tightened instantaneously, each contraction causing more fissures to appear on the bell's surface. As the cracks multiplied, a blinding white light erupted from within the bell. In an instant, snowflakes danced through the air, and a biting cold wind enveloped the entire arena. The stone giant's massive form was swiftly assailed by the frigid air, half of its body encased in a crystalline ice sculpture. The temperature plummeted, causing some spectators who had yet to evacuate to shiver uncontrollably, their exhaled breath forming clouds of mist in the air. Yunming furrowed his brow, rapidly summoning black mist to envelop him, shielding him from the icy onslaught. The protective black mist rendered him notably composed, a stark contrast to the trembling figures around him. The Zero Guardians, evidently well prepared, donned thick gear, their movements still swift and methodical. Chapter 67. My Black Mist? The bell and cauldron, at the moment of shattering. Qian Shuang's voice was frigid as she lightly tapped the ancient bell. Crack! With a crisp sound, the frozen half of the stone giant's body shattered instantaneously, cascading into myriad tiny shards of ice, which ascended into the air, refracting dazzling light under the sun. The stone giant swayed violently, its form now unsteady as it struggled to maintain balance. With one final low growl, it collapsed thunderously, its massive form crumbling into a pile of debris scattered across the ground. Yet, in that moment, amidst the icy brilliance, a figure emerged. He hunched his body, an expression of agony upon his face, as if he had not yet been completely consumed by the spirit. The contractor. A flicker of vigilance crossed Yunming's eyes, his gaze fixated on the individual. There is still hope, Qian Shuang murmured, a cold determination glinting in her eyes. But first, we must ensure she does not become a threat. And no sooner had she spoken than she raised her hand once more, the black serpent on the ancient bell slowly lifting its head, its gaze locking onto the contractor, poised to strike at any moment. Yunming narrowed his eyes, gripping the mist blade tightly as the surrounding black mist began to swirl ominously. Time was of the essence. His figure darted like a wraith, slipping through the defenses of several Zero Guards and landing with precision before the corrupted contractor. His movements flowed like water, drawing the attention of the surrounding Zero Guards. Yet none dared to impede him. Upon drawing near, Yunming's gaze sharpened, sensing a familiar and chilling aura emanating from the contractor. This presence mirrored that of the enigmatic cloaked figure from earlier. A glint of sharpness crossed Yunming's eyes as his suspicions solidified. Someone was using these contestants as bait, orchestrating an invisible conspiracy. Much like the handgun from before, there was an entity luring the contractor, with the corruption merely a cog in a larger scheme. Yunming? From a distance, Qian Shuang called out, her gaze piercing through the swirling snow, landing on the roiling black mist with a hint of surprise. Is that you? Qian Shuang. Let me confirm, Yunming replied, his hands tightening around the mist blade. The blade's edge glinted like flowing water as it sliced through the thick rock surrounding the contractor. Each strike was executed with unparalleled precision, shattering the rocky confines that bound the contractor into mere fragments. The liberated contractor collapsed weakly into Yunming's arms, their pallid complexion and shallow breaths betraying the immense torment they had endured. This aura, Qinglan's voice echoed in Yunming's mind as he surveyed the individual before him, his gaze flickering with unease. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Wait, this is your black mist. Though its form has changed, its essence is identical to that of the corrupting force." "My black mist?" Yunming was taken aback, glancing down at the contractor in his arms. Indeed, the aura of black mist subtly emanated from their body, resonating with the black mist he controlled. What was even more alarming was the emergence of fine black lines on the contractor's skin, resembling growing fissures, entwined with the black mist in a bizarre and terrifying manner. Qinglan spoke gravely, "Indeed, while these auras have been artificially altered, they are fundamentally indistinguishable from your black mist. If not addressed promptly, she will be completely consumed, irrevocably transforming into an otherworldly being." Yunming inhaled deeply, contemplating. "If that is the case, can I save her?" "Yes," Qinglan replied solemnly. "Since you command the black mist, you can extract it from her body. As long as the corruption is drawn out, her body and spirit should be able to return to normal." Yunming nodded, his gaze hardening with determination. He slowly raised his right hand, and the surrounding black mist surged wildly, coalescing in his palm. The dense fog twisted as if alive, exuding a profound and oppressive aura. The contractor trembled slightly in his embrace, the black lines on their skin gradually spreading, resonating with the black mist he commanded. Guided by the black mist, the lines began to seep from her skin, akin to toxins being extracted, flowing into Yunming's palm. The process was far from smooth. The contractor groaned in agony, her body convulsing violently as if enduring immense pain. Yunming's expression grew grave, the black mist in his hand twisting into a distorted form, so dense that its boundaries were nearly indistinguishable, threatening to spiral out of control in a daze. Yunming glimpsed within the contractor. Where a stone spirit was ensnared by countless black lines, he understood. This was the source of the corruption. Steeling himself, Yunming clenched his jaw, exerting pressure inch by inch, commanding the flow of the black mist. Cold sweat beaded on his brow, yet his gaze remained resolute. Ultimately, as the final black line was fully extracted, the contractor's body jolted violently before collapsing limply into Yunming's arms, her breathing gradually stabilizing. "We did it!" Qinglan sighed in relief, her voice laced with a hint of satisfaction. Yet Yunming frowned slightly, rising to his feet and glancing at his palm. The recently absorbed corrupting aura seemed not to have entirely dissipated, leaving an unusual tremor within him. Yunming sensed the fluctuation of power, narrowing his eyes as his gaze shifted toward the direction of the energy, where the mysterious cloaked figure was retreating. "Xian Shuang, I must pursue him." Yunming spoke with urgency, a hint of desperation in his tone. Xian Shuang glanced at the unconscious contractor, seemingly grasping the full picture in an instant, then nodded, "Go ahead. I will handle things here." Yunming cast one last look at his palm, where a faint black line extended, entwined with the mist, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, chasing after the fleeing figure. As Xian Shuang watched Yunming's retreating silhouette, a softness flickered in her gaze. Her heart inexplicably raced, and the once frigid demeanor began to warm with an indescribable sensation. "It seems Yunming will soon grow into that person," she murmured softly, her voice barely audible above the wind, yet laced with a faint sense of hope and reflection. Xian Shuang removed her windbreaker and gently draped it over the contractor to shield her from the cold encroaching upon her still recovering form. Though her actions remained swift and decisive, there was a newfound tenderness in her eyes. "All zero guards, the crisis is averted. Proceed to secure the scene." Xian Shuang's voice regained its composure, clear and resolute. Her command prompted the nearby zero guards to spring into action, expertly utilizing specialized tools designed to handle otherworldly remnants, thoroughly cleansing the arena of shattered ice, broken stone, and lingering auras, striving to restore the site to its original state. Xian Shuang did not linger, turning to leave the arena with the unconscious contractor in her arms. Along the way, her gaze occasionally flickered toward the contractor, the familiar traces of corruption raising doubts within her. Yet she remained outwardly composed, Chapter 68. Otherworldly Reactions. Dailon, I entrust her to you. Pushing open the door to the infirmary, Xian Shuang gently placed the contractor on the hospital bed, her voice imbued with rare softness. Inside the infirmary, Dailon was already prepared, clad in a pristine white coat, her pink-framed glasses glinting softly, and her brown braids cascading over her shoulders, exuding a gentle yet capable demeanor. It appears there has been an incident of otherworldly corruption. Dailon began examining the contractor's condition as she spoke. Moments later, she softly remarked, "The source of the corruption within her has been eliminated by Yuming. The rest is up to you." Dailon paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face before breaking into a gentle smile. "Mr. Yunming, the contractor's corruption level is only about 20. Healing her should pose no issue." Xian Shuang subtly curved her lips, yet said no more, merely turning to leave, her steps lighter than when she had arrived. Meanwhile, Yuming relentlessly pursued the black line, his strides unwavering as he approached the rear entrance of the training base. This location was where Han Yi had previously breached the barrier, now cordoned off by a red warning line. Surrounding the collapsed walls, several Zero guards stood at the ready, their expressions stern. "Halt! Who goes there?" A Zero guard quickly noticed the approaching stranger and stepped forward, alert and obstructive. Simultaneously, the mysterious figure ahead paused, seemingly forced to stop, the silhouette cloaked in the robe slightly turning, revealing an eerie smile. Yuming arrived breathlessly, scanning the surrounding ruins, a wave of familiarity washing over him. He glanced down at the black line extending from his palm, following its path to find the source connecting directly to the mysterious figure's cloak. "Who are you?" "Ha ha ha ha, I am but a teacher from the training base." He slowly peeled away the cloak he wore, his movements leisurely as if savoring the attention of those around him. As the cloak fell to the ground, his true visage was revealed, unmistakably Han Yi. Yunming's pupils constricted, a myriad of questions flooding his mind. However, what shocked him even more than Han Ye's identity was the sudden tremor of the black line pointing at the mysterious figure, its direction shifting abruptly. "This is impossible," Yuming murmured to himself, an escalating sense of unease swelling within him. Han Yi cast a cold glance at Yuming, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "Surprised? Did you not expect it to be me?" As he spoke, he waved his hand casually, the surrounding air seeming to shift under the influence of some unseen force. Imbued with a palpable sense of pressure, it was clear that Han Yi had no intention of lingering. Boom! Accompanied by the explosive sound of spatial distortion, a rift suddenly appeared beside Han Yi. He leaned back slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and in full view of the onlookers. He stepped into the rift, vanishing from Yunming's sight in the blink of an eye. The arriving Zero guards could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Han Ye's hazy form, utterly powerless to intervene. "Not this trick again." Yuming stared at the dissipating spatial rift, his voice tinged with frustration and regret. There was no way to block this rift. He tightened his grip on the mist blade, his teeth clenched. Just as agitation surged within him, Qinglan's calm voice broke through. "Yunming?" He quickly lowered his head, looking at the black line extending from his palm. "The arena? Xian Shuang is there. The other party should not dare to breach recklessly." Yunming furrowed his brow, rapidly analyzing the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his pupils constricted slightly as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Unless, among the dispersed crowd, someone is lurking, chilling possibility flickered in his mind, causing Yunming's entire being to tense. His steps quickened, the black mist gradually coalescing behind him, forming a faint barrier to shield the space around him. His heartbeat quickened, not from exhaustion, but due to the impending sense of danger rapidly closing in. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the arena, Li Qingqing was navigating the throng of people heading towards the exit. Due to the overwhelming rush of the crowd, the originally spacious 5 or 6 meter exit had become congested. Frowning, she stood at the back of the crowd, straining on her toes and scanning the surroundings in an attempt to locate Yunming's figure. However, the surging masses rendered her nearly immobile, with the cacophony of voices surrounding her rising and falling. At that moment, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. Buzz! Li Qingqing quickly squeezed through the crowd and found a relatively open area to sit down, opening her phone. The information displayed on the screen made her brow furrow tightly. There are malicious individuals hidden among the crowd. Stay vigilant. The terse warning from Yuming sent a chill through her heart. Her previously impatient demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness as she rose and swiftly made her way to the higher seats. Her gaze alertly scanning the throngs of people. "Li Qingqing?" A familiar voice called from behind her. He was holding his phone, clearly having received the same message. "It seems Yuming has informed you as well," Duan Luyun said succinctly. The two exchanged a knowing nod and turned their attention towards the exit of the arena, observing intently. Duan Luyun's expression sharpened as he quickly discerned the anomaly. Something's not right there. He pointed towards a cluster of people. Even in a crowd, the flow should be moving slowly, yet look there. It remains completely still. Li Qingqing followed his, a glint of sharpness crossing her eyes. The people in the front rows are all disguised as malevolent spirits? Indeed, they are all malevolent spirits, Duan Luyun replied, his expression turning grave. He slowly placed his hand on the sword at his waist, applying slight pressure as the blade emitted a low hum. Nodding slightly, he gathered his strength and leapt, his toes tapping against the backs of the seats as he soared over the crowd, landing gracefully opposite Li Qingqing. "Let us take action together," he gestured to her. With his sword drawn, its edge glinting coldly, he quietly instructed Shunnying, "Break through the front row and disperse the crowd." Simultaneously, Li Qingqing confirmed the target on her device and summoned her contract spirit. The green vine, which silently extended, firmly blocking the escape route of their targets. Their eyes met, and without a word, they silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Thinking of escaping? Duan Luyun scoffed, his figure flashing as the blade fell like a meteor shower. Thud, thud, thud. Dozens of skeletal creatures were precisely cleaved, their bones exploding into powder upon impact, vanishing into nothingness without a chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, the crowd behind them, witnessing the sudden emergence of the vine wall, was filled with confusion and murmurs. "What is happening? Who conjured this? Is something going on in the front? Let us climb over and take a look." Daring individuals attempted to scale the vine wall, using hands and feet to clamber up. "Everyone, stay still." Li Qingqing leapt onto the vine wall, her gaze cutting through the crowd as she commanded. "There are malevolent spirits in front. Everyone move back and do not cause chaos." At that moment, several individuals in the crowd stepped forward, revealing their respective contract spirits, emitting faint spiritual energy as they pushed to the front, loudly proclaiming, "We have spirit abilities. We can help. Just tell us what to do." However, dissenting voices emerged from the crowd. "Li Qingqing, you aren't even the strongest among the competitors. What right do you have to command us?" "Exactly. You didn't even finish the first round of this competition. Did you?" These critical words struck Li Qingqing like daggers in the back. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face those who spoke, coldly stating, "Those capable, come up and deal with the malevolent spirits in front. Otherwise, obediently follow my orders and don't hinder us." The vines beneath her feet extended, emanating an aura of pressure that rendered the dissenters speechless. The volunteers among the contractors paused momentarily, then nodded in compliance. "All right, listen to me. Those with abilities, position yourselves at the periphery of the crowd to ensure no malevolent spirits slip through." Li Qingqing's gaze was piercing as she quickly organized the response. "This is taking shape." At the back of the crowd, the 0-unit member from whom Li Qingqing had seized the detection device smiled gently, seemingly confident in the unfolding situation. She slowly removed her heavy helmet, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, shimmering with a cold light in the sun. "Quick reactions," she remarked leisurely, a mocking smile playing on her lips, "but unfortunately, you've misjudged the direction." Before her words could fade, she unhesitatingly discarded her 0-unit gear, producing a sharp clang as it hit the ground. Concurrently, 0-unit members began to assemble from various directions, standing in a rigid formation with expressionless faces. Their movements were stiff, their gazes hollow, resembling a troupe of marionettes under control. Marionettes? Li Qingqing's eyes narrowed, immediately sensing the anomaly. Gripping the vines tightly, she remained alert to the silver-haired woman's every move. The silver-haired woman lazily picked up a black briefcase from the pile of discarded gear, casually brushing off the dust before leisurely opening it the moment the lid lifted. A row of meticulously arranged black handguns came into view, their cold glimmer reflecting the light. A quick count revealed over a dozen, each exuding an eerie aura. "Come on, comrades, share them. Don't be shy." She smiled slightly, tossing the briefcase into the air, causing it to flip gracefully. At that instant, countless fine black threads shot out from the case, securing the handguns and delivering them precisely into the hands of each Zero unit member. The puppets moved in unison, their grips on the weapons cold and ruthless. The scene was surreal and oppressive, a suffocating tension permeating the air. Are you ready? The game has only just begun. Standing before the phalanx of puppets, the silver-haired woman crossed her arms, her hair gently swaying with the breeze, her eyes gleaming with mockery and fervor. The Zero unit members behind her seemed to receive some unspoken command, instantly bypassing the silver-haired woman and charging directly into the crowded masses. Their synchronized steps and emotionless expressions made them appear more like executioners than guardians of order. Li Qingqing's pupils constricted, a heavy dread settling in her heart. Chapter 70. The Dark Death. The scene before Li Qingqing filled her with an ominous premonition, but before she could react, the Zero unit members raised their black handguns. The cold light flashing from their muzzles, bang, bang, bang. The bullets whizzed forth, not aimed at the defenseless ordinary citizens, but rather at the contractors concealed within the crowd, those attempting to summon their spirits to assist. These fiends, Li Qingqing gritted her teeth, and with a swift motion, the vines erupted from the ground, rapidly intertwining to form a barrier. However, her actions were ultimately a fraction too late. The bullets had already pierced through the throngs of people. Homing in on the contractors, a young contractor instinctively conjured a flame to defend himself, yet the relentless bullets penetrated his defenses, splattering crimson across the air as he staggered back, his expression a mixture of agony and disbelief. Another girl, manipulating ice spirits, had barely begun to form her icy shield when a bullet struck her chest, sending her crashing to the ground. Fall back, Li Qingqing shouted urgently, her vines transforming into numerous whips, attempting to intercept the frenzied gunfire of the Zero unit. Yet, their movements were alarmingly swift, the trajectory of the bullets seemingly guided by some unseen force, each shot deftly evading her attempts to block. The silver-haired woman stood nearby, her lips curling upwards, arms casually crossed, her eyes filled with indifference and derision. What a marvelous spectacle, contractors attacking one another, malevolent spirits reveling at will, she murmured softly, as if relishing a meticulously choreographed play. How harmonious! At that moment, cold sweat beaded on Li Qingqing's forehead. She understood she had to halt this chaos swiftly. Leaping to a height, she called out to the crowd, "All contractors, gather around me. Everyone else, evacuate immediately. This situation is about to spiral out of control." However, the gunfire in the hands of the Zero Guardians remained incessant, gradually encroaching with an air of death. The contractors struck by the bullets underwent violent transformations, their bodies emanating an eerie black aura, accompanied by deep, guttural howls. Their faces contorted, their eyes lost their luster, utterly consumed by the otherworldly entities. Boom! The fiery entity contractor suddenly exploded, searing flames erupting from within. As his skin rapidly charred like burning paper, the nearby crowd screamed and retreated, desperately trying to evade the scattering flames. Meanwhile, the ice spirit girl let out a piercing scream, her body swiftly frozen, frost spreading from her skin, inflicting frostbite on those nearby who attempted to support her. Some of the onlookers who got too close were even turned into ice sculptures, their expressions frozen in a moment of terror. Li Qingqing stood at a height, her heart jolting at the sight, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Clenching her teeth, she waved her hand, and vines shot out like serpents, swiftly enveloping those contractors corrupted by the otherworldly forces, isolating them from the surrounding crowd. At the same time, she constructed a rapid evacuation route with the vines, shouting loudly to the throng, "Hurry! Evacuate from here! Do not approach these contractors!" In the ensuing chaos, ordinary people scrambled into the vine passage to escape, but the cacophony of panicked footsteps, screams, and cries only intensified the turmoil. That moment, a terrifying thought flashed through Li Qingqing's mind. She was no stranger to these bullets. Were they not precisely the type used by Wang Xiao to assault Yun Ming? Her pupils dilated, and cold sweat instantly dripped from her forehead. She recalled the scene of Wang Xiao being shot and subsequently consumed by the otherworldly entity. Trembling as he transformed into one of them, that nightmarish image resurfacing vividly. These Zero Guardians? She abruptly lifted her head, her gaze landing on the group of Zero Guardians who had emptied their magazines. Their movements were rigid, their postures seemingly under some form of control, yet Li Qingqing understood that they were not mere half-hearted contractors, but rather elite warriors trained for such encounters. If they too had succumbed to corruption, Li Qingqing dared not dwell further on the thought, but reality soon provided its answer. Immediately, black veins began to rise beneath their skin, spreading along their blood vessels, their eyes veiled by a thick, dark mist, and their mouths involuntarily cracked open to reveal sharp fangs. Indeed, they had been corrupted. Almost instantaneously, these Zero Guardians collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and in the next moment, their bodies swelled dramatically, accompanied by agonizing roars. As tendrils of the otherworldly entity extended from their gaping wounds. Everyone, retreat. The silver-haired woman stood at a distance, witnessing Li Qingqing swiftly manipulating the vines to seal off the mutated Zero Guardians. Successfully stabilizing the situation, her smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a hint of impatience and mockery. How utterly boring. Her tone dripped with disdain as she stretched her arms languidly, seemingly indifferent to the chaos unfolding around her. Then, she leaped down from the spectators' area, her toes barely touching the ground, landing soundlessly, as if the uproar of the arena had no bearing on her. If it were merely this, how dull it would be. Amidst her laughter, the space behind her twisted, a suffocating darkness surged forth. The air seemed to be siphoned away, the surroundings turning chillingly cold, as if light itself were being devoured. Following this, a massive black phantom gradually materialized. Its form was indistinct, yet it exuded an oppressive force, as if each fragment of its existence was siphoning the life from the living. It was a grotesquely distorted entity, shrouded in profound black mist, emanating a terrifying aura of death. The blackened dead, Li Qingqing's pupils constricted, instantly recognizing the monster before her as the S-class entity chronicled in textbooks, a name so fearsome that it was known to nearly all. Wasn't this creature supposed to be contained? She nearly blurted out. Her mind raced with recollections of the blackened dead, a highly dangerous and uncontrollable being, impossible for normal humans to gaze upon. Captured by the Zero Guardians at great cost, and long sealed within a high-security containment facility for otherworldly entities. Yet now, this monster, which ought to have been imprisoned, had appeared behind the silver-haired woman. The arrival of the blackened dead transformed the atmosphere of the entire arena in an instant. The encroaching black mist coiled around the souls of everyone present like invisible chains. Ordinary individuals barely had time to scream before they lost consciousness under the oppressive aura of death, collapsing limply to the ground. Even Li Qingqing, a contractor, felt an icy chill envelop her, her legs as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile. Chapter 71. The paradise of the dead had begun. Heh, do not worry. Those things in the textbooks are merely tales for children. This fellow has never honestly stayed in the containment facility. The silver-haired woman chuckled lightly, casually patting the enormous black phantom behind her. Her tone reminiscent of one introducing a pet. Go forth. The paradise of the dead has commenced. With her whispered command, the blackened dead slowly extended a massive bony claw, sweeping it gently. The shadow beneath it seemed to awaken, rapidly spreading outward. Crash! The shadow coalesced, and countless skeletal remains crawled forth, their ghastly heads held high, hollow eye sockets gleaming with an eerie blue light. They were numerous, closing in on Li Qingqing from all directions. Their bony claws scraping against the ground with a grating sound. Li Qingqing suppressed her rising fear, gritting her teeth as she focused on the skeletal legion before her, thick vines rapidly sprouting in her hands to form a barrier. The undead summoned by the blackened dead? She took a deep breath, her mind swiftly analyzing the situation. This was dire. The scene was utterly uncontrollable. She clenched her jaw and glared furiously at the silver-haired woman. What on earth do you intend to do? How long can you hold out, little girl? At this moment, the skeletal legion had already breached the vine barrier, advancing toward Li Qingqing, while the deathly aura of the blackened dead thickened, as if it sought to engulf the entire arena. Those bony claws pierced through Li Qingqing's vine defenses, ghostly and intent on her chest, the cold glimmer of the sharp-boned spikes heralding imminent death. In this crucial moment of life and death, Li Qingqing felt as if her body had been frozen, rendering her immobile. She closed her eyes, seemingly resigning herself to fate, Yet visions of the past involuntarily surfaced in her mind. It was during the Zero calamity, the first time she encountered it, a disaster that embodied both terror and beauty. The scene shifted, and she beheld that figure, Yun Ming's silhouette. Back then, they had faced the pressure of an S-class entity together. It was he who had reignited her sense of responsibility and dream of becoming a Zero guardian. I cannot die. I will not fall behind, Li Qingqing murmured to herself, as if imbuing herself with the last vestige of belief. That strange boy had proven his strength through action in just a matter of months, even catching up to her, and now, how could she possibly stop here? Bang! The instant she opened her eyes, a brilliant spark erupted before her. The sharp bone spike was deflected as if forcibly halted by some unseen power. Standing before her was a long knife radiating a chilling light. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a cool sheen, reminiscent of a blade from a frigid night. But when she raised her gaze to discern the figure before her, she was taken aback. It was the very silhouette she had just recalled. That familiar boy. His silver-white hair fluttered slightly, and his austere countenance bore an undeniable resolve. He wielded the mist blade with one hand, while the other was raised slightly, poised protectively before her, the blade's edge directed toward the oncoming skeletal assailants. "It's you, Yun Ming," Li Qingqing exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief and a hint of exhilaration. "Are you all right?" The tone was calm, yet imbued with an assuring strength. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingqing managed to calm herself. A faint smile gracing her lips. "I knew you would come." Yun Ming turned his head slightly, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "What, do you expect me to save you without putting in some effort yourself?" No sooner had he spoken than he moved. With a light step, his figure darted like a shadow, the long knife in his hand slicing through the air with a frigid gleam. Swish! A skeletal attacker lunging toward them was cleaved in half, its remains dissipating into fragments amidst the black mist. Yun Ming landed steadily, his cold gaze sweeping over the encroaching skeletal horde, an aura of frost emanating from him. Li Qingqing watched him, her fists clenching instinctively. "I will not be cast aside by you." Her vines surged forth, intertwining to form another defensive wall, simultaneously ensnaring the nearby skeletal attackers, trapping them securely. Yun Ming chuckled softly, gripping his long knife, his voice low and composed. "Then do not let me down." The two stood side by side, one wielding a knife, the other controlling vines, facing the endless tide of skeletons, reigniting the flames of battle. Duan Luyun completed the cleanup of the skeletons from the outside, leaping over the seats of the audience with grace, landing lightly before Li Qingqing's vine wall. He brushed off the dust from his clothing, his gaze sweeping over the two, and inquired, "How are you two faring?" The long knife in his hand had lost its sharp glow, the blade marred with minute nicks. He tossed the blade to the ground casually, weariness evident in his tone. The skeletons had been swiftly dealt with. Li Qingqing wiped the sweat from her forehead, her voice resolute. Beneath her feet, the vine cage rose high, ensnaring those skeletons striving for rebirth with an unyielding grip. Each tendril emitted a subtle green luminescence, suppressing their otherworldly fluctuations. Yun Ming stood before the cage, his hand tightening slightly around the hilt of his long knife. His gaze was piercing, fixed on the remnants of the skeletons still struggling amidst the vines. His tone calm. "Though these skeletons are obstinate, once their movements are curtailed, they pose no threat." Upon finishing his sentence, he raised his hand and cleaved through one escaping skeleton, casually kicking the fragments into the vine cage. The two worked in perfect harmony, their pace swift and efficient. Under their relentless assault, the skeleton horde was entirely vanquished in less than 10 minutes. Even the last remnants of bone were locked away. Unable to regenerate, Duan Luyun surveyed the surroundings, witnessing this scene, and beckoned to his contracted spirit, "Shanin. Shanin, switch blades." He received the knife, slowly drawing it out, the blade gleaming with a chilling edge, evidently sharper than the previous one. Duan Luyun lifted his gaze towards the distant silver-haired woman, his brow furrowing slightly, his voice low. "Strange, why does her demeanor appear so leisurely? Is she intending to exhaust our stamina by sending these skeletons?" "It seems unlikely." Li Qingqing, standing nearby, expressed her doubt. "No, since she can control an S-class spirit, she cannot be so easily discerned. I have a feeling that the skeletons are merely a fade." The three fell into a brief silence, their gazes converging upon the silver-haired woman not far away. She stood leisurely, a meaningful smile gracing her lips, arms crossed, exuding an aura of confidence regarding the unfolding situation. The ethereal fluctuations in the air intensified, and the three sensed an ominous presence drawing nearer. Duan Luyun tightened his grip on the new knife, turning to the others and whispering, "Do not be complacent. The real trouble is likely yet to come." Chapter 72. Let us become one. The silver-haired woman's steps were slow yet powerful, each footfall weighing heavily upon the hearts of the trio, rendering them breathless. A disdainful smile adorned her face, her eyes sparkling with mockery, as if she were in complete control of the situation. Behind her, the shadowy figure of the Deathbringer trailed ominously, its immense, indistinct form shrouded in a palpable aura of death. Enveloping the entire arena, the atmosphere grew heavier, as if a colossal stone pressed down upon them, making it hard to breathe. As the silver-haired woman approached, the black line in Yunming's palm began to tremble abruptly. This tremor was not an ordinary spiritual fluctuation, but rather a summons from the depths of the soul. Yunming murmured to himself, clenching his fist in an attempt to quell this unsettling sensation. Following the trembling black line with his gaze, it led directly to the chest of the silver-haired woman. The source of the black line was connected to her heart, as if insinuating that a mere tug could rend her existence asunder. The silver-haired woman seemed to sense Yunming's anomaly, raising an eyebrow slightly, her tone playful. "What is it? Have you discovered something intriguing? Why not give it a try and see if you can truly control me?" Her words dripped with provocation, imbued with an unwavering confidence, as if she were certain Yunming would not dare to act rashly. Meanwhile, the oppressive aura of the Deathbringer had already enveloped the arena. Its presence felt akin to the gaze of the Grim Reaper, casting all into shadow. The flora within the arena withered and decayed, a stench of rot permeating the air. Even the verdant glow on Li Qingqing's vine wall began to dim rapidly. This was its power. Duan Luyun gripped his long knife tightly, cold sweat trickling down his brow, muttering, "Any creature that draws near will rapidly wither." Even contracted spirits cannot escape. Li Qingqing inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her fear, desperately urging the vines to resist the encroaching decay, only to find her strength swiftly waning. Gritting her teeth, she whispered, "We cannot afford to delay any longer. At this rate, we will not endure." His fists gradually tightened, the black line in his palm trembling, seemingly taut with some hidden force swelling within. The silver-haired woman, noticing this, smiled even more broadly, her voice like a chilling breeze. "Come now? Yunming, I know you wish to test it. Use your power to usher in this death's prologue." Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the trio's breaths grew heavier. The Deathbringer's aura of death was steadily consuming everything, leaving them with little time. With matters reaching this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal. "Yunming, pull the black line. Gu will assist you." As Qinglan's voice resonated suddenly, her figure pierced through the miasma of death like a blade. Appearing beside Yunming, her gaze was resolute, her cold tone radiating an undeniable authority, instantly igniting the fighting spirit within Yunming. Since the queen has spoken, before he could finish his thought, he gripped the black line fiercely. His muscles tensing, a surge of power coursing through him as he yanked with all his might. Boom! In an instant, blinding white light erupted, as if tearing the world apart. The clamor of the universe abruptly ceased, plunging the entire space into silence. Yunming felt a peculiar force surging into his body from the black line, slowly opening his eyes to find his hand grasping the throat of the silver-haired woman. Yet, this was not her physical form, but rather a translucent spirit, its outline vague, features otherworldly, adorned with a cryptic smile. Yunming's voice emerged hoarse, laced with wariness. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering Qinglan had also been frozen mid-air. Her black hair suspended in motion, resembling a statue of a valkyrie. At that moment, a searing sensation suddenly radiated from Yunming's wrist. He glanced down sharply, witnessing the silver-haired woman's spirit slowly opening her eyes. Her enchanting gaze emanating an eerie glow. She extended a slender hand, delicately caressing Yunming's wrist, her touch intimate yet fraught with danger. "Look here," she said, her voice sweet, laced with mockery, as if mingled with endless derision and challenge. Yunming's pupils constricted, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. He sensed that at the moment her fingers brushed against his wrist, An alien force sought to invade his soul, its heat akin to flames consuming his very consciousness. "What trickery are you playing?" Yunming questioned coldly, forcing down his inner terror, attempting to shake off her hand, only to find his body seemingly ensnared by some unseen force, immobile. "What trickery? Ha ha!" The silver-haired woman's laughter rang out like chimes. Yet it carried a chilling undertone. "This is no mere trick. Do you not realize I came here solely for you? Come now, let us become one." Her fingers tightened slowly, as if determined to drag Yunming into the abyss. The suffocating sensation spread, sending a shiver down his spine. "Qinglan," for the first time. A hint of panic crept into Yunming's voice, yet Qinglan remained frozen, unmoving. The silver-haired woman's hand, like melting wax, gradually merged with Yunming's arm, alternating between heat and cold, causing his muscles to involuntarily tense. He inhaled deeply, feeling as though his arm no longer belonged to him, the invasive sensation sending chills through him. "Do not panic," listened to Gu. That familiar voice was like a clear spring, instantly quelling his turmoil. The current fluctuations in space were due to the dormant power within you being awakened. Do not shrink back, embrace it, and then command it. Yunming's heart steadied slightly as he lowered his gaze to his arm, now completely fused with the silver-haired woman's spirit, the translucent essence shimmering with an eerie light atop his skin. The rhythmic pulsing within felt unmistakably clear, as if he now shared a heart with the silver-haired woman. "Concentrate?" Yunming gritted his teeth, Qinglan's voice still guiding him. "This black line has pierced her core. That is your power, your weapon. Wield it." He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, immersing his focus into his arm. As his consciousness delved deeper, he sensed a rhythm of life, the pulsating heart glowing faintly with darkness at the core of the silver-haired woman's spirit. The black line ensnared it like a hunting web, while his palm felt as though it grasped the fulcrum of fate. Chapter 73. "Farewell, Ming. Seize it." Qinglan's voice was deep and resolute. Abruptly, Yunming opened his eyes, his fingers gathering within the spirit's mist, probing directly into that pulsating heart. He could feel the soft yet searing texture beneath his palm, as if touching a burning flame. The silver-haired woman exhaled softly, her spirit trembling violently, attempting to break free. However, the power of the black line bound her like chains, rendering her unable to escape. "It must come to an end," Yunming roared, fingers tightening around that heart. The temperature of the spirit surged, accompanied by a blinding flash of black and white light, the silver-haired woman's form instantly fracturing into countless luminous points, vanishing into the air. "Did I succeed?" Yunming murmured, scanning his surroundings, his eyes still reflecting a hint of uncertainty and vigilance. His arm trembled slightly, the winding black pattern still faintly warm, as if reminding him that his recent experiences were no mere illusion. Qinglan's figure resumed movement, casting him a composed glance, gently nodding. It was a success. However, this moment of tranquility did not last long. Cough, cough. The silver-haired woman suddenly bent over, breaking into a violent fit of coughs. The sharp, clear sound sent a chill through their hearts. Yunming's gaze sharpened as he noticed her hand covering her mouth, crimson droplets of blood seeping through her fingers, in the blink of an eye. Her palm became saturated with the bright red liquid. She slowly straightened her posture, flicking her bloodied hand, causing droplets to splatter onto the ground. A sickly smile emerged on her pale visage as she licked the remnants of blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes glimmering with an eerie sense of satisfaction. "I shall seek you out again," the silver-haired woman said in a voice that was hoarse yet tinged with a faint sweetness. "Remember my name, Yu Li." Her gaze, as piercing as that of a venomous serpent, fixated on Yunming, imbued with a twisted affection and profound obsession. This fervent stare sent a chill down Yunming's spine, compelling him to involuntarily tense his body. Yu Li chuckled softly, seemingly amused by Yunming's reaction. In the next instant, the space behind her silently tore apart, a pitch-black rift slowly materializing, resembling a gaping maw ready to devour all. "Farewell, Ming," she whispered, her voice laced with an elusive hint of regret. She stepped back into the rift, the colossal figure of the pitch-dark dead following closely, as the black mist surged into the fissure like a tidal wave, vanishing without a trace. The moment the rift sealed shut, a cold breeze swept across the battlefield, whisking away Yu Li's presence. Yunming stood rooted in place, motionless for an extended period, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. He lowered his gaze to the dark markings on his arm, as if he could still feel Yu Li's sickly yet fervent scrutiny. Taking a deep breath, his brow furrowed. What does she truly desire? Qinglan turned away, her tone calm, yet the gravity in her expression was unmistakable. Gong will clarify everything for you. Yuming nodded gently, scanning the surroundings once more. He observed that the skeletal remains ensnared by Li Qingqing's vines had already disintegrated into mere remnants scattered across the ground. A gentle wind blew, and the debris vanished into the air like grains of sand, as though they had never existed. What exactly transpired moments ago? Why did she suddenly spit blood and flee? Li Qingqing exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. With the oppressive presence of the pitch-dark dead lifted, the surrounding atmosphere seemed considerably lighter, and her taut nerves finally began to ease. He keenly sensed the subtle yet unfamiliar shift in her aura, and even his contracted spirit, shunnying, emitted a low, rumbling sound, as if sensing something amiss. Yuming pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. She seems to be connected to my abilities. Just now, I felt as though I absorbed a part of something, which must have caused her injury. He conveyed his feelings honestly, though a hint of confusion lingered in his tone. The exact reason, I cannot elucidate. Duan Liuyun's expression shifted slightly as he quietly inquired. Your abilities? Is it that black line from before? Yuming nodded, his gaze falling on his palm. The black marking had now faded. Yet a lingering warmth still pulsed within his hand, as if the connection to Yu Li retained some vestige of will. Absorb? Li Qingqing furrowed her brow, her tone laced with skepticism. Her power is so formidable. How did you manage that? Enough of this indecision, Qinglan interjected, turning to soar into the distance, her voice calm yet resolute. Yunming and Li Qingqing exchanged glances, refraining from further inquiries. Duan Luyun silently sheathed his blade. Falling into step, the sound of the wind intensified as the shattered arena gradually regained its composure. Medical personnel arrived swiftly at the scene, administering tranquilizers to the survivors afflicted by the otherworldly entities, temporarily stabilizing their abnormal reactions and restoring order. Xian Shuang's figure appeared silently at a high vantage point in the arena. She watched as Yunming and his companions departed, her expression unperturbed, then gently raised her hand, signaling the members of the Black Serpent to swiftly enter the arena and eliminate any lingering threats. Those who had been too heavily corrupted, with no chance of salvation, were consumed by the Black Serpent, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Meanwhile, the unconscious ordinary citizens were carefully carried away by medical staff, each one transported to a secure location. In no time, the cleanup effort inside and outside the venue was nearly complete, as if the earlier chaos and bloodshed had merely been a nightmarish illusion. Just as the atmosphere began to settle, a sudden rush of wind echoed above the arena. A figure swept through the air, exuding an aura of solemnity, as a mysterious individual clad in a golden cloak descended slowly from the sky. Suspended in midair, he gazed down at Xian Shuang, his eyes cold and commanding. Sun, he uttered softly, before casting a meticulously crafted letter from his hand. The envelope traced an arc through the air, swiftly caught by the Black Serpent and presented before Xian Shuang. After completing his task, the mysterious figure did not linger, his silhouette vanishing into the depths of the sky as if he had never existed. Xian Shuang received the letter impassively, her fingertips dancing slightly as an invisible force dispelled the spirit seal affixed to it. She unfolded the letter, her gaze sweeping over its contents, her expression remaining unchanged. District 29 Command Order. The event will continue to proceed to prevent public panic and the escalation of public opinion. Offline viewing is cancelled. After reading the letter, Xian Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly, looking down at the arena beneath her. A chill spread silently as she waved her hand, signaling the Black Serpent to withdraw. An unnecessary move, she murmured to herself, her tone tinged with a hint of ruthlessness. Let them be. Once this competition concludes, I can retire. A cold smirk graced her lips as she turned to leave, leaving behind a desolate arena and the lingering scent of blood in the air. Chapter 74. Degree of Liberation? The spatial rift twisted slightly before casting Yu Li's figure onto the rooftop of a towering building. The night breeze caressed her, and her silver hair danced in the wind, while her azure eyes, set against her pallid complexion, appeared even more haunting. Imbued with a sense of weariness and sorrow, a deep voice resonated as a burly man stood before Yuli. Towering at 8 feet, his muscular physique resembled a dormant beast under the moonlight, his eyes deep and menacing, emanating an irresistible aura of dominance. "Yes, my lord," Yuli replied, suppressing her emotions, gently brushing aside her hair that obstructed her view, and bowing deeply in a gesture of respect, albeit tinged with a hint of disappointment. The faceless demon lord raised a hand slightly, signaling her to rise. The casual motion belied an undeniable authority. "You have failed, haven't you?" His voice was steady, as though all of this had been anticipated, mirroring his previous conjectures. "That child exceeded your expectations, and why misjudgment led to this failure. I did not foresee." Yuli lowered her head, her words laden with remorse. The faceless demon lord grunted non-committally, turning away to gaze at the distant cityscape, as if indifferent to her explanations. He was unforgiving of failures, but never surprised by them. Beside him, Hanyi crossed his arms, observing Yuli with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, a smirk of derision curling at his lips, as his sharp eyes swept over her silver hair, his brow subtly furrowed. "How ironic. You and Yuming share quite a resemblance." Hanyi scoffed, both silver-haired, both vexatious presences. Yuli glanced at Hanyi, her expression unruffled, as though she had not detected the disdain in his words. "You are merely an infant who has just learned to walk," Hanyi retorted, shaking his head in mockery. "It is truly to be expected, Yuli." "What did you say?" Hanyi snorted dismissively, turning his head away. Suddenly, the faceless demon lord interjected, his voice low yet laden with pressure. "Hanyi, there is no need to speak when it is unnecessary." He turned his gaze back to Yuli, his tone neutral yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Though the mission has failed, you have performed admirably. I see new changes. Monitor Yunming." Yuli nodded deeply, responding softly, "Understood." In the stillness of the night, after finishing his shower, Yunming casually draped a towel over his shoulder, water droplets cascading from his damp hair. Approaching the bedside, he picked up his phone, unlocking the screen to check messages. The latest notification from Xian Shuang came into view, detailing the rearrangement of the competition. Despite the chaos that had nearly obliterated the venue during the day, the event would not be cancelled. Yuming sighed, setting his phone aside, murmuring to himself, "Does this competition really have to proceed? What if something even more severe occurs next time?" Qinglan lounged lazily by the window, holding a miniature ice pop and leisurely licking it, her voice icy as she spoke. "This competition is to select the next supreme leader, involving a power transition for the entire region. A minor incident like today is hardly sufficient to halt the proceedings. The supreme leader election, can it be conducted in a more peaceful manner?" Yuming frowned, shifting the conversation to a more serious tone. "You haven't clarified the events of the day. That silver-haired woman, who exactly is she?" He caught a glimpse of Qinglan, noticing that she had finished her ice pop. The once full molds of Qinglan's ice pops were now reduced to empty bags. He raised an eyebrow, a teasing tone in his voice. "You have quite the appetite, finishing it off so quickly." Qinglan nonchalantly tossed the ice pop stick onto the table, glancing at him with a slight smile that was half amused, half serious. "The crowd was too loud earlier. It wasn't the right moment for conversation," she said, her tone shifting from playful to earnest. "What I wish to discuss is not something that just anyone can know." Her expression suddenly shifted to one of grave seriousness, as if the previous casual demeanor had merely been a facade. Upon witnessing this, Yuming felt a weight in his heart, sensing that this matter was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. "You must have noticed as well," Qinglan spoke languidly, her gaze fixed on Yunming, her voice carrying an inexplicable undertone. "The black mist is not, in fact, a manifestation of Gu's powers." Yunming was momentarily taken aback by her words, as if a realization was dawning upon him, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Qinglan gently floated before him, taking hold of his right hand. An ethereal aura surged forth, causing the contract runes on his right arm to emit a faint glow. As though they had been activated, as the radiance of the runes expanded, an ephemeral contract appeared between them. The document was filled with densely packed text, each line radiating a subtle wave of spiritual energy. Yunming furrowed his brow, fixated on the contract, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What is this?" Before he could articulate his confusion, Qinglan waved her hand lightly, causing the text upon the contract to shift, a particular phrase magnified. Hovering in the air and emanating a cold light, contractor, Qinglan, may actively dissolve the contract, retaining partial power. Yunming's pupils dilated, momentarily forgetting to breathe. You intend to dissolve the contract? His voice held a hint of disbelief. Qinglan regarded him silently, her eyes betraying complex emotions. After a brief pause, she chuckled softly, a mix of mockery and sincerity in her tone. Why are you so anxious? Gu never stated an intention to dissolve the contract. I merely wish to inform you that I am the contractor, not the contracted. Does that imply that I am, in fact, the otherworldly spirit, and you have contracted with me? At this, Qinglan paused, momentarily taken aback. Before breaking into a chuckle, hastily covering her mouth to stifle her amusement as she explained. Well, you could interpret it that way. You were originally an otherworldly spirit, but upon entering this realm, your powers were sealed. My contract with you naturally shattered that seal, awakening your true abilities. Before she finished her sentence, Qinglan suddenly drew closer to Yunming, her intense gaze fixed upon his forehead. She extended her hand, gently caressing the spot between his brows. Her fingertips sending a chill through him. In that instant, a clear number flashed in Yuming's mind. 40.is this? The fusion value? Yuming asked, momentarily stunned. The fusion value, Qinglan clarified, indicates the degree of power integration for otherworldly spirit contractors. But for you, it denotes the progress of your bodily liberation. Liberation degree. A sense of unease began to creep into Yuming's thoughts. Qinglan crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly as confidence and pride seeped into her tone. Would you like to know more? I am the queen of the otherworld, and my role extends far beyond merely contracting with you. Her voice rose slightly, seemingly teasing Yunming while hinting at the secrets yet to be unveiled. Chapter 75. I want to eat you. Stop with the suspense. You haven't clarified the matter regarding that girl today. Yunming, towel in hand, cast an impatient glance at Qinglan, observing her tactic of intrigue failing entirely. Qinglan pouted and huffed in annoyance, then said, Fine, fine. The reason I didn't tell you earlier is that these matters are deeply entangled with the demon lord of 100 faces. The less you know, the safer you are. However, it won't hurt to tell you now. Yuli is a synthetic being created using your otherworldly spirit powers. A synthetic being? Yuming froze, the towel suspended in midair. Qinglan, noticing his shocked expression, couldn't suppress a smirk. Indeed, she is a unique existence crafted using your power, or rather, the abilities of your otherworldly spirit. Thus, she essentially counts as one of your splits. Before Yuming could fully process this information, Qinglan waved her hand dismissively, her tone casual. Don't think too much. Go to sleep. Based on my estimations, you absorbed part of her power, so you will likely dream of her tonight. Yuming rolled his eyes, tossing the towel aside as he grumbled. This feels like collecting achievements. You'd best be cautious. Accumulating too many achievements may not bode well. Shrugging, Yuming carelessly ruffled his damp hair before turning towards the bed. The air was filled with Qinglan's teasing voice. I hope your achievements tonight won't wake you in terror. Exhaustion enveloped him, and scarcely had he lain down when he fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, an endless darkness enveloped him. After a moment, the surroundings gradually brightened, a hazy light filtering through a liquid-like barrier, with bubbles floating around, creating an eerie yet tranquil atmosphere. A verdant glow surrounded him, and reflected before him was an infant curled within a transparent liquid. What is this? Yunming murmured, brow furrowing as he attempted to discern the strange scene. Just then, an external commotion broke through. Bang! A faint explosion echoed, followed by the conversation of two men, tinged with urgency and discontent. Hey, who told you to open that experimental subject? A rough voice demanded. Just a useless, otherworldly spirit. Better to let it out than to waste space. The other murmured, disdain evident in his tone. That belongs to the master. How dare you act without orders? If anything goes awry, I can't guarantee your safety. The rough voice grew stern. Yuming sensed these words were connected to Yuli but had yet to fully comprehend their meaning. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected, abruptly halting the argument. I can hear what you're saying. The familiar fatigue laced in the voice belonged to Hanyi. The conversation fell silent, a tense stillness enveloping the air. Yuming felt as if the scene before him had been frozen by those words. the bubbles now moving sluggishly. He attempted to approach, but his body seemed ensnared by an invisible force, leaving him helplessly observing. Anxiety gripping him down. Why, Lord Hanyi, we are merely minor experimental personnel. Please show mercy. In the silence, the rough voice broke the stalemate first, adopting a low, ingratiating tone, seemingly seeking Han Ye's forgiveness. What is there to fear? I want to eat you. Han Ye replied leisurely, yet his voice carried a chilling undercurrent. Hand over the reagent from the Flesh Mountain experiment. Just 20 vials will suffice. 20 vials? The other voice exclaimed. Panic creeping in. The Flesh Mountain samples have been exhausted. We only have a few vials prepared. Rest assured, my Lord Han Ye, we will deliver them to you by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Han Ye's lips curled into a knowing smile. A look of deep significance crossing his face. That's a good suggestion. His steps were slow and leisurely, as if savoring his surroundings. He approached the glass tank containing the submerged infant, gazing at the small figure within, and softly added, however, I want them now. And no sooner had he spoken than Han Ye's expression shifted dramatically, the faint smile morphing into a visage of demonic wrath, grotesque and terrifying. Simultaneously, his otherworldly form emerged behind him. A grotesque creature with 4 arms, its aura sharp and lethal, instantly solidifying the air in the laboratory. 2 piercing screams rang out as flames erupted from the bodies of the 2 experimental personnel, the scorching heat engulfing them in an instant. Their struggles and cries were fleeting amidst the inferno, and moments later, the flames extinguished, leaving behind 2 charred remains, exuding a noxious odor. Han Ye stood quietly, as if the preceding violence were merely an inconsequential interlude. I must thank you, for otherwise I would have been at a loss for an excuse. Before finishing his sentence, he casually bent down, retrieving a set of keys from the blackened remains, tossing them lightly, producing a crisp metallic clink. Whistling a cheerful tune, he strolled towards the reagent storage cabinet, appearing as a carefree spectator in a playground. Beep! The electronic locks alert sounded jarringly in the silent laboratory, and as the cabinet door swung open, Han Ye swept the Flesh Mountain reagents into his pockets. Just as the final vial was removed, a sharp alarm blared through the air. Red warning lights spun and flashed, flooding the laboratory with blinding illumination. In no time, personnel clad in white coats and masks surged into the scene, brandishing their instruments and swiftly assessing the state of the glass tank. Yet they hesitated to approach the charred remains on the ground, their expressions rife with fear and confusion. Meanwhile, Han Ye had long vanished, leaving behind an empty cabinet and the infant still submerged in the green liquid. Floating there, oblivious, as the experimental personnel gradually regained their composure, they lined up neatly in 2 rows, seemingly awaiting the arrival of an authoritative figure. A stifling atmosphere enveloped the entire space, each individual holding their breath, as if bracing for judgment. Simultaneously, Yuming found himself in this scene. Realizing he was experiencing it from Yuli's perspective, he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that he was utterly immobile, unable to utter a single sound. It became apparent that this was a scene from the past, already etched in history. A faint tremor coursed through his heart as his gaze fell upon the infant within the glass jar, eliciting a strange sense of familiarity. The harsh realities gradually pieced together a vivid image in his mind, yet he found himself powerless to alter anything. Chapter 76. The Initiation Ceremony. All hail the Master. A synchronized chorus reverberated throughout the laboratory as the personnel bowed their heads and lowered their hands, not daring to make even the slightest extraneous movement. At the entrance, a woman glided in, draped in a white mink coat, her shoulders slightly exposed, holding a folding fan, exuding an elegance reminiscent of a noble lady. However, the chill and oppressive aura that emanated from her could not be overlooked. Without a doubt, she was the faceless demon lord. Has an otherworldly entity escaped? Her delicate voice pierced the silence like a dagger, causing every heart to freeze in trepidation. A trembling figure in a lab coat stepped forward to respond, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He dared not lift his gaze, his voice trembling with fear. The faceless demon lord gently flicked her fan, her indifferent eyes sweeping across every corner of the laboratory. She paused before the reagent cabinet, casting a glance at the damaged opening, her expression cooling slightly. At that moment, a familiar figure stumbled out from the breach. Han Ye. Sweat glistened on his brow, his breath rapid, clearly having just endured a harrowing chase. Wiping his forehead, he hoarsely declared, "My lord, the 2 traitors who recklessly released the otherworldly entity have been executed. Rest assured, I have kept a vigilant watch here." Her gaze slowly lifted, landing on the infant in the glass jar. In that instant, Yuan Ming's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the veil of reality and dreams, locking directly onto him. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming chill surged through him. It felt as though countless skeletons emerged from the void, constricting and corroding his vision. As the entire world was engulfed in a blinding luminosity, he became rigid, cold sweat cascading down his body. Can she see me? A wave of horror gripped Yuan Ming, but soon, that peculiar sensation vanished abruptly, and the laboratory returned to its normal state. As long as this infant remains contained, I shall not pursue the matter further. The faceless demon lord's tone regained its languid quality, her lips curling into a faint smile. She turned and strode away, but just as she was about to vanish through the entrance, she halted. Glancing back towards the glass jar, revealing a smile laden with unspoken significance. Yuan Ming stood frozen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. She must have only been looking at the glass jar. Not at me, right? He attempted to reassure himself, yet the unsettling feeling lingered. This is merely a dream. A memory of Yuli's past, he repeated to himself, but the sensation of being observed refused to dissipate. As if something was silently watching him, perhaps even waiting for him. The more I know, the more she understands me. Such an unearthly ability. Yuan Ming clenched his teeth in frustration, and it was not until the faceless demon lord's figure completely vanished from sight that he exhaled a long, relieved breath. The atmosphere within the laboratory likewise relaxed, as numerous personnel collectively released their pent-up tension. Some, overwhelmed by anxiety, slumped to the ground, their faces etched with dread. Han Yi surveyed the disheartened group, a hint of disdain flickering across his lips. He stepped forward, his tone dripping with cold mockery. "Enough, you bunch of useless fools. Why are you still standing there? Get moving. The master will inspect our results tomorrow." As he spoke, he gestured dismissively at a few nearby researchers, his tone growing increasingly severe. "You, recalibrate the equipment. You, reorganize the remaining reagents. And you, prepare the experiment report. Don't expect me to clean up your mess." His strides were steady, yet unmistakably laced with arrogance. Yuan Ming's consciousness remained ensnared in the scene, watching as the laboratory personnel busied themselves once more, restoring order to the environment. Commence the experiment, codename Pitch Black Dead, contractor adaptation testing. The leading researcher commanded loudly, gripping the experimental report tightly, his gaze icy as it swept across the room. As the orders were issued, several thick syringes slowly extended from the apparatus, precisely piercing the infant's spine. The atmosphere outside the glass jar grew tense, as everyone held their breath in anticipation. Initiate injection ratio. Flesh Mountain reagent 20, stabilizer 30, activator 10. The data on the report was rapidly conveyed. As several researchers pressed the injection buttons, the liquid flowing through the syringes and gradually entering the infant's body. The entire process meticulously recorded by the instruments. Beep. The injection commenced, causing the liquid within the glass jar to ripple slightly. The infant's body began to react, its formerly curled posture gradually stiffening. A strange force began to surge, and several tendrils burst forth from the infant's back, resembling the claws of a demon, violently battering against the inner walls of the glass jar, producing a series of ominous thuds. Quick! Inject the stabilizer. The injection personnel hastily pressed another set of buttons, the stabilizer commencing its flow. The agitated tendrils gradually lost their vigor, retracting like withered vines, ultimately subsiding back into the infant's body, causing the tense atmosphere in the laboratory to ease slightly. Monitoring heartbeat. The instrument screen flickered with rhythmic waveforms, prompting an immediate report from one of the researchers. "There's a heartbeat." Initiating life activity monitoring. Subsequently, the activator flowed into the infant's body, the nutrient solution within the glass jar being swiftly absorbed. As the liquid was depleted, the infant's body underwent a remarkable transformation. Tiny bones elongated, tender muscles rapidly filled out, and the once infantile form astonishingly matured into that of a girl of around 10 years old. The girl floated silently within the glass jar, her features delicate yet devoid of warmth, resembling a soulless statue. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her long lashes fluttering slightly, hinting at a semblance of life. Preliminary detection completed, experimental state stable. Just then, the leading researcher seemed to recall something, hurriedly turning to check the cabinet where the Flesh Mountain reagent was stored. However, upon opening the cabinet door, his expression darkened abruptly. There's no Flesh Mountain reagent left. His voice trembled slightly, yet he resolutely declared, "Proceed directly with the initiation ceremony." What? A researcher standing beside him widened his eyes in shock. Without the suppression of the Flesh Mountain reagent, the pitch-black, dead contractor cannot possibly survive. Then we must request some from the master. The Flesh Mountain samples have been exhausted, and the reagent can no longer be produced. Another voice interjected urgently, attempting to halt the hasty decision. Yet, the leading researcher's gaze was as cold as ice, his voice brooking no argument. There is no time. Continue. Initiate the ceremony. Chapter 77. Will you return? The laboratory fell into a brief silence. Several researchers exchanging hesitant glances, yet none dared to defy the order. Ultimately, one individual silently nodded, approaching the control panel and tremblingly pressing the release switch. Buzz. A low, mechanical hum filled the air as a massive glass jar descended from the ceiling of the laboratory. Inside the glass jar was a pitch-black void, swirling with dense black mist, resembling the entrance to an abyss, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. As the glass jar settled into place, the laboratory's ventilation system activated with a piercing whir. The black mist began to be rapidly extracted, gradually revealing the scene within the jar. A vague figure emerged, seemingly humanoid yet not entirely so, curled in the center of the glass jar like a lurking predator, radiating an suffocating aura of danger. Hurry, begin. The leading researcher felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his tone remained firm. He clenched his fists, fixated on the silhouette within the glass jar, seemingly suppressing his own fear. This was indeed a mad plan. This is insane, muttered a researcher standing nearby, yet he dared not voice any further objections, hastily preparing for the initiation ceremony. The indistinct figure within the glass jar seemed to sense something. Stirring slightly, the atmosphere in the laboratory froze instantaneously, as a chilling sensation crawled up everyone's spines, making even their breaths feel unbearably heavy. As the ventilation system ceased its operation, an eerie silence enveloped the laboratory, the only sound being the gradually intensifying mechanical roar from the overhead pipes. Above the glass jar containing the pitch-black dead, a blinding blue light emanated from the pipes, as torrents of potent, otherworldly energy surged forth, rapidly being extracted. These forces transformed into luminous streams, cascading through the pipes, ultimately converging into the glass jar containing the girl. With the influx of otherworldly energy, a terrifying aura of death spread like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire laboratory. The researchers closest to the glass jar only had time to let out a terrified cry before being consumed by this force. Their skin withered at an observable rate, crumbling to ash, their bodies dissolving into black dust, as if they had never existed. Quick, run! The researchers in the back finally snapped to attention, shouting in panic as they scrambled toward the exit. Their movements were chaotic, some falling to the ground, trampled by their panicked peers, while others knocked over reagent racks, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. However, the leading researcher remained steadfast at the instrument, unmoving. His gaze was locked onto the numbers displayed on the screen, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his lab coat. His lips pressed tightly together, his hands trembling slightly from the effort. 20, 30, 80. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his breathing heavy with tension. Just as the figures on the screen inched closer to their peak, silvery strands of hair began to gently float in the liquid within the glass chamber where the young girl was contained. Her curled form seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus. Quivering slightly before gradually unfurling, a soft sound escaped her lips, and her previously closed eyes slowly opened, revealing orbs as luminous as the silver moon. Her gaze penetrated the glass, curiously surveying the unfamiliar world before her. Her hand delicately brushed against the glass, her silver hair dancing in the liquid, projecting an ethereal and surreal beauty. 100. The readings on the instrument soared to their zenith, and the lead researcher clenched his fist tightly, tears of joy streaming down his face. His voice, hoarse yet brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "It worked! We truly succeeded." This aged scientist, once deemed a relic of no value with his head of white hair, had now vindicated himself in this moment. His face was etched with fervor and obsession, as if this achievement had finally brought closure to his life's narrative. The girl within the glass chamber slowly lowered her head, swinging her legs as if filled with the wonder of a newly born life. Yet, in the next instant, a wave of otherworldly energy caused her gaze to snap sideways. Her eyes fixed upon the glass container housing the shadowy figure of the deceased, its indistinct form shrouded in thick black mist. Capturing her attention, a flicker of confusion passed through her eyes, as if she were lost in thought. The clock of death began its ominous countdown. His heart contracted sharply, and as he raised his eyes to the laboratory, he found everything before him blurring and disintegrating, as if torn apart by an invisible hand. Tick-tock, a clear chime of a pendulum sliced through the darkness, as though time itself were being forcibly drawn. Suddenly, the surroundings plunged into utter darkness, the laboratory vanishing without a trace. Yunming's heart raced violently. He sought a glimmer of light, but the vast emptiness of darkness enveloped him like a living entity. His breath quickened, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Snapped, a chilling hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, transmitting a bone-deep cold through the fabric of his clothing. Yuming froze, the cold creeping up his spine to the back of his head. His throat tightened, the Adam's apple rolling uneasily as he struggled to swallow. "Who?" he whispered, his voice trembling with anxiety. Slowly turning his head, his gaze met a pair of moonlit eyes. The girl stood directly behind him, her silver hair cascading down, resting against her slender shoulders. She was bare, unashamed of the dark scrutiny, her skin pale and flawless, as if she were a being not of this world. Her expression bore a hint of shyness. Yet there was an elusive coldness in her gaze, and her lips curled slightly upward. She moved closer, nearly pressing against Yunming's back, her soft breath brushing against his ear. "Tomorrow," she murmured, her voice sweet yet husky. Like a beckoning from a dream. "Will you come?" That voice seemed to carry an irresistible allure, gentle enough to make one's heart tremble. Yunming found himself momentarily stunned, breath caught in his throat, his heart pounding fiercely. Unable to discern whether the scene before him was reality or a dream. His consciousness felt ensnared by her inquiry, yet an inexplicable sense of danger loomed nearby. "Huh?" Yunming gasped, jolting upright in bed. Drenched in sweat, the covers having been kicked aside, it was a dream. "What on earth is happening?" Chapter 78. "Did you enjoy the dream?" Qinglan floated in midair, gently swinging her legs. Noticing Yunming's startled expression, she couldn't help but smile, a sly grin playing on her lips. "So, how did it go? Did you enjoy the dream?" Yunming rubbed his temples, muttering, It was too bizarre, like my soul had left my body and wandered into the enemy's lair." His face still bore a pallid hue, the lingering essence of the shadowy figure from his dream clinging to him like a haunting specter. "Wait," he suddenly exclaimed, "why could I still feel that they could see me in the dream? That doesn't make sense." "Well," Qinglan pondered for a moment, shrugging slightly, "I'm not entirely sure, but you can rest assured. During dreams, I also watch the show with you, and if anything goes awry, I'll be there to rescue you in a heartbeat." Her gaze fell upon the phone on the bedside table, and her eyes lit up as she casually handed it to Yunming. "Check the time. 12:04. Yunming blinked, and upon seeing the time on the screen, his pupils dilated, and he sprang from the bed. "Oh no. Where's the competition at? I can't be late and get eliminated." He hurriedly donned his clothes while rushing towards the bathroom, muttering incessantly, "If only I had known to get to bed earlier last night." Qinglan, arms crossed, floated nearby, watching his frantic antics with amusement, unable to suppress her laughter. "Hey, don't panic. Look at this." She swiftly opened the competition announcement webpage on the phone and turned the screen towards Yunming. "The morning matches are for those who didn't compete yesterday. You're not on the list, so what's the rush?" Yunming paused, peering at the screen, and was bemused to find that more than half of the 10 matches had been forfeited due to players not showing up. He stood there for a couple of seconds, then exhaled a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. What about the afternoon matches? Surely they're not all forfeits too?" Qinglan shrugged, playfully winking. "Who knows? Though, seeing you in such a fluster is quite amusing." Yunming rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You're not just here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you? Qinglan waved her hands. Struggling to maintain a straight face? Of course not. My standards for humor are much higher. It's not that easy to make me laugh. However, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Yuming was too preoccupied to engage in banter, taking a bite of the bread in his hand, lost in thought. But honestly, yesterday's events have had quite the impact. So many people forfeiting in the morning matches is really unusual. Qinglan ceased her teasing, floating beside him, tilting her head in curiosity. "Oh, you think it's because of what happened yesterday?" Yuming nodded, his brow furrowing deeper. "Things have been too strange lately. The training base is the most fortified place in the city. Yet it has faced consecutive attacks. Moreover, those otherworldly beings managed to infiltrate without hindrance, which makes no sense." He suddenly looked up, his eyes brightening. "Right, Xuanchuang. She's the leader. She must know something." As soon as he spoke, he threw on his outerwear and dashed out the door, leaving a bewildered Qinglan behind. "Hey, are you really rushing to find her?" Qinglan called after him, exasperated. "Of course. I can't rest easy until I get to the bottom of this." Qinglan sighed as she watched his retreating figure, then transformed into a wisp of dark mist, silently following after him. A derelict building in Zone 29. Yuli slowly opened her eyes, greeted by a chipped ceiling above her. A cold breeze, laced with dust, seeped through a crack, making her shiver slightly. "Yunming, it really is you. How wonderful," she murmured softly, a gentle light flickering in her gaze. After stretching her stiff body, Yuli retrieved a piece of cheap bread from a plastic bag beside her and took a casual bite. Just then, a sparrow flitted across her line of sight, landing on the windowsill with a flutter. Yuli's face lit up with a glimmer of anticipation, her eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. She tore off a piece of bread and placed it on the ground, then stealthily hid behind a concrete pillar. The sparrow cautiously surveyed its surroundings before tentatively hopping down to the ground. Pecking at the breadcrumbs. "Ha!" Yuli suddenly leaped out from behind the pillar, attempting to catch the little creature. Startled, the sparrow flapped its wings, trying to soar into the air. However, in that very moment, a shadowy figure of the deceased emerged behind Yuli, an invisible aura of death cloaking the surroundings. The sparrow froze mid-motion, its body stiffening as it fell to the ground, its vitality extinguished in an instant. Yuli stared blankly at the small sparrow as it began to decay, emitting a foul odor, her joy completely overshadowed by deep guilt and sorrow. "Not again," she murmured, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Dripping onto the dilapidated floor, she gently shook her head, as if trying to dispel the gloom within her heart. Rising to her feet, she stepped over the worn wooden floorboards and pushed open the rusted window. Gazing out at the bustling city center, a complex smile graced her lips, tinged with solitude yet infused with determination. "Yunming, I've come to find you. This time, you will not disappoint me." She extended her hand, the breeze brushing past, as if touching something distant and unattainable. Meanwhile, Xuanchuang sat in the leader's office, the screen before her displaying real-time surveillance footage from outside the training base. The entrance was clogged with a throng of people, their fury ignited by the abrupt cancellation of the offline viewing, compounded by ambiguous rumors surrounding yesterday's events, complicating the situation further. Some individuals have even attempted to forcibly breach the base. Xianshuang pressed her fingers against her temples, a hint of impatience lacing her tone. The clamor has persisted all morning. Although a portion of those sycophants from the upper echelons has been purged, this chaotic situation remains insurmountable. On the screen, the Zero Squad members are exerting every effort to maintain order, erecting barriers in an attempt to deter the throngs. Despite the affected populace being coerced into silence, fragments of information have still managed to leak out. Now, these revelations spread like wildfire, igniting a tempest of public outrage. Journalists, microphones in hand, crowd the front lines, vociferously querying the cameras. Is it true that a terrorist attack occurred yesterday? Why has access for spectators been abruptly halted? Why has the list of victims not yet been disclosed? Wasn't the Qian deceased already contained? Did they truly reappear yesterday? Xian Shuang's gaze fell upon the lower right corner of the screen, where fluctuating statistics indicated a relentless surge in public interest, with discussions on social media surpassing the million mark. Beyond the screen, the cacophony of shouts seemed to seep into her ears, a source of great annoyance. She rose slowly, moving towards the window, her eyes piercing through the thick glass. gazing into the distance. The turmoil outside the training base raged like a volcanic eruption, and she knew well this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Qian'an. She murmured the name, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she raised her hand to activate the communicator, instructing the dispersal of the crowd outside, striving to avert direct confrontation. As for the events of yesterday, she paused, coldly adding, "We shall merely release a portion of manageable information." The assistant's voice swiftly emerged from the communicator. "Understood, Commander. One more thing. A person claiming to be Yun Ming is seeking your audience." Chapter 79. Your heart is as frigid and unyielding as your exterior. Xian Shuang, I have something to inquire. Yun Ming burst through the door, a look of urgency etched across his face, his labored breaths revealing he had rushed here. As he steadied himself, he noticed Xian Shuang composedly seated in a large chair, holding a document. She glanced at him briefly, carelessly tossing the paper aside, leisurely crossing one leg over the other, her tone calm. "You've arrived at an opportune moment." Yun Ming. "What do you wish to ask?" Yun Ming opened his mouth, seemingly ready to delve directly into the matter. However, just as he prepared to speak, Xian Shuang suddenly uncrossed her leg, her eyes narrowing as she fixated on his arm. "There's a presence of otherworldly beings on you." Her voice carried a chill as she uttered these words, her bare foot lightly tapping the ground, summoning a shadowy serpent as dark as ink to coil around her. Lifting her effortlessly to stand before Yun Ming, is that the essence of Qian'an? Xian Shuang's gaze was piercing, her voice low and sharp, as if seeking to penetrate Yun Ming's very soul. The black serpent extended its slender tongue, brushing against the back of Yun Ming's hand, its cold and damp touch causing him to involuntarily shudder. Steeling himself, Yun Ming met Xian Shuang's gaze, his voice low and resolute. "Indeed? I have come to elucidate this matter." Upon hearing this, Xian Shuang's expression softened slightly, yet her vigilance remained. She scrutinized Yun Ming's arm, as if to confirm the source of the aura. Xian Shuang lifted a slender finger, beckoning a chair from the corner of the room to slide in front of Yun Ming. She gestured for him to sit, her tone commanding. "You are not on the competition roster for this afternoon. Speak slowly. I have ample time." Yun Ming placed his hand on the chair's back but refrained from sitting, instead inhaling deeply, his gaze heavy as he fixed it on Xian Shuang, asking, "Why? Did you not intervene yesterday?" This question struck like a heavy blow, momentarily stunning Xian Shuang, a fissure appearing in her previously composed demeanor. Yet Yun Ming remained unfazed, his eyes sharper, akin to a blade aimed at her very heart. Xian Shuang's gaze flickered, but she did not deny it. Yun Ming's words were as precise as a needle, piercing through the web of justifications she had woven. The air grew thick with tension, Yun Ming's voice low yet filled with an oppressive weight. "You possessed the ability to prevent those sacrifices, yet chose to stand idly by. Why?" Xian Shuang regarded Yun Ming, her unwavering gaze ablaze with fury, as if this confrontation had been a long time coming, now culminating in this moment. Nevertheless, her expression remained detached, a hint of sardonic amusement curling her lips. "Yes, a necessary trial at a trial." Yun Ming's voice rose sharply, barely containing his anger. "What absurd trial? People have died. Those in the Zero Squad lost their lives directly due to the invasion. They are human beings, not mere pawns." Her lowered eyelids lifted slightly, a ripple of emotion coursing through her. "Perhaps, when I was executing missions alongside Yan Hua and the others back then, I should have embodied a similar demeanor." After a brief silence, Xian Shuang exhaled softly, her voice as sharp as a blade. "Yun Ming, in the competition for power, losing some pieces is an inevitable cost. The repercussions of a single zero disaster far exceed this." Yet Yun Ming stood his ground, his mind a chaotic whirl. He had anticipated a convincing explanation from Xian Shuang, yet all he received was this cold indifference. The haunting memories of the zero disaster he had experienced months prior surged back. The gruesome scenes of mangled bodies, the desperate wails echoing like a nightmare reborn. At that moment, he had been utterly powerless, helplessly watching as others were devoured, consumed, yet unable to intervene. In a daze, the figures of those mutated Zero Squad members from yesterday seemed to materialize before him once more. Their forms were indistinct, yet their faces twisted in agony. They crawled before him, emitting low, raspy cries. Each one bore gaping maws filled with jagged teeth, sinking their fangs into his hand. Ugh, a jolt of pain shot through his hand, causing Yun Ming to flinch instinctively, retreating a step. At that moment, the hallucinations vanished, leaving only Xian Shuang's frigid gaze fixed upon him in the now tranquil room. Yun Ming raised his head, suppressing the tumult within, his voice low yet laced with piercing disappointment. Your heart is as cold and unfeeling as your exterior. Xian Shuang stared blankly at the door, silence enveloping her for a moment before she sighed softly. Lowering her head, her thoughts a tangled mess, she slowly raised her hand to rest over her chest. Thump, thump. The rhythmic sound of her heartbeat resonated in her ears, prompting Xian Shuang to gently close her eyes. That faint tremor reminded her that she was still alive, still flesh and blood. Yet why did her heart feel so frigid? It dawned on her. She murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. Have I truly become this indifferent? The sunlight outside streamed through the glass, casting a glow upon the floor, yet it did nothing to dispel the shadows within her heart. Do you not wish to explain to him? A low voice echoed in Xian Shuang's ear, accompanied by the appearance of a small black turtle, lazily sprawled across the table, its half-closed eyes watching her with a bemused expression. Xian Shuang's gaze flickered, but she merely waved her hand, redirecting her attention to the window. Her tone indifferent. I believe Yun Ming will surely go further than I ever could. He will inevitably face these trials. Pausing for a moment, seemingly reluctant to continue this topic, she noticed the small turtle still scrutinizing her, prompting a sense of exasperation. No, old turtle. Have you also begun to interrogate me? The small turtle snorted softly, stretching languidly, its voice tinged with mockery. You initially signed a contract with me at the cost of being frozen in ice. Had it not been for my good mood, would you be so comfortable now? Xian Shuang let out a cold huff at this remark, picking up the kettle of hot water beside her and unceremoniously pouring it over the small turtle. Her movements deft as though serving tea to a pet. The hot water cascaded down the smooth shell of the small turtle, yet it remained unmoved, merely half closing its eyes, its voice languid and unconcerned. If you treat me thus, the next time I freeze you, it may last even longer, as you wish. Xian Shuang set down the kettle, her tone as calm as a still pond, seemingly unbothered. I have already arranged for my affairs. You need only act in accordance with our contract. The sunlight outside illuminated her profile, casting an air of coldness and indifference. The small turtle regarded her expression, falling silent for a moment before emitting a sound akin to a sigh. Chapter 80. Young lady, you, in a fit of anger, Yun Ming stormed out to the stands of the arena, taking in his surroundings, only to find it considerably more desolate than before. The once bustling venue now lay nearly empty, the vast arena exuding an eerie solitude. The information on the battle display continued to roll, showcasing the names of competing participants, yet below the screen, scarcely a competitor could be seen. Most had long since forfeited, leaving only one or two participants silently advancing through their matches with ease. The boisterous host, typically responsible for energizing the atmosphere, was nowhere to be found, as if all of this had merely been a silent farce. The online event continued, yet the atmosphere on site was in disarray. Yun Ming stood in the stands, his gaze fixed upon the vacant arena, his heart a tumult of emotions. This should have been a fervent battleground. Yet after yesterday's chaos, it had become so desolate. He shook his head slightly, muttering to himself in self-deprecation. How utterly dulled. He fell silent for a moment, then gently touched Qinglan, who was perched on his shoulder. His tone tinged with a hint of regret. Qinglan, did I perhaps speak a bit too harshly just now? Xian Shuang won't be angry, will she? Maybe. However, your earlier demeanor was quite resolute. I was rather taken aback. She replied, don't mention it. After calming down, the more I reflect, the more I feel something was awry. When I spoke those words earlier, it felt exhilarating, but now it seems rather strange. Yuming sighed deeply, his tone imbued with a sense of helplessness. He paused for a moment, as if a thought had crossed his mind, his brows knitting slightly as he turned to look at Qinglan, his voice laced with curiosity. By the way, Qinglan, do you have any methods to alter a person's perspective? Upon hearing this question, Qinglan lifted her head, a flicker of confusion flashing in her eyes. Well, I do have a few. Her voice trailed off, clearly weighing her words. What is the matter? Are you concerned about Xian Shuang's opinion? Dan Ti changed the subject, Yuming said, exasperated. as he lightly patted Qinglan on the head. "Just tell me whether you can help and if you can teach me." Qinglan raised her hand to tousle her hair where he had patted, a mischievous grin creeping onto her face as she leaned closer to Yunming's ear. "I have plenty of methods. It all depends on whether you dare to learn. Why not give it a try?" "Just tell me." Yunming squinted, sensing a hint of mischief in her smile. "Hey, you better not regret it." Qinglan gently tapped his shoulder, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes, then feigned mystery as she began. "Stop." Yunming interrupted her with a sigh. "I'm not looking to do anything underhanded." Qinglan pouted, spreading her hands in an innocent manner. "Then it's up to you. I have more tricks than the average person, but those suitable for you may not be effective." After several instances of Qinglan teasing him, Yunming suddenly smirked, pretending to be unconcerned as he said, "Oh dear, could it be that the esteemed Empress has no means at her disposal?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Qinglan, who indeed had her lips pursed in feigned annoyance. "Just joking. I'll tell you right now." At the stall on the outskirts of the training base, an elderly woman sat on a simple chair, resting and occasionally yawning, her eyes squinting in the fleeting moments of leisure. The streets around had grown quiet, the business no longer bustling as it had been during the day. The stove beside the stall emitted gentle wisps of steam, the pot sizzling with sounds, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled cold noodles. Suddenly, Yuli appeared at the stall. Standing quietly beside the neatly stacked ingredients, her gaze somewhat vacant, as if she were uninterested in her surroundings. Her expression was indifferent, her ill-fitting clothes appeared somewhat disheveled, and her hair was tousled by the wind and dust, giving her an appearance of exhaustion. In the stillness, a sudden rumble from her stomach shattered the tranquility. Yuli's face flushed slightly, yet she remained silent. The elderly woman abruptly sat up, her eyes alert as she scrutinized Yuli, as if she had heard something peculiar. "What was that noise?" The woman stared at Yuli for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing her features before she slowly spoke. The woman's gaze, upon observing Yuli, involuntarily furrowed her brow and then softened into a smile, kindly inquiring, "Young lady, would you like an order?" As she spoke, the elderly woman deftly donned gloves and picked up a spatula. Clearly familiar with every task at the stall, Yuli continued to remain silent, merely bowing her head in quiet observation. Her eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment, as if the world around her felt alien. "Would you like a large or small portion? Just let me know your choice of toppings." The woman pointed to a nearby list of ingredients, clearly marked with prices, her tone infused with warmth and concern. Yuli hesitated, lowered her gaze to adjust her pants pocket, and after a moment of fidgeting, produced an old, dusty coin. The coin appeared weathered with age, covered in grime. "Young lady, you?" The elderly woman observed Yuli's dusty clothes and disheveled hair, her brow furrowing in concern. It was evident that she did not resemble someone living a comfortable life and might even be considered impoverished. Yuli picked up the coin, brushed off the dust, and carefully placed it on the stall's counter, her eyes filled with a hint of apprehension. "I'm sorry," she murmured, yet her gaze remained averted from the elderly woman. The woman looked at her, a surge of sympathy welling up in her heart. She glanced at the coin, then back at Yuli, ultimately sighing, "Never mind, dear, you look quite hungry. I'll give you a portion for free. If you have no dietary restrictions, I'll add a bit more for you." The elderly woman's movements were swift and practiced. In no time at all, a steaming portion of grilled cold noodles was ready to She handed the dish to Yuli. Her voice was gentle. "Eat up. It seems you haven't had a proper meal in quite some time." Yuli looked down at the grilled cold noodles, her expression remaining unreadable, recalling a piece of expired bread she had eaten that morning. A wave of discomfort washing over her. She did not accept the offered noodles directly but inclined her head slightly, indicating for the woman to place them on the counter. She softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Without further words, Yuli turned and quickly grabbed the grilled cold noodles from the counter, hastily making her way toward the rear exit of the training base. Her steps hurried as if she were pressed for time. The elderly woman watched Yuli's retreating figure, a sense of unease creeping into her thoughts as she muttered to herself, "Such a pity. So beautiful yet living in such hardship. Could she possibly be a refugee after the calamity?" She gazed at Yuli's vanishing silhouette, her heart stirring with compassion, mingled with confusion. Chapter 81. Strange Monster. Yuli walked to the rear exit of the training base, finally escaping the crowd and slowing her pace. She approached a wall, crouched down, and retrieved a disposable bamboo chopstick from her bag, beginning to eat the grilled cold noodles. She lacked the mood to savor the food, her gaze still vacant, as if contemplating something or perhaps nothing at all. Engaging with people is simply too troublesome, Yuli murmured to herself, her mood seemingly low. Gripping the chopsticks tightly, she forcefully picked up a large piece of grilled cold noodles and shoved it into her mouth. The first bite of the steaming noodles scalded her tongue, causing her to inhale sharply, a soft ouch escaping her lips as she instinctively blew on it. Phew! Yuli blew on the chopsticks again. Then, disregarding everything, she devoured the noodles heartily, as if this meal would allow her to momentarily forget all her troubles before long. She had polished off the entire serving of grilled cold noodles, her mouth still exhaling warmth, contently patting her stomach. I'm full. Time to find Yunming. Yuli stood up, swiftly tossing the empty noodle wrapper into a nearby trash bin. She brushed off her clothes, a cloud of dust rising into the air as the grime seemed to be whisked away by an invisible force. She coughed a few times, gently lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, and then spoke to herself. Cough cough, Yunming will probably dislike me looking like this. Huh? Too bad I can't wear those clothes from yesterday anymore. Yuli remained oblivious to the fact that she had become a target for street thugs. Just as she was about to depart, 3 shifty-looking delinquents suddenly appeared in her line of sight. They were clad in peculiar attire, their expressions sinister, clearly not of good character. Approaching Yuli, they exchanged malevolent chuckles. Hey, where did this little girl come from? Quite the looker, but why are you dressed so filthy? The leader of the group scrutinized her from head to toe, a sly grin spreading across his face. How about we get you a new outfit? Yuli blinked, completely unaware of their intentions. She looked curiously at the man before her, then glanced around, noting the eerie quietness of the area. Sure, let us go. The leader was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha, this girl is so agreeable. Let us go. He reached out to place a hand on Yuli's shoulder. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, a massive shadowy figure suddenly blocked his view, appearing right before him. The dark silhouette was indistinct, akin to a shadow, emanating a palpable and unnerving sense of oppression. What is that? The man growled impatiently, preparing to wave away the apparition before him. That moment, as his hand reached towards the dark, indistinct mass, he felt a cold, viscous substance cling to his skin. The substance was sticky, reminiscent of tar. Coating his hands entirely, with a sharp crack, his wrist seemed to snap like a brittle twig, the sensation of desiccation spreading rapidly until the skin of his entire arm became cracked, as if it would shatter at a mere touch. Strange monster! The man screamed in terror, instantly engulfed in a state of utter panic. His 2 companions behind him were equally paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, their faces pale, unable to maintain their footing. The 2 stared at Yuli with expressions of dread, as if they had never encountered anything so horrifying. Meanwhile, Yuli stood there, entirely unaware of the chaos she had incited. She simply gazed at them, her eyes remaining calm, even indifferent. Ugh! One of the henchmen tried to utter a sound, but his words were caught in his throat, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Yuli glanced at them, then gently turned away, preparing to leave. Her movements were unhurried, as if she were utterly indifferent to the events unfolding around her. The 3 street thugs gazed at Yuli, and almost simultaneously, their strength drained away, leaving them crumpled on the ground. Their faces pale and their eyes filled with terror. They no longer dared to rise, their breaths becoming shallow. Yuli halted, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She slightly curled her lips, revealing an almost imperceptible smile, as though the recent occurrences had merely been a trivial game. You must have money, right? She murmured, her voice laced with a hint of indifference and mockery. As her words fell, the 3 men felt an indescribable sense of oppression, as if the very air had solidified in an instant. Their bodies began to collapse rapidly, becoming desiccated and powerless, until they ultimately transformed into a formless dust, scattered upon the ground, leaving behind only a few tattered garments. Like forsaken remnants, Yuli stood in place, staring at the pile of ashes, then stepped forward lightly, giving the clothes a gentle kick, her gaze devoid of warmth. Sure enough, a few banknotes were revealed amidst the garments, scarcely more than a handful, but she cared not. She glanced down at the bills, a flicker of satisfaction illuminating her eyes. "We have money now," Yueli softly hummed, her lips curling upwards slightly, as if she were relishing this moment of triumph. "Thus, Yuming won't despise me for being dirty, right?" She recalled the conversations she had overheard on the streets, suddenly realizing that perhaps she could use this money to effect some change. The image of Yunming's calm yet serious face surfaced in her mind, and an inexplicable anxiety welled up within her. To gain Yunming's acceptance, it seemed that mere strength and presence would not suffice. She needed a more respectable approach. She understood that if she continued to wallow in filth, he would only see her as a nuisance, perhaps even a burden. "Everyone surely loves money," Yueli muttered to herself, her resolve gradually solidifying. As long as she possessed wealth, she could at the very least improve herself, and perhaps cease to be a source of disdain for Yunming. Her mood appeared to settle somewhat as she turned around and strode purposefully towards the back entrance of the training base. She deftly navigated through the outer security perimeter, advancing inward. "Hey, who goes there? No entry." The previously tranquil atmosphere at the Zero Guard's post was abruptly shattered as two uniformed guards widened their eyes. Staring at the fearless, swaggering girl before them, Yueli did not pause. She merely cast a cursory glance at the two Zero Guards and coldly waved her hand. "Boring lapdogs." Her voice was calm, imbued with a dismissive disdain, as if she were stating an inconsequential fact, devoid of any tension or fear. When the words left her lips, they seemed to carry an invisible weight, rendering the atmosphere heavy. The two guards appeared taken aback by Yueli's blatant scorn. Just as one was about to retort, in that fleeting moment, Yueli's body surged forward with astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to the eye. White bony spikes erupted from her fingertips and arms, akin to venomous serpents emerging from the depths of darkness, mercilessly piercing through the chests of the two Zero Guards. Strangely, as the sharp spikes penetrated their bodies, not a whiff of blood was released. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, not a single drop of crimson spilled. A mix of shock and disbelief filled the eyes of the two guards as their mouths opened, yet no sound escaped. Within their bodies, the bone spikes ensnared their flesh, tearing them apart from within, and as if pulled by some invisible force, they were drawn into the abyss of darkness. This darkness was akin to an unfathomable chasm, consuming everything. Even their final struggles were silenced. The lifeless forms vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Yueli halted, slightly tilting her head, her cold gaze sweeping over the now empty guard post. She did not linger but continued her path towards the inner gate of the training base. "Boring," she murmured softly, a flicker of cold amusement crossing her features, evidently regarding these so-called guards with utter disdain. Yet, her heart brimmed with a grander ambition. No matter the cost, she was determined to approach Yuming, to transform herself into an entity he would embrace. Chapter 82. Join us. Is it really that simple? Yunming, hands tucked in his pockets, stepped out of the arena. According to the competition schedule, there were no events for him today, rendering this half-hearted contest devoid of any viewing merit. How complicated could it be? Yet, this method would not directly alter anything. It was merely an influence. Qinglan walked alongside him, cautioning Yunming about some of the method's shortcomings. "Hey, look, that white-haired figure ahead. Could it be Yueli?" Yunming murmured, pulling Qinglan behind a public bench, attempting to avoid drawing her attention. "Among the people we've encountered, only you and her have white hair. It must be her." Yunming's gaze lingered on Yueli for a moment. Yueli, as ever, had her disheveled white hair and was clad in somewhat tattered clothing, seemingly without a specific destination, merely wandering aimlessly. She murmured to herself, glancing around sporadically, appearing somewhat lost. "Where is Yunming? This place is so vast. I didn't notice it during my last infiltration," Yueli muttered, her eyes darting through the foliage, revealing a hint of anxiety and helplessness. Yunming furrowed his brow, a sense of unease rising within him. Yueli's presence elicited an undeniable feeling of attention. Although their previous encounters had lacked depth, her demeanor and tone evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity. She was clearly searching for something. Her demeanor tinged with anxiety and unrest, stirring a tumult within Yunming. "Is she looking for you?" Qinglan inquired, her keen gaze scrutinizing Yueli's movements. Yunming remained silent for a moment, his emotions tangled. "It shouldn't be. Right? Is she that vengeful? I merely took a portion of her power, he murmured, his doubts deepening. Qinglan regarded Yuming, raising an eyebrow. Should we go see? After all, there might be some connection between you two. Yuming inhaled deeply, suppressing his anxiety. Let us observe for a while. We shouldn't rush. Yueli is dangerous. We need to ascertain what she is doing. The two silently watched Yueli, neither uttering a word. Yuming, where are you? She muttered, taking another step forward. She was drawing closer to the spot where Yunming and Qinglan were concealed, causing Yuming's heart to race. Just as Yueli halted and pivoted towards their hiding place, Qinglan gently grasped Yuming's sleeve. Whispering a warning, "Be careful, she is onto us." Yueli's gaze sharpened suddenly, and she slowly advanced towards the direction where Yunming and Qinglan were concealed. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, the surrounding noise fading into the distance. Yueli's steps were slow yet resolute. With each stride, Yuming's heartbeat quickened. How could she be here? Did the zero guards at the entrance not stop her? Yunming's mind swirled with confusion as tension closed in from all sides. As Yueli drew nearer, Yuming summoned the mist blade in an instant, its icy blade emanating a chilling aura, amplifying the already tense atmosphere. Yuming understood that Yueli's presence represented an unknown threat. Any uncertain move could ignite a conflict. Yueli came to a halt, slightly tilting her head, her sharp gaze locking onto the spot where Yunming was hidden. Her eyes were profound, as if she sensed something familiar, so familiar. It should be right here. Shouldn't it? Yueli murmured to herself, her steps deliberate yet unwavering. She advanced slowly, directly traversing the underbrush toward the bench where Yunming and Qinglan were concealed. Yuming held his breath, his fingers gripping the mist blade's hilt tightly. Prepared for battle. In that moment, the air thickened. Any rustle could spark a fierce confrontation. Suddenly, Yueli slightly turned, her gaze sweeping from behind the bushes towards one side of the public bench. Her expression was calm, as if she knew everything, yet she was not in a hurry to act. Clang! A sudden, resonant clash of metal erupted as Yueli's scythe collided with Yunming's mist blade, sparks flying. Yunming felt the immense recoil, almost losing control of his arm. The mist blade trembled violently in the air, nearly slipping from his grasp. What? Yunming's heart raced as he braced himself, only to feel an overwhelming force emanating from Yueli. Her scythe did not relent. With a flick, she directly neutralized the force of the mist blade, causing its sharp edge to lose support and fly away. Whoosh! Yunming was yanked forward, losing his balance as his feet kicked into empty space, leaving only Yueli's composed visage before him. Just as Yuming realized he could not evade, Yueli leapt into the air, landing on the back of the bench, swiftly lunging toward him. Her movements were lithe and swift, akin to a cheetah pouncing on its prey, leaving Yunming with little room to react. Yueli's form was as swift as a phantom, swiftly pinning Yuming down, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Bang! Yunming's back collided with the unforgiving surface, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, struggling to catch his breath. Yueli sat atop his chest, her hands firmly pressing down on his shoulders, the razor-sharp edge of the scythe delicately poised against Yunming's throat, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. Yunming, Yueli's voice was low and laced with a hint of amusement. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Her gaze conveyed a subtle emotion, as if she were anticipating something, yet simultaneously probing Yunming's reaction. Unlike a foe, her eyes bore a trace of warmth, hinting at an unexpected familiarity. Though restrained, Yunming maintained his composure, meeting Yueli's eyes with a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. You don't intend to subdue me so easily, do you? There was no trace of anger on her face. Rather, it radiated a sense of long-lost familiarity. What brings you here? Yunming inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. That, Yueli ceased her actions, easing her grip on him. She rose from Yunming's body, brushing off the dust from her attire, her demeanor remaining composed. I came to find you, of course. Her eyes conveyed a chilling detachment, as if she had foreseen the outcome of this encounter from the very beginning. Yunming stood, delicately wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze still sharp. His expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness, his brow furrowed. Why? What do you want? She lifted her gaze to meet his, a fleeting glimmer of inscrutable light flashing in her eyes. Join us, Yunming, that I need you. Whatever the conditions, I can fulfill them. Her voice was silky and enticing, laden with seduction. Huh? Yuming stared at Yue in disbelief. Unable to fathom that such words could escape her lips, Yue, why do you need me? His tone had regained its steadiness, though a note of caution lingered, as if he were scrutinizing every gesture she made. Do you believe I would trust you? Yue smiled faintly, her eyes seemingly harboring boundless wisdom and profound darkness, as she stepped closer, her voice steady yet laden with gravity. You are an astute individual. Yunming, intelligent people understand that future battles will not merely remain within your control. If you seek true power and genuine freedom, you must stand with us to attain it. She halted, her gaze soft yet oppressive. As if she had pierced through Yunming's innermost thoughts, I know you harbor discontent with this world, that you are in search of a force capable of instigating change. We can offer you that opportunity. Yunming, everything you desire. Yunming's eyes flickered. Indeed, his heart was heavy with dissatisfaction, and he had pondered whether everything should be altered. Yet the implications in Yueli's words kindled a deeper wariness within him. He scoffed softly. You make it sound so simple. What I need is not your so-called opportunity, but the ability to dictate my own fate. She lowered her head slightly, as if contemplating something. Just as she prepared to continue, Yunming abruptly interrupted her. No, Yue, leave your organization and come with me. His declaration was resolute and unyielding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Qinglan hovered beside Yunming, her expression a mixture of complexity, shock, and confusion. Could it be? She queried. Yunming, weren't you intending to use the method you discussed with Guwen on Xuanchuang? Her voice carried a hint of skepticism, clearly caught off guard by Yunming's sudden shift in focus. A cold smile crept across Yunming's lips as he met her gaze with unwavering determination. From my conversation with Xuanchuang, I discerned that the source of the heightened emotions lies with Yue. His tone remained calm and deep, yet the glimmer in his eyes revealed a resolute conviction. Subsequently, the black mist coalesced around his right arm, dark tendrils stretching forth like spider silk, racing towards Yueli's chest. Yue appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Yunming's swift action. Yet, in the next instant, as if drawn by an unseen force, her complexion flushed, a smile still gracing her lips. Her gaze towards Yunming grew intricate, her hand instinctively loosening its grip on the scythe, as if welcoming the approaching black thread. Let me alter your perception. Dismantling the influence your power has wrought from its very source, Yunming's voice thundered, as he summoned every ounce of strength to jerk the dark thread. In an explosive surge of power, time seemed to freeze, enveloping the surroundings in silence, as if the world had been encased in ice. Yunming's breath quickened, feeling an immense gravitational pull drawing him forward, as though he were caught in an invisible vortex. The scenery around him blurred, accompanied by a wave of intense dizziness. His consciousness felt besieged by an overwhelming force, fragments of memory flashing before him. When Yunming opened his eyes once more, the sight before him momentarily disoriented him. He found himself amidst ruins, the air thick with the scent of charred remnants, the crackle of electricity resonating through the atmosphere. It was a place he had once glimpsed in dreams, the laboratory where Yue was born. However, it had transformed, no longer the serene, sterile environment it once was, but rather a scene of devastation, as if it had recently endured a cataclysmic explosion. Yunming lowered his gaze, coughing slightly, the smoke surrounding him making it difficult to breathe. His fingers grazed the walls and equipment, their warmth suggesting they had once been inhabited by life. He navigated through the pitch-black shadows, seeking a glimmer of light. Ultimately, his attention was drawn to the end of the corridor, where a faint beam of light filtered in. Qinglan, are you still here? His brow furrowed, an inexplicable anxiety welling up within him. He abruptly halted, inspecting his body. His clothing remained the same as what he had donned that day. The marks of the contract still vividly apparent on his arm, unchanged. Yet the absence of Qinglan's power within him rendered everything foreign. Yunming furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of confusion. This place seemed to be Yueli's memory. Yet why was it so palpably real? He felt entirely immersed in this world, devoid of any protective barrier, every detail surrounding him vivid and tangible. Lowering his gaze once more, he sensed a familiar surge of black mist stirring within him, attempting to coalesce into the Wuxuan blade to confirm his own power. However, the Wuxuan blade did not manifest as he wished. The black mist gathered in his hands without taking any definitive form. No. Yuming sighed, recognizing that his control over his powers appeared to be compromised. With a shift of his thoughts, he endeavored to gather the black mist again, only to find the essence in his hands flowing like a trickle. Too feeble to concentrate. Was it the absence of Qinglan that rendered his control insufficient? He shook his head slightly, a sense of loss creeping in, yet he did not dwell on it, for the priority was to ascertain his surroundings. Forget it! Yuming dispersed the black mist from his hands. Given that his powers could not be wielded to their fullest at this moment, the most crucial task was to find a way out. He inhaled deeply, calming his mind, and continued along the corridor. The walls flanking the corridor were eroded by smoke, exposed cables occasionally sparking, the entire environment thick with tension and danger. Yunming's footsteps echoed loudly in the silence of the corridor. And he remained alert, uncertain of what lay ahead. Since this was Yueli's memory, it was the enemy's domain, fraught with peril. After what felt like an eternity, the corridor finally culminated in a staircase leading upward. However, Yuming noticed a shattered door to the side, from within which low, muted voices emanated. Pausing at the threshold, he hesitated, the sound resonating within him, evoking a sense of resonance. There was an aura of solitude about it, one he recognized as Yueli's essence. Is this the place? Yunming's heart raced slightly, and after taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped into the dimly lit room. As the door creaked open, a musty odor mingled with the scent of charred remnants assaulted his senses. Scattered about the room were various devices and disarrayed items. Yunming stood still at the center of the room, his vision becoming increasingly indistinct. The pain and struggles Yueli had once endured seemed to resurrect within this space, fragmented memories beginning to surface. Her past loneliness, her former fears, the agony inflicted by experimental reagents, all surged toward Yunming's heart in that moment. Yueli? He murmured softly. As Yuming called out to Yueli, the lights within the room suddenly illuminated, allowing him to discern the surroundings. The concrete floor, a dilapidated bed frame, and a vanity stood before him. Upon the bed lay a white dress, stained with blood that appeared to have aged considerably. Yuming cautiously picked up the dress, the yellowing stains on the white fabric bearing the weight of time. Could this have been what Yueli wore as a child? He whispered to himself, his fingers gently brushing the fabric, his mind rife with questions. Logically, Yueli had grown directly from a glass vial, devoid of such childhood memories. Yet this garment seemed to resonate with her on a profound level, suggesting she was not merely a creation from the outset. Suddenly, a powerful memory surged into Yunming's consciousness, akin to an electric current coursing through his mind. Darkness enveloped him for a moment, robbing him of awareness. It was a warm afternoon, and a gentle mother was selecting garments for a little girl. The girl grasped her mother's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she pointed at a beautifully crafted dress, filled with longing and joy. "Mom, this dress is so beautiful. I want it." Her voice was crisp, tinged with a childlike sweetness, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, her face radiant with innocent delight. "All right, I'll buy it for you." Just as the mother's words hung in the air, a violent tremor suddenly jolted the entire mall, tilting it precariously. Yunming could almost hear the metallic structure groaning, the once sturdy buildings collapsing in an instant, the ground shaking violently beneath them. "Mom!" the girl screamed, helplessly watching as her mother was knocked to the ground, blood gushing forth, instantly staining the dress she clutched in her hands, as steel beams crashed to the floor. The girl's piercing cries and her mother's wails were swallowed by the deafening sound of an explosion, fading into an endless silence. A buzzing filled his ears once more, and Yunming clasped his hands over them, feeling a sharp headache assault him, as if those fragmented memories were crashing over him like a violent wave. "This is not Yueli, but another girl," Yunming murmured to himself, the familiar mall sign still vivid in his mind. The memories seemed to rewind, the scene of the calamity swirling in his thoughts, refusing to dissipate. Was this the zero disaster when I encountered Qinglan? He pondered quietly, a hint of doubt lacing his voice. His hands trembled slightly as he slowly lowered the dress he held. The fabric was soft, yet he could sense a lingering warmth upon it, as if the heat had not fully dissipated. Penetrating deeply into his heart, the faint scent of blood, though subtle, tightened his chest involuntarily. If that is the case, This must be the girl's room. Yuming finally regained his composure, his thoughts aligning. He turned and approached the vanity. His gaze fixated on the cracks in the mirror. Scattered across the tabletop were various items, the most striking being a metal comb. Its surface was covered in deep crimson rust, the pockmarks revealing its once sharp edges. As Yunming's fingers brushed against it, he instinctively halted. Could this be used to comb hair? He whispered to himself, an indescribable fear welling up within him. Suddenly, a vision flashed in his mind. The girl, perhaps the former version of herself, holding that very comb, methodically and resolutely tending to her hair, with each strand seemingly stained with an unwarranted hue. Yunming instinctively took a step back, yet his gaze was inexorably drawn to the slightly ajar drawer on the desk. It seemed to possess a mysterious allure. After a moment of hesitation, he gently pulled the drawer open. Inside lay an old picture frame, its wooden surface showing signs of wear and slight peeling. He picked it up, opened the glass, and saw that the photo had been sliced horizontally. The original 5 children were reduced to mere halves, with only fragments still visible. Each child wore dresses of different hues. Their faces blurred, yet their gestures hinted at an unsettling emotion. From either side of the photograph, 2 chilling skeletal arms protruded, cold and rigid, as though emerging from the depths of the earth, tightly embracing the 5 children. Yunming's hand trembled violently, the photo nearly slipping from his grasp. He quickly tightened his hold, yet could not avert his gaze from those skeletal arms. Suddenly, a sharp shattering sound echoed. The mirror on the vanity tilted violently. Crashing to the floor, shards scattering everywhere. The wooden frame, along with the fragments, tilted slightly, revealing the photograph behind it. Yuming paused, unease flickering in his eyes, as though something had lodged itself in his throat. After a moment's hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to reach for the other half of the photograph. His fingertips brushed against the torn paper, and he gently wiped away the dust, his heart racing uncontrollably. When the other side of the photo came into view, his vision blurred immediately, a chill racing down his spine. In the image, the 5 children's heads dangled from skeletal arms, their small heads impaled on irregular bone needles, their eyes darkened, resembling bottomless voids, the hollow sockets sending shivers down his spine. The children's faces still bore eerie smiles, but those smiles were anything but natural, their lips crudely stitched together, as if crafted into some grotesque artifact. Yuming instantly hurled the photograph to the ground, where it spread out like discarded refuse. This revelation left him momentarily stunned, a foreboding sense rising within him. Could it be related to the Zero disaster? He pondered silently, suspicion and wariness glimmering in his eyes. Regardless, he could not dismiss this strange aura. Perhaps these photographs concealed some indescribable power. Yuming crouched down, retrieving the 2 pieces of the photo, trembling as he carefully pieced them together, as the images aligned. It seemed as though something was quietly shifting. The photograph began to warp, the heads of the children gradually reconnecting with their bodies, the skeletal remnants fading into the background, as if everything was returning to normal. However, the 5 children in the photograph still wore their colorful dresses, their smiles remaining peculiar, and this time, letters subtly emerged on their garments, as if imprinted by some unknown force. Yunming's gaze fixated on those letters. His heart leaping suddenly, his lips parched. The words "the painted dead" chilled him to the core, as if seared into his mind, inducing an uncontainable sense of dread. The painted dead, experimental report, Chapter 85. Completely disappeared? Yunming's gaze lingered on the back of the photograph, where a report suddenly materialized, its letters pale and blurred, as if pressed by some unseen force. As the report gradually came into focus, his brow furrowed. An involuntary sense of unease creeping into his heart. Yunming's eyes narrowed as he read the content of the report, each line piercing deep into his soul like a dagger. In other words, those in the photograph are the experiment subjects. Yunming murmured, the weight of despair heavy upon him. Those once vibrant lives were now twisted into grotesque forms, sacrificed to some horrific experiment. A wave of suffocation washed over him. Unable to accept the truth, those smiles, once pure and innocent, had morphed into distorted, unspeakable agony. Yet amidst this turmoil, a more perplexing question arose within him. What connection did all of this have with Duel? Who exactly was she? How had she obtained the power of the painted dead? This thought lingered in his mind like a ghost, refusing to fade. He then turned and exited the room, making his way down the dark corridor. In the hallway, flickering lights emitted an eerie buzzing sound. The dimming lights felt like an invisible barrier, severing his connection to the outside world. In this pitch-black corridor, he sensed an oppressive presence, as if something unknown lurked in the shadows. Just then, he heard a faint breath near his ear. The sound was low and irregular, as if emanating from the depths of darkness. Yuming's heart raced, his senses sharpening as he scanned his surroundings. Yet saw nothing. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, immediately channeling his energy, attempting to summon the black mist once more. This time, his summoning surprisingly went smoothly. The black mist swirled around him, quickly transforming into a sharp mist blade and a pair of black gauntlets. The blade glimmered in the darkness, the black armor enveloping his arms. Let us move forward. Yunming inhaled deeply, his voice steady and resolute. He ascended the staircase leading to the upper floor, each step heavy and purposeful. As he climbed higher, the air grew increasingly warm, the surrounding light becoming ever more blinding. Not long after, Yunming reached the top of the stairs. An old wooden door stood before him, its frame cracked and twisted. The metal handle corroded with reddish-brown rust from the ravages of time. He grasped the handle, gently twisting it, and with a creaking sound, rust flakes tumbled from the edge of the handle, falling to the ground. As he pushed the wooden door open with a slight exertion, it finally creaked in relief, emitting a dull groan. The world beyond the door opened up suddenly, a cool breeze greeting him, laced with the unique chill of high altitudes. A few birds swooped through the sky, issuing brief calls before vanishing into the azure expanse. Sunlight poured down abruptly, blinding Yunming momentarily. He raised his arm to shield his eyes from the glaring light, pausing at the doorway until he gradually adjusted to the sudden brightness. As his vision cleared, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he stood on an expansive rooftop. From this vantage point, he could see a sea of rooftops. And this building was evidently the tallest, overlooking the ruins of the entire urban landscape. Have you arrived, Yunming? A cool, tranquil voice shattered the stillness of the rooftop. Yunming swiftly turned, finding Duel perched at the edge of the roof above the wooden door he had just passed through. Her legs swinging lightly in the breeze, her silver hair flowing like a stream of clouds. A subtle smile graced her lips, yet her gaze was profound and inscrutable. Have you seen it? That room is where each generation of subjects resided. Duel gracefully leapt from the rooftop, her form as delicate as a feather, landing soundlessly on the ground, the very moment she touched the ground. Her once tattered and dust-laden garments seemed to be imbued with an invisible force, transforming into a white dress stained with vivid crimson. The hem swayed gently in the breeze, as if still haunted by remnants of a past that did not belong to her. She turned around, slowly lifting her gaze, her smile tinged with an inexplicable tenderness, while her profound eyes were fixated on Yunming, revealing an unmistakable blend of anticipation and complex emotions. The higher echelons were in search of vessels capable of fully withstanding the powers of S-class anomalies. Her voice was calm and measured, as if recounting an exceedingly mundane fact, yet it bore an undercurrent of chilling intent. Those forsaken children were their chosen targets. They permitted us entry into that so-called small dark room. And then, we were to select a gift of our desire. Yuli lowered her head, the curve of her lips slightly retracting, revealing a hint of self-mockery. Her long hair, cascading like a silver waterfall, danced in the wind. As if to conceal the fleeting pain that flickered in her eyes then, she slowly raised her hand, gently brushing aside a lock of hair, revealing her snow-white neck and the faint scars hidden beneath. And I? Her voice lowered slightly, imbued with a weight that belied her years. After a moment of introspection, her gaze lifted once more to meet Yuming's, where a torrent of complex emotions seemed to churn beneath the surface. Sunlight spilled over her blood-stained white dress, as if attempting to tear apart her contradictory existence, yet failing to suppress the brilliance that emerged from the shadows. So, Yunming, she softly inquired, her tone a whisper that pierced the heart. Do you believe I should continue to exist, or vanish entirely? Yuli's words struck Yunming like a thunderclap. A gift? With each generation? Why did he see photographs of 5 children together? Confusion tangled in his mind like a chaotic web, rendering him momentarily unable to decipher the truth. At this moment, Yuli undoubtedly stood at the heart of the enigma. Her earlier words had divulged no details regarding her origin. Yunming attempted to steady the tumult within, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon Yuli's face, only to witness a sudden and dramatic shift in her expression. She tilted her head slightly, a shadowy gloom manifesting on her previously placid visage. The bloodied white dress became increasingly saturated with a deeper crimson, as if manipulated by some unseen force, the colors strikingly vivid. She raised a hand to gently caress her own face, while her other hand discreetly slipped behind her back, tightly gripping an ominous, oversized scythe. Chapter 86. I choose to disappear. Yunming. Her voice was low and tinged with a hint of madness. You have disappointed me. Before her words could fully resonate, she lunged towards Yunming like a wraith, the scythe reflecting the harsh metallic light of the sun, starkly contrasting with the erratic smile on her face, accompanied by a piercing, sinister laughter that stabbed at Yunming's eardrums, sending chills down his spine. Yunming's pupils contracted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He tightened his grip on the misty blade, its long edge coalescing from the dark fog, slicing through the air to meet Yuli's ferocious onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Yuli's scythe danced with a bewildering unpredictability, each strike meticulously orchestrated to breach Yunming's defenses. Ha ha ha, Yuli cackled madly, her tone laced with insanity. Yunming gritted his teeth, striving to keep pace with her erratic assault. Yet her attacks were relentless, each strike imbued with terrifying force and precision. His armament and the misty blade struggled to withstand the onslaught. Yet the seemingly impenetrable barrier began to yield. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light sliced through the air, grazing Yunming's shoulder and instantly opening a wound. He stifled a groan, only to feel a sharp sting in his calf as Yuli's scythe narrowly swept past him, blood gushing from the injury and staining the ground crimson. Her assault did not relent. Instead, it grew increasingly frenzied. The scythe twirled as if wielded by the very hands of death, each blow forcing Yunming to retreat further. His body became a canvas of lacerations, blood seeping into his garments, yet his gaze remained sharp, devoid of any semblance of retreat. Yuli, Yunming gasped, his voice laced with defiance. Calm down. No matter the choice, it should be yours to make. The weight in his heart deepened. Yet he dared not relent. It seemed only brute force would suffice. Yunming clenched the misty blade, the dark mist coiling around the blade as if alive. He gathered strength in his arm, his eyes sharpening in an instant, the aura surrounding him coalescing. With a sudden, forceful swing of the long blade, a powerful black energy blade tore through the air, hurtling towards Yuli. Yuli's lips curled into a smirk as her figure ghosted backward, effortlessly evading the energy blade. I will show no mercy, Yuli whispered, her silver hair billowing in the wind, the bloodstains on her red dress appearing all the more sinister. Yunming inhaled deeply, the contract runes on his right arm suddenly illuminating, their dark glow blinding. The black mist rapidly enveloped the misty blade, completely shrouding it. Not just, he murmured, the two words escaping his lips. The black serpent design upon the runes sprang to life. It slithered along his arm, coiling around the hilt of the misty blade, its mouth agape as if the blade were fangs extorted from the serpent's throat. The serpent's tail coiled around Yunming's wrist, instantly unleashing a bone-chilling chill that froze the surrounding air. How intriguing! Yuli chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with a frenzied excitement. As Yunming unleashed his full power, she did not flinch. Rather, she gripped her scythe tighter, her figure flashing as she charged forward once more, accompanied by a gale bang. In the instant they collided, Yunming seized the initiative, thrusting the misty blade upward, striking directly against the scythe that Yuli was about to wield. The force in Yuli's hand faltered, forcing her to pivot. However, her deft manipulation of the scythe flowed like water, the long handle gliding through her grip, effortlessly negating Yunming's attack in the blink of an eye. She spun closer, the tip of the scythe transforming into a glimmer of cold light, aimed straight at Yunming's chest. Crack! In a critical moment, black mist congregated before Yunming's chest, resolutely halting the scythe's advance, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. The surrounding black mist seemed to respond to a summons, swiftly converging into a massive black web, ensnaring the scythe. Countless delicate black threads ascended the blade, attempting to wrest it from Yuli's grasp. Ugh! Yuli was momentarily taken aback, her body leaning back slightly. And in that fleeting distraction, Yuming seized the opportunity. He raised his fist, the mist-infused punch striking fiercely at her abdomen. Yuli let out a muffled groan, her weapon slipping from her grip, her form propelled backward by the force of the blow. She executed a nimble backflip in midair, stabilizing herself with remarkable agility, attempting to escape the encroaching black mist. Not so fast. Yuming barked coldly, his steps swift as he pursued, the misty blade slicing through the air. The wind blade howled, nearly grazing Yuli's side. Her movements were lithe, narrowly dodging the attack, yet the fabric at her waist was torn asunder, revealing a patch of smooth skin. The surrounding black mist surged toward her once more. And through gritted teeth, she harnessed the fleeting gaps in the fog, bursting forth like a swift gale. Remarkable. After regaining her footing, Yuli licked the blood that had trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze fixated intently on Yuming. She bore no anger. Instead, her expression deepened with a smile laced with complexity, her eyes radiating a chilling fervor. Yunming, you have indeed not disappointed me. Yuli slowly raised her head, her silver hair flowing in the wind, her gaze swirling with intricate emotions. Despite the absence of her scythe, she charged directly at Yunming once more. Has she lost her mind? Yunming's pupils constricted, gripping the misty blade tightly. Yet his feet involuntarily retreated. He had never witnessed such reckless ferocity in an attack. Yuli's eyes, imbued with obsession, seemed to disregard her own injuries, as if she craved the pain. Swoosh, a piercing sound resonated. A cold light streaking through. The misty blade pierced through Yuli's slender form, the blade tip protruding from her back, the black mist swirling at the wound. What I choose is, Yuli gazed down at the long blade embedded in her chest. A bloodied smile tugging at her lips, she abruptly coughed up a mouthful of foul blood, splattering Yuming's hand, the warmth and stickiness sending a tremor through his heart, as if gripped by an unseen force. To disappear. Her voice was low and hoarse, yet it reached Yunming's ears with clarity. Before her words could fade, Yuli suddenly recoiled, her body slowly sliding off the blade. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground. Just as Yuming opened his mouth to speak, he found Yuli retreating to the very edge of the rooftop. She continued onward, seemingly oblivious to her life-threatening injury. Hey, what are you planning to do? Yuming shouted, a surge of intense unease flooding his chest. In the next moment, without hesitation, she leaned backward, vanishing from the rooftop's edge. Damn it! Yuming wasted no time, rushing to the brink and leaping down without a second thought. Chapter 87. Don't think you can die so easily? Yuming's body sliced through the air, the wind howling past his ears. Fixating his gaze on the plummeting Yuli, he reached out desperately to grasp her arm. Don't you think you can die so easily? He gritted his teeth and growled, his fingers nearly brushing her sleeve, yet slipping away once more. The ground below the rooftop seemed to loom closer. And Yuli's blood-stained white dress fluttered in the descent like a wilting petal, swaying with the wind. In that final moment, Yuming lunged forward, finally grasping Yuli's wrist. The two individuals abruptly halted midair, suspended in a moment of uncertainty. The wind tousled the strands of Yuli's cascading hair, brushing against Yunming's cheek. Have you lost your mind? Yunming gasped, his breath ragged, as he gripped the Wu Xin blade in his other hand, embedding its hilt into the wall. Yet, Yuli lifted her gaze to meet Yunming's, a mysterious smile lingering on her lips as she softly uttered, "Save me." For what purpose? Shut your mouth, if you wish to die. I shall not grant you that desire. Yunming growled, beads of cold sweat mingling with the blood on his hands, marking his skin with streaks of anguish. With every ounce of strength, he yanked Yuli upwards. However, her grip subtly loosened. No? Yunming's eyes widened in terror. Yuli's wrist slightly twisted free from his hold, her gaze calm yet piercing, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. The corners of her mouth lifted faintly, her voice dissolving into the wind. I am but a pawn. With that, she released her fingers, plummeting once more. Bastard! Yunming roared, extending his other hand in a desperate attempt to catch her, grasping her collar with all his might. Veins bulging on his arms as if they might tear him apart. His back pressed against the edge of the rooftop, teetering precariously, yet he gritted his teeth, unwilling to let go. I told you. Dying is not so easy. Yunming's voice seethed with fury, laced with pain and defiance. Yuli dangled in midair, blood trickling from her wounds, painting the night with splatters of crimson. She made no effort to resist. Instead, she regarded Yun Ming with a complex blend of melancholy, resembling both mockery and acceptance. "Why do you wish to save me?" Yuli inquired softly, her tone weak yet clear, as if she intended to etch the question into Yun Ming's mind. Clenching his teeth, Yun Ming's chest heaved violently. He suddenly summoned his strength, pulling Yuli into his embrace, as the dark mist rushed to envelop her wounds. "You should not be like this." Yuli pushed Yun Ming away. Leaning against the edge of the rooftop, clutching her chest wound, yet a faint smile graced her lips. She slowly raised her head, fixing her gaze upon Yun Ming. "It seems you have made a choice for me." Her voice dwindled, ultimately falling silent as she closed her eyes, her body weakly tilting backward. Yun Ming reached out, catching her, cradling her in his arms, his expression dark and foreboding. He gazed at her pale visage. Inhaling deeply, murmuring, "No life is born without purpose." The wind continued to howl atop the rooftop, steeped in a heavy scent of blood, lamenting the clash that had transpired. Yun Ming watched as the dark mist gradually seeped into Yuli's wounds. The blood that had flowed forth slowing to a halt, the torn flesh visibly mending. Her complexion shifted from pallor to a hint of warmth, her breathing stabilizing. "It appears she will be fine." He sighed in relief, though furrowed his brow in confusion. Why does the dark mist harmonize so seamlessly with her? Yun Ming pondered, his mind awash with uncertainty. He was well aware of the dark mist's properties. Such a power, belonging solely to him, ought to repel others, even blocking the abilities of other entities. Yet, upon Yuli, it exhibited a healing effect surpassing its own capabilities. He looked down at Yuli in his arms. Her unconscious form strikingly beautiful, akin to a sculpted figure, peacefully serene. A stark contrast to the violent intent she had exhibited moments prior. A person so exquisite was, in fact, a lethal weapon they had created. A complex emotion tinged Yun Ming's voice, an amalgamation of wonder and irony. As he stood lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the air. "Do you harbor a sense of narcissism?" "What?" Yun Ming immediately tensed, his body stiffening, nearly casting Yuli aside instinctively. He glanced up to find Qing Lan standing before him, arms crossed, a teasing smile playing upon her lips. "Qing Lan, how did you suddenly appear? And how is this narcissism?" Yun Ming steadied Yuli in his grasp, his tone betraying a hint of embarrassment. "I exerted considerable effort to breach this space, and upon finding an opening, I stumbled upon you holding her like this. What a tender pose and expression. Quite romantic, isn't it?" Qing Lan chuckled softly, her gaze laden with implication. Yun Ming, flustered by her words, stammered, "Don't say such nonsense. Just now, it was merely to save her." He paused, lowering his voice further. "You mustn't claim to have seen anything peculiar." Qing Lan observed his anxious demeanor, her smile widening. "Rest assured, I have no interest in prying into your private affairs. However, I happened to glance at the records of this girl's experiments along the way." Her tone shifted, growing serious. "If my conjecture bears truth, her existence is closely intertwined with yours." "What do you mean?" Yun Ming's heart sank, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Qing Lan continued, "She was created using a portion of your genes. According to human genetics, the relationship between you two is akin to that of father and daughter." "What?" Yun Ming's eyes widened in shock, Yuli in his arms suddenly feeling as if she were ablaze. He nearly shouted, "You must be jesting." Qing Lan lazily glanced at him. "I have no time for such frivolities. Her hair color, her traits, and her compatibility with the dark mist. I've confirmed it without a doubt." Yun Ming stood frozen, his mind momentarily blank. He looked down at Yuli again, her silvery hair glimmering softly in the sunlight, and in that moment, he felt an inexplicable absurdity wash over him. "No wonder," he murmured, his gaze laden with complexity and confusion. Qing Lan extracted a few crumpled papers from her pocket, tossing them into Yun Ming's hands, her tone laced with mockery. "Yun Ming, your search skills leave much to be desired. You didn't even check under the bed. These are crucial experimental records." Yun Ming took the documents, skepticism etched across his face as he began to read. The contents swiftly captured his attention. Experimental record day 78. "We have finally found a compatible vessel, but the crucial sedative has yet to be developed. The vessel's mental fluctuations are becoming increasingly unstable, forcing the experiment to be halted. Funding issues. The Zhang family has abruptly decided to withdraw financial support, leading to the complete cessation of the experimental project. Why? After a lifetime of research, all my efforts have been rendered futile by a single word from the Zhang family. The Otherworldly cult. They have initiated contact, proposing terms of cooperation. Human evolution into otherworldly beings? Utterly ridiculous. These individuals are mad. Alas, in order to continue the experiment, I have no choice but to acquiesce to them. Concerning the sedative, the name Hundred-Faced Demon Lord sounds vaguely familiar. The sedative they provided does not appear to be an ordinary substance. Perhaps it originates from the incident at Meat Mountain. Something is amiss. What lies behind all of this? The record abruptly ends here. The subsequent text obscured by large splotches of dried blood, deep scratches etched into the writing as if the recorder had been gripped by extreme fear while penning the final words. Chapter 88. Yunming's form is towering. Yunming's grip on the documents tightened involuntarily, his gaze chilling. He looked up at Qinglan. Where did these come from? Qinglan, arms crossed, floated in the air. Replied nonchalantly. I cleared a bit while in that space and found these buried beneath the bed. Judging by the record-keeper's choice of words, it was likely left by the experiment's lead, who probably met a grim fate afterward. The Zhang family? The otherworldly cult? And that hundred-faced demon lord? Yunming murmured the names, his thoughts swirling. He scanned the documents once more, his gaze lingering on the words Meat Mountain. Those two characters were all too familiar, and recalling the dream of Xian Shuang allowed him to piece together the puzzle. Qinglan observed his fluctuating expressions, her tone as casual as ever. It seems the Zhang family feared the exposure of the experiment and thus arranged for the otherworldly cult to take over. As for that girl, she may simply be a successful product of their evolution plan. However, she smiled slightly, shifting her tone. From a genetic standpoint, you and she truly make a naturally born father and daughter, Yunming. Are you fulfilling your parental role adequately? Yunming raised his head, frowning at Qinglan, his face betraying his helplessness. Can't you be serious? Why joke at a time like this? Qinglan shrugged dismissively. I merely wish to remind you that the power of the dark mist within you is yet to be fully revealed. Those secrets may not be as straightforward as their experimental results suggest. Yunming fell silent, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the documents, his chaotic thoughts gradually coalescing. He inhaled deeply, determination glinting in his eyes. Gently, he placed Yuli down, his movements tender, as the dark mist flowed from his fingertips, forming a soft pillow beneath her head. Since I possess this power, I shall be the one to address these challenges. His voice resonated with depth and strength, a promise not only to Qinglan but also to himself. He straightened, softly murmuring, "What was it that they say? With great power comes great responsibility." Qinglan chuckled at his words, a hint of teasing lacing her tone. Well said, Yunming, however. You are far more composed now than at the outset. Yunming rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Then, what must I do? Qinglan raised her hand and pointed, yet her smile bore an added seriousness. Yunming was taken aback. Qinglan narrowed her eyes, a hint of malicious amusement at the corners of her lips. You can't possibly believe that merely uttering a couple of sentences will charm this girl and resolve all issues. Can you? Yunming opened his mouth to retort but refrained, a look of resignation crossing his face. Observing this, Qinglan waved her hand dismissively, her tone lightening slightly. Fear not, although you are not yet capable of defeating an S-class otherworldly being on your own. Do not forget that you have Gu Dies. She spoke. Qinglan gently tapped Yunming's forehead. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped them, and her figure gradually became ethereal, merging into Yunming's body. His once silver hair transformed into an inky black, cascading like a waterfall to his shoulders, radiating a profound luster. His aura surged dramatically, black mist swirling around him as if it were a living entity. Fusion rate 80, synchronization rate 100. Qinglan's voice emanated from Yunming's mouth, yet it carried her unique, frosty essence. Yunming slowly lifted his head, brushing aside the long hair that fell over his forehead, his wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Even the mist blade underwent a transformation, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, as if imbued with the power to rend space itself. Qinglan's voice held a teasing lilt. According to your human vernacular, this is Yunming form maximal at this moment. Qinglan completely commandeered Yunming's body, while the original Yunming floated beside her in a diminutive spiritual form, observing the scene with an expression of disbelief. Hey, please refrain from using such terms in my presence. It's rather embarrassing, Qinglan smirked, her black hair dancing lightly, dismissively waving her hand. Do not be so solemn. Relax a bit. This is a splendid opportunity to showcase your abilities. Yunming gazed at this familiar yet foreign version of himself, shaking his head in resignation, yet unable to suppress a flicker of anticipation. All right then, let us see just how powerful this Yunming form maximal truly is. Before Qinglan's words had fully settled, Yunming felt his body tremble. And then, as if propelled by an unseen force, he shot forward at breakneck speed. Everything around him became a blur. He barely had time to react before he burst through a dilapidated door, entering the pitch-black corridor of the laboratory. Whoa, too fast. Before Yunming could fully comprehend his surroundings, he was overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation, as if the air itself were tearing him apart. This place. He blinked with difficulty, finding himself engulfed in darkness, as if all light had vanished. After you departed from this location, all the lights were extinguished. Qinglan's voice resonated in his mind, calm and profound. This signifies that the darkness within Yuli has begun to spread. What you see may merely be the darkest recesses of her heart. Yunming halted abruptly, taking a deep breath as a chill gripped his heart. This place seemed no longer a mere laboratory, but rather a manifestation of Yuli's deepest fears and anguish. Terrifying, Yunming whispered in an instant. A surge of black mist erupted from within him, enveloping him entirely. Black armor formed from the mist, resembling an invincible general donning impenetrable armor. Degree of liberation adjusted to 20,100. Liberation achieved. Qinglan issued her command coldly, and as her words fell, the armor radiated a blinding metallic sheen. Steam billowed from the seams of the armor as it constricted. As though ensnared by an invisible force, the armor was now completely sealed, its defensive capabilities maximized. Qinglan's voice remained devoid of fluctuation, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. Why don this armor? Yunming could not help but inquire, his inner doubts surfacing. The dark death, Yunming. Qinglan's voice bore an undeniable authority. It enables the rapid decay of everything around you. Whether living or material, all shall be corroded and dissipated into nothingness. Therefore, it is imperative to ensure that no part of your body comes into contact with the outside world. Otherwise, you will be immediately consumed by its dark power. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through Yunming, and he finally grasped why Qinglan was treating the matter with such gravity. This dark death was not merely a formidable adversary. It was a terrifying entity capable of corroding and devouring all. Let us proceed. Qinglan, controlling Yunming's body, strode resolutely toward the corridor's end. With each step, the ground beneath them seemed to tremble slightly, the power of darkness quietly coalescing around them, an oppressive presence saturating the air. Yunming sensed a potent aura of death emanating from the corridor's end, like an enormous net gradually ensnaring the surroundings. Gradually, the air thickened with the oppressive blackness, as if the very space were contorting under some invisible force. Deep within this darkness, the figure of the Dark Death began to materialize. Chapter 89. Are you prepared to give it your all? Within the corridor, black mist swirled, as if an endless darkness were consuming everything. Qinglan stood at the heart of the mist, her eyes slightly narrowed, gripping the mist blade tightly as the black fog rapidly spread, enveloping the entire space in its ominous presence. Activate black mist vision. Qinglan murmured, her tone imbued with calm resolve. The visor emitted a mechanical response, with a crisp beep. Suddenly, beams of red light illuminated the eye sections of the visor, resembling two eerie beacons casting a clear view through the black mist. The previously indistinct scene in the darkness was rendered crystal clear, as if the world had been deconstructed into countless transparent layers. Yunming could not help but interject, interrupting Qinglan's immersion. Could you refrain from narrating your own actions? It feels like we're in a sci-fi film. Do not disrupt Gu's enthusiasm. Those videos always present it this way, Qinglan replied, her voice tinged with mild annoyance. Yet she continued undeterred. Yunming rolled his eyes in resignation, acutely aware that he had no choice but to obey Qinglan's commands. A more oppressive aura began to coalesce in the darkness, sending a shiver down his spine. Now, he felt significantly more mature than before, his resolve no longer easily shaken. Qinglan moved with lightness and determination, her gaze penetrating through the black fog ahead. Just beyond the darkness, a colossal silhouette gradually emerged, resembling a mass of solidified blackness that seemed to devour everything around it. This enormous entity was covered in a tar-like black liquid, the viscous substance writhing on its surface, exuding a foul stench and corrosive aura. Indeed, it is the entity coated in tar-like black liquid, Qinglan murmured, her tone laced with coldness and anticipation. Without hesitation, she advanced, tightening her grip on the mist blade, as the black mist swirled around the blade. Releasing an intense aura of oppression, she raised the blade and swung it fiercely toward the enormous entity, the blade slicing through the air, creating a sharp gust. However, the dark mass seemed to have anticipated her move, suddenly extending a pale skeletal arm from its base, grotesquely contorted as if it had crawled forth from the depths of hell. The arm's massive claws swiftly met the blade, attempting to intercept and counterattack. "Pay attention, Yunming," Qinglan casually remarked, seemingly unfazed by the unexpected counter. As her words fell, black threads erupted from within his arm armor, the threads wrapping around his gauntlet as if alive, constricting tightly. The grip of the mist blade was firmly ensnared by the black threads, enhancing his grip and stabilizing the blade, rendering it sharper. The blade emanated an aura that seemed capable of rending space itself. The sound of air being torn could almost cause one's eardrums to ache. "Sever it for me," Qinglan shouted fiercely, as the black mist within surged like a tide, Yunming's strength instantaneously reaching its zenith. The mist blade, imbued with an air of tearing through space, sliced toward the skeletal arm with incredible speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the blade's keen edge swept through the air and, before even making contact with the skeletal arm, it cleaved through the entire form like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the arm was effortlessly severed in two, black liquid splattering everywhere, yet the massive entity seemed unaffected, remaining rigidly intact. Qinglan, however, did not pause, swiftly retreating to continue observing the monstrous black entity. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, her eyes glinting with cold calculation. "It appears that destroying the body will not vanquish it." Qinglan frowned, evidently unwilling to lower her guard. Although her control over his body remained absolute, witnessing this scene ignited a flame of battle intent within Yunming. His gaze fixated on the severed, gradually recovering form of the Dark Death. A new hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. "Look," he pointed to the black liquid covering the Dark Death, which writhed as if alive, merging and rapidly restoring its broken parts. "It seems to be indestructible." He pressed his lips together, continuing. "That photograph featured 5 children. They are likely its vessels. These experiments clearly do not revolve around mere success or failure, but rather the adaptability and selection of vessels. These 5 children may not have been chosen by chance. They are likely qualified vessels filtered through a selection process." Qinglan listened intently, swinging her blade toward the other skeletal arm of the Dark Death, her expression slightly grave, though she did not fully grasp Yunming's implications. "Are those 5 children all its vessels? Thus, this creature is not merely itself, but rather a manifestation born from the amalgamation of these children's spirits and powers?" "Indeed." Yunming nodded, a flicker of rationality illuminating his eyes, as if through the unraveling of this enigma, he was gradually discerning the truth of the matter. To vanquish it, it seems essential to rid Yuli's heart of any fear towards it. Qinglan instantly comprehended, her gaze growing more composed, signaling him to continue. "In other words, we cannot simply slay it. We must compel Yuli to confront it directly." "Precisely." Yunming's voice deepened with resolve. "Since this is Yuli's inner world, the dark specter represents the shadows and anguish residing within her, and its indomitable existence symbolizes this suffering and darkness. Therefore, we ought not to merely consider defeating it, but rather seek to unravel this cycle of immortality." The brilliance in Yunming's eyes intensified. "If we can uncover the root of its existence, we may grant Yuli liberation, even restoring equilibrium to her inner realm." Qinglan narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before embedding the misty blade into the ground. The blade vibrating gently, emitting a low, resonant hum. "Why complicate matters? That girl, Yuli, cannot see me. I shall create a favorable impression for her." Her voice was deep, laced with a hint of ease, yet the oppressive air thickened abruptly. Qinglan gradually extended her arms, her fists clenched tightly, and in an instant, a profound black mist surged around Yunming, its weighty essence rendering the surrounding atmosphere almost suffocating. As her hands met, the black mist rapidly coalesced above them, swirling and compressing, transforming in a heartbeat into a tumultuous sphere of energy, radiating formidable pressure. Merely observing, Yunming felt as though the air had been siphoned away, his heart racing violently, the oppressive force before him rendering him breathless. He instinctively leaned back, his eyes wide with shock. "Hey, Your Majesty, are you about to unleash your full power?" Chapter 90. He awoke. He has awakened. Qinglan smiled faintly, her visage devoid of tension, yet her gaze exuded unparalleled confidence and coldness. "What is there to fear? This is Yuli's inner world. Even exerting our full strength would bear no adverse effects." Having spoken, Qinglan swiftly transferred the black mist to her right hand, drawing forth the misty blade. The blade glimmered faintly in her grasp. But as the force within her palm surged, that radiance grew increasingly fierce, as if even space itself trembled. Yunming instinctively clenched his fists, furrowing his brow deeply. Despite Qinglan's nonchalance, he could still perceive an aura potent enough to rend the very air. This power surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. Qinglan's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of mockery evident in her eyes. "Fear not, all will be well." No sooner had she spoken than she swung the misty blade with a forceful flourish. Slicing through the air, the blade's brilliance shining like a silver moon, imbued with unimaginable might, instantly rending the corridor's ceiling apart, an overwhelming wave of energy surging towards the heavens. Sunlight streamed through the fissures, illuminating the space in that fleeting moment. As Qinglan moved, the surrounding dark specters sensed the impending danger and hastily converged. Yet their speed had noticeably diminished, as though time itself had slowed in the face of such terrifying power. "Too late." Qinglan chuckled coldly, her gaze icy and resolute. With a measured swing of the misty blade, where its light fell, all existence crumbled to dust. The force reverberated outward, nearly nothing could withstand it, and in the blink of an eye, the entire world vanished beneath Qinglan's strike. Yunming was swept away by an immense force, cast into a void of white. The surroundings collapsed instantaneously, everything dissolving into nothingness, as a vast rift in space tore open, emanating blinding light, a direct passage to the void beyond. He steadied himself abruptly, surrounded by emptiness, with only that rift suspended before him, resembling a gateway to an unknown realm. "Though not dawdle, hurry and exit." Qinglan's voice resonated slowly from behind, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. He inhaled deeply, stepping towards the rift. "He has awakened." Yunming stirred slightly, slowly opening his eyes. Before him appeared a blurred figure, gradually approaching. The person's lips were exaggerated, as if their entire visage was lunging towards him. Yunming jolted, his heart racing, reflexively kicking out with his foot, sending the figure sprawling away. The person was hurled far off, flipping mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. Rolling several times. "Alas, my first kiss remains intact. No need for artificial respiration." Duan Luyun flipped over from the ground, brushing back the hair that had fallen over her forehead, her demeanor seemingly relaxed, yet a teasing smile played at the corners of her mouth, as if the preceding scene was of little consequence. Yunming stood momentarily stupefied, realizing what he had just done, his heart pounding rapidly as he hurriedly sat up. He scanned his surroundings, discovering he was lying in his dormitory bed. Li Qingqing stood at the bedside, her eyes filled with concern. "What transpired?" Yunming furrowed his brow, still somewhat disoriented, uncertain of what he had experienced, his tone tinged with urgency. Li Qingqing looked at him with bewilderment, evidently puzzled by his inquiry. Her eyes held a trace of worry. Clearly, she was unaware of his ordeal. He pressed urgently. "Where is Yuli?" "I have bound her and placed her in the bathroom." Li Qingqing's tone was flat, yet her eyes bore a hint of complexity. She paused, seemingly reluctant to continue. "After all, she is a terrorist. Why do you care so much about her?" He threw off the covers and hastily descended from the bed. His steps brisk, his gaze resolute. "No, I have already dealt with her situation. I need to check on her condition now." His tone left no room for hesitation. That unwavering demeanor rendered Li Qingqing momentarily speechless. Standing aside, Li Qingqing gazed at Yunming's retreating figure, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within her. She had initially intended to dissuade him, to urge him to relinquish his excessive concern for Yuli. Yet upon witnessing the determination in Yunming's eyes, she ultimately chose silence. Yunming's pace did not falter. He pushed open the bathroom door, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Yuli lay in the bathtub, her hands and feet tightly bound with coarse hemp ropes, her face encircled by several layers of thick, black tape, making even the most basic of breaths a challenge. Her body appeared somewhat stiff from prolonged immobility, her complexion pale, and her gaze devoid of strength. Yuli nearly awakened simultaneously with Yunming. Upon hearing the commotion outside, a flicker of confusion graced her eyes, clearly unaware of what had transpired. Her gaze swiftly focused on Yunming. In that instant, her expression shifted from bewilderment to excitement, as if recognizing a familiar face, her lips quivering slightly, yearning to articulate something, yet the tape sealed her mouth shut. Yunming's heart constricted, moving to her side. He leaned down to gaze at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He reached out to untie the ropes, startled by Yuli's sudden movement. "You are awake?" Yunming's voice was low, his eyes reflecting complexity, yet his tone bore a hint of reassurance. Yuli's eyes flickered. Although her mouth was sealed, her gaze remained filled with longing for Yunming. Yunming furrowed his brow slightly. He understood what she wished to convey, yet he was in no haste to remove the tape from her mouth. He first loosened her hands and feet, gently helping her sit up, softly saying, "Yuli, I ask you, you will not engage in such actions again, will you?" Yuli's gaze gradually regained some semblance of rationality, her eyes still fixed on Yunming. She nodded slightly, gratitude evident within her eyes. Yet there was an intertwining of emotions difficult to articulate. "Seems to have succeeded," Yunming murmured, his tone resolute as he slowly released the final binding. Yuli was finally able to relax somewhat, her expression softening gradually. Her lips moved slightly, as if wishing to speak, yet no sound emerged. Yunming finally removed the tape from her mouth, and Yuli exhaled gently. "You?" Her voice was weak, as though unaccustomed to speech after a long silence. "Do you truly believe in me?" Chapter 91. "I am Yunming's sister." Yunming nodded gently, his eyes filled with affirming tenderness. "I believe in you, Yuli." His voice was deep yet resolute, as if that one statement could dissolve the pain and unease that had plagued Yuli's heart for days on end. Instantly, Yuli's eyes brimmed with tears, the floodgates of her emotions bursting forth. Unable to contain the feelings welling within her, she leaped from the bathtub and threw herself into Yunming's embrace. She clutched him tightly, her hands grasping him as though he were her last lifeline, burying herself entirely against his chest. Her body began to tremble slightly, and soon, Yunming's shoulder was soaked with her tears. Yunming was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Yuli's sudden dependence on him. Instinctively, he reached out, gently supporting her, allowing her tears to flow freely. The delicate fragrance emanating from Yuli enveloped Yunming's senses, rendering him momentarily dazed. It was a subtle scent, reminiscent of freshly washed earth and grass, imbued with a unique softness. He lowered his head, unconsciously stroking her hair with gentle motions, as if fearful of disturbing her vulnerability. However, he soon noticed that the tattered fabric that had once adorned Yuli was nowhere to be seen. In its place, she now wore a simple pair of denim shorts and a white short-sleeved shirt. Though modest, the attire fit her surprisingly well, accentuating her figure with a gentle grace. "It's all right now," Yunming softly reassured her, his fingers tenderly combing through her hair, his tone so gentle it bordered on a whisper. Yuli's sobbing gradually subsided, her body still pressed closely against Yunming, her face nestled against his chest, as if she had found a sanctuary. A wave of warmth surged within Yunming. Accompanied by an inexplicable discomfort, he could feel her softness, and the unique fragrance of youth stirred a subtle emotion within him. All right, how long are you two planning to hug?" Suddenly, Li Qingqing's voice echoed from outside the door. Tinged with a hint of exasperation, she stood at the entrance, observing the position of Yunming and Yuli, her eyes reflecting a hint of annoyance. Striding inside, she pointed toward the trash bin beside the bathroom and continued. "I noticed she was quite dirty, so I gave her a wash and lent her some of my old clothes. I didn't expect them to fit so well." Yunming paused, then gently released Yuli, pushing her away slightly as his gaze shifted to the topic Li Qingqing had introduced. He noticed the trash bin contained the remnants of Yu Li's former rags, evidently replaced by the clean garments Li Qingqing had provided. Tear stains still marked Yu Li's face, yet her eyes no longer held that vacant look. She was gradually regaining clarity. Raising her head, she glanced at Li Qingqing, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, sister." The term caught Li Qingqing off guard, and recalling her earlier irritation, she felt a flush of embarrassment creeping across her cheeks. Waving her hand with a smile, she replied, "It's nothing, just a little care." There was a warmth in her gaze, but it quickly shifted back to Yunming. "Hey, Yunming, you still haven't explained who she is to us." Yunming smiled sheepishly. Although Yu Li's emotions were gradually stabilizing, he understood that the darkness within her, the shadowed dead, was merely suppressed and could resurface at any moment. "I'm Yunming's sister. Please treat me kindly." Her voice was clear and tinged with shyness. Entirely unlike the dangerous figure who had attacked the day before, Li Qingqing furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment, but upon seeing Yunming's approving nod, she refrained from further inquiry. She approached the door, casually waving her hand. "All right, since you're his sister, I can relax. But remember to contact me via phone if anything arises." With that, she sighed softly and turned to leave. She does bear a slight resemblance. "But don't cause trouble in the future. Otherwise, no one will come to your aid." With that, he waved at Yunming and followed Li Qingqing out of the room. Yu Li watched the two depart, and as the door clicked shut, her expression instantly morphed. The facade of innocence faded, replaced by a glint of cunning and satisfaction. Squinting her eyes, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she slowly turned to Yunming. "Now, it's finally our time alone, brother Yunming." She deliberately elongated her words, her tone laced with playful mischief. With that, she reached out, placing her hands on Yunming's shoulders, wearing an expression of assured victory. Suddenly, she pushed with all her might, channeling her strength into her arms in an attempt to topple Yunming onto the bed. Yet, he remained steadfast, as immovable as a mountain. After several attempts, each fueled by her utmost effort, the outcome remained unchanged. "Why are you so unyielding?" Yu Li pouted, her cheeks flushed with frustration, a few damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead, creating a comically endearing sight. Yunming glanced down at her, a hint of exasperation mingling with amusement gracing his features. "Stop trying. Without the power of the shadowed dead, your strength is quite limited now." His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable certainty. Yu Li paused, clearly unwilling to accept this reality, though her hands lingered on Yunming's shoulders. Her palms were soft and warm, exuding a delicate touch unique to her youth. "In a way, then, brother Yunming, you come and push me down." In a fit of defiance, Yu Li grasped Yunming's hand and flopped onto the bed. A sly smile crept onto her lips, suggesting she was concocting another mischievous scheme. Observing her antics, Yunming couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Sighing, "Enough of this. I need to ask you something, and you must answer truthfully. I refuse." Yunming regarded her childish demeanor with a sense of relief, realizing that the influence of the shadowed dead had diminished. For now, allowing her to unwind, even through such playful antics, might serve as a way for her to relieve her stress. After all, she was but a child, just a few months old. Let her be playful. As he thought this, the image of Xian Shuang surfaced in his mind. He hadn't noticed before how serene she truly was. Yunming gently ruffled her hair, his tone laced with affection. "Don't act recklessly in the future. I'll be here." Go ahead and ask." Yu Li obediently sat in a chair, gazing at Yunming. "Do you know of the Zhang family?" Chapter 92. "What else do you know?" "The Zhang family?" The moment Yu Li heard these words, her body stiffened slightly, and her expression turned icy. Her eyes seemed capable of tearing the entire Zhang family to shreds, her deep-seated hatred for them laid bare. As her emotions surged, the dark shadow behind her began to materialize, resembling a colossal malevolent spirit writhing in her wake. This was the manifestation of the shadowed dead, twisting further in response to her fury. Seeing Yu Li's reaction, Yunming felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated such a vehement response to that name. He quickly grasped her wrist, dark tendrils extending from his palm, swiftly wrapping around her wrist to suppress the gathering shadow of the shadowed dead with the power of the black mist. Yu Li's breathing quickened, her body trembling slightly, yet under Yunming's influence, her emotions began to stabilize. The shadowy image of the shadowed dead gradually dissipated as her composure returned, restoring her clarity. "I'm sorry," Yuli murmured softly. Though her voice had calmed, the hatred in her eyes had not faded. She continued in a low voice, "It's the Jang family. They abducted innocent children and committed many horrific acts." She paused, her eyes shimmering with deeper pain and anger, memories flooding back like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming her consciousness. Yunming bowed his head, his gaze resolute as he continued to hold her hand, preventing her from spiraling back into that emotional vortex. "Continue." His voice was gentle yet insistent. Just as she was about to speak, the shadowed dead behind her emitted a low, resonant sound, as if intentionally interrupting her narrative. Forced, corrupted. The voice of the shadowed dead echoed from the abyss, cold and somber, carrying an undeniable threat. Yunming frowned slightly, turning to Yuli, clearly noting her struggle to fully control her emotions. That moment. A sudden cold laugh shattered the silence, and Qing Lan's figure appeared in the room. Her languid tone seemed in no rush to explain, casually adding, "From what it sounds like, it began to harm its container due to the Zhang family's forceful feeding of power." Yunming nodded, looking back at Yuli, continuing to inquire, "What else do you know?" Feeling the intensity of Yunming's gaze, Yuli was momentarily stirred, her head lowering somewhat self-consciously. Suddenly, Yunming gently placed his hand on her thigh, his touch soft yet insistent. Yuli's complexion turned crimson, her body quivering slightly, a blush blooming on her cheeks, her heart racing in surprise. Noticing her reaction, Yunming felt a softening in his heart. Yet he remained composed, pressing on with his questioning. "Yuli, the more you know, the better we can uncover the truth." Yuli froze for a moment, seemingly realizing her distraction. She gently bit her lip, finally raising her head, her voice low. I'll think." Suddenly, she recalled, "Right, yesterday, the faceless demon lord ordered me to create chaos with a handgun, and then, the rest?" She hesitated, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features. "The rest let me keep an eye on Jang C." Yunming raised an eyebrow. "Jang C?" This time, he did not press her as he had before, patiently awaiting her continuation. She whispered, "Jang C is part of the Zhang family. He has been involved in some secretive dealings lately. The faceless demon lord said he is merely a pawn of the Zhang family." Yunming's brow furrowed lightly, his expression more serious than usual. The situation before him was far more intricate than he had anticipated. As if everything was entangled in an elusive web as his thoughts flowed, he gradually pieced together the threads of the situation, yet he found himself ensnared in new questions. It seemed Jang C had not been cast aside by the Zhang family. He murmured to himself, his tone revealing a tangle of emotions, and he didn't show up while Yuli was inciting chaos. That, evidently, is a concern. Yunming's gaze drifted into the distance, as if he were attempting to unearth answers from the surrounding environment. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the doubts nestled in his heart remained unresolved. What schemes were the Zhang family concocting? Why had Jang C vanished at such a critical juncture? He inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with a calm yet resolute light. To unravel the truth, he must embark on a personal investigation. It was imperative to inquire further to attain clarity. Meanwhile, at the other end, Xian Shuang sat alone in her office, having nearly completed her tasks. With deftness, she released the final notice, its contents succinct and clear, aimed at quelling the external unrest and assuaging the anxieties of the populace. Following the announcement, the throng of reporters congregated outside the training base began to disperse, and the surrounding clamor gradually subsided. At last, she could breathe a sigh of relief. Xian Shuang gently set her work aside, massaging her brow, feeling a tinge of fatigue. However, her stomach audibly protested its emptiness. She stretched languidly and rose to procure some sustenance, determined to remedy her hunger. Yet, as the source of the sound grew nearer, Xian Shuang's instincts sharpened. She frowned slightly, her body instinctively tensing. She stood silently at the door, listening intently, acutely aware of the oppressive aura emanating from the approaching footsteps, as if the very air had thickened. Her gaze instinctively shifted toward the end of the corridor, where an unusual glimmer flickered in her eyes. A squad clad in standard Zero Guard uniforms hurriedly ascended the stairs. Unlike the usual Zero Guards, this group exuded an air of heightened tension and order, each member tightly gripping their blockade guns and vigilance batons. marching in unison toward her position. These individuals. Qian Shuang narrowed her eyes, a sense of inexplicable unease swelling within her. They were not mere ordinary Zero Guards. The aura they radiated transcended that of typical sentinels, resembling more closely that of the family's covenant bearers. Her heartbeat quickened slightly, her gaze sharp as a blade, instantly recognizing the unusual spiritual fluctuations emanating from them. Just as she inhaled deeply, a black serpent slithered silently from beneath her feet, rapidly coiling around her. This serpent, elongated and sleek, glimmered with a toxic green light in its eyes, as if it could devour all in its path. It emitted a low hiss, warning any intruder daring enough to approach of the peril of its venom. Qian Shuang remained motionless, coldly observing the swiftly advancing figures, a faint, sardonic smile gracing her lips. It seemed she had distinguished guests. Chapter 93. We have the right to detain you. A series of sharp claps echoed as Qian Shuang's gaze sharpened, a chill flickering in her eyes. The Zero Guards swiftly fanned out, aligning themselves on either side to clear a path, as if laying out a crimson carpet for the imminent arrival. Subsequently, a man clad in a tailcoat emerged from the crowd, his steps graceful and unhurried, adorned with white gloves, exuding an air of cultured refinement that starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere. His demeanor was that of a noble steward, every movement betraying an aura of calm, confident nobility. The Grand Leader's decisions have their oversights, he remarked blandly, adjusting his glasses and lowering his head slightly, appearing somewhat aloof. Then he turned, gesturing sideways, as a figure of imposing stature stepped forward from behind him. Qian Shuang's eyes widened imperceptibly. The individual was robustly built, clearly a product of specialized training. She had little doubt that this was Jang C, the third son of the Zhang family. Before Qian Shuang could react, the bespectacled man spoke. We possess a complete set of evidence, accusing you of collusion with the undermining social order and jeopardizing the stability of the city. We now have the right to detain you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Zero Guards advanced in unison, swiftly encircling her. Qian Shuang recognized that she had entirely lost the initiative. She calmly surveyed the advancing Zero Guards, their posture reminiscent of hunters closing in on their prey, merciless in their approach. Jang C stood among the crowd, his gaze lowered, a trace of barely perceptible regret flickering in his eyes. He clutched several documents and photographs, which appeared to be meticulously fabricated evidence intended to incriminate Qian Shuang in an alleged partnership with the Yield. Miss Qian Shuang, Grand Leader of District 29, Jang C murmured, his tone devoid of hostility, more tinged with a calm resignation, as if he too were compelled to execute these actions. Qian Shuang's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of irony flashing in her eyes. She stood upright, her gaze resolute and piercing, scanning her surroundings without haste, stating coolly, "Do you truly believe these Zero Guards can restrain me?" Her tone was serene, yet an unsettling chill emanated from her, causing frost to form upon the helmets of the encroaching Zero Guards. Jang C faltered, casting a glance at her before lowering his head again, the hint of regret deepening, yet his stance remained unchanged. "Very well, resisting the detainment procedures will only exacerbate your crimes," the bespectacled man interjected firmly. As if the encirclement had left no avenue for retreat, Qian Shuang ceased her verbal sparring. The black serpent had already coiled around her, its fangs glinting with poisonous luminescence. She slightly bent her knees and propelled herself forward like an arrow, her speed so swift it was almost imperceptible. Before the Zero Guards could react, she had effortlessly penetrated the encirclement, her eyes alight with a cold gleam. Qian Shuang found herself perched on the windowsill, half of her body already extending outside, poised to escape this place. Confronted by these overwhelmingly formidable covenant bearers, I too feel the weight of pressure. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses again, a flicker of barely concealed concern swiftly morphing into a smile. He suppressed his amusement, gesturing with his hand. Following suit, a Zero Guard stepped forward, carrying a black briefcase and silently presenting it to the bespectacled man. The emblem on the case was simple yet striking, a distorted S-shaped design, the intricate lines exuding an air of oppression. Qian Shuang's eyes darted to the case, immediately grasping its significance. This couldn't possibly be a frown creased her brow as she formed a conjecture. The bespectacled man seemed to notice her reaction, a broader smile creeping onto his lips, laced with a hint of provocation. "Oh? It appears the Grand Leader does not fear this after all. Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Without further delay, he opened the briefcase in an instant. A formidable surge of supernatural energy erupted forth, as if an invisible tide were sweeping through. The briefcase emanated a blinding white light, so intense that it was nearly blinding. Qian Shuang recoiled slightly, squinting her eyes in an effort to acclimatize to the dazzling brilliance. However, the most shocking revelation was that the very walls of the corridor began to fracture under the radiance. Countless eyes materializing from the surface like dark voids. These eyes, large and obsidian, flickered with a cold luminescence, resembling numerous pupils peering into souls. Their gazes converged, uniformly and indifferently, upon Qian Shuang. Seeing Qian Shuang remain unfazed, the bespectacled man gritted his teeth, his smile unwavering as he continued, S-Class. No sooner had he spoken than the eyes summoned by the began to flicker violently, the white light intensifying, as if imbued with a mysterious allure. Qian Shuang's heart raced, her eyes fluttering shut as she felt an oppressive force encroach upon her consciousness, attempting to fragment her thoughts. Yet, she remained composed. Drawing in a deep breath, the black serpent, sensing her intent, emitted a deep hiss, swiftly lunging toward the eyes of the S-Class. It seems the Zhang family has made quite the significant investment this time. Qian Shuang murmured softly to herself, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Suddenly, she leaped lightly, akin to a hawk, slicing through the sharp arc of the cold wind that blew in from the window. Amidst the blinding white light and the multitude of watchful eyes, Qian Shuang traversed the space like a specter, evading all threats. Before the bespectacled man could react, Qian Shuang had already halted on the opposite side of the corridor. Rather than fleeing, she chose to stand her ground. Seemingly altering her strategy, she stood resolutely, her eyes brimming with calm determination, the approaching atmosphere tinged with an almost imperceptible provocation. The bespectacled man's smile froze at this sight. He muttered a curse under his breath. Evidently taken aback by Qian Shuang's swift reaction and her decisive shift in tactics. Grand Leader, are you not planning to make a direct escape? The bespectacled man's tone remained composed, yet the underlying provocation could not mask his inner agitation. He slowly retrieved a photograph from his pocket, presenting it before Qian Shuang. The image depicted a man clad in black, his features clear, his gaze piercing. Qian Shuang's attention snapped to the photograph, her expression shifting dramatically. Her previously calm demeanor evaporated, replaced by stark terror. Chapter 94. Is there a bomb in the arena? You? How could you possess his photograph? Her voice trembled, her eyes betraying unmasked astonishment and dread in that instant. Her thoughts became a tumultuous lake, impossible to calm. Suddenly, the eyes on the walls began to writhe once more, breaking free from the serpent's grasp, rapidly converging upon Qian Shuang, in countless pairs of eyes. A chilling light flickered, and the weight of that oppressive presence caused her breath to falter. Her heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. Ha ha ha. It seems that only this can truly unsettle your composure. The bespectacled man's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained as he slowly closed the suitcase, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. Now, you must grasp the truth. All resistance is but a futile endeavor. There is no escape for you. As his words fell, the eyes embedded within the walls suddenly launched an assault on Qian Shuang's body. Countless skeletal hands emerged from their pupils, bone spikes swiftly ensnaring her delicate limbs. She found herself bound by an invisible force, rendered completely immobile. Simultaneously, the central light of the suitcase abruptly vanished, transforming into a profound abyss of darkness. This void exuded a compelling allure, as if a colossal black hole were devouring everything in its vicinity. The gravitational pull zeroed in on Qian Shuang, trapping her inescapably, as if the entire world were converging upon her. A crisp sound echoed, coinciding with the suitcase's closure. Qian Shuang's figure was entirely sealed within. Ensnared by unseen forces, her form compressed, rendering her as if imprisoned within an intangible cage. The leader of District 29, Qian Shuang, is now apprehended. The bespectacled man murmured, his tone laced with a cold smirk and a sense of victory. The Zhang family's plan has reached its initial stage. Matters concerning your parents will naturally be disclosed to you once the plan succeeds. Upon finishing his statement, he unceremoniously waved his hand, signaling the Zero guards behind him to retreat. The soldiers clad in black uniforms promptly turned and departed with swift precision, akin to a cohort of meticulously trained machines, their movements crisp and decisive. The corridor was instantly restored to silence. Save for the suffocating sense of oppression, Jang C stood rooted in place, watching their figures gradually fade from view, an involuntary tumult of complex emotions stirring within him. His eyes were profound, concealing an imperceptible anguish and struggle. His lips barely moving as he muttered. This statement was uttered in a hushed tone, almost inaudible, yet the emotion it conveyed was as intense as a tide. The plan has commenced, the grand vision of the Jang family already predetermined, and he was but a pawn on the chessboard. Even burdened with guilt, he could only resolutely forge ahead. Jang C's gaze grew momentarily somber as he peered through the glass window, gazing at the sky outside. The expanse of azure above seemed to offer him no glimmer of hope, instead suffused with a weighty and oppressive atmosphere. Yun Ming, having just dashed out from the dormitory, kept his head down. His thoughts tangled about how to approach Xian Shuang. After all, their previous altercation loomed vividly in his mind, and the memory of that heated exchange tightened his chest. Regardless of how he contemplated it, he felt certain that the ensuing conversation would be exceedingly awkward. Yuli trailed behind him, her expression one of curiosity. Her eyes scanned the unfamiliar surroundings, the street scenes and crowds igniting her innate inquisitiveness. Each time something new entered her view, she couldn't help but pause, whispering a few words of discussion. For her, this world brimmed with the thrill of the unknown and the joy of exploration. As they walked, they gradually approached the arena. The large screen suspended by the roadside captured their attention. Yun Ming cast a distracted glance, the scene before him causing him to halt unconsciously. Yuli also stopped. Looking up at the display, citizens of District 29, the turmoil that transpired yesterday has reached its resolution. The speaker on the screen was Jang C, clad in a black suit, his expression grave and sorrowful. His tone imbued with emotion, seemingly mourning the innocent victims of yesterday's events. The mastermind behind it all is none other than the leader of District 29, Xian Shuang. Jang C paused momentarily, bowing his head as if in silent contemplation. Before continuing, she colluded secretly with her crimes unforgivable, and has now been successfully apprehended by the Zhang family's professional team. I, the third son of the Zhang family, feel the gravity of this matter deeply and must take responsibility. The upcoming competition will proceed as planned. There is no need for concern, as the danger has been thoroughly eliminated. Upon hearing this, Yun Ming's heart jolted. Though he had sensed something amiss for some time, the formal announcement of this information still left him in shock. Xian Shuang has been captured by the Zhang family? The suddenness of it all made it difficult for him to comprehend. Memories of his earlier confrontation with Xian Shuang and her indifferent gaze flooded his mind, causing him to frown involuntarily. Could it truly be so simple? He did not entirely believe the words being spoken. Yuli, noticing Yun Ming's emotional turmoil, whispered, "Yun Ming, there are bombs beneath the arena. We cannot allow the competition to proceed." Yun Ming was taken aback, turning to look at her with a mix of surprise and confusion. Bombs in the arena? He could hardly believe his ears. His heart raced, as the earlier speech had seemingly offered no warnings regarding this matter. Yes, Han Yi planted bombs underground before being discovered. Yuli's voice was calm, yet her gaze radiated a piercing resolve. Yun Ming's thoughts raced, gradually forming a more terrifying hypothesis. It is the Zhang family, he muttered to himself, his gaze hardening. They are the ones secretly colluding with seeking to regroup. His tone was somber and frigid, as if he had pierced through the vast conspiracy behind it all. Jang C's impassioned speech did not comfort him. Rather, it deepened his suspicions of the plot at hand. He suddenly realized that this so-called turmoil might merely be a grand performance orchestrated by the Zhang family in conjunction with a flicker of decisiveness gleamed in Yun Ming's eyes. He could no longer afford to linger, swiftly gathering his chaotic thoughts and resolving to seize every fleeting moment. Yuli, we must quicken our pace. He cast a glance at her, urgency lacing his tone. We need to get to Xian Shuang's office. There may be clues to uncover. And no sooner had he spoken than the two of them surged forward side by side, their strides brisk and determined. Though Yuli lagged slightly behind Yun Ming, her movements were devoid of hesitation, each step executed with remarkable efficiency, as if their paces had melded into one. Yun Ming's heartbeat quickened, his mind racing with deductions that grew ever clearer. They hastened toward Xian Shuang's office building. Chapter 95. Is this it? Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, nightfall enveloping the scene as Yun Ming and Yu Li arrived before the edifice of Xian Shuang's office. The inky night sky contrasted starkly with the steel and glass structure, the surrounding lights gradually swallowed by the darkness, leaving an eerie silence. Only the seal affixed to the entrance swayed slightly in the breeze. An unsettling and oppressive sight. Yun Ming said little, his expression grim yet his steps resolute. He approached the seal, his gaze steely, and without a moment's pause, he kicked the heavy door. The panel splintered with a dull thud before he forcefully pushed it open. The two charged into the building, their hesitation non-existent, their destination set on the highest floor. As they ran, they found the elevator entrance sealed, forcing them to opt for the stairs. Yun Ming showed no signs of retreat. Each step rapid and powerful, his eyes fixed firmly ahead as an unsettling question weighed increasingly on his mind. Yu Li followed closely behind, her expression serene, her steps light yet equally devoid of any slackening. At last, they stood before Xian Shuang's office. Yun Ming hesitated not a moment, bursting through the door, only to be greeted by utter disarray. Documents were strewn across the desk, clearly having endured a thorough ransacking. The chaotic footprints and scattered papers upon the surface seemed to narrate the tale of a hasty pillage. The adjacent filing cabinet lay toppled, its doors ajar, revealing that much of its contents had been incinerated. Leaving only ashes and partially burnt remnants, it appears a portion has been destroyed. Yun Ming murmured, unease flickering in his eyes. He cautiously approached the desk, retrieving a sheet of paper that had not been entirely consumed by flames. Scrutinizing it closely, the charred documents primarily pertained to research findings on the faint traces of certain illegible writings remained on the paper, and Yun Ming swiftly scanned through, his attention captured by a particular file. It was regarding the mysterious individual he had apprehended prior to the competition, the title on the document still discernible despite the damage. Xian Shuang cannot possibly be the one colluding in secret. Yun Ming muttered, his brow furrowing. The Zhang family has acted too rashly to take such direct action. Thoughts raced through his mind as he recalled a phrase Xian Shuang had once shared with him, necessary trials. At the time, he had paid little heed, yet it now appeared that Xian Shuang had anticipated everything, knowing he would inevitably influence her. Could it be that? Yun Ming abruptly turned to Yu Li. A flicker of realization illuminating his eyes. The trial Xian Shuang mentioned refers to testing Yu Li. She must have known I would change her. Yu Li blinked in surprise, her gaze reflecting a hint of confusion. Yun Ming shook his head. The myriad speculations and deductions swirling in his mind left him momentarily dizzy. But he understood that now was not the time for such thoughts. He inhaled deeply. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, redirecting his focus to the task at hand. That moment, Yu Li suddenly whispered from a window along the corridor. Yun Ming, look quickly, there's a little snake here. Yun Ming blinked in astonishment, swiftly turning his head to follow her gaze. On the window frame, a small black snake lay quietly, its body coiled and its bright eyes seemingly surveying them. Hiss! The snake's tongue flickered up and down with agility, as if attempting to communicate in this manner. This, Yu Li, can you comprehend it? Yun Ming furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the black serpent resting on the window frame. Although he sensed a familiar essence from the snake's gaze and movements, he could not decipher its message. Yu Li stood beside him, slightly shaking her head, clearly unable to interpret the little serpent's language either. She frowned slightly, her heart equally filled with confusion. That moment, a lithe figure leaped forth from Yun Ming's body, slicing through the air and landing before the black snake. The figure shimmered with a cerulean glow, swiftly coalescing into the form of Qing Luan. She chuckled lightly, waving her hand, her tone laced with playful mockery. It seems you still need Gu to assist you. Qing Luan floated gracefully to the black snake, casting a sly glance at it, feigning a nod before speaking. It says that Yun Ming possesses the fire feather left by Yin Hua. Through that, you can rescue Xian Shuang. Yun Ming was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind before he quickly regained his composure. He began rummaging through his pockets and belongings, finally retrieving a feather that glimmered with a warm firelight. Indeed, the fire feather that Yin Hua had entrusted to him upon her departure. Its plume was as hot as fire, radiating a gentle golden glow, resembling a star imbued with formidable power. Is this it? Yuan Ming murmured to himself, his fingers lightly brushing against the feather, feeling a warm current flowing from his fingertips. As the clouds of uncertainty in his heart began to dissipate at that moment. Indeed, Xian Shuang possesses one as well. The fire feathers have a natural attraction. As long as you approach the suitcase imprisoning Xian Shuang, they will draw each other near, swiftly locating her and enabling her rescue. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ming's heart trembled, and the situation before him seemed to finally come into clear focus. It turned out that the fire feather his mother had left him was intended for this purpose. Could it be that Xian Shuang's capture was also within his mother Yanhua's foresight? Yuan Ming raised his head, his gaze as steadfast as iron, turning to Yu Li with a hint of urgency in his tone. Yu Li silently nodded. Maintaining her composed demeanor, her gaze swept toward Yuan Ming, a flicker of concern in her eyes, softly inquiring. Shall we now seek Xian Shuang? Will the fire feather guide us? At that moment, Qing Luan fluttered between the two, lightly stating, No, the distance of the fire feather is too great. It is likely that the Zhang family has already transported Xian Shuang away from the training base. This statement fell like a bucket of cold water, causing Yuan Ming's brow to furrow deeper, revealing his mounting anxiety. Just then, the black snake resting on the window frame emitted a low, resonant sound. Its breath and voice carried a chilling essence, as if a cold wind were sweeping from the depths of the earth, sending a shiver down their spines. Both Yuan Ming and Yu Li froze momentarily, their gazes fixed upon the serpent. At that moment, its eyes transformed from mere black to a sinister red, imbued with an eerie glow. As if peering directly into their innermost secrets, both Yuan Ming and Yu Li were taken aback. The black snake was indeed the voice of Xian Shuang. Yu Li stared at Yuan Ming in disbelief, while a complex expression suddenly overtook his face. Xian Shuang, he whispered, his gaze locked onto the serpent. The black snake ceased its speech, its body beginning to writhe slightly before dissipating into a chilling vapor. Vanishing into the air. Chapter 96. An explosive in the arena. An eerie silence prevailed, the cold wind swirling through the vast space, occasionally emitting a soft, ominous whistle. Duan Lu Yun waved a flashlight, briskly approaching Li Qing. In the dim light, a mischievous smile played upon his lips. Sister Qing has also arrived. Duan Lu Yun raised his hand in greeting, his tone light as if they were merely strolling through a park rather than searching for dangerous explosives. Stop the banter, Li Qing replied with a calm tone, laced with a hint of exasperation. Wasn't the message already sent out in the group? Your tone makes it sound like you just happened to pass by. Duan Lu Yun shrugged, suppressing his teasing expression, then straightened up, his demeanor suddenly turning serious as he recited slowly. In the arena, peril lurks. Yuan Ming sends forth, seeking in the night. Auspicious peace, hearts clear, doubts disperse. Dreams return to dust. Li Qing cast him a sidelong glance, ignoring his impromptu poetry, and stepped forward to enter the dimly lit arena. In such a vast space, where should we begin our search? After surveying the surroundings, Li Qing approached the edge of the spectator seats, bending down to casually flip over a few seats, discovering only empty water bottles and some scattered debris. There was not a trace of explosives, let alone any unusual signs. Duan Lu Yun halted, pondering for a moment, when suddenly the beam of his flashlight darted towards the front row of teacher seats in the arena. With a thoughtful expression, he remarked, Do you think that Han Yi hid the bomb beneath his seat? Li Qing looked up at his words, her brow furrowing slightly as she contemplated before responding. That seems unlikely, right? His betrayal was not discovered immediately. If it were truly hidden there, it would have been found long ago. Duan Lu Yun flashed a grin, waving his hand dismissively. How do we know unless we try? After all, we haven't found any other clues. And no sooner had he spoken than he dashed toward the teacher's seat, his movements brisk and decisive, entirely disregarding Li Qing's reaction. Hey, wait up! Duan Lu Yun arrived at the teacher's seat, cautiously pulling open the panel beneath Han Ye's seat. When the beam of the flashlight illuminated the space, his movements abruptly halted. Li Qing. His voice dropped, as if fearing to disturb something, and he took a step back. Li Qing stepped forward, peering down as well, and was equally stunned. A black plastic bag lay quietly there, its surface bulging, from within emanating a rhythmic ticking sound. It was the sound of a timer, each tick resonating like a hammer on her heart. In a way, The naive thought sparked. Hadn't this place already been thoroughly searched? What were the Zero Guardians doing? Duan Lu Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the plastic bag. Then took a deep breath and pulled it out, placing it on the ground. He tore open a corner of the bag, revealing complex electronic components and neatly arranged blocks of explosives inside. This is, Duan Lu Yun stared at the explosives, his brow furrowing, and his expression grew graved. PTN explosives. He spoke slowly, his voice low and taut. Its power is double that of TNT. If it detonates, half the arena will be reduced to rubble. Li Qingqing's breath quickened, her heart racing. Although she had encountered numerous perilous situations, facing a real bomb up close for the first time sent a wave of dread through her. Duan Lu Yun paid no heed to her reaction, continuing to scrutinize the packaging of the explosives. His gaze scanned the outer structure, and suddenly a wry smile crept across his lips. But this is rather careless. The bomb's fuse is just hanging on the surface. If we remove it, it should be fine. He took the small knife that Li Qingqing handed him, the blade reflecting a cold glint in the dim light. 5 hours. Without overthinking, he bent down, carefully prying open the bomb's outer shell, revealing tangled wires and connections inside. His hands were remarkably steady, yet a barely perceptible tremor could still be seen. Li Qingqing stood nearby, her hands clenched into fists, holding her breath, afraid to make a sound. Duan Lu Yun finally located the fuse's connection, gently prodding it with the knife, pausing for a few seconds before decisively removing the fuse. The numbers on the timer abruptly froze, plunging the entire venue into an eerie silence. Duan Lu Yun exhaled deeply, beads of sweat already dotting his forehead. He stood up, holding the fuse and timer up for Li Qingqing to see, forcing a smile that bore a hint of relief. All done. Li Qingqing's nerves were taut, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The bomb was so easily found. Could it merely be a decoy? There could be ambushes elsewhere. Duan Lu Yun's expression darkened instantaneously, the previously relaxed mood evaporating without a trace. He seemed to have realized something, his brow furrowing as he murmured, "Could it be that?" Before he could finish, the surroundings suddenly erupted with a cacophony of beeping sounds, sharp and chaotic, as if countless timers had been activated simultaneously. The overwhelming noise froze both of them in place, rendering them motionless. "It's over." Duan Lu Yun's complexion grew increasingly grim as he quickly bolted toward the other teacher seats, checking each one in turn. Indeed, beneath every seat lay another black plastic bag. He opened a few of them, each containing a timer bomb identical to the first. The entire teacher's section was filled with explosives. Duan Lu Yun gritted his teeth, his voice laced with disbelief and pressure. In a matter of minutes, he had retrieved more than 20 bags of explosives from beneath the seats. Li Qingqing picked up one of the plastic bags and tore it open. Staring at the timer, the rapidly changing numbers stung her eyes. The countdown, originally set for 5 hours, now stood at just 1 hour and 30 minutes. What should we do? Is there still time to defuse them all? Duan Lu Yun lowered his head, calculating the time, his brow furrowing even deeper. He spoke quickly. The time for the first bomb was 5 hours. It has now been reduced to 1 hour and 30 minutes. A third of the time has already passed. Even if it takes 3 minutes to dismantle one bomb, we can only handle 4 at most. There won't be enough time to defuse them all. Duan Lu Yun's voice was calm, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. In the midst of his analysis, Li Qingqing had already taken decisive action. She moved the remaining bombs to the center of the arena. "You handle 2, and I will manage the rest," she instructed, extending her hand to summon her otherworldly spirit. A thick vine, woven from dense foliage, swiftly rose from the ground, wrapping around the bombs securely, layer upon layer. There were 4 or 5 layers of vines, effectively sealing all the bombs within the arena's center. "Are you out of your mind? Gathering the bombs will only amplify the explosion." The vines have gaps sufficient to disperse the impact, preventing a simultaneous detonation. "We don't have time to argue. Let's retreat." Duan Lu Yun hesitated for a few seconds before swiftly turning, grabbing a small knife, and deftly dismantling the fuses of 2 bombs. Once he completed this, he stood up and shouted, "Run!" The cold wind hit him, and the night outside the arena seemed particularly oppressive. Chapter 97. Greater Trouble? The morning sun penetrated the gaps between the high rises of District 29, casting its light upon the training base, dispelling the chill of the night and awakening the city's vitality. Jang C's speech yesterday had stirred quite a commotion. the entrance of the training base. A crowd had already gathered, clustered in small groups, anxiously awaiting the opening of the gates. Among them, some were engaged in animated discussions, while others exhibited flickering gazes, seemingly scrutinizing something in the shadows. In the center of the crowd stood a mysterious woman, clad in a deep gray trench coat, her mask obscuring much of her face, revealing only a pair of calm, sharp eyes. Her gaze appeared contemplative, subtly exuding an air of danger. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. "The bomb has been detonated," she murmured softly, her voice nearly drowned out by the clamor of the crowd, yet her tone carried a distinct displeasure. Her eyes swept across the surrounding throng. Before she added in a low voice, in an instant, her expression turned cold, her gaze sharp as a blade, radiating a chilling aura. She gently turned and walked away from the crowd, her steps composed yet imbued with a sense of menace. Behind her, a hunchbacked man stealthily followed. His pace was slightly hurried, and he quietly inquired, "My lady, why the sudden departure?" "Hanyi," the woman halted, her tone cool yet resolute. "Plans have changed. The bomb has been detonated." "Is it them?" Hanyi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. "Those troublesome people again?" In the next moment, her form began to shift, her outline growing indistinct, and in the blink of an eye, she completely melded into the crowd, as if she had never existed. Hanyi bent down to pick up the mask she had discarded, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He dusted off the mask and donned it, muttering to himself, "Is Yunming that guy sabotaging my plans again? Ha, with the bomb gone, let us just begin with that." He straightened his back, slightly concealing his hunched figure, and blended into the throng. His gaze fixed upon the tightly shut gates of the training base, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. The gates slowly opened, and the crowd surged forward. Hanyi followed the flow, quietly entering the base. As he passed by the Zero Guard, the sentinel merely glanced at him and recognized him, but did not apprehend him immediately. Instead, he turned to notify another member of the Jang family. The bomb issue had been resolved, and fortunately, without severe consequences. Duan Luyun leaned back in his chair, his head tilted slightly backward, exhaustion evident on his face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and chuckled bitterly. That was quite the thrilling run. Consider it an early morning jog. Lai Qingqing leaned beside him, her breath slightly erratic, pulling out a bottle of water from her bag and gulping it down. Her hands trembled slightly, clearly drained from the exertion of her otherworldly power. Yunming stood before them, his gaze sweeping over their expressions, nodding gently. "You've worked hard, you've done well, but greater troubles await us." Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing set down the bottle, her brow furrowing. "Greater troubles?" Yunming's expression grew serious as he retrieved a folded sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolding it on the bench to reveal a simple sketch. The drawing depicted an overhead view of the arena, with the south labeled as the entrance, exits on the east and west sides, and the north side designated for VIP seating and backstage access. "Let me explain," Yunming began, pointing at the sketch. "Today's Zero Guard has been arranged by the Zhang family. They are stationed at the east and west exits." This statement brought an expression of disbelief to Li Qingqing's face. "How is that possible? Isn't the Zero Guard meant to protect civilians? How could they be working for a family?" Yunming paused for a moment, seemingly weighing his words, before quietly stating, "Theoretically, yes, but the current Zero Guard. I do not acknowledge them as the true Zero Guard. They have connections with the ethereal cult. The leader of the Zhang family's plan will be present in the northern seats." As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, his fingertip gently tapping the center of the arena on the sketch. Duan Liuyun's fatigue vanished instantly, and he sat up straight. "Are you saying Hanyi is among those entering the base?" "The likelihood is extremely high," Yunming affirmed calmly, "and he is not merely an expert at escaping. If we do not uncover his actions soon, there could be greater chaos here today." Lai Qingqing clenched the water bottle in her hand, her voice tinged with suppressed anger. "What do these people consider civilian lives to be? The upcoming actions would require vigilance not only regarding the Zhang family's movements but also against hidden foes. Are you ready?" Duan Luyun clapped the back of his chair and stood up. "I've been ready for a while. You can rest assured, fellow cultivator," he added. Lai Qingqing took a deep breath, determination flashing in her eyes. "So am I." Yunming nodded, stowing away the sketch and turning towards the dormitory. His steps were steady and his gaze resolute. "The operation begins. first to the entrance. With the arena destroyed, the crowd will gather in the square. Li Qingqing watched Yunming's retreating figure but noticed that he was heading in the opposite direction of his stated objective, causing her to frown and ask, "Where are you going? Didn't you say we were heading to the entrance?" "I am going to the back door. The barrier there was previously breached by Han Yi, and it's likely there will still be enemies lurking." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, halting his steps to pull out a folded note from his pocket and hand it to Li Qingqing. The note depicted a vividly detailed black snake design, faintly radiating a trace of otherworldly energy. "With this, the Black Snake Association will assist you. They are a formidable team secretly formed by Xin Shuang." Li Qingqing took the note and glanced down at it, immediately feeling the familiar and powerful otherworldly aura emanating from it. Before she could ask further, Yunming had already turned and dashed towards the dormitory. His figure quickly receded, while Yuli remained silent, quietly trailing behind him, unobtrusive yet steady like his shadow. "Let us go." "We can't fall behind," Duan Luyun shrugged, following suit with a hint of reluctance. "You've made significant progress, fellow cultivator. You used to worry, but now you've become proactive." Li Qingqing shot him a glance, genuinely sensing Yunming's transformation, which prompted her to feel she should not lag behind. Thus, she quickened her pace, heading straight for the square at the entrance. Chapter 98. Take action. Yunming navigated through the dormitory building, circumventing the pavilion behind it, his gaze ultimately landing on the damaged wall. The once chaotic ruins had been cleared, the barricade re-established, with yellow warning signs fluttering gently in the cold wind. 20 guards stood there, fully armed, their gazes vigilant, the area within the barricade emanating faint energy fluctuations, creating an odd sense of pressure. "Who goes there? This is a restricted area. No approaching." One of the 0 guards was the first to notice Yunming, swiftly raising his weapon, his voice cold and tinged with tension. The other also eyed him warily, his finger already poised on the weapon's trigger, clearly prepared to strike at any moment. Faced with such hostility, Yuli frowned, her gaze turning icy in an instant. She stepped forward to shield Yunming, her slender fingers gripping the long handle of her sickle, radiating an unspoken sense of oppression. The blade of the sickle glinted with a chilling light, faint tendrils of dark mist swirling around the edge. "How audacious!" Yuli's voice was low and dangerous, akin to the biting cold wind of winter, as she slowly advanced towards the two, her murderous intent growing palpable. The air thick with a sense of looming violence. The two Station 0 guards took a step back, their expressions visibly altered, yet they still held their ground, their weapons trembling slightly, clearly suppressed by Yuli's aura. However, just as Yuli prepared to advance further, a hand gently grasped her wrist from behind. Yunming stood behind her, his expression gentle yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. He shook his head softly. "Yuli, there's no need for that." Yunming turned his attention to the two vigilant 0 guards, his tone calm yet authoritative. "Are you two sent by the Zhang family?" Though his voice was not loud, it carried a penetrating force that resonated within their hearts, causing them to flinch. After a brief moment of locked gazes, one of the 0 guards slightly lowered his weapon, though his finger remained firmly pressed on the trigger. Warily inquiring, "Who are you? This is not a place one can enter casually." Yunming's expression remained tranquil, his voice measured and unhurried. "An attack is imminent in this vicinity. I have been dispatched by the Zhang family to assist you." Intentionally evading the revelation of his true identity, he was acutely aware that the Zhang family had likely issued a warrant for his arrest following the incident involving Xin Shuang. Should he disclose his identity? It was highly probable that the two individuals before him would act against him without hesitation. Upon hearing Yunming's words, the two 0 guards momentarily froze, exchanging dubious glances, clearly skeptical of his claim. After all, the Zhang family's orders had never indicated that assistance would arrive. "Wait a moment, I will consult my superior," one of them cautiously replied, swiftly turning to the communication device behind the wall to contact the Zhang family. Yunming watched him depart, his heart sinking. He understood that time was of the essence. Once the other party verified the truth, his deception would be swiftly unveiled. Standing beside him, Yuli also sensed the shift in atmosphere. She turned her head to glance at Yunming. He nodded slightly, signaling her to take action. Yuli comprehended his intent, maintaining an outwardly indifferent demeanor, as if leisurely admiring the plants growing by the wall. While her footsteps silently approached the other 0 guard. The guard remained oblivious to the impending danger, his gaze fixed warily on Yunming, his fingers still firmly gripping the trigger, as though ready to fire at any moment. However, his vigilance did not last long. "Act now," Yuming commanded in a hushed tone. Yuli moved with the swiftness of lightning, suddenly advancing, her scythe carving a seamless arc in the air, its cold gleam aimed directly at the Zero Guard's throat. Simultaneously, Yuming summoned the mist blade, the dark mist coalescing into a tangible long blade, reflecting a faint glimmer of light. He darted forward with agility. The Zero Guard, realizing the threat, was about to cry out when Yuli's scythe pressed firmly against his throat. The sharp edge made the slightest contact, effortlessly breaking the skin, crimson droplets trickling down the blade. His voice was abruptly silenced, his expression frozen in terror, his body rendered immobile as though paralyzed. Meanwhile, Yuming swiftly approached the Zero Guard who was on the phone. The mist blade sliced through the air, the swirling black mist coiling around the blade like a serpent, emanating a menacing pressure directed at the guard's back. "Do not utter a sound," Yuming warned coldly. The mist blade poised at the guard's throat, his tone laced with an unassailable authority. In an instant, Yuli and Yuming subdued the two guards, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, the only sound being the faint dripping of blood onto the ground. Without further ado, Yuming seized the blocking gun from one of the Zero Guards, expertly aiming at both and firing twice. The orange-yellow blocking ropes shot forth, precisely ensnaring them, effectively sealing their otherworldly powers. The guards' bodies trembled slightly, clearly stripped of their ability to resist. "I apologize for the inconvenience," Yuming stated calmly, his gaze void of any compassion. He then proceeded with swift efficiency, unhesitatingly stripping the Zero Guards of their uniforms. Extracting socks from their shoes to gag them, the guards' eyes brimmed with fear and humiliation, yet they could only emit muffled whimpers, their bodies immobilized by the blocking ropes. After completing these tasks, Yuming dragged the two into the nearby thicket. Tossing them aside with a casual flick of his hand, as one would discard refuse, dusting off his hands, he handed the stripped Zero Guard uniform to Yuli. "Put this on. It will facilitate our infiltration." However, Yuli hesitated to accept the clothing immediately. She glanced down at her own black dress, her fingers lightly brushing the hem, a hint of reluctance flickering across her expression. Yuming paused, then noticed that her attire indeed seemed rather thin, though it allowed for agility in combat. It was insufficient against the biting cold. After a moment's contemplation, he softened his tone. "No need to remove your dress. Simply wear this over it will not hinder your movements." Yuli nodded at his words, taking the uniform and deftly donning it over her own attire. Though it fit somewhat awkwardly, it effectively concealed her original outfit. Yuming quickly changed as well, pulling the hat low to obscure his features. Once both were attired appropriately, he exchanged a confirming glance with Yuli, ensuring their disguises were flawless before they took their positions at the guard post. The wind rustled past them, causing the brim of the Zero Guard uniform to sway slightly. They stood still, appearing flawless and seamlessly integrated into their roles. Yet, behind the cordon, in a patch of grass, the two Zero Guards, bound by the blocking ropes, could only widen their eyes in helplessness, their expressions rife with humiliation and despair.